Chapter 12, Dangerously Petite Pirouette. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the return verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil Fic Thingy. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlos N., Shinobu Shin Atsuki, and Nutco, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/ Other website Temple of Ranma's Senshi Sifuku. CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 12, Dangerously Petite Pirouette. Relief was coming. A squadron of ritual plate plus strike and recon assets. Also inbound were multiple flights of VTOLs and all the equipment and troops they carried. They were coming as fast as they could. Much of it was coming from the airbase near the main refinery complex. And that was the problem. I had updated flight ops as to the situation and the potential risks they were flying into. There were at least half a dozen anti-aircraft teams in this area. Which to me meant the Diluvians were willing to invest anti-air assets into this area. My concern was that they would coordinate those missiles with their, admittedly limited, ritual plate corps. The worst part was that Flight Ops was equally concerned. Theater headquarters had scrambled the entirety of their strategic recon squadron. While I appreciated having an occultia providing intensive airborne scrying of unparalleled power, that Flight Ops decided such a rare and valuable ritual plate was worth sending my way did much to crush any potential optimism I had that this would be an easy operation. I pushed those thoughts off as we flew just above the trees. The rain had slackened, and was now merely pouring instead of hammering down in a full deluge. I needed to keep an eye on our increasingly scant fuel reserves. I estimated that we had only enough for another few operational hours, and even that was contingent on how intense the fighting would be. Fortunately, we weren't flying blind. Far from it, in fact, the combination of an occultia giving a broad overview and pulses allowed the 4 Gorgon rigs in my flight to give local and passive sensor intake. More than just our scrying rigs, which while less sophisticated were closer and at a different bearing, getting reflections from the occultia's pulses, we could also take in a broad range of data which could be collated, compared, and combined into a more complete view. This allowed us to send quite a bit of data up to Flight Ops. There were more enemy formations moving into the area and their anti-air teams had relocated. Which was smart, but they had not moved terribly far. I was loath to split my forces, but we all had missions. That included Crimson Recon. That team of forward scouting legionaries had wounded, who shockingly had stabilized and were a bit mobile. Still, Crimson Recon had also moved a small amount and they too had split up. Both of their forest people auxilia, 2 grenadiers, their designated markswoman, and Centurion Galba herself had gone off and split into TWP teams. That left 2 legionaries, including their medico and their anti-air specialist with her man-portable Vel launcher, to watch the wounded. I had reservations. Splitting forces resulted in dilution of firepower, presented risk of defeat in detail, required more coordination, and gave more opportunities for something to go wrong. I flew with Visha at my wing while Violet Blood and Grey Dawn went to their own targets. Ours were the furthest out of the 2, but we were faster even given our limited speed while flying just above, and often through, the upper canopy. A deliberate trio of clicks came over my comms from Vero's channel. I glanced at the map display. There were a lot of enemies, but that was to the east, coming from through a couple valleys. Within a couple minutes a matching set of clicks came from Galba's team. Violet Blood, the others are in position, I said over the flight channel. We are 30 out, came her tight reply. Remember, I paused. Reminding her how to do this kind of strafing run would just undermine her confidence. You're training and you'll be okay. You can count on Grey Dawn. I looked over my display. All 4 elements were in position. This is Diamond Actual. Execute. 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 I pushed my Zephyr and accelerated up as I raced towards my target with Visha covering me. The target raced up. The location was based on the assembling of scrying data from several sources. There was a chance that the Diluvians had put their search scrying systems separated from their missile launchers. There. In an area just below a ridgeline the trees had thinned slightly and my composite display highlighted a pair of Villeneuve missile platforms. Of Trozic manufacture, the Villeneuve was a Strider-based golem similar to the well-equipped Marius Mule. However, where our legions had 8 ready missiles, the slightly larger Villeneuve carried a rotary magazine of 15. The Toulon missile was also smaller, which took up less space in a launcher. With a warhead only slightly less powerful than a Vel's, the weight savings came at the cost of decreasing the range and having a less sophisticated seeker head. Which was fitting, as the Vel was a flexible missile that House Black Sky used for many air and ground targets, whereas the Toulon was optimized as a light and inexpensive close-range surface-to-air missile for anti-ritual plate work. There were trade-offs between the 2 designs. The enemy formation started taking hits as a Minerva rotary cannon opened up, raking the launchers. Sniper fire picked off a couple of the operators and someone who was giving orders. The assaulting force had the advantage of stealth and surprise, but they were grossly outnumbered. And while the Villeneuve was more armored than the Marius Mule, it was not quite designed to take up concentrated fire. It was also harder to use when the remote operators were being shot. Taking evasive measures, I opened fire with my pylon projector. One was down. There were also some cargo golems in a ground force, though my focus was on the remaining Villeneuve that was busy spitting out 2 lone missiles. If I were alone, I might have had to do more to intercept them, but Visha was using her Falks to take out the incoming ordnance. Typically, in such a situation other anti-aircraft stations would fire to assist their beleaguered foes, but both of the westernmost stations were being hit at the same time. That wasn't to say that there was no supporting fire, but it was decidedly sparse. Where once there had been a coherent air defense ring, there was now just a fragmented arc. Like most light anti-air installations, the Villeneuve worked best coupled with other launchers and airborne assets. Not that it would have usually been a good idea for them to throw their RP at us. As unglamorous as it sounded, using their ritual plate to provide targeting and guidance for their missiles would be a far better use of finite resources. A full Villeneuve system was far cheaper than a ritual plate and, in this terrain, could be spread out to provide multiple overlapping angles of fire. It was also efficient. The enemy could launch 20 missiles to take out 1 ritual plate flight and still come out ahead in terms of cost. It also helped that we were in advanced Polyxo suits and I had a very experienced wingwoman. It was easy for a pilot to get contemptuous of ground fire. And if each of the 6 anti-air teams had 2 Villeneuve launchers and cargo walkers with spare missiles, then that came to about the 150 missiles. Which, while still a considerable investment, also confirmed that their initial launch against my flight was the Diluvians holding back, even though they had launched nearly 100 missiles. I suspected they had wanted to get more than just 4 ritual plate. To their credit, the Diluvian troops repositioned to try to get cover and engage the ground ambush right after their launchers blew up. The guard force knew that the trained operators and maintainers they were protecting were more valuable alive, and instead of some defiant last stand were covering their retreat. Unfortunately for them, I knew that as well. I also had allies on the ground to protect. Switching to anti-infantry Falk's fire, I strafed the enemy and, for good measure, I took out the cargo vehicles. Many of those fleeing ran into elements of Crimson Recon, who had clear orders not to advance beyond a certain longitudinal value. The ground attack done, I joined assisting Visha in taking out the last of the airborne threats as we broke contact and went to the west. Target 1 eliminated, I transmitted. Target 2 as well, Violet Blood gasped. I checked her status. There was some minor damage to her systems, but she and Grey Dawn were still combat capable. We've broken contact. Thanks for the assist, Diamond. Varro's gruff tones were approving. Going to the rally point. That makes it a clean sweep, Galba stated, with evident relief, which I felt as well. Confirm. Outstanding work. Give your team my compliments, I told her and Varro before changing the COMM channel. Flight Ops, this is Diamond Flight. The door is open, we'll be setting out the welcome mat shortly. My concern was, where were the Diluvians going from here? Taking out Crimson Recon was only a side element to their mission, there had to be some objective worth fielding this many troops. That Flight Ops indicated other areas of the Eastern Interior Confederation were starting to turn hot was ominous. We were still far from the Emma mine complex and the Orage refineries, so those facilities were not the target of this group of enemy, at least not at the moment. But there were plenty of settlements, businesses, and assets that helped with supporting the miners, refinery workers, their staff, and provided other parts and services that kept the supply of samarium, neodymium, erbium, and other rare metals flowing. Violet Blood, Grey Dawn, meet up, I said, over the fight channel. Now that the objective had been met, I wanted to get my force back together into one unit. Confirm, Violet Blood replied coolly. I was glad to see her emotions were back under control. Diamond Flight, we have the incoming VTOLs, Flight Ops said. Updating your telemetry. Understood. What about the strike package from Quirinus Flight? My concern was that the 4RP directly under the control of my commander would be directed to another hotspot. The second flight in my squadron, Mercies, had already been diverted. We have been released to your area of operations, Prefect Centurion Quirinus herself replied. Good work, Diamond, give your flight my congratulations. I will, I assured my squadron commander. I'll make sure to find your flight something worthy to hit when the reinforcements land, I promised as I looked over the map display. The problem was not just finding an enemy concentration or a critical enemy asset worthy of a lance strike, but was determining what the enemy's goal was. And the best way to use our resources to counter that. What about Mercy's flight? I asked, studying what was in the area where the Diluvians had tried to stop Crimson Recon. There were not any Black Skyvian facilities in the area, the nearest was our Fob Emerald Inferno, but there was a House Croc Alley garrison overlooking the town of Vienne. Yes, I've got my whole squadron together, Quirinus assured. Plus reinforcements. Understood, I said, feeling a bit better. This might be a mess, but reinforcements both air and ground were inbound. I overlaid a topographical map over the tactical display. Based on assumed terrain and probable enemy locations, the intended landing zone seemed reasonable enough. I was no expert on running a landing operation, but I had been trained on how to secure an LZ. I swapped channels. Flight Ops, we will commence scouting and clearing landing zones and coordinate with Crimson Recon. Confirm, Diamond Flight, came the smooth, calm voice of the dispatcher. I went back to the flight channel and tied in Centurion Galba and Scout Auxilia Vero. Okay, I'm pushing you the coordinates of the proposed landing zones. I executed the command and once again had to trust that our comms were secure. In full fairness, thaumaturgically linked systems were very hard to intercept, and that was before taking the encryption the fleet and legions used for tactical channels into account. I knew some of the theory and broad strokes of the mathematics involved, but the details were on a need-to-know basis, and as a pilot who could be captured by the enemy I clearly did not need to know. The complexity of the calculations was closer to my first life than my second, though the usage of specialized enchantment channels and runes was more akin to a very specialized and low-power computation device. One that would readily self-destruct by burning out the channels as part of scuttling the suit. Though even capturing intact hardware would be of limited use, as the codes for the channels were frequently changed and even the architecture of the calculations was routinely updated. Still, having an intact communications system would give any enemy a leg up on our methods. It did not help that ground troops had a similar, if less far-ranging, set of comms. Or that the ritual plate models House Black Sky sold for export also had communications systems. That they were the previous generation and used a different encryption methodology was only some mitigation. The Boffins assured us they had done everything their clever minds could come up with. However, no system was perfect and compromising comms was the crown jewel of military intelligence. It was with that paranoia that I passed on the vital data that had been shared with me. Galba gave a snort while Vero laughed. How attached are the brass horns to these locations? The gruff forest person asked. They're open to revision. Good, because LZ2 is right by a cliff that'll collapse if someone looks at it funny. And not a friendly shale collapse. The geology shifts in that area and the exposed ridgelines are nasty, uplift basalt that's been cracked by maker knows how many eons of water and roots having fun. If command wants to put what I think they want to put there, then if clearing the LZ doesn't set things falling on them then the artillery certainly will. I was not certain if Vero's geology estimates were correct, but he seemed to be informed. Centurion. I asked Galba. It's not a great spot. One bouncing boulder could wreck a VTOL and we'd have a proper mess. She chuckled. Though at least we'd have you to help save us from that. I suppressed a sigh. Sometimes, I cursed my reputation. Let's not have a repeat of Ortov. I helped you at the river and you helped me take out those Villeneuves. You know the land. What's a good replacement location? As I asked, my flight continued to fly low and with increasing speed. Our scrying system was helping map things out and with those two anti-air sites down there was a bit less of a known threat. I'd go a bit further north. The map cautions that the ground is mixed rubble and stones, but a rocky field is better than the bog that most of the other ground is around here. Plus there will be a bit less foliage for you to cut, Vero suggested. I eyed the map and looked at the data intake from the various scrying assets I had. Okay, any objections? Grey Dawn, what do you think? The longest-serving member of my flight had been on operations like this before. Foreign object ingestion is going to be a problem with any field landing, but Strider golems have some problem with walking in mud, though an artillery park might have to move off. She paused. I see a location. Yeah, this seems better, and not too far off from the original LZ. Excellent work, Vero. Praising competent subordinates was vital. Okay, what about the other landing zones? Don't hold back, if you want something moved for tactical reasons I'll fight for it. I assured Galba and Vero. You're our eyes on the ground. Reinforcements are coming, let's work the problem. Centurion Galba spoke up next. I think they're after House Chrysali's Vian Township garrison. It could be something else, maybe the dam or a bridge downstream of the reservoir. I offered. Galba snorted. That would be done by a small sapper team, not the numbers we're seeing. With the numbers of troops and equipment they're exposing it has to be something worth the risk. The garrison had a robust field runway and even had some fixed-wing and VTOL assets, mostly as a cheap way for a minor house to have budget ground attack assets, troop transport and even some budget ritual plate. They had a squadron of Electon archers if memory served. And there was at least a cohort equivalent of House Chrysali's jungle hunters. While not as comfortable in the interior jungles as the Diluvian irregulars, they had better equipment though that gap was reducing. They were also, if anything, more ruthless than the Diluvian troops. I contemplated my tactical display. If the Diluvians think they could take that garrison, one with even basic ritual plate and artillery, then it's likely they had more assets than those we've observed. Perhaps one of the other enemy attacks is intended to link up at Vian. Visha gently reminded as she highlighted other elements on a more zoomed-out tactical display. I glanced over my updated display. Having an occultia in the field was a great boon as it showed far more enemy assets and there, to the south, was what seemed like a column taking a mountain road that would link up with Vian. It was not very subtle, but they were moving fast. I smiled as my tail swished in the wind, stream and rain. Good find. Visha, help the others adjust the other landing zones. I have a call to make. Yes, Diamond. Visha eagerly said. I could just feel her joy and the predatory glee that made her a war maniac, albeit one with more self-control. I switched COMM channels. Quirinus. Go, Diamond, my squadron commander said. I have some targets to propose for your flight. I stated as I sent the locations and quickly explained the theory on the Vian garrison. Concessions, deals, security contracts, and outright bribes were how House Chronicles kept some semblance of peace in the only nominally governed Eastern Interior Confederation. Many service contracts were given to powerful families, tribes, and other groups to get them to buy into the operation and have a vested interest in the metal extraction proceeding smoothly. The Diluvians objected to this status quo. And it was certainly not out of avarice for lands that they claimed were theirs, nor out of a desire against imperialistic exploitation. Though if their leaders thought House Trocier's gifts or House Ziox's lessons did not come with strings, then they would be sadly mistaken. Yes, neither of those houses thought well of House Black Sky, and while House Ziox was neutral to Electo, Trocier was in a low-intensity war with the other major naval power in Dayu. Denying a major supplier of critical metals to their hated enemy was worth some deniable assets. I doubted even House Trocier was arrogant enough to think they could get the output of the mine for themselves. That would require them to occupy part of House Chronicles, right in House Black Sky in Electon's backyard. As such, the Vian garrison was a tactical and political target. With it eliminated, the Duivians had more operations space and our forces could be flanked and pressured, which could expose the mining complex and refinery that were the whole reason House Black Sky even cared. Well, you don't do things by halves, Prefect Quirinus said after taking a moment to digest the idea. With our loadout, I can't guarantee taking out all of their forces, especially if they disperse. Roughly a dozen lance strikes will blunt just about any motorized column, I countered. Good point, Quirinus laughed. I'll have Mercy's flight run escort and do a strafe to mop up and do damage assessment. That will delay some of your backup. We'll manage, I said, keeping myself from gritting my teeth. I was getting used to my ideas having negative consequences. On balance, it would be better to hit the enemy before they could link up, so there was that. So, I've heard, she said. That sent a chill down my spine which went to the tip of my tail. What had she heard about the river skirmish? I was just making the most of all those 2 lone missiles forcing us below the tree line. I'll make sure we do the legions proud, I promised, going with something that sounded safe. Oh, I have no doubts about that, Countess. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Still pondering the earlier conversation with that mushroom-obsessed demon countess, I looked over the rest of my recon team as the Spada's engine screamed and the nimble little craft plummeted towards the jungle. Aside from some wings ruffling and tails twitching, they took the combat drop with aplomb. Wings gave them the comforting illusion of safety. Most crashes were too fast or violent for a legionary to simply bail out and hope to fly out of. Myself, I simply continued to hunch over up against the wall and held the harness straps. Doors open. Centurion Otho shouted as trees flashed past us and then above us as we hit the landing zone. The interior was pretty cramped as there was half a pallet of artillery shells by the aft ramp. It was awkwardly placed and I would be happy to be away from them, but I could see the logic. Given how hungry even a single tormenta of artillery pieces would be, a lot of our VOTLs would carry some extra. I simply turned over and undid the latch and with a tug slid open the port side door. One of our grenadiers took position at each opening as we went down. There was a final flare of the engines as the pods rotated to straight up and down and then canted just a hair forward as both our forward and vertical velocity cut off. Hefting the big oilskin rucksack over my shoulder and taking my machine gun, I jumped out of the VTOL and easily made the last few feet. My feet touched the squelchy mud and pulped plant matter of the freshly made clearing. The rest of the team also jumped out with slightly more elegance and grace. Before we had rushed more than a few steps out to the tree line, the Spada had shot back up into the air, engine downwash adding to the pouring rain which soaked my fur and plate carrier. Still, in a few more paces I would be back into the forest. Yes, it was full of entirely the wrong type of trees and entirely too many succubi with passable woodcraft who wanted to kill me, but I had agreed to go wherever Imperatrix Black Sky sent me and kill whoever ordered. And my people were not ones to idly break our vows. With Hosta dead, I was the only auxilia in Emerald Recon. Which was a bit irksome. Not that my squad mates were incompetent in the jungle, but while demons had many physical advantages over my people, size and true woodcraft were not among them. That meant that until a replacement came down south to our fob, I either had to work alone or pull one of the proper legionaries to watch my back. Ideally, Laco our markswoman or Vinius the most fleet-footed and nimble-hoofed of our grenadiers. I pushed those thoughts aside as I glanced up. Checking the sky was an ingrained habit if one wanted to survive fighting demons regardless if they were irregulars, minor houses, or the great Daihu powers. House Black Sky might take the most extreme form but all demons loved their air power. It was hard to see much through the storming rainfall and cloud cover, but the VTOL that had sent us out here was still visible, as well as some distortions that might have been there escorting RP. Or maybe it was just wishful thinking on my part. I would rather have that Countess and her flight directed towards our mutual enemies. Further afield I could see the main landing zone receiving flights of Umbra medium VTOLs. I idly wondered how many sentries and artillery pieces would be moved in. I then put my attention to more terrestrial matters and entered the cover of the forest. The rain had lessened a little bit now that we were under the leafy cover. Though my shorter and far more slender teammates already looked drenched and waif-thin. At least they moved reasonably well. I had to concentrate a bit to not blend in so much that my teammates lost sight of me. Despite the mix of rocks, mud, roots, and leaves, they all managed to keep their footing. There was nothing worse than having to be a scout auxilia for a bunch of city-bound incompetents. Fortunately, that tended to be a self-correcting problem. More so that auxilia of my specialization were in demand enough to be put to good use. Great maker, the legions even let those foxes into the auxilia. Yes, they were reasonably stealthy and good with fire and illusion magic, but they were not exactly trustworthy. And they were just as slender and puny as the demons. Which I suppose made them more comfortable to be around for the succubi. The big oilskin bounced off my back as we clambered into the woods. I did not begrudge carrying the heaviest load, the others were also laden with supplies. Crimson Recon had fought hard and was down 2 legionaries. That pair had been evacuated on the first Spada to have landed ahead of us, which kicked out a few supplies, mostly to replenish their depleted medico and give them more water. Lares? Come over here, I want your input, Centurion Otho said after meeting up with her counterpart in Crimson Recon, Centurion Galba. I was not surprised to see Vero, one of Galba's 2 scout auxilia, looming by her. Fortunately, all the scout auxilia at Fob Emerald Inferno were forest people. Not that there was anything wrong with the Kitsu, but they used different gear and weapons. Vero was a bit shorter than me, though was bulkier with more muscle and had a slightly darker pelt. Though, like the rest of his team, he was utterly soaked. As our commanders exchanged greetings and went over maps, I undid my ruck and opened it. He accepted the ammunition and grenades with equanimity, but his dark eyes lit up as I handed him a couple oversized packets of rations. Tearing into a sleeve of fortified nutmeg twists, he handed the foil packet of energy crystals over to his centurion, who ripped off a couple to slip into her armor's pouches before passing them along. We've had a long night, made fairly comfortable by diamond flight, Galba joked. I glanced over to Vero. He gave a slight nod as he chewed. There was a story there, something he would tell me later. I did not mind working with him, even though he had a slightly different style. Otho nodded to Galba. Once the combat engineers finish setting up a firebase, I'll be asking for their help. We'll be setting some positions before the main legionaries form up. She had unfolded a map and started pointing out locations. I nodded and gave a few thoughts for where the geomancers could improve things. Vero gave a few words of confirmation. He knew more than I did about the structural properties of natural stone, which were vital to making the engineer's job easier. The 2 centurions lined out a few other thoughts on the map display. I grunted when the likely enemy positions were added. The Diluvians were coming, but they had delayed to reorganize and consolidate their lines. Galba and Otho glanced about as they quickly mulled over the map. I could just feel the conversation those 2 were having as the rest of us stood around in the rain. Well, at least most of our recon teams were on watch. Lares, we've got a job for you, Vero, and Flaccus, Otho said. I just nodded. Going out alone had several downsides. At least this meant I would be out with people who knew how to be quiet. What's the target? Vero asked as he stared at the display to commit the information to memory. Otho pointed to a couple spots on the map. Air Recon thinks there's some more Gravina mortar platforms and some more Villeneuve missile launchers. That much is true, but they think they found a few smaller teams with these platforms going to flank us, maybe provide some enfilading fire. Galba shrugged at the map. It's as good of an estimate as any as to what those teams are doing, but we want you to find out for sure. Air Ops has been rather good tonight, Vero rumbled. True, and if it's not Dilo with shiny Trozic surplus golems, then it might be their own recon teams. Either way, we want you 3 to deal with them, Otho stated. Can we call our own air support? I asked. Looking up at me, Galba gave a fanged smile. I'll give you priority with Diamond Flight. They should be done with a field refueling at the other LZ before you get going. Nodding, I saluted. Let's get the rest of this to Flaccus so he can get that pig of his reloaded, Vero joked about Falcus Minerva rotary cannon. In truth, all 3 of us would be carrying ammunition for that profligate weapon. Get geared up, get a quick bite, then head out, Otho recommended. I had some more water and a bit of food while Vero finished eating. One upside to the demons was they were loath to let even their auxilia go hungry. We reunited with the lanky Flaccus with his light fur. He nodded to me and eagerly helped take the belts of 0.70 in ammunition for his Minerva and put many in voluminous pouches that hung from his harness. Vero and I divvied up the rest of the Minerva ammunition and then split the ammunition belts for our machine guns. After that we divided the grenades, charges, water canteens, food, and medical supplies. How was Diamond Flight tonight? Danger close, Flaccus murmured. Nodding, I looked to Vero. Yeah, they went in under the canopy and took out a whole Diluvian column. The Countess was more than willing to get her claws dirty, he drawled. Including getting 2 fresh ones for the medico, Flaccus grumbled. I grunted. Short term, it was good to have powerful air support. Long term, it meant that maybe it would be best for me to get in on the Countess mushroom harvesting scheme. It would be safer than my other options. I pushed those thoughts aside as I made sure the ruck was empty and folded it up. My gaze went to Flaccus and Vero. The 3 of us shared a nod and we slipped into the forest. My feet silently went through the ground near the roots, avoiding litter and crunch. Water came down upon us. It was nice to follow someone who had an ingrained ability to woods walk. Vero knew to avoid the paths, the lines between the trees where the deadfall went and where the water collected. Water-laden leaves and branches arched down and many had to be pushed aside. Our size was a bit of a disadvantage. I would admit that the Kitsu had an easier time by being smaller and being able to get far lower to the ground. But we were forest people, and while this jungle was not our own home, it was home enough. We blended. The foliage moved and helped us and our forms blended in. We traveled without splashing, without disturbing the flow. This much water made keeping a conventional illusion difficult and energy-intensive. Yards and yards of forest passed under our large feet without us being seen. For we did not use conventional illusions. There was no magical projection masking our presence. We simply were the people of the forest. Soon the smell of black Skyvian legionaries vanished and for a while it was just the 3 of us as we traveled inexorably towards the first Diluvian patrol. I trusted Vero's orienteering skills. Even the least of us would have a hard time getting lost even in a foreign jungle. And the topography of this area meant it was rather obvious for us to go in the right direction, all we had to do was keep following the upslope. Sniffing the air, we slowed, exchanged a couple quick hand signs, and spread out. There were Diluvians out here. I had some pity for the small demons. This was their home, and they were passable. Still, there was only so much they could do to make that clambering golem quiet. It was a mortar platform and another multi-legged golem laden with munitions. The Diluvians did keep a vanguard out in front scouting. We let the 2 demons pass, allowing them to keep their illusions. The demons had rather good kit. Their uniforms were light but waterproof. But one could be skilled in an activity and still find it miserable. It did not help that they were most certainly deadening their emotional transmissions to keep them from being detected by Legion recon teams. Letting our weapons hang on their straps, we wheeled to the trailing end of the small formation. 4 demons trudged along. They kept their weapons tight to keep from hitting branches but ready to use, and they made use of the terrain and the gloom. It was still like sneaking up on a youth marching band. Containing my breathing and wrapping myself deeper into the forest, I slipped up to the very last members of the little formation. The pair had enough sense to watch their backs without walking backwards. They were also not bunched up. The 2 had enough distance that it would be a bit hard to kill both with one burst. The 2 demons were wary and alert without being paralyzed with fear. Exact colors were hard to tell in the deep darkness, but both had pale features and short, bright hair. Maybe they were sisters. It did not matter. None of it mattered. They did not matter. I was almost at them. Eyes widened and the Diluvian was about to react. I let my rage and frustration bubble up as my arm shot out and caught her neck in my meaty palm. One great advantage of fighting enemies half your size was that I could fully encircle her neck with one hand. I immediately squeezed, putting the most pressure on the sides of the demon's neck. Cutting off the supply of blood to the brain was a quicker way to kill than strangling the front to cut off the supply of air to the lungs. Her eyes widened but it was hard to scream without any air going through one's neck. A flicker of defiance went over her face. Maybe she was going to lift her rifle, maybe she was going for a grenade, maybe she was going to use her tail. It was moot as before that flicker could fully register. I grabbed her head by the horns with my other hand and simply twisted my arms like I was opening a cheap screw-top bottle of Legion schnapps. I gently let the diminutive demon fall to the ground with a muffled thump. Just enough to get her partner's attention. That and the sudden loss of whatever minimal emotional signature she had been emitting. Still her partner was sensible enough to not throw a fireball, whisper out a name, or do anything to reveal her location. She tried to have good field craft. She should call back to the rest of the column, but part of her hoped this was a false alarm. That was the problem with empaths. It made some very in denial about death. And she clung to that grim bit of hope when Vero loomed up behind her, grabbed her by the helmet, twisted and sunk his combat knife just below her neck in an economical motion. My nostrils flared with the scent. Well, Vero did prefer to work a bit more wet when it came to eroding morale. Briefly meeting my gaze, he gave a tiny nod before slipping back into the shadows. There were quiet words of alarm ahead of us. The demons had better noses and would know something was wrong. Right, on to the next phase. I trotted off to get into position, trusting that Flaccus and his heavy weapon were already ready. And then the artillery tormenta opened up. I smirked, this was either very fortuitous or disastrous. The distant explosions from the guns spread more worried, barely concealed, chatter among the enemy group. They had also stopped their mortar golem. There was a moment of indecision as they wondered if they were the target of the Black Skyvian barrage. I'll admit to having some fear as well, but it was a base thing. We Oxy were too valuable to be wasted on taking out just an enemy mortar team. But the Diluvians did not know that. They did not even know we were here. The formations officer tried to rally her troops, which involved spreading them out and calling all her subordinates. Flaccus did not give her the time. Taking a perpendicular position to the rough enemy column, his Minerva rotary cannon opened up. I saw distant figures fall and the Gravina golem mortar carriers go up. They had armor, but only enough to protect against small arms. Vero and I had also fired out machine guns. Each of us using the better part of a belt that went across the length of the column. Again the enemy was sensible enough to split their forces along multiple paths. So we could not simply just fire down a single line. Covering! Vero shouted as he switched to shorter bursts as I ran in. Machine gun dropping to its strap, I took out a clutch of grenades. Even in all this confusion I was still no more than a blur to the enemy. I primed the ordnance and with a seemingly lazy series of lobs chucked them around the center of the enemy formation and 2 at the cargo golems that were heaped with crates of mortars. They had all gone to the ground. Both those who had been cut down and those with the sense, and luck, to go prone. I ran past them at an angle to pull out and meet up with Flaccus. To my side I heard an explosion go off, including a much larger crump. Luck was with us tonight. I fired the rest of my belt to give Flaccus time to reload his Minerva, and then he covered me as I swapped in a fresh belt of my own. I then gave sporadic fire as we withdrew. The Minerva fired faster and larger, heavier cartridges at that. It was good for ambushes and when heavy firepower was required, but even with the 3 of us carrying extra ammunition, it was short-lived. Rendezvousing with Vero, each of us gave some of the Minerva ammunition we were carrying to Flaccus. Once we were certain the mauled mortar teams and their escorting infantry were not pursuing, Vero reported his status and checked the map. He muttered for a bit to the recon centurions. Confirm. He gave us a grim smile. Well, gentlemen, he said with a rueful chuckle. We've got an anti-air crew to take out. Falcus gave a slow nod. Do we have air support this time? Vero smiled at me. Yes. Turns out we will be getting diamond flight, if we can hurry up. He flipped the map to me with the lines that were just visible in the gloom and pointed out our location and that of the enemy. It was a fair distance but we could make it. Even our legionary allies had trouble comprehending how fast our kind truly could be. The Villeneuve missile launcher was similar to the Gravina mortar carrier, except it was bulkier and larger. Thus it was harder to move them with stealth. And it was easier for us to find and confirm this group. That they had a larger escorting force made it more of a challenge. This group was further away from the mortar teams. Those luckless succubi had been moving in to get into a position to help an infantry assault on our landing zones. I wondered if their commanders knew the Legion had landed a tormenta of artillery, with all the support such a collection of Arachne guns entailed. Those mortar guns could have helped an infantry assault but they would have to get in quick, otherwise the counter-battery fire would have been withering. The Arachne was an effective enough weapon lobbing a 50-pound shell with reasonable range and accuracy. It was also light enough that 2 Umbra flights could deliver a tormenta of 4 guns and their supporting equipment, troops, shells, fuel, and Marius mules. As we traveled, the artillery base had continued fairly regular fire. They would release several salvos at one target before adjusting to another. Often that adjustment included moving the guns. Though I honestly wondered if that was enough to avoid being targeted by enemy fire, especially as each time they moved they would have to recalibrate the guns. But I was no Istrii centurion. I did know that the guns were hungry and could easily deplete the supply of shells they had been initially supplied with. Hence the frequent VTOL supply drops. I also knew that ritual plate played a vital spotting role. Though with an occultia in our area of operations that dramatically helped in collating enemy movements, especially given the foliage cover. The Villeneuve battery was further back, closer to friendly support. After Crimson Recon's earlier escapades, it seemed that they had pulled their air defense closer. For some reason these Diluvians were paranoid about aerial attacks. However, being able to fill the sky with 2 lone missiles did little to stave off a creeping artillery barrage. And there were worse things for them to worry about. I gave a grim smile as I watched the little demons huddling down to try to guard the mobile missile platforms and their crews. Despite the miserable rain they had not put on fires or started using pixie, a minor synesthetic euphoric, or anything like that. More out of keeping good habits than anything else I slowly crept over to Vero. We had not seen any evidence of forest people native to these jungles, but that did not mean that the Duvians did not have access to any, or maybe other jungle specialists. They might even have a practitioner who specialized in stealth, invisibility, or veiling herself, or maybe one who could pierce our obfuscating magic. I suppressed a sigh. Hosta was an ass, but he did not deserve to die like that. At least he took out plenty of demons with him, for whatever small consolation that was worth. I stepped over a root as my large feet passed over the jungle floor, leaving hardly a mark. As unpleasant as the rain was, it did make things easier in that regard. Small consolations were about all one got in this life. I gave Vero an inquisitive look and signed a basic question. Shrugging, he did not take his attention off the enemy formation. Given the limited sight lines between the trees, branches, vines, and other bits, only glimpses could be made. The regular artillery shots had quieted most of the wildlife, which gave a nicely oppressive silence in between bombardments. Vero's brows knitted as he considered his options. Just let Diamond deal with them, I offered. We do have a shiny new firebase of Arachne artillery, Flaccus grumbled as he checked over his Minerva. The weapon was admirably water-resistant, but checking it out was prudent. I nodded. We had traveled a fair bit, but the range. No wonder those troops were so miserable. I would bet a 3-day pass at the beach, Great Maker, I would bet a 1-day pass at the airbase by the refinery's airport, that the Diluvian commander of that little air defense node was angrily yelling at her superiors for permission to move her assets. The Diluvians could read a map too. Both, Falcus agreed. Both sounds good, Vero chuckled as he switched on his COMM system. I patched into the channel as well, and once we connected in. Auxiliary Scout Group to Diamond Flight and Second Arachne Tormenta, Vero stated. Diamond Actual, here the Countess' haughty confident voice came in. She sounded much the same as earlier today, as if she could talk about her ideas for administering her land holdings if not for this pesky battle. Tormenta here, the Istrii Centurion drawled in a Midlands accent. Her audio feed periodically cut out as the 4 artillery pieces fired. Presenting coordinates on a Villeneuve battery, Vero said. At least 3 launcher units and a separate supplemental scrying station, I added. Fair range, I'll have an open slot on the guns shortly. What do you think, Fly Girl? Are you comfortable getting close enough? I could imagine the haughty disdain on the Countess' face. We can be there in 10. And can act as spotters after the initial hits. Dispute that her tone was perfectly professional. Auxilia, are you positioned? I don't want you at risk if the shells fall short. Vero gave a quiet chuckle. That won't be a problem, the Istrii Centurion frostily said. I gave Vero a look and he nodded. We'll be guiding you in, he assured after giving the coordinates for the keep-out zone. He then motioned and the 3 of us started moving. We could not move too far and still keep a good view on the enemy position. Diamond Flight in position, the Countess said. Given the potential danger and that her flight of ritual plate were not hovering, it was less of a single position and more that they were within the right general area. Scouts in position, Vero said. Confirm. Commencing firing solution, the Istrii Centurion stated all business. The sky then opened up as a quartet of shells landed just a bit north of the enemy position. One of the Villeneuve launchers might have been knocked out then and there. But the Diluvians, already on edge, hunkered down and started calling for support. I gave a bit of a smirk. Villeneuve had about twice the capacity of our surface-to-air launchers, but that came at a cost. While our Vel missile was primarily an anti-air weapon, it could be stretched into various counter-fire and anti-ground roles. Their Toulon was smaller and was limited to anti-air roles. I scanned the forest as the next salvo hit and fed Vero targeting info that he repeated. The channel got a bit busy as the Countess also added her own observations. This had the third and subsequent artillery salvos fall right into the center of the enemy formation. Spotting became harder and easier. There was more smoke and fire, but there were also fewer trees in the way. 3 Villeneuve down. Repeat, 3 Villeneuve down, I stated. Falcus shifted a bit, ready to use his rotary cannon in case some of the survivors went in our direction. Scrying data confirms, the Countess stated. Confirm, ceasing firing sequence. We hope you are pleased with your bombardment order, the Istrii Centurion added with a bit of levity. Guns have stopped, you are clear to go in, the artillery leader said after a moment. Understood. The Countess's controlled tones did little to hide the obvious relish in her voice as she led her flight right into the harrowed remains of the enemy formation. From our position we could not see the camouflaged forms of Diamond Flight. Only watch the smaller, but more pinpoint, attack runs. They were using a lot of anti-infantry fire. I gave a tiny shake of my head. There was something, arch about sending ritual plate to finish off an anti-air unit after artillery had killed the very launchers that were supposed to protect them. There were a few desultory launches from the odd-man portable missile tube. But without the ability to fire a lot of missiles and give coordinated direction, it came to little end. However, my sympathies for people facing the wrath of demonic imperialists was mitigated by the fact that they were, for now, on my side. And having Diamond Flight kill them meant it was one less fight I had to slog through on this miserable night. Glad for the assist, Vero stated after Diamond Flight finished their attack runs. He then went to the private channel with just the three of us. I glanced at the map. The enemy repositioning could spell trouble for us. We might need more air support, I noted. And they are more precise than the cannon cockers, Falcus stated. Well, stay out. When the demons get into their tail measuring contests, it's best to pretend you didn't notice and find somewhere else to be, Vero cautioned. We broke contact and silently marched up the slope away from the shattered enemy formation. After confirming that we had not been followed, we paused to look over the map and call into our commanding centurions. Good work you three, Centurion Otho said. It was surpassingly quiet in the background of her audio feed. Have we confirmed these enemy movements? Vero asked before giving a set of coordinates for a multi-century formation that was looking to stage before they started probing our temporary firebase. They were dispersing, which was a good tactic to avoid getting everyone hit by artillery, but would run into limits the closer they got. Air assets are pretty confident, but we've been providing target data for another force coming up to the east, Otho admitted. This one still has mortar and air defense assets. I kept in a sigh. The legions made a lot of use of air support and combined arms, but at their heart they were airborne troops. Which meant frequent opportunities to be outnumbered and surrounded. And scouts and recon teams were even more at risk of this. And 2 reduced recon teams were effective, but they had stripped off their auxilia scouts and thus could not get as close to the enemy. Though they did have numbers and more grenadiers. Falcus looked to Vero and myself and he gave a resigned shrug. We can scout this formation. Find out where their leadership is, or something critical. Make it so our artillery isn't just pummeling random troopers, Vero offered. A curtain barrage was a valid proposal, especially when the enemy got closer and thus their total frontage shrank. However, with only 4 Arachne guns, the enemy could push past that, if they were willing to soak the losses, especially if they had a flanking attack. Not to mention our guns had a limited supply of ammunition, all of which had to be flown in. Though the VTOL pilots and their load mistresses were very skilled at field resupply and airdrops. There was a pause as Otho consulted with others. You think you three can keep making use of Diamond Flight? What's their status? Vero asked. They got a field refueled and rearmed, they should be good. Vero chuckled. Then I'll keep M. Confirm, Diamond, you hear that? Of course, the Countess stated. Understood, best of luck to your girls, Vero told Centurion Otho. And best of luck to your lads, she said back. Vero then requested and made contact with the Isturii Centurion in charge of the artillery guns. He explained our plans and gave some coordinates of our planned route. Cutting it a bit close, but I can drop the priority for that enemy formation, she admitted. I'll adjust fire, and go in the keep-out zones, but if they have a paranoid commander they'll notice if we stop pummeling part of their lines. Understood, Vero agreed. We'll update you if we get hung up, and make sure to find you something good. My girls or diamonds? The Isturii Centurion lightly asked. There is more than enough enemy for all of us, the Countess noted. I shivered in the rain. In a way it was worse when diamond dust was collected. It was one thing for the demons to kill in bloodlust, it was another to see them dispatch enemies of the house with cold and calculated reprisals. The Countess was the type of demon who could oversee a decimation and come up with efficiency improvements, or devote energy to logistical improvements of other punishments. I shrugged. It could be worse. Vero concluded his setup with our fire support. We resumed our quick march through the forest. Diamond Flight kept their patrol over the landing zones, providing immediate support while keeping the ability to come to us when called. The terrain grew a bit rockier before we came to a tributary of the river that my companions had experienced their first air support from Diamond Flight. I glanced at Vero as we neared the first Diluvian pickets. He shook his head. We could have quietly killed them, but their absence would be noticed. We also had to trust the focus and diligence of artillery crews to keep to a schedule and move their fire. I was less worried as this formation was being subject to a more harassing fire than a focused curtain. Maybe it would lull the enemy into thinking the legionaries were running low on ammunition, or that they did not have a clear idea where the Diluvians were. Which was not entirely false. Target differentiation was the reason the demons had sent the 3 of us out here to sniff out something worthy of hitting. Falcus gave me a baleful look and an inquiring hand signal followed by one for enemy and then priority. Altogether, it meant he was asking what special units I thought we were going to find. I shrugged and gave a signal with that same noncommittal sense. It was possible that this was just a mob of infantry with nothing more exotic than some support machine guns. But that would mean this was the diversionary formation. Or maybe the Diluvians decided to go with a demon wave attack. Falcus snorted and gave the hand sign for mage. That was fair, casters were useful, if rare. They also had a lot of combat power, and until they started spell slinging they looked normal, at least from the air under the cover of heavy foliage. Though paranoid wizards would make it a point to dress like normal troopers. I returned with the signal for Grenadier. They were a less flexible and powerful talent, and thus Diluvians could have scrapped together more of them. I was not sure this was a big enough effort to put in a lot of mage support on the part of the enemy. We avoided another group of troops and once they had passed, moved on and ascended up a spur of stone that was only partially covered by plant growth. This region had a mix of steep watersheds and rock formations close to the surface. It made for rather nasty terrain. The area we were in acted as a bit of a funnel. Not enough for our artillery to use as a choke point, especially with the Diluvians only pushing part of their force through at a time. However, small ridges like this would give us some extra concealment. The elevation would help. The canopy was a bit higher here, reflecting that the trees were quite as closely spaced due to the greater rock content in this part of the jungle. Also, only the most dedicated Diluvian patrols could climb up every rock shelf and hillock, especially when they were being driven forward to stage and attack a legion position. Varro motioned for Falcus to take one side, myself another, and he would face the main enemy axis of advance. The enemy had spread out and we caught glimpses of their vanguard moving all around us. Taking some water, Varro settled in. I saw what were likely a couple Diluvian scout teams amble by. Lightly equipped, they were quiet in their water-resistant tunics, shorts, and high leggings. It even looked like they had good boots and kit. I let them pass when it was clear they had missed our presence. Afterwards I clicked my comms and slowly gave the hand signals for enemy, scouts, and number. I got 2 clicks in response indicating they had seen my motion. A bit later Varro saw an infantry formation of reasonable size. After that Falcus detected some troops who were heavily loaded with supplies. If he saw anything especially critical in their loads he did not make a note of it. I frowned. Soon enough Varro would have us move to a new hide. My nostrils flared as I spotted what looked like another group of Diluvian scouts. However, despite their light carbines and armor they moved with clumsy motions. Their footsteps were heavy as if laden. Tails were also limp and wings fluttered a bit. They were either extremely fatigued scouts or total greenhorns. Both were possible, but something seemed off. They were a rather large scout squad, which made sense for a group of tenderhooves. However, they should have had a commander keeping them to task. Maybe she was killed. I was about to let the miserable group trudging in the rain go past with another common hand signal. I was already making plans to take them out as a sort of consolation prize when we moved to our next position. Then the rain went from a downpour into a deluge. Just as the group passed under an area where the canopy thinned. And there was a shimmering flicker around the scouts. It was nothing more than a bit of ghost light. Something just about any demon could make, but something no one would make in a combat zone. It was just a moment. Then the minute shimmer was gone. Their veils held. But that meant they were using veils. The whole group was casting illusion magic. I clicked my comms and gave the hand signal for mages. Great Maker, Falcus would never let me hear the end of this. Exhaling, I made sure my own magic was concealing myself as well as possible. If those scouts were who I suspected they were, they would have enough skill to burn through our own concealing spells. But that would require them to suspect we were here, and that much arcane emissions would get detected by Legionnaire assets. Or if not that, then their magical assault on us would certainly show up. I switched the channel on my comms and typed out the coordinates and summary of the enemy formation. At least we have found something. There were several fairly sound reasons to clumping up a quarter century of mage assets. They were all rather ominous. The least of which was that some of their casters were good at air defense wards and long-range evocation spells, and thus the formation could protect themselves. Numbers would even allow for rotating their personnel and mutual support. More worrying was that they had trained to cast as a group very high-power rituals that required that much magical power. There was also the cost. Even if only half of the team were high-level mages, it was still a considerable wager of resources. They had to have a target beyond just that temporary firebase. Which implied that the enemy was confident they could take it out and keep these assets intact for the next target. Hence them marching under veil even when they assumed they were alone in the forest. Confirm Auxilia scouts. Excellent find, Lares. Shall we ruin their clever plan? The Countess's voice purred. A part of me felt some primitive relief in the act of finding some other poor saps to sacrifice to the Black Skyvian war machine. The polite, professional, efficient little Countess was an ideal avatar of the Imperial legions and their bloody ethos. Collating data, the Countess noted. Flight ops, what support can we call upon? I have ground scouts on the channel and they've found a pretty ominous enemy formation. Confirm, Diamond Actual. The smooth voice or the dispatcher said. We're a bit strained for assets at the moment. The rest of your squadron is still tied up with that convoy strike. I could just imagine that Countess wanted to grumble, but she would never do that on a live channel. Understood. Arachne Tormenta, what's your capacity? She asked the Isterii Centurion. We're a bit pressed, the artillery officer admitted. We'll have more of a reserve once we get another load of shells in. Flight ops, what is in the area? What about the flight watching landing zone too? The Countess asked. I'll see if I can. I already have to divert Umbra 05 so they don't overfly the enemy mages. The channel was quiet for a moment. What is Umbra 05 carrying? I asked, typing out the question. 12345678987654321. I smirked as Laris's inquiry floated on my display. The Auxilia scout had a devious mind, and if we were lucky. Flight ops. Hold steady, Diamond. Patching in with Umbra 05 to confirm. This is Umbra 05, the Ventus Centurion drawled in an easy Danum provincial accent. We have 2 pallets of legionary units of fire munitions, a pair of Marius mules with Vel launchers, 4 sets of rocket reloads and 2 pallets of Arachne shells. Flight ops, I am requesting an expedient munition drop. My smirk grew. Umbra 05, can your load mistress release one of the artillery pallets? The line was quiet for a moment. I took the opportunity to check with the rest of my flight. We had gotten our various power cells swapped out earlier at the little firebase we had made, so other than physical fatigue and minor suit damage our status was good. And the fleet and legions had various ways to keep pilots focused for long-duration missions. One of the pallets is by the ramp, the Ventus Centurion stated. But it doesn't have a parachute onto it. Good, I would have had you remove it anyway, I stated. Flight ops. The Umbra's pilot inquired. Meanwhile the Istrii Centurion gave a twisted little chuckle. Impatient, are we, little Diamond? Will it work? I asked. They might not go off. We do try to make our warheads stable, the propellant might ignite, depends on how high you want to drop it. Worst case they'll all scatter and you'll have to detonate them manually. But it would make a pretty mess, the artillerist gleefully said. I kept in a sigh. Flight ops, what about a torpedo strike? A Fujiwara aerial torpedo could make short work of even that many wizards, especially without scouts providing targeting data. Those assets are not available at this time, Flight ops admitted. I suppressed a curse. Even a Corvette squadron would have at least 30 torpedoes. I'd take a single torpedo bomber at this moment. But, your plan has been authorized, the dispatcher allowed. Umbra 05, you are cleared. Confirm. Who do you want us to drop a load of artillery shells on? The VTOL pilot asked, managing to keep most of the wariness out of her voice. Checking the uplink, I sent her the target coordinates and made sure Laris could update them. Ground scouts detected 2 to 3 contubernium of Diluvian mages. To her credit, the pilot took that in stride. I am requesting control of our own altitude corridor for the drop and escort. She added. Confirm, we are rendezvousing with your position, I stated, transferring a new flight path to the rest of my flight. Understood, Diamond Flight. There was a pause. My load mistress is confident she can land the pallet on target. Level drop or dive? I inquired. Diamond, I'm flying a truck full of munitions and dropping 4 dozen artillery shells on what, 20 combat wizards? I'll be using a dive to maximize velocity, but the release is still going to be high up. How good is your load mistress thaumaturgy and kinetomancy? I inquired. Copperfang's skill is the only reason I didn't object to this mad plan. That and the chance to see what kind of blast we'll get, Umbra 05's co-pilot said, cutting into the channel. I was surrounded by war maniacs who wanted to see things burn. Understood, Umbra 05. We'll run escort for you on the run in and make sure the package goes off. Appreciated, the VTOL pilot said. I switched to the flight channel. Okay, you've all heard the outlines of this plan. Questions? Wouldn't it be better to just saturate the enemy using our pylum projectors? Violet Blood asked. If this works, we'll be dropping 1,000 pounds of explosives plus propellant, Grey Dawn stated. If this works. Have you done anything like this before? I asked my longest-serving subordinate. About a decade back there was a load of fuel cells that were used as an improvised incendiary, but for that, there was time to install a detonator and use a chute to slow it properly. Is the plan to use our Veridum launchers to ensure detonation? Visha asked. Correct. And yes, time is not on our side. Laris and his team are already having to change locations to trail the enemy formation. And stay far enough back, I said as we met up with the ascending Umbra and split out flight into an escorting formation with 2 of us to port and 2 to starboard. We talked a bit more, ironing out as many details as we could, and brought in the Umbra pilot, co-pilot, and load mistress. Telemetry from Laris and the other auxilia helped. The wizards had slowed down a bit, possibly being more cautious. Using veils to conceal their nature precluded them from deploying wards. A pylum strike could have gotten them flat-hooved, but I wanted our initial strike to have a bit more impact. Starting descent run, the Umbra pilot said as she tipped her aircraft into a dive and pushed her engines to redline. An Umbra did have their own weapons, but they were mostly to help support a landing operation or to give some defensive firepower against anti-air attacks. Matching the descent curve, my flight spread out and focused our passive scrying forward. My attention split between Laris's ground feed and occultia and other aerial data of the enemy. This was the tricky part. Semi-active camouflage or no, a 17-ton, 70-foot-long aircraft was not exactly subtle, at least compared to a quartet of ritual plate. Zephyr pushing horizontally aligned engine pods, the Umbra plummeted. Angle is good. On approach, the VTOL pilot said with a tiny strain in her voice. My display provided a good overlay of the enemy's current position and the Umbra's flight path. Laurie's latest message confirmed his team was in position and had hunkered down. Rear ramp opening. Reaching critical altitude in 10. 9. 8. Engine pitching now, the Ventus Centurion clearly enunciated. I saw the VTOL's engine pods rotate down as the thrust went from pushing the fuselage in a forward dive to providing more of a vertical lift component. Flaps and tail surface twisted as the Umbra suddenly leveled and started to nose up. 4. 3. 2. 1. Drop. 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 The pilot's voice was strident, and on the third drop a large pallet slipped off the tail ramp and plummeted into the empty night. Rain buffeted the wrapped artillery shells that were cross-stacked with dividers and tie straps. Grey Dawn and Violet Blood split up and put themselves between the enemy and the Umbra, while Visha and myself flared to slow our speed and followed after the pallet, at what I judged to be a prudent distance. Package is away, good separation, Copper Fang, the load mistress, said in a satisfied but strained voice. The thaumaturgically linked tag on the pallet did more than link it to Copper Fang's wool, it also allowed her to provide its location data and projected course, which showed up on my display as a green marker with a dotted line. Ramp closing. Delivery away, we are out of here, the VTOL pilot stated as she pushed her engines and rocketed the Umbra, regaining altitude and most of the speed that had bled off. Alignment is good, I said after making sure that Laurie's was still giving current target data. This bastard wants to tumble, Copper Fang's voice gasped as she focused her will and magic. Just put it into that tiny clearing east of that ridge. You can do it. I assured as the projection adjusted a little bit as the load of explosives hammered down. That's right, keep the line in the square. My resolution cleared as I focused on the composite scrying feed. I could see little camouflaged figures in the rain who had to be the mage force. This part of the forest had thinned a bit. Our aim was to get in the middle of the enemy formation. This was also to give us a buffer in case their progress changed speed, or direction, between the release of the pallet and its impact. And I watched with mute disbelief as 4 dozen artillery shells managed to land right onto one of the Diluvians. That accurate enough for you? Copper Fang shouted over the channel. But I had little time to process her words as I was already firing. It all happened in the time it took the load mistress to gloat. The Diluvian mage was crushed and the straps and wraps keeping the pallet's contents together snapped. Artillery shells began to tumble, with several embedding into the ground and a few of their propellant sections shearing off. Another couple mages were killed by blunt impact. We did not wait to see if the shells would detonate on their own. Visha and I fired our Veridum launchers and a brace of evocation pellets spread out, which we then detonated in energetic blasts, which blew out and sheared through propellant canisters and shell bodies alike. And then about half a ton of artillery shells went up. The explosions were far from optimized and blew out in a messy irregular sequence. But it was enough to turn that little opening in the jungle canopy into a full-blown clearing wide enough to use as a landing zone for a Gladius heavy VTOL. Provided you moved some of the broken trees, and had an explosives team sweep the areas for unexploded ordnance. That is a clear hit. Laurie stated in an enthusiastic, but quiet, whisper. Diamond flight. Make the rebel bounce. I ordered as we dove in. My display still showed a few items moving and some other things that were still at least coherent shapes. After my last fight with a wizard, I was not taking any chances when dealing with over a dozen of them. Our pylon projectors opened up and weapons fire designed to take out tanks obliterated anything we could see. After the second strafe run, we flew up to a higher altitude and gave a more active survey. Clear, no movement detected. Laurie's, what about your lads? I asked. I think you got them, the forest person admitted over the channel. A lot of the enemy seems upset and they're moving about. Do you need any support getting out? I asked. Laurie's paused, presumably to talk with the rest of his team. No, we can manage. He hurriedly said. Self-reliance is a virtue, but don't let your pride get in the way, I mildly stated. Oh no, we've been more than willing to call for air support, but we can't take all your time, we're moving right now, he added. Excellent, I look forward to working with you when we get back home. Yeah. Confirm that, Laurie's agreed. Having a bit of a grin at some good networking, I changed my COMM channel. Flight Ops, this is Diamond Actual. Scratch 2 Diluvian Mage platoons. Understood, Diamond Actual. Glad to hear that plan worked out. Umbra 05 managed to land the rest of their supplies at the fire base. Short one load of artillery shells, which hopefully can be made up for by a subsequent resupply. Any change in tasking? I asked after checking in on the status of my own flight. Yes, Quirinus flight completed their strike mission. You are to rendezvous with the rest of your squadron, the dispatcher said before she forwarded then repeated a set of coordinates. I kept in my relief. While a part of me enjoyed independent command, that invariably resulted in my flight being sent to do all sorts of desperate actions to support legionaries. Still, I could not appear too excited to be pulled off of landing zone duty. Who will be providing ground support? A dedicated Sarpedana ground attack squadron has been vectored in to support the other elements from FOB Emerald Inferno, Flight Ops replied. Understood. Good. Even with my Polyxo in its current configuration was still a bit less well protected and had less ammunition capacity than a Sarpedana. However, I did have a greater performance curve, especially at higher velocities. It was the classic problem of a generalist, or multi-role, weapon system versus an optimized platform. Compromises had to be made. The Polydorum multi-role ritual plate had, when compared to a dedicated suit, inferior capabilities in the various roles it could be configured in. Where the Polyxo retained near parity in capability, but at a literal cost in a far more expensive suit. Training was also a factor. A Polyxo pilot had to be rated in 3 types of ritual plate combat. That required more training time, both in simulator, live exercises, and additionally greater variety of training. Meanwhile a Sarpedana pilot could focus all her efforts on mastering a specific role. In this case, the wide variety of ground support operations to help legionary formations. I was happy to leave things to the true professionals and I went over to the squadron command channel. Quirinus, this is Diamond Flight, we are moving to join your formation. Glad to hear it, Countess. Prefect Volantes Centurion Artemis Magnus Quirinus's tone was dry. I heard you had an unconventional bit of artillery spotting. It was a group effort, I stated. I'm sure it was. How did the convoy strike go? It was productive. While you were being creative, my flight was rearming our lance batteries. As was Mercy's flight on more conventional fuel and munitions. What is your status? We are green, some mild damage. I said before quickly giving a slightly more detailed summary. Went a bit heavy on the pylum. I did not want to leave an intact combat mage force behind, I stated. Understandable, good. That's as good use of force as I could have asked for. It took a bit to get you peeled away, but you are one of my flights. Sipping some water, I had a moment of pride in her confidence. And then I went cold and had to concentrate a bit to keep my flight vector. What's the target? You were right, Countess. That did not reassure me. The Diluvians are focusing on the House Crockelli garrison in the town of Vienne. They've made several assaults on the airfield already. And are making a concerted push. Was all of this a flanking maneuver on their part? I asked. Possibly, maybe they wanted to hit Vienne from 2 fronts. Maybe they wanted to position troops to block us from providing support. They had enough missile batteries to make things awkward for us if you didn't help take out the lion's share. Enemy air assets. I inquired, studying the tactical data we have over Vienne. At least a squadron of Cadi's ritual plate. The garrison forces drove them off, which implies either the Diluvians are being sensible or they were waiting for a solid push. Could be either way, Mercy added, the Primus of Second Flight chiming in. She was right. House Crockelli had some Electon-sourced Archer ritual plate at that garrison. The Archer was an easy-to-fly, cheap-to-maintain, budget model, by RP standards, which for low-level work was sufficient. And the Cadi's was House Trocier's equivalent. Except, unlike being a purpose-built low-cost efficiency export, as was the Archer, the Cadi's was an earlier generation training and ground support ritual plate. It was one of House Trocier's first domestically produced models, built with no small help from House Xiox. Their designers and mages took the reasonable step of making a simple and robust design, but unlike subsequent generations, the Cadi's lacked the modularity, and thus ability to take future upgrades, that was a hallmark of serious ritual plate designs. Trocier does have warehouses full of the things, and training only eats up so many a year, I noted. It's not just Trozic leftovers. Our occultia friend detected what might have been emissions from a flight or 2 of Xioxan suits. They are providing training, why not hardware? Grida, Satori, or even Tijardu? I asked, picking some common House Xiox models. The Grida was their previous generation ground attack model, which had been relegated to a trainer. Unlike Trocier, they did not have a massive stockpile of this model, as they had quickly moved on to building its replacement, the more capable and flexible Satori, which could work as a ground support unit with some strike capacity. The Tijardo was less likely as it was their latest air superiority model, it was more expensive, and thus more surprising to encounter out of Xioxan hands, but it was still a possibility. At least some were Grida, but some had emissions and performance curves that exceeded the standard output of that model, Quirinus promptly replied. Have Harmonia or equivalent assets been requested? Should they? I asked. It was always nice to be in a military where asking superiors questions was encouraged. As this channel was limited to Quirinus and her flight leaders, there was no undermining of her authority in front of the rest of the squadron. My, you are a thorough one, Quirinus mused as my flight moved into position, giving her a full squadron once more. She does have some experience with Trozic suits, Mercy noted. More than some, Primus Senus, Quirinus wingwoman and her assistant in running first flight, said. It was always good when someone else touted your accomplishments. I studied the updated map of Vian and the garrison. It was easy to fall into the illusion of omniscience, especially when an occultia was in theater. That we're seeing Xioxan hardware is new. Plus, I just spent the night helping blow up a lot of Trozic material and 2 Diluvian mage platoons, meanwhile you took out a whole convoy. The enemy is willing to spend a lot tonight. You think this isn't just them sending some ritual plate to erode the air base? Quirinus was skeptical. During our time in Fob Emerald Inferno we had taken out a lot of Diluvian RP pilots. But, Quirinus was professional enough to not discount the enemy's capabilities in her eyes, despite our earlier successes. The Diluvians were fighting for what they considered their land, and to force out foreign occupiers. That their efforts were supported by other great houses, and that they had a clear resource-rich asset they could profit from if they won were beside the point. The Diluvians were motivated and had managed to survive despite reprisals from House Crocelli. Maybe not just that, but I saw enough to loan missiles in their Villeneuve. I think they mean to contest their airspace, maybe do more than that locally. Things are tight, but you raise a good point, Quirinus allowed. I'll see what I can get out of flight ops. I'll share my preliminary plan based on what we know of the enemy and see what you all can find. I'll then link into Crocelli's comms, but they've been having troubles. I kept in a sigh. Our esteemed local allies supposedly had a capable communications system. It was equipment they had purchased from House Electo, but even with Electon assistance their maintenance and procedures were not up to Great House standards. Primus Sinus, Primus Mercy Gabenus, and I looked over the map and made a few points, having some quick back and forth. It's a problem of goals and capability, Sinus said. We're not here to fight this far for them. I held my tongue at that. I had lifetimes of history of seeing imperialistic powers trying to hold on to satraps subject to internal revolution. Win or lose, it ended up a mess. On the upside both House Electo and House Black Sky seemed to be rather rational in aims and scope. The Eastern Interior Confederation is not our problem, Mercy stated. But if the Vian garrison falls that will make multiple of our forward operating base open to flanking and possibly encirclement. Which would then reduce the defense in depth we had around the Emma mine complex and the Orage refinery. The main reason why House Black Sky cared, and even a major contributor to Electo's interest. Concessions from the rare metals the mine produced were a major source of hard currency that House Crocelli used to purchase arms, mostly from Electo. Black Skyvian weapons were a bit too expensive for their tastes, as were much of Electo's catalog. The ground support and strike elements we can do are limited. Even if we get solid comms with garrison forces, they simply have not been trained to work with us, I reminded. It was a point of pride that the Imperial Legions integrated calling down air support at the lowest possible levels. Ritual plate was assigned organically at the cohort level, which meant that a bog-standard Centurion had a pool of RP to often as not call down fire to support her sentry and to help coordinate air defense. Few great houses had as much air power, let alone minor houses. At least we're all passable in Bantish, Mercy allowed. Due to their close Electon ties, House Crocelli had Bantish as one of their official languages, and used it as their official military tongue. As such, we had been given a crash course as part of our familiarization training before our transfer to this theater. Thankfully the Electon language had enough similarities to Dutch that myself and Visha could use our knowledge of Germanian as a vague bootstrap. Also growing up in Amber Island did give her some experience. Meanwhile, Violet Blood was already fluent due to having private tutors, and Grey Dawn had already served multiple tours alongside Electon forces. Yes, and we are allowing for a far greater margin this time, Sinus said, a bit stiffly. Agreed. I wondered if her attitude was due to if the worst happens and there was friendly fire on our part, it would be minor house soldiers dying. Despite being nearly as wasteful, black on blue fire was mentally easier to accept than black on black. However, I would think a force-heavier Harmonia or other air superiority configured suits would be better suited. Alas, we are what is available, Quirinus stated as she returned to the channel. Flight Ops has a Harmonia squadron refueling and rearming and will be sent back up. Upside, the Brasshorns are worried that the Diluvians have built up or purchased more airborne assets. Downside, they're still thinking where the Diluvians will be using them. Having us weaken the defenses around the refinery by committing our squadrons elsewhere could be their goal, I noted. It was a rather cold-blooded way to fight, sacrificing your own units to draw out the enemy, but Orage was a massive complex and one that was of very high value. Hence the concerns. Still, there is motivation to helping the Vian garrison. Quirinus paused to go over our plans and made a couple adjustments and confirmed we knew them. The plans were all very fluid. At the moment there was something of a lull in combat around Vian. Okay, disseminate to your flights. For the moment, my fight will be reserving our land's capacity, which means targets of opportunity will be key. But remember the garrison's own forces will be doing attack runs. I then switched to my flight channel and briefed them, as well as adjusting our vectors and having us take the leading edge of the squadron's formation. We're going to be the ones doing the target scouting, Grey Dawn noted. Our flight does all have Gorgon rigs, Violet Blood stated. Obviously, I said, not at all waspishly. Primus, how concerned should we be about the possible Xioxin ritual plate? I had to give Visha credit, she was able to present my main concern in a way that did not undermine the chain of command and reflected her own experience. Reasonably. While I can see why the Diluvians would want something better than Akkadi's, a Xioxin suit would require more retraining. While there was a lot of commonality between Xioxin and Trozic ritual plate in design and development history, jumping from one house's suits to another's was a steep learning curve, especially for green pilots. Then, mercenary pilots? Visha asked as we started to approach Vienne. The town was beside a river and served as a natural crossroads with the garrison looming above it on a clear-cut hilltop, complete with a pair of runways cut into the leveled and graded terrain. Expensive, but if they only want them for a mission or two, it could be worth it, Violet Blood allowed. Our formation had spread out, to maximize the intake from our Gorgon rigs. While our suits were not perfectly invisible, especially with the pounding rain, our passive scrying intake was still enough to add more resolution to the composite tactical display. One upside of the torrential downpour meant that Vienne was not going to burn down. It was disheartening and wasteful that one of the Diluvian advances was coming through the town itself. And in avoiding the ground attacks from the garrison's Archer RP suits, fixed-wing aircraft, and light artillery, they had gone into various residential and commercial buildings, which had done little to deter House Croc Ellie. It was a mess. But despite being outnumbered, the garrison seemed to be holding. Though they had just lost a ground attack aircraft to a swarm of 2 lone missiles. Lovely. After tying in the flight leader channel, Quirinus raised the garrison's flight controller. Her bantish was clipped and professional as she updated our position and status to the local forces. And then the rest of her flight leaders did the basic handshakes to link up with the garrison. It was rough and ready, but at least it kept us from having to call our flight ops and then have flight ops talk to the garrison. Ominously, the garrison's flight controller did not have much new information to give us. Worse, she sounded nervous. There is a heavy mortar battery, but it's got some air defenses, the garrison's dispatcher awkwardly said. It could only be partially blamed on her own limited command of Bantish. Still, she managed to give the coordinates with clarity. And they did match up with an enemy location on our display. On the far side of the river and a bit upstream, the Diluvian position was outside of the range of the quite anemic light field guns of the garrison. Their fire was rather inaccurate at that range, but seemed of little concern. Okay girls, we'll go with option 2, Quirinus stated after switching to just the squadron channel. I talked with my own flight on our channel. We were to be at the front and would act as a screen to take out the enemy's long-range air defenses, while allowing for 2 members of Flight 1 to come in for a lance strike. We had just started to change vector, when a heavy squadron or ritual plate took to the air. I frowned as our Gorgon rigs helped resolve what they could from the scrying intake. We have Xioxin suits. Based on those climb rates and that emissions control we're seeing Satori or Tijardo models, I calmly stated, ignoring the growing apprehension in my stomach. Confirm, Diamond, Quirinus stated. Change of plans. And then a transmission came over the open channel. The one that used an unencrypted protocol known to all the Daihu houses. Countess Diamond Dust, you killed my sister, a voice purred in Sylvan Latin with a slight Xioxin accent. I blinked. No. How would she even find me? And why spend so much effort on a personal grudge? Is this that Samoth woman CSR warned you about? Grey Dawn asked over a private channel. She actually went mercenary. Don't be so shocked, Samoth Rodswar laughed. Well, she sounded enough like the War Mistress. There are only so many All-Polyxo Legion squadrons in the Eastern Interior Confederation. You ruined my family name so you could scramble out of the muck. I intend to return the favor. I sighed. And all it would take would be getting a picture of one of us without a helmet on at Fob Emerald Inferno or maybe even on leave. Primus Diamond Dust, Quirinus pointedly said over the squadron channel. Much as I love it when military matters are sidelined by nobility with hurt feelings. I trust we will all take out this dilettante out for revenge with little fuss? No sword or fireworks this time. The Xioxin ritual plate squadron leveled out and took up a reasonably coherent formation. Depending on their equipment, they might have the edge on us in maneuverability and air-to-air power. They also had the advantage of an anti-air system behind them, which, if properly integrated, gave them a severe positional advantage. However, that this Samoth was using psychological warfare as a first move indicated a degree of pride or desperation. You could blow her out of the sky with a Skofnung stuffed full of Vel missiles for all I care. Grinning to myself, I exhaled, knowing I was speaking to the whole squadron. There was no need to actually talk back to the enemy. If they expected a head-to-head duel, then House Xiox really had no comprehension of how House Black Sky actually conducted war. Tell you what, whoever kills this blowhard, I'll cover your drinks for the next time you get a 3-day pass. A&D. I purred. If I manage to kill her, then I expect all of you to chip into the squadron coffee fund, no more of the cheap stuff. Chapter 13, Command, Control, Reconnaissance. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Return Verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil Fic Thingy. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil. Its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shinatsuki, and Nutco, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/ Other website Temple of Ranma Senshi Sifuku. CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 13, Command, Control, Reconnaissance, and Revenge. We were outnumbered. Our Polyxo squadron of 12 pilots, commanded by Prefect Centurion Quirinus, faced a heavy squadron of at least 16 Zioxan pilots. About 2 flights of their Satora ground strike models and 2 of their Tijardu air superiority. Making the situation worse, the Zioxans were supported by a network of Vilnerve golems that could fire 2 lone anti-air missiles. The launchers came from House Trosier but were operated by the Diluvians. After all, the Diluvians had been the ones who had courted the support of the great houses of Ziox and Trosier for their struggle against minor House Croc Eli. Proxy or not, the Diluvians remained the nominal enemy we were here to fight. The worrying part of the current situation was the level of apparent coordination between this batch of Zioxan mercenaries and their Diluvian allies. Even a slipshod degree of active communication between the opposing forces would hand the squadron commanded by Samuth Rodswar control over a zone of airspace where they could operate freely, and we would be hampered by missile barrage. With the proper level of communication, that already unpleasant situation worsened precipitously. Fully integrated comms would enable the Zioxan forces to provide constantly updated targeting and guidance data for the salvos of 2 lone missiles. From what information I could recall about Trozic weapons systems, their targeting systems should be fully compatible with Zioxan ritual plate scrying and sensor suites. The 2 houses were strong allies and shared a mutual fear of Black Skyvian ritual plate, which had informed the development of their own systems. The Tijardo was the fruit of this inter-house cooperation on weapons development. Based on the Rockefort, House Trosier's own air superiority suit, the Tijardo retained the robustness of the ancestral design while improving on the efficiency and performance to a near-peer level with the Harmonia suit. Admittedly, the cost in materials and enhancements represented by each Tijardo made them very expensive, even by ritual plate standards, and the Tijardo had an infamously steep learning curve for pilots, but it was nevertheless an example of multi-house cooperation made manifest. That cooperation was at the root of this proxy war. And, plausible deniability aside, House Ziox had increased their commitment. And it was up to us to deal with it and keep our own house informed. Quirinus had finished updating flight ops and my display updated. According to command, there were now 2 Occultius in high-altitude orbit over the theater. One of the most expensive and rare models fielded by House Black Sky, the Occultia, was a reconnaissance specialized ritual plate equipped with advanced and powerful scrying systems. An Occultia pilot had to be skilled in operating, collating, and distributing the data intake on top of all the other qualifications. A pilot entrusted with one of the House's greatest weapons, information gathering, required great skill. Air combat was more than just who had the most weapons, the greatest thrust, or the most maneuverability. Though those were all useful things, accurate and up-to-date information on the tactical and strategic situation was equally if not more important. Information the Occultia suits specialized in providing. Compared to the computation jewels of Visha and I's previous lives, fighting for another empire, ritual plate was bulky, expensive, and maintenance-intensive. It required a far more involved logistical backend and skilled support staff, parts, power systems, munitions, and the like. And all for a system that had less maneuverability and reaction in the low-velocity regime. Yet all that expense resulted in a combat platform that had a greater altitude ceiling, velocity, power distribution, operational radius, weapons options, and of greater concern to those with actual skill in battle theory, communications and data sharing. It was an amusing synchronicity. In both of my next lives, I had been strapped into advanced magical flight systems and sent off to act as an artillery spotter. And now, once again, I had been put back into the old familiar role of a spotter. Except it was technically not artillery we were spotting this time, and our targets weren't grounded like a marching column of unwary infantry. I would have preferred to simply have a fleet airship, or a torpedo bomber just fire a mass of VEL missiles at the enemy. However, Fujiwara aerial torpedoes were large, expensive, and effective, and thus were in high demand. And yet, the assets we had did allow for something, close. The Telefi ritual plate was House Black Sky's strike model. Their primary weapons were lance batteries, extremely high power, relatively long-ranged weapons that could take out capital ships and other large assets. Their energy release could also be tuned to take out convoys as was done earlier tonight, but at a cost in efficiency. The downside of lances was that given the sheer level of specialized arcane energy required, a Telefi only had a handful of lance shots. Not to mention the breathtaking energy density of the lance's power flasks, or the expense in enchanting them with even a modicum of safety. Polyxo advanced multi-role suits could be configured with a strike package which gave near parity, at the cost of a slightly reduced capability. Meanwhile, the less capable but less expensive Polydor multi-role had lower power, range, and capacity when it was configured with lance batteries. Quirinus had taken her squadron to the Vin garrison to provide ground support fire. She had 2 flights of ground attack configured Polyxo and 1 flight in strike configuration. Lances were not the most efficient way to go after most ground targets. But as I told Quirinus when I was just a cadet and she was my instructor, a lance strike makes for an unforgettable ground support run. Flight Ops was vectoring in support and our House Croc-Ellie allies in Vin garrison had some fixed-wing assets, mostly barrister ground attack craft, and some archer ritual plate suits, but the former were extremely vulnerable to the Zioxans and the latter were dealing with defending the garrison itself. Quirinus had 3 flights to play with. My flight was the one with the best scrying equipment, and I would argue also at least the second best flight in terms of combat skill. Given first flight's presence, thought, there wasn't really much question about how Quirinus would use my flight. Going in low and fast, my flight came in with more power to our veils. The heavy rain made for a greater challenge and power consumption, but the longer we could obfuscate our targets the better. Our path was going to put us in line with a grain elevator to the east of the town. Past it was a concentration of Diluvian infantry, a mortar formation, and a cluster of their air defense network. The enemy concentration was a textbook target. Having a flight of ground attack Polyxo scout, strafe, and provide targeting data for a flight of strike Polyxo, despite facing superior enemy numbers was the type of aggressive posture, bordering on contempt, our enemies often expected of us. We flew into the teeth of the Villeneuve air defenses and awaiting heavy squadron. As the range decreased it would get harder and harder to conceal our approach. House Black Sky had a reputation for bellicosity. Among the service branches, the Imperial Legions had a esprit de corps reflecting their role as airborne shock infantry. And of the legionary specializations, the Volantes Centurions, the ritual plate pilots, had the most speed and personal firepower. A degree of recklessness and arrogance would be expected for any pilot. Now, consider a young Countess Legionary flyer who got that title for taking out 9 Zioxan pilots from the 2nd Assault Infiltration Wing, including the War Mistress in command. Would said War Mistress sister be surprised when she sees the Countess flight? At a close enough range my wings will be rather identifying, charging into battle? Samoth knew I fought alone at 11 when outnumbered 9-1. My flight versus her squadron was still 4-1. Would she think I was that conceited? That I was another Black Skyvian war maniac young noble? I hoped she would. Samoth struck me as arrogant, and if she was half the woman her sister was, she would assume everyone else was as arrogant as she was. Breathing and checking my telemetry, I reflected that this plan required us having the superior psychological profile of the enemy commander. Grey Dawn, Violet Blood. Pull in, increase your speed, I said over the flight channel. They had been flying in at a proper distance. Not the one prescribed by the book, but the correct covering range given our situation. I did not want proper, I wanted them to look gung-ho, to look aggressive. Based on the composite imagery from our Gorgon rig's passive intakes and the various active scrying feeds, it looked like a Tijardu flight was moving towards us. Both enemy flights of Satori were a bit behind them to provide support and the last Tijardu was on a central higher altitude overwatch post. Their positioning lacked the fluidity of a truly well-trained squadron, but at least they were not holding static positions. A fault many pilots with poor experience had was that they would hover at a given location, take a fixed following distance, or move in some other predictable pattern that made them easy targets. A pilot had to juggle many critical things simultaneously, and it was easy get into the habit of not thinking about one's actual flight maneuvers. In this case both Tijardu flights were reasonably placed to respond to anything a smaller Black Skyvian formation could do, and they were taking advantage of the anti-air missiles on their side. If anything, they had a bit more distance and were retaining more of a reserve of energy potential being at a higher velocity and altitude, as if they were worried about facing Harmonia, and not RP suits with less velocity and high-speed maneuverability. They were playing to their perceived relative strengths. Lighter and with greater turning capability, they were worried about air superiority Polyxo, which like the Harmonia had greater maneuvering and overall speed. Granted the Harmonia was a bit better in those regards than either model, but it showed an expectation on the part of the enemy. I was thankful for the Occultia support, as the Tijardu was supposedly an easier platform to veil, which with their overall lower power systems did make sense. Without the additional scrying support we might have missed them until we were much closer. They seemed to be skilled enough, Visha noted on a private channel. At forming up and flying low profile, I replied. But she was right, the Tijardu had a steeper learning curve than Black Skyvian suits. Part of that was that it was a cobbling of 2 different houses' design philosophies, Arcana and Parts. Their whole concept of making the Tijardu to fight the Harmonia reflected institutional biases and how doctrine should be limited to what a polity has the resources to invest. The Harmonia was actually the less expensive suit. This both came from advantages of scale and experience. House Black Sky simply produced more ritual plate suits. Muark Amalgamated constructed more suits in a month than all of House Ziox produced in a year. And Muark was just one firm that made ritual plate. And when it came to Harmonia versus Tijardu production numbers, technically House Xiox had not built any of their air superiority ritual plate. They purchased the core enchanted components, essentially stripped suits, from House Trosier. Not to mention, they had a far smaller pool or pilots and instructors for their ritual plate core. Part of that was that House Xiox used a large number of more conventional airframes in many roles that House Black Sky used ritual plate for. I gave a forced grin. Uplink check, I transmitted on the command channel. My display had the symbol for a valid connection with Flight 1, but it would have been sloppy to not verify. We are getting telemetry from all 4 of you, Quirinus replied. We're seeing a lot of good ground targets. And more. I asked as I had my flight go even lower, again, into a textbook ground attack run. We were practically skimming over the rooftops of Vin now. My feathered wings tingled with the stress my Zephyr were under as they pushed me forward. The ground attack mode for the Polyxo sacrificed velocity, climb, and high-speed maneuvering for more weapons systems, protection, and low-velocity capability. Which meant that even though the Tijardo cost more than a Harmonia for what I evaluated as the inferior suit, it was still an air superiority model that by the basic stats could fly circles around my own flight's equipment. It was one thing to say how overall the Tijardo could compete with the Harmonia, but only at a far greater cost in resources, logistics, and pilot skill, and thus that on a given campaign my house would field more air superiority ritual plate than House Xiox. But that ignored that House Xiox made use of fixed-wing assets, both piloted and golem craft, which did have advantages against ritual plate, provided one was willing to be limited to air bases or large naval carriers. Also Xiox's strategy depended on having allies to support them in any major action against a larger enemy. But more importantly, on the tactical level. House Xiox planned to use concentrations of force and focus on enemy ritual plate when they had local superiority in numbers and capability. Such as this exact situation. Sprint mode. Sprint mode, prepare for ranging fire, I stated, and then pushed my Zephyr to what would seem like their max. Violet, make sure you don't actually get out of formation, I cautioned my most excitable pilot. The 4 did what seemed like a redline thrust, especially given how our emissions shot up. It would also put a spotlight on how the 4 of us were in a ground attack configuration. Our formation spread out as it looked like each of us was rushing and we were about to lose cohesion. It was something that a stereotypical, or at least hidebound, flight instructor would twist the horns on her students if she caught them making such a sloppy formation. However, a sensible Volantes Centurion would note that we still had mutual support in both angles of fire, scrying, and maneuverability. And given the instructor I had as a cadet was my squadron commander, well, I doubted a fellow bearer of the honor named Magnus would be upset with me. Especially since Prefect Volantes Centurion Artemis Magnus Quirinus was the one who came up with this plan and approved of my adjustments to my flight's part in it. On my display, the 4 markers of my flight raced towards a series of roughly concentric lines that represented various ranges of the Toulon missile. My vision was assaulted with a nearly overwhelming amount of visual data from the view out my eye lenses to the display projection with its status board, overlays and maps, targeting data, and ancillary rear views. Much of ritual plate design theory involved finding ways to reduce visual clutter while allowing for quick reference and managing to keep things informative. Not to mention battle hardening the various spells projecting the illusions. It all melted back as I no longer saw the display and simply took in the data holistically and integrated it with the suit, my Zephyr, and my flight. The closer Tijardo flight pushed their own air spirits and dove down, making use of what standard theory told them was a superior position and moving to make use of it. As the faster air superiority suits moved in to intercept us, the 2 flights of Satori suits split into 2 wedges. One took position flanking the Tijardo, gamely attempting to keep up, while the other held back over the rough center of the enemy ground position. We were outnumbered 3 flights to 1, 2 to 1 if you were optimistic. And then all Villeneuve anti-air golems opened up and the sky filled with dozens of the light, quick to loan missiles. And on the way up they snap-changed their vectors after the initial climb. It was likely that the Xioxan suits had full coordination with the missiles. I grinned. Perfect. The telemetry was a bit overwhelming. The warning indicators were suddenly quite insistent. Fortunately, all the telemetry data was still being transmitted. My estimation of Samoth increased slightly. I had expected her to gloat over the open channel. Maybe she was being cautious as my flight was still far enough that we could reverse and fight a retreat. She might not have been in that forward Tijardo flight, but she was somewhere up here. Land strike away. Quirinus stated as she and the 3 other pilots in her flight opened fire. There was a brief window where a more cautious Xioxan force would have been on alert. Quirinus' flight had just released a quartet bolts of extremely energetic long-range evocation magical attacks. However, the Tijardo flight was moving in to take out my flight and the Satori were guiding missiles. Besides, land strikes were for large air targets or ground formations. And at that range, it would be hard to target individual ritual plate suits. Except, my flight was very experienced at providing targeting data. Eyes. I ordered over the flight channel, this was going to be very close. As the lenses shot in, someone in the leading Tijardo flight realized the mistake and tried to maneuver, but it was too late. and the long-range bombardment detonated among the enemy ritual plate formations. Lances were very intricate high-energy arcane creations. As a way for ritual plate to carry strike-capable armaments, the detonation mechanism was a major component. A lance was designed to be able to pierce, or failing that, weaken wards, burn through armor and then detonate, or explode in an airburst above a target. On first blush, it was a terribly inefficient use of limited firepower. Even with Occultia and Gorgon rig targeting, only 3 of the enemy ritual plate were hit. I was not a fan of waste, but a vicious, predatory part of me found it gratifying to see. A lance was designed to punch through the defenses of a capital ship. Even taking a fraction of the lance's power, a ritual plate's ward stood little chance. It was like using a sledgehammer on a grasshopper. It was hard to hit such a small and quick target, but if you could, they would be destroyed. And 3 pilots were caught in the center of the giant blinding white orbs and the twinkling afterimages of the strikes. Taking out a single T-Jardu and 2 Satori were merely the largest casualties of the strike. The lances had been set to airburst. Thus several more RP were damaged as well as a fair number of Toulon missiles. The missiles were further out, but they were entirely unshielded. Most useful for my pilots, however, was that the 3 flights caught in the energetic blasts had their scrying arrays overloaded. It was maybe a bit much to hope that the Xioxin pilots were blinded. RP suits were supposed to have reactive eye slits, but either way they would be disoriented. The trio of Trajardo kept formation, but given one of them had been deleted from the sky and another was sparking as her low visibility systems failed, it showed they were taking a moment to react. Sprinting at our actual full speed, my flight dove in to deny them that time. Grey, Baroness, hit the straggler. I ordered as the 4 of us fired our pylon projectors. Visha and I each fired once on the 2 least damaged Trajardo while the fully visible one was hit by one anti-armor grade weapon and then another. The first shot might not have gone through her wards, but the second ensured it. The luckless Xioxin blew apart. And now we outnumbered the air superiority fighters 2 to 1. The remaining 2 Trajardu recovered and used their agility to survive the attacks Visha and I leveled. They twisted and shot towards us. And then Grey Dawn and Violet Blood went after the trailing fighter, who twisted up to avoid them and went into a sharp climb, which allowed me to take the last Xioxin fighter with my wingwoman at my side. Visha, clear any missiles that get on us, I ordered, knowing that Grey Dawn would be similarly protecting her wingwoman. The Trajardu might be faster than us, but we had already closed in. They could run, but they were outnumbered and bolting might expose them to parting fire. As we eviscerated this air superiority flight, Mercy's flight pounced on the Satori. She was outnumbered 3 to 2, but 2 of the Xioxin multi-role suits were in bad shape and they were split between defending themselves and guiding anti-air missiles. They could fight ritual plate that were fresh and had the edge in performance, or they could spend valuable time reacquiring connections and controls with the remaining Toulon missiles. Or they could pull back and have the Villeneuve golems launch more missiles, but that was when Quirinus flights launched their remaining 2 salvos and took out much of the Diluvian ground assets. That left one uncommitted Trajardu flight, and while Quirinus flight was down to their backup projectors, the dirty secret was that a Black Skyvian strike model ritual plate suit was functionally an interceptor in performance and could work as a fair air superiority platform. Distance meant that even with their higher speed the strike Polyxo would take a bit of time to get to the remaining Trajardu flight, but that they were vectoring and preventing Samoth from freely committing her reserve. My wings ached as I did a snap roll to avoid incoming fire. This Trajardu pilot had mostly gotten out of her stupor and was trying to reunite with her wingwoman. Meanwhile, Visha was doing her part to help us threaten and limit the enemy's maneuverability as well as take out incoming missiles. The Toulon was a light weapon, a single hit was unlikely to score a kill against a warded pilot, hence they mostly worked by swarming enemy ritual plate. Its main role was as a relatively inexpensive air denial asset, but with airborne target spotting, the Toulon could be used in a more active role. Grey Dawn and Violet Blood were similarly pressuring their enemy and, by outnumbering a single Xioxin in a close-range fight, had limited the Trajardu's advantages. Their low observable systems were less effective the closer one was. Rolling, I adjusted my pylon fire, giving careful shots with the projector. Already slowed down, one of the orange bolts took down her warding and roasted the pilot's pale blue wings. That this pilot had refrained from reacting meant she was either not Samoth, or that Samoth had more self-control than I thought. Visha! I shouted as I slowed and switched to using pylon bolt covering fire to stave off the remaining missiles. Visha had been flying a bit higher and faster in a flanking position and had a perfect angle. Enemy down, she stated after taking a perfect shot. I got mine too. Violet Blood said over the flight channel after a few more seconds. I glanced at that part of my display. Violet Blood had taken them out, and Mercy's flight had gotten the better of the enemy Satori. Mostly by picking off the most damaged ritual plate and then conservatively harassing the 3 remaining survivors while warding off incoming fire. That's great, Baroness, but not time to rest on your laurels. There's still a contest to be won. I cheered in my motivational tone and the 4 of us took off to the rest of the enemy formations. Diamond flight, good work, Quirinus stated. My flight is also maneuvering to the remaining Trajardu flight. Ground fire is still an issue. I quickly studied the map on my display. There were marks for airborne assets other than the deep purple of House Black Sky and the dark blue of House Xiox. What about the garrison's archers and barristers? With us taking out these mercenaries, their ritual plate can be moved out, and as long as the barristers have some rockets left. The barrister was a rugged and cheap fixed-wing aircraft that could take off and land on fairly short and rough runways. Another Electon export, it mostly worked as a platform for carrying wing loads and a belly full of minimally guided rockets. Though the barrister could also carry bombs and more expensive munitions, if their operators could afford them. The weakness of the barrister was that just about any ritual plate, or fixed-wing fighter would have a fairly trivial time taking them out, but that was why their rockets had a fair range and they escorted if possible. Quirinus took a moment to ponder. "I'll call it in," she stated. My eyes widened. If she thought I was some gung-ho maniac who would rather engage in air-to-air duels than obey orders and do critical ground support missions. Being assigned tasks more suited to such a mentality would be the least of my worries. I just think it's the most sound use of all our resources. I quickly assured her. I'm well aware you're not unduly worried about your little bet, now let me talk to our local allies. At least Mercy's formation was closer and providing support to her was entirely valid. Seeing they were about to be hit by another flight, the remaining Satori tried to reposition themselves and used their remaining missiles to cover it. I had to give them credit for not breaking and still maneuvering under control. They were also trying to reunite with the Trajarto flight. Not even 2 minutes had passed since the first land strike and the 4 air superiority ritual plate were nearing their remaining allies. And Quirinus' flight was still a bit out, but the archers and the barristers by the garrison were moving. It was now a race. One that we lost. The Trajarto flight reunited with their beleaguered allies, and now without the pressure the guidance on the 2 lone missiles improved. One of Mercy's pilots was hit. She took out most of the attacks, but enough missiles got in to take out her wards and damage her armor, and a pair of Xiox air superiority RP destroyed the Polyxo. In that instant I did not know who it was. I hoped it was not Octavia. Trajarto fighters moved in and tried to split off another Polyxo while the others were forced out by the missiles. Another pilot was hit as her suit was briefly engulfed in flames and she slowed and started to descend. One of the other pilots went to cover her, which left just one Polyxo remaining free to move. This was the weakness of the flight as a combat unit. After the first casualty, any further combat losses would render the flight combat ineffective. And then my pilots came in and fired a Falx salvo, and what had been a moment of Xioxan numerical superiority and defeat in detail turned back into a Black Skyvian advantage. Or at least we could get time. With some space we could get it to be at least 7 versus 7. And Quirinus would not be far behind. Mercy flight, check your wounded, and get, I said over the squadron channel, there was a chance Mercy had been killed or incapacitated. I'm okay. Octavia assured with a cough, I've got my suit rebooted. To her credit she was flying better and the flames were out. Though one leg was bent in a way that indicated she would not be walking anytime soon. But if she survived the battle, the medicos could get her good as new, if. Yes, Diamond, you can take the Trajarto fighters, we'll finish off the Satori, Mercy gritted out. I could feel her anger. It took professionalism to set aside one's personal vengeance to the benefit of the unit. But that was why we were the Imperial Legions and not the armed rabble of some warlord. Or a war mistress. It was interesting that no one in either Trajarto flight used an overpowered attack similar to the ones the late Zafania Rodswar was using. Though Samuth was the younger sister. I was tempted to use the open channel, but I held back. One only got one chance to make a first impression, and I wanted to make my introduction special. The Trajarto were gaining altitude and pulling to open a range advantage. That was expected, it played to the advantage of faster, yet more fragile suits. However, they could not leave, not if they wanted to support the remaining Satori, who I had to admit were fighting like angels. And having met an archangel, I can't say the idiom is wrong. I ordered my flight to go to pylon projectors, we were running dangerously low on them, but they had the furthest range of the weapons we had. Curve around to the following vector, I then said over the flight channel. The idea was to force the Trajarto flight to choose between supporting the Satori where they would be pinned between my flight and Quirinus or abandon their allies. It came down to timing. Would Quirinus get in first? Would the barristers get into range to launch their air-to-ground missiles? How many anti-air missiles could the Villeneuve golems get off before getting hit? Would the Satori pilots be able to take out another one of my squadron mates using their superior directing of those 2 lone missiles? How many archers could the garrison dedicate to this fight? What about the reinforcements Flight Ops was sending? How many of their Cadiz ritual plate would the Diluvians send into this fight? The Diluvians had been repositioning for another attack on the garrison but with their mercenary allies committed to fighting us instead of knocking out House Chryseli's air assets. The map display was getting even more dynamic and crowded with icons. And this was a relatively small squadron-level event. Fire came in from the Trajarto flight. They each picked a member of my flight to hit, which was likely more suppressive in intent. They moved for a quick flyby and were going to blast past us to reinforce the Satori. Focus to wing women, I transmitted on the flight channel, highlighting the two trailing members of the enemy formation. We were slower but had heavier weapons and more protection. Our two formations scissored through each other in complex screwing and jinking maneuvers as each tried to hit the other. It was still dangerously close by ritual plate combat standards, but as spread out as we were there was no chance of us physically hitting each other, let alone being within sword range. Zioxin energy blasts hit my wards and warning lights flicked on all over my display before the wards cut out. I grit my teeth as the status alerts went off for Grey Dawn and Violet Blood. Neither was as bad as I was, but my most experienced pilot was having bad luck today. Though the Trajarto pilots had it worse. While everyone in my flight had taken a bit of damage, Violet Blood and Grey Dawn had managed to cleanly take out one of theirs while Visha and myself had burned through the wards of another. I was splitting between rekindling my own wards and directing those two to take out the straggler. And then the sky got very busy and many things resolved at once. Escorted by archers, the heavy, canted winged barristers had gotten into an attack run as they neared the range and were about to and disgorged their load of Advocate air-to-ground missiles. Like the barrister, the Advocate was a basic, inexpensive, and unsophisticated option for ground attack. It was heavier than an energy-based system with a far larger footprint, but given they were intended to be launched from fixed-wing assets that was not considered an issue. The Advocate missile and the barrister ground attack craft made for an appealing option for a minor house looking to pummel ground forces on a budget, especially as House Electo had many financing options. Flipping over, there was an instant as the heavy rain pattered directly against my suit and helmet. For a moment it was like being in a trench with a sheet metal roof. I could almost smell the mud of the Rhine. Knowing their air defense systems were at risk, the Diluvians launched all their Toulon missiles, the Villeneuve running empty as they extended their internal magazines. The heavy cloud of sprinting little anti-air missiles went up in the direction of the barristers. Even with archers providing an anti-missile screen, the Diluvians had a chance to take out a number of barristers before they could reply in kind. But instead of keeping their vector, the bulk of the Toulon missiles twisted, and now rocketed in towards us. The Zioxins still had direct control. Not to ignore a better chance at survival, the barristers disgorged their missiles and twisted away, hoping their escorts could protect them. I had an instant to appreciate the Diluvians cursing Zioxin perfidy as the realization hit. The Toulon missile direction had been quite good, but this action seemed personal. Samuth's in one of the Satori. I stated over the squadron channel as my wards flared back. There was no reason that Samuth Rodswar's expertise had to lay with air superiority combat. We had all made the same assumption that of course she would be flying an air-to-air fighter. Our ritual plate forces were in a big intermixed canted column that stretched over the battlefield. Quirinus' strike flight was diving down to blast through the Trajarto, and Mercy's depleted flight had pulled to a more defensive posture and was engaging in anti-missile suppression. Quirinus, Mercy requests your flights cover mine, mine's in the best position to charge the Satori. I ordered as I had my flight increase our power to slice to the remaining Zioxin forces. It was then that I realized that if my theory was right, Samuth would be directing the majority of the missiles she had usurped to cross my vector from as many angles as possible in order to limit my maneuvering and saturate my defenses. Sometimes I hated being correct. Visha, Violet, I'm going to clear the road, you two take any stragglers. Grey Dawn trail position and fire on the Satori I highlight when I tell you with the weapon I tell you. I ordered as I went to a near vertical corkscrewing dive. The remaining Satori multi-role suits were below and an arcing cloud of Toulon missiles came between us. They rose up and came in at different angles and all focused on me. I pulled my lips back, there was something to be said for brute force as I flipped to the open channel. Samuth. Is this the value of Zioxin oaths? I asked as I started piling bolts as fast as my targeting system could allow as I spun and twisted. Exhaling, I went to active with my Gorgon rig and focused on the remaining flight or so of Satori. One of the pilots had dark feathered wings, another had a long ruffled tail, one might have had hooves. And one was lean and had her wings spread out and was maneuvering a bit stiffly as if she had an extra load splitting her attention. You are no mercenary. Even a basic sellsword knows not to betray their client in such a debased manner. I declared as missiles began to explode around me, and on the ground the Advocates reaped their cost as the air-to-ground warheads cut through the Diluvian air defense, mortars, and vehicles. That pilot might have flinched in her suit. She might have tilted her head to look up as she, and the rest of her flight had rotated up and more missiles came in. It was a thin thing to identify a target on, especially if Samuth might have acted nothing like her sister. But it was what I had. Still firing, taking the brunt of near misses that Visha and Violet had blasted that got past me. Pushing my Zephyr as far as they could go, I pushed the targeting data to Grey Dawn. Above us Quirinus flight took on the remaining Trajarto. I could not spare any attention for that bit of air combat. The good news was that it seemed we had found Samuth. More good news was that nearly all the pressure had been taken off Mercy's survivors, which enabled them to clear out some of the anti-air missiles that had been targeting them and the rest of our squadron. They even started to pressure the enemy directly. This all came at a cost. A lot of Toulon missiles had been fired. Thanks to the fire support from the garrison's air assets, the amount in the air was all that remained, but there was still a large amount. Fortunately, they were directed at one target, which meant that a layered defense could be enacted. Mercy's flight gave some sporadic but useful fire as, at the moment, they were closer to the enemy RP directing the Toulons. And with less concerns about their own anti-missile defense, Visha and Violet Blood could give an interlocking Falk's fire that was quite efficient. Grey Dawn was also contributing, but her fire was more offensive. For the moment I had her making careful shots of what was normally a short-ranged weapon system. Dozens of missiles were taken out of the sky before they got anywhere near their target. That being the bad news. I was left with an intensifying amount of incoming ordnance. The Toulon's main advantages were also its limitations. It was a small, specialized missile designed as a defensive anti-ritual plate system, and given its size, an individual Trosic naval infantrywoman could have a launcher with multiple missiles, and the Villeneuve could fire over a dozen before reloading. I could argue that the larger, and more flexible, Vel missile house Black Sky used was the superior weapon system. But facing a swarm of Toulons I had neither the time nor the inclination. My emitters, runes, and inlays flared as I fired both my Pilum and Falk's projectors. It was a profligate waste to use anti-armor grade weapons against missiles. But it was better to spend them now than die with an ammunition reserve. I even used my relatively short-ranged Veridum launcher to lob explosive spells at anything that got through the other barrages. As it fired an unguided, unpowered projectile, Veridum was a limited weapon system. Most ritual plate pilots saw it as an auxiliary weapon system, useful for specialized ground bombardment or anti-mage roles. The small size of the pebbles launched lack or propulsion, and that the energy was stored in a physical projectile made it harder to detect than other munitions. Despite various management systems, sweat had started to pool, which given my inverted angle meant that it was trickling up my neck seal. Missiles exploded around me as I flicked and maneuvered. But like my scrying systems, I could not focus solely on air defense. This mad dash had a purpose. More than being a missile magnet. Visha and Violet Blood did their best, and Grey Dawn continued her careful, precise firing solution. Sweat dripped off my chin and my display flickered with a series of blasts that hit my wards. The status board of my suit blinked from mostly green to a lot of angry orange as many fault alerts went off. My gaze went over the board and was relieved that my Gorgon rig and the data uplink were still functional. Prideful, parasitic Countess, did you really think you were strong enough to challenge a Rodswar? Sameth purred over the open channel. Just a bit longer. Various lines had almost started to intersect on my display. Grey Dawn, would you kindly? I ordered over the flight channel. Sameth's words continued, missiles blew up, and I curled into a ball. Maybe you took in a bit much of my sister's pride and N. The blue daisy pebbles that Grey Dawn had seeded the sky with detonated. The heavy rain was some benefit as it provided a bit of backscatter to help obscure the unpowered, tiny projectiles. Not to mention Sameth was busy managing a lot of missiles while doing air-to-air combat and evading all while in a very busy sky. Maybe her scrying systems missed them, maybe they were not seen as a priority. Munitions designed to clear trees and make landing zones blew up among the Ziox in flight. Well, a handful did, most had drifted too far away in their flights, but enough were in range. The Veridum launcher was a limited system. Given the maneuverability of ritual plate, it would take a rare circumstance to have the enemy not simply fly out of range. However, imagine you were diving on an enemy. That helped mitigate the range issues. Provided the enemy wanted to stay in roughly a known area. But that would require being able to goad the enemy into meeting one head-on. And even then, well, someone had to focus all their scrying capability on providing targeting data. Still firing against the incoming missiles, I smirked over the view of two of the remaining Satori being critically damaged by the blue daisies and the dazed remainder jumped by Mercy's flight. Then my wards failed. Sameth might not be able to direct the enemy incoming, but the dumbly loyal Toulon still came in. Curled into a ball, my display cut out for a moment, and I felt the armor on my leg get blasted apart, a side of my torso take a hit that bloomed with pain and a sickly wetness that now started to flood down my neck. I started to tumble and what had been a dive turned into an uncontrolled fall as my Zephyr reacted to my pain. Something slammed into the back of my helmet. Maybe a bit of debris or a small fragment, it could not have been that big of a deal, as I was still alive. The medical system made it obvious given the warnings it was flashing and the analgesics and coagulants and other injections. The status board had turned all sorts of ominous colors. It was interesting that one could become lightheaded when head down. I thought all the blood would pool towards the brain. I could see plenty of blood headed towards me. I still had my Pilum projector and one Falx, but something must have happened as my accuracy was wrong. Even without full display support I should not be this sluggish or floaty. Oh good, Love Blood was still taking out the last of the missiles, and Visha was flying far too close to me for regulations. Odd, I knew all the flight ops alerts and all the suit alarms, but I was not familiar with one that was just a long steady ring. It was really hard to hear anything else. I then laughed at the altimeter. I wondered which would drop surface altitude first, that instrument or the falling suits of Sameth and her pilots. Comforting my Zephyr, I noticed something coming over the command channel but it was hard to hear. Then Visha grabbed me. I would have to reprimand her for breaking formation, but things were starting to grey out. At least my wing woman stopped me from spinning uncontrollably, though I still had an embarrassing level of vertigo and wondered if my instruments were broken, as they were getting all blurry and bendy. At least my Zephyr were happy to be near Vicious. I made a note to do more training with our air spirits, to give them some more intellectual stimulation. After that it got very hard to think. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. A downside of my species' healing capabilities meant that I was rotated back to forward operating base Emerald Inferno with worrying speed. Granted, I did have a couple days to enjoy the facilities of our main base in House Croc Ellie, and I got to spend some time with Octavia and Primus Cenis, Quirinus's second-in-command. There were also very polite conversations with medicos specializing in trauma accumulation over multiple days before we were sent back. Without us the 5th Squadron was down to 2 flights. Though there was no bringing back Antonia Flash Talon. Our flight back to Emerald Inferno was on a resupply Umbra, at least we had a good escort. Still part of me was anxious at being a passenger in an aircraft. At least this time there was no expectation for me to jump out in midair. When I returned, I found my Polyxo had also been repaired, but my Ritualista team had a few more things to check out. Tests that could only be done with the pilot inside the ritual plate. Thus I was back in the hangar annex, wearing my Polyxo, and my crew chief Optio Suzette Gibbs was up to her forearms in the interior of the lower parts of the right leg of my armor. "Ma'am, there are limits to how much damage the maneuvering and power systems are supposed to take," she stated in that polite but firm tone all mechanics used when they were talking to pilots who had abused their machines. "I'll note that the next time I'm being deluged by missiles," I stated, trying not to cough at the incense one of her assistants, Ivory Tail, had lit before she started working on my helmet's systems, which had a bright spot in the back where a dented plate had been removed. The white-haired ritualist ran an emerald-tipped probe down the engravings on the inside and outside of my helmet. Her green eyes narrowed in focus as she checked that the enchantments had been repaired. A golden-haired, ponytailed blonde, Flavia, was setting up a casting for my power and weapons systems, complete with the working circle over the power cell and cabling to the various parts that would simulate feats to propulsion or wards. Only a bit taller than me, and probably only due to her dainty hooves, Flavia was setting up an evocation to make sure the suit's energy distribution artificing was solid. It was only a low-power test. If the suit passed that, then Flavia would do another full power test, in an isolated, shielded part of the hangar, without me in it. My flight armor had already passed a full power-proof test yesterday, but I did not object to another test. It was prudent and part of the procedures. The 4th Ritualista on my crew, Laurentia, whose cobalt skin contrasted somewhat with her powder blue braided hair, was using a Legion-issue wind chime, ostensibly more robust than a civilian version, to commune with my Zephyr to make sure they were happy and comfortable. The actual flight tests to make sure they could provide the necessary thrust and maneuvering would come later. Gibbs snorted and adjusted a few struts and went to the lower part of my boot. "How's the fit?" "It feels like I'm wearing high heels," I flatly stated. "You know I had my calf muscle blown out." "You're fine, ma'am," Gibbs stated. "That's easy to grow back. Do you know how much of your suit's power systems I had to redo?" The other Ritualista complained about me taking too much from our parts stores to do it. I gave her a flat look. I knew she was just venting. No Ritualista would spend limited parts to fix one heavily damaged suit when the same parts could repair 3 lightly damaged RP. Triage was applied to more than just physical injuries. Though that was just an example, as not all parts were not fungible. Despite work on making commonality of components to ease maintenance and logistics, Ritual Plate were still extremely complicated weapons systems. My team continued to fuss and test over my Ritual Plate. It was soothing and comfortable to be back into my suit. The familiarity and power was back and I found I wanted to get back into the air. "Impressive work," I said after reviewing the diagnostics for myself. "It's a good thing you've got the best Ritualista team in the squadron," Gibbs confidently said. "Realigning your Falks and pylon emitters is normally a 4-hour process. I still recommend a live fire test." "Good job," I said, praising my crew and trying not to cough at the incense. The Zephyr did like it, so I would endure. After a few more tests, they undid the various latches and let me out of my Ritual Plate. Flexing my wings and stretching my tail, I then rolled my shoulders and adjusted my flight suit. "We'll have everything ready for when your flight gets on standby status," Gibbs assured, gesturing to 3 suits in addition to mine. I bowed my horns to her and the rest of the maintainers and stepped out of the annex. Outside it was another sweltering day, at least it was just lightly raining, no more than a drizzle, and the overhead camouflage netting gave some shade. Going around the hangar I found the quiet spot, which had a metal improvised roof now and a few scavenged seats in addition to the bench. Laris and Grey Dawn were back there watching out over the mortar pits and the artillery positions. The hulking forest person sat in a chair that was made out of a pair of pallets and some ropes. It was large enough to fit his frame. Grey Dawn sat on the bench. She offered me her canteen. "Good to see the local boy from Eastern Provinces doing well," I said after taking a swig. Laris shrugged. Good to have you back. Oh, was there trouble with me gone? I looked to Grey Dawn. Of course not, the Baroness was a shining example of Black Skyvian noble virtues, Grey Dawn dryly said, taking back the canteen and having a swig of her own. And Visha? I asked, glancing up. Ace Bay, the light VTOL was coming in for a landing. I did not recall any recon patrols were coming back at this moment. Wait, no, that was not one of the Spathia assigned to Emerald Inferno. Grey Dawn shrugged. Everyone likes Visha. I sighed. I'll talk with Love Blood. Among other talks. Quirinus has gone over the action reports with us. Cenas and myself had actually helped draft some of them while we recovered, which were supplemented by the actual combat recordings and the work Quirinus and Mercy were doing. I nodded to the older woman. We did good. You did good. I heard it got pretty heavy out by Vin, Laris noted. Not just Ziox suits but actual pilots too. Yeah, Ziox decided to commit forces, Grey Dawn said. I wangled a finger, my tail swishing. Those were technically mercenaries. Samoth Rodsword tendered a formal complaint to her dictatrix and is operating independently on a personal vendetta. Against your squadron? Laris asked. Against me, for killing her sister, I added. The big shaggy yeti stared at me. That thing from when you were 12, in all the cinema newsreels. That's what this is all about. I shrugged. It's an excuse. I guess she sounded mad and tried to taunt me, but that could have just been to get plausible deniability. It could be personal, too. I mean, how would you feel if some kid in an unarmed cadet suit killed one of your sisters? He asked. I glanced to Grey Dawn, who flicked her tail noncommittally. Given my older sisters are far better pilots than I am? Pretty impressed. Laris raised his heavy brows. Your mother is Duchess Silverflight. One of them, I cheerfully said. The rest of our flight are in the barracks, Grey Dawn said. Together. Well, no, Visha's in her rack reading, and Love Blood was catching up with Octavia in the mess, at least that's where they were when I left out here. I bowed my horns to her. Thanks, we'll talk more later. Trying to do my best to stay behind the visibility barriers, I went to the low-slung prefab and then sandbagged the building complex that made up most of the barracks. Samoth was right in that it would not take too much in terms of intelligence operations to look for a ritual plate pilot with a rare wing style and coloration. Especially one who was part of a squadron of a somewhat rarer ritual plate model. The barracks themselves were clean enough, and were cooler than the outside, though the humidity was bad. Still, the living conditions, and the food, made FOB Emerald Inferno on the upper end of postings. Which was more of a sign of how bad military postings could be, instead of a suggestion that this was a comfortable billet. I saluted the guards with a tap on my neck and ducked through the doorway, making sure to use a side entrance to avoid the mess area. I wanted to talk to my wingwoman first. As Centurions, the pilots got slightly nicer accommodations. Though out here that meant to the dozen, 11 now, of us were split into a couple rooms. The 50 or so ritualists were also split up. The other squadron was similarly split up. This was the classic issue of centralization versus decentralization. Having all your pilots, and their maintainers, in one area meant that a single strike could take them all out. However, spreading them out meant they were harder to defend and it might be easier to slip in infiltrators or other attacks. Drawing on their experience, the legions went for a compromise solution. Which, given to a forward operating base has a limited footprint to begin with, was unavoidable. Still, this meant that while I shared a room with 5 other pilots, there was at least some semblance of privacy, if cramped conditions. At least we all had our own rack, so there was no need for hot bunking. Not that too many of our kind minded that. Communal sleeping arrangements were quite common. I shook my head. Crazy demons. Entering the small bunk room, I saw that Visha had it to herself at the moment. Which was not unexpected, as the room consisted of my flight and Octavia and Mercy Gabenus from second flight. Visha had already rolled over, so she was sitting up on her bunk. Primus. How did everything go? Is your suit ready? Everything is good, I sat down across from her. She smiled, the tip of her tail flicking. Our knees were almost touching, I patted hers. Thank you, for saving me. She gasped. I couldn't just let you fall. I smiled. It's still appreciated. Visha nodded. You took a lot of risks. I was best positioned and it allowed you to take out missiles while Grey Dawn could help target the enemy. And I had the most skills to act as the final line. It was the logical play. Visha put her hand over mine. My tail froze. You've always been a good commander. Careful. My heart sped up. If it got out that we were reincarnations, that would raise our profile. Questions would be asked. There would be complications. Maybe I was being paranoid, but I had plenty of reason to be concerned. I will, she bowed her head. It's just you can push yourself too hard. With good reason. Given the fight we just survived. She looked into my eyes and we were silent for a moment. Quirinus is a good squadron commander. This isn't like an earlier command, I stated. While it came with many downsides, I was largely free to run the 203rd how I liked in our previous lives. An independent elite command had its advantages but came at the cost of being deployed to take care of the worst messes the Empire faced. It could be, or. Visha turned my hand over. There is, your future. I nodded. Unless I died or screwed up in some other way, squadron command was inevitable, long before my 20-year term in the legions ended. If I was lucky I could get promoted to tribune and have some desk or adjunct job supporting a Volante's legate. There was also whatever that Archangel wanted out of us, but if he objected to me having a few years in a safe rear echelon posting. Don't worry, I'll make sure you'll be at my side, I assured Visha as I lifted our hands. Countess, Violet Blood said as she barged into the room. Grey Dawn said you were here. The Baroness looked between us with a little frown on her face as her tail still. I slowly let go of Visha's hand and turned to her. Yes, Love Blood. Violet Blood blinked. What? But. I wanted, you said you were waiting. The noble whined. Exhaling, I pinched the bridge of my nose. What do you think is going on? You're holding hands with that islander commoner, Violet Blood stated. The one you've been flying with. It's not like that, Visha assured. There's nothing to be jealous of. I wondered if the Baroness would believe her. Her green eyes looked between us, then her wings ruffled and she seemed somehow even more pitiful. That makes it worse. Wailing, Violet Blood's tail drooped. I could understand being beaten by someone who is a more experienced pilot, and you do fly well and it's not like Toria marrying a commoner would be that scandalous, especially if you keep getting honors at the rate you do. But Countess, aren't you thinking at all about your future? You have a county to run, a future to prepare for, heirs to raise. Yes, you're not likely to inherit your mother's duchy unless something horrible happens to all your sisters, but you do have a duty to the house. Feeling out of my depth, I looked at Visha. She's not wrong. There are responsibilities that come with your position, Visha said. I felt a headache coming on. Love Blood, Visha. I'm barely a teenager. This can wait. That's what you said last year. Yes, and I'm still right, I growled. Crazy demons. I looked between the pouting women. You are ritual plate pilots, centurions in the Imperial Legions, you are professionals. Or was I wrong? You're not wrong, ma'am, Visha stated. And do I need to inform Prefect Quirinus that I need her to approve a transfer? You do not need to, Primus, Violet Blood gave a rigid salute. I returned it and kept in a sigh. Don't be too worried, Visha assured her. Just have patience. I'm sure it will work out for you. Violet Blood gave a slow blink. As she looked from Visha to me and back, her tail started to swish. Oh, so that's how it is? She asked, her haughty smugness returning. Visha gave an oh-so-innocent little shrug. What? I asked, not at all frantically. What are you doing? Their feelings didn't make sense. Yes, Love Blood seemed to be covetous, plotting, and worse, but Visha was not like that. I was confused. Don't worry, Primus, Violet Blood purred. If you need patience, then, that's a small enough request. This time Visha's smile did not reassure me. Violet Blood sat down. On my other side. I was flanked. Countess, when we get back we may need to make a few arrangements. I glanced to the door. Part of me hoped for an interruption, but I knew articulating that desire would make things worse, it just might be granted. The Baroness shook her head. Not like that, just some lessons. Deal with some of your rough edges. Deportment classes are very common for young officers. Especially nobles like the both of you, Visha stated as her tail flicked. It was nice to have someone helping me who knew how to wrangle headstrong, bloodthirsty noble pilots. My tail twitched as I tried to keep a firm emotional mask. You are correct that many do take such lessons. Violet Blood bowed her horns to Visha before turning to me. She put her hand on her knee which nearly touched mine. It's good that you are taking this seriously. We will have an image to maintain, a standard we will be measured against. I stared at her. We were in a muddy forward operating base in the middle of a jungle hell and had just gone through a running ground support and air-to-air fight in the pouring rain where one of our squadron mates died and many were seriously injured, including myself. And she was talking about the need for us to take lessons in which spoon to have soup with and how to tell the maid which doilies were proper? Propping my hands on my knees I exhaled. It might make things easier for you, Visha said as she put her hand on mine. We are looking out for you, Violet Blood added, mirroring the gesture and capturing my other arm. I was trapped. I needed a way out. There was a knock on the door. Enter. I eagerly barked, going to my feet and folding my hands. One of Quirinus Ritualista saluted us. Ma'am, the prefect wants to speak with you. Of course, I nodded. May I ask about what? Can't say, ma'am, but she's got someone else who flew in with her. Feeling disquiet, I nodded and followed my escort out. I was not sure if that was because I was worried about the meeting or worried about leaving Visha and Violet Blood alone with each other. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. The briefing rooms in Fob Emerald Inferno were nothing special. There were some display capabilities and communications that could be set up, but really they were just a room with a table and some chairs. Quirinus was already there, as well as a centurion I did not recognize. Tall and striking, she had ivory skin even paler than mine, long black hair and grey curled horns. Her wings had black feathers and she had jet black, silver-trimmed, hooves. She was dressed in standard Legion Lorica that had what looked like normal wear and tear. Outside the briefing room waited about half a squad of legionaries. Their gear was similarly standard. And they had the expected modifications, making the Lorica a bit more breezy, carried more water, and the other minor equipment adjustments of legionaries in a jungle posting. They looked like a light, somewhat undermanned, recon patrol, and their patches bore that out. However, my suspicions were raised the second I sat down in the briefing room and the door was closed behind me, and our visitor took out a small forked crystal and tapped it, setting off a privacy field. My horns buzzed a bit with the baffling signatures it generated. "Ah, the Countess has arrived, you can call me Centurion Nihilus," the black-haired demon said, her grey eyes sparkling. A Centurion was often in charge of a recon patrol. However, she smiled. It was warm, but there was an edge to it. "Your commander can vouch for my bona fides, right, Artemis?" That casual attitude with someone who was her superior. Technically Centurion Nihilus was the lowest ranked person in this room, but she was not acting like it. "Yes, Invidia," Quirinus sighed. "This woman is who she says she is." "Ah, I'm not saying any such thing," Invidia smirked. I kept an aside but gave my commander a look. Quirinus nodded. "I take it you are a reconnaissance specialist then?" I asked. Invidia bowed her horns. "One with a broader remit." Quirinus shot me a warning look, but then nodded. Managing not to swear, I kept my emotions in check. Wonderful, Invidia was an agent of the Office of Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance. CSR was one of the main military intelligence branches of House Black Sky. One advantage they had over the various imperial intelligence organs of my previous life was that CSR took the cultural part of their name seriously. Much of their effort was spent on understanding the culture, industry, ideology, society, factions, arcana, history, transport, and commerce of other houses and polities. Given the layers of proxies and catspaws in the House Chrysalis Eastern Interior Confederation, I would have been shocked if CSR was not active here. "You sure can find them, Artemis," she remarked with a smile. "Though even for you to have a protégé get the crown of the preserver is quite the feather in your cap." My tail flicked. "Is this about the late Rodswar sisters?" "Obviously." Invidia's wings ruffled. "You made quite the impression." I sighed. "Please tell me this was not actually some sort of revenge plot." The spy's lip curled up, and I could feel the contempt come off of her. "No. While Battle Lady Samoth Rodswar would happily kill you to avenge her sister's death, she was not terribly fond of Zafaniat." Snorting, I shook my head. "It was all a pretext to pretend that these weren't Xioxan regulars we killed." Quirinus gave a tiny sigh. "Confirming that is not why I am here, Countess," Invidia smirked. My tail stilled. Was this about my past life? Or was it something about my mother's? Did my Duchess do something illegal? Or did Mother Clementia get in trouble with the church? "Oh, you didn't do anything wrong." Invidia's laugh was cold. "Other than passing out before your girls could finish the job." I narrowed my eyes. Invidia murmured smugly. "She's alive." The first thought that hit me was this would really complicate the wager I made with the rest of the squadron. It would be easy, but bad for morale to come out and say we failed. Nobody wins. I would have to come up with something. Using the combat footage, telemetry, and standard analytical methods, we both confirmed which enemy pilots were killed and worked with local allied assets to recover as many of the Xioxan Satori and Tjarduz suits. That is after Garrison and House Chrysalis jungle hunters cleared out Vin. "Ah, I was not available for that operation," I stated. "You weren't," Invidia agreed with false cheer. "But we did what we could." The Diluvian retreat was not the most organized, but they did manage to pull out some assets and many of their wounded. However, there was much they could not recover. I pinched my nose. Samoth was not among the dead. About a flight's worth of suits were not accounted for. Invidia shrugged. "Obviously, that does not preclude the possibility that the pilots the Diluvians recovered were not already dead nor that they died from their wounds. But that's not a prudent assumption to make," I stated. "I had personal experience with how badly one could get wounded and still survive, provided one got medical attention." "It is not." Quirinus agreed. "Does this mean now I've got some Xioxan noble after me?" "I wouldn't say that," Invidia corrected. "Oh. Well, not the revenge part." Invidia waved her hand. Yes, Samith might not take her sister's death personally, but she might take the loss of her squadron mates as more of an affront. I blinked. Wait, what are you disagreeing about? The Rod's wars are not nobility. I thought back to Samith's parasite comment. I see. That is part of Xioxan rhetoric against the nobility of our house and many other great houses, Quirinus said. But Samith was set to take the command role of her older sister, and they are ruled by a dictatrix, I stated. Invidia flashed her teeth. Yes, but they see it as authority coming from Xiox herself bestowed to those most worthy. As opposed to the hereditary structures of our system, one separate from our imperatrix. And I suppose reminding them that I was born a commoner and was elevated due to killing her elder sister would not dissuade such hate. I shook my head. Invidia gave that cool haughty laugh. On the contrary. It underscores how the merit advancement for our nobles is soaked in blood. They make the same argument for those who are elevated for industrial, academic, or developmental achievement, that it all is part of serving our war machine. Which is not entirely wrong, I admitted to myself. And what is she going to do, keep throwing ritual plate at me until one of us dies? That would be an expensive proposition, especially for a mercenary. Revenge is rarely profitable, Invidia playfully stated. And if she's subsidized by House Xiox? Quirinus asked. That is why I am warning you. It is not just our little countess who may be targeted, but your entire squadron Artemis. We are Imperial legionaries, risk is part of the job, Quirinus stated. Though being aware of such risks is an advantage. I made myself nod. Combat risks were one thing, but having someone with access to ritual plate with a personal vendetta was a new level. CSR had warned me about this months ago, but that was a theoretical, now the risk of Samith was far more likely. And this is why my office exists, Invidia bowed her horns to me. Now Countess, what can my associates do for you? Chapter 14, Verbum Vincit. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the return verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC Thingy. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlos N., Shinobu Shin Atsuki and Nutco, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/ Other website Temple of Ranma Senshi Sifuku. CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 14, Verbum Vincit. My toes sank into the sand as small waves splashed over my legs. As I tried to keep my wings dry and clear of the lapping water, I looked across the sea towards the north. Across the bottle green expanse of the Guardia Sea was my home. Eastern Province and Bovitar were about 2,000 miles away from the beach I currently stood upon. That said, the islands off the coast of Cape Nivellhel, the closest part of House Black Sky, were only about half that distance away. I let my tail dip into the pleasantly warm water. Out in the sea, between the horizon and I and blocking my homeward view across the waves, was an Electon Navy Howe-class fleet missile cruiser, accompanied by a Black Skyvian Jarn Gripper-class frigate. At about 4,500 gross tons, the Jarn Gripper was closer to the frigates of my first life than the vessels of my second life. But funnily enough, the Jarn Gripper was the largest surface combat vessel House Black Sky could call its own. Officially a part of the household fleet, the Black Skyvian Navy was more of a strange offshoot of an airship-dominated service rather than co-equal force all its own. But even the air power-focused House Black Sky had thankfully realized that there were some roles that a surface, or subsurface, warship filled for more neatly than a swarm of ritual plate units would. I inhaled the salty air. It was nice to be out of the jungles for once. Despite being called a frigate, the Jarn Gripper was more heavily armed than a Mace torpedo destroyer airship. It carried 2 Spade-light VTOLs, as opposed to the Mace's single unit. The highly agile aerial airframes were useful for resupply, anti-submarine warfare, and a multitude of other support roles. The heavier armament included more Fujiwara aerial torpedoes, more Vel missile launchers, 2 RP squadrons compared to the Mace's 1 squadron, a Tormenta's worth of 4.9 in guns, and a suite of conventional aquatic torpedoes. In light of the fact that, despite being longer, the Mace was a tenth the weight of the Jarn Gripper, the difference in armament was understandable. One had the buoyancy to float in air, the other had the buoyancy to float on seawater. Of course, despite its relatively modest armament, the Mace destroyer was the far more mobile platform and relied upon speed, standoff capabilities, and wards for armor. Relatively powerful though the Jarn Gripper class was, the nearby Howe cruiser had nearly 3 times the displacement. The Howe was amongst the largest of House Electo's surface combat ships and was certainly the largest model produced in significant numbers. In addition to the House, the Electon Navy also retained 2 squadrons of heavily refitted fast battleships, some battlecruisers that were more of pocket fleet leaders for colonial patrols, and enough amphibious assault ships to move a respectable quantity of Electon Marines and their equipment. I gave happy a sigh and stepped deeper into the water. It was becoming increasingly difficult to keep my wings dry and safe from the waves. I knew it was a struggle that could only end in the inevitable, but I sought to put that dire end off for as long as I could. After all, once they got wet, my feathers would become a magnet for sand. House Trosier had taken a slightly different view on naval power and doctrine than their rival House Electo. The Trosic Armada worked to minimize their surface assets by two methods, first by fielding smaller and faster surface ships, and second using more submersible assets, including some impressive submersible RP carriers. Though, as larger submarines, they were a bit nosier than stealthier, and much smaller, Black Skyvian equivalents. The Armada still had a core of capital vessels and airships than they operated in force. All three houses made use of submarines. Both airborne RP carriers and submarine launch platforms were made practical by the lightweight nature of RP and the relatively small resource footprint required to field flights. Considering the damage a hit-and-run attack by a submarine-based RP flight could inflict before retreating back below the waves, submarines were an essential part of all three houses' fleets. The clouds moved overhead, stealing my sun and leaving me in their shadow. The Trosic Armada's doctrine was largely influenced by having to counter both the Black Skyvian household fleet and the Electan navy, where House Electo could count on the massed air fleets of House Black Sky being allied or at least not a threat. The shadow grew deeper over me. I knew I was not alone on the beach. Primus? Visha asked. A hand waved in front of me. Is she okay? The Baroness asked as she splashed up next to me. Visha looked to me and then back out to ships far offshore. Ah, she's distracted. Is our Countess thinking deep thoughts again? We are near Yuzhang, which is a major Electan city, Visha mused. And naval base, I added automatically. It's the home port of their 4th Central Fleet. Interestingly, the 4th has a larger than expected complement of Hammerhead attack subs and Kraken missile submarines. Yes? Visha asked. The dark blue swimsuit she had on was quite nice, if a bit daringly cut with thin straps around the shoulders and hips. Stamping a foot in the water, Violet Blood sighed. She wore a rather fancy silver suit that I wondered if she had packed as part of her kit. You're encouraging her. Combined with the 2 Reuter-class amphibious assault ships stationed here, plus a cruiser squadron and a fleet carrier complement, the 4th's composition speaks volumes about Electo's intentions to close the Guardia Sea to House Trosier, I explained. Violet Blood took my arm. Toria, we're on leave. We are in a very important part of the world, I countered and started gesturing. One of the southern tips of Dayu is 1,000 miles that way. We're in one of the larger coastal concessions of House Electo, behind that is the minor House Krokelli, and yet further south is their Eastern Interior Confederation. We are all aware of that. How many months did we spend in that swamp keeping the peace? Violet Blood demanded. I would not exactly call that a peacekeeping mission. You see, our role was more along the lines of protecting a strategic asset while the actual counterinsurgency work was carried out by our local allies. Violet Blood rolled her eyes at me. Now who's encouraging her? Visha teased. Flicking her tail through the water, Violet Blood harumphed. Maybe we should have had her wear a hat. She might be getting too much Sunday. I am not getting too much sun. I stamped my foot, ignoring how petulant it must have looked. Maybe she's dehydrated. Primus, do you want a drink? Visha asked. I suppose. I turned away from the sea and looked back up the beach. The rest of our squadron, and our maintainers were here. Roughly a light century's worth of personnel, all told. And the immune century of combat engineers a bit further up the beach were also enjoying themselves. This part of the coast was a private beach belonging to the resort facilities Electo had leased to House Black Sky for the purposes of R&R. Which of course meant that the resort required a fair amount of security. Which explained the coastal boats out the water and the RP on overwatch. She's doing it again, Violet Blood sighed as she leaned in and stared into my eyes. Maybe we should get her some lunch, Visha pulled my arm. The smell coming from the converted drum grills was enticing. And there was a fair amount of beverages, and not just alcoholic ones. I should get my share. I allowed. Given Samuth's probable survival, I had decided to give the whole squadron a consolation prize and covered the consumables for this particular outing. Being in House Electo's territory did mean that it was fairly easy to purchase such supplies. You got her that fancy suit and she didn't even swim yet? Grey Dawn asked as she lounged in a beach chair, her crimson hair pulled back in a rough ponytail. She was sipping a glass of ginger schnapps over ice and was nibbling a pita with some sort of savory meat filling. She keeps plotting, Violet Blood pouted. We think she's just hungry, Visha said, leaning close to me. At least you got her into the swimsuit, Grey Dawn noted, taking a long sip as she stretched her wings out to better catch the sun. It's fluffy, I growled, refusing to look down at the ruffled and bowed confection I was wearing. It's fuchsia, and I gave you options, Violet Blood said. The other one was pink. And a bikini. I growled. You didn't have to wear anything. It's not a nude beach. I retorted with another highly mature foot stomp. Grey Dawn slowly blinked at me. She hasn't seen her ritualista, has she? The older pilot asked Violet Blood. What is Gibbs up to? Not her. The little blonde one, Flavia. Violet Blood rolled her eyes. Of course she's naked. It's her suit that the Countess is borrowing. What? I didn't think to pack swimwear into a war zone. My tail flicked. My ritualista volunteered to have me borrow this swimsuit. However, if she was going to be a nudist, why did she even bring a suit? It's not like I was not going to give this back to her. Come on, let's get you some food. Visha put her arm through mine and pulled me along. On the way up the beach we stopped and had a few quiet words with Octavia. She was taking the loss of her flight mate rather well. Sophia had been a gregarious pilot with amber skin and short black hair. She had been with the squadron for quite a while, and had originally been a member of the flight I had taken over. And now, she was another casualty in our house's long-term assistance in stability, peacekeeping, or whatever they called securing our resource interests in this part of the home plane. Despite having been close to Sophia, I was not very worried about Octavia. I had more concerns about how Primus Mercy Gabenus was handling it. Octavia was the replacement of her last Kia. It was no fault of Mercy's, but when you only had 3 flights in a squadron it only took a bit of bad luck to have one flight get disproportionate casualties. And from there it was a short distance to getting a reputation as an unlucky flight. Violet Blood nudged me along. Come on, Countess. My tail whipped around and might have hit her. Which, glancing around at the horseplay, catch, and general recreation probably would not have been considered remarkable. The smell of the grill was getting very enticing. Maybe my flight was right about me being hungry. Sausages and kebabs were not my normal fare, but Quirinus was using a brush to spread various sauces that smelled great over the cooking meat. Not to mention whatever was in the improvised smoker. And Cenas had rigged up a pot of simmering oil and was frying bobbing bits of dough and had another pot full of cinnamon and sugar. Countess, Quirinus bowed her horns to me. I somehow kept from smiling. Her floppy sun hat was practical but it did slightly detract from her gravitas. She also had a full-length black apron over her own teal bikini. My squadron commander had no such limits and chuckled at my get-up. I have been told I need to eat. Running on empty is bad for a pilot, Quirinus stated soberly. I've got plenty of filling Zeppole, Cenas said as she used a slotted metal scoop to fish out some of the frying pastries, gently shake them, then dump them into the sugar bucket. Violet Blood's tail swished eagerly at that. That does sound good, and it's nice to be able to get Electan food, Quirinus noted as she bowed her horns to me. We can still get local supplies to supplement our rations in the interior, Cenas shrugged. Local supplies were always risky when you were part of an occupation. Yes, Fob Emerald Inferno was in an area rather far from Diluvian tribal lands. The forward operating base was picked to give defensive depth to the mines and refinery that were the main reason House Black Sky cared enough to garrison troops here. Still, it was a risk to pull in local supplies. It was a vector for sabotage. It's getting more expensive, no? Visha asked between the happy noises she made over the grill. Some farmers in the interior are having problems, Cenas said. The Eastern Interior Confederation had a fair number of areas that could support a lot of plant growth such as jungles. Poor harvests. Violet Blood asked as she was given a bag full of warm little fried and sugared pastries. I heard rumors of some Electan overflights over agricultural regions friendly to the Diluvians. Cenas' gold eyes shimmered. Defoliants? That's a bit obvious, no. Violet Blood tilted her head as she started eating the Zeppole. I frowned at her. What then? Well, clearing all that land is hard, what if other things were, seeded from the air? To encourage growth, but the wrong growth. Quirinus gave her second-in-command a look as she filled a little carton with sausages and kebabs before going over to the smoker. Like invasive species. Violet Blood made a thoughtful noise as she fed me a pastry. I chewed and enjoyed the fluffy sweet pastry. If true, that could be diabolical, deliberately sowing things like kudzu, eucalyptus, or even just fast-growing weeds into enemy fields would increase farming difficulties. Weeding was hard enough in the interior. Slicing some smoked brisket she had pulled out of the smoker, Quirinus gave all of us a quelling gaze. Such rumors are unfounded. And you all need to be a bit more careful when it comes to discussing any dirty deeds done by our allies. She handed the carton to Visha. Be more like Centurion Shadow. She knows when to be silent. No matter the species, messing with their food supplies was risky. Famines can break civilizations. And not being civilized was a stigma on Dayu, it was part of what separated the great houses from the minor houses from the city-state and tribes, and those from the savage, barbarian brutes. Thank you ma'am, it smells delicious, Visha bowed her horns to Quirinus. Violet Blood's tail flicked and I could feel her desire to roll her eyes. I suppose she wanted to continue to gossip about Perfidious Electo. They were an ally of House Black Sky, but they did have a reputation. That does not mean that the other great houses were above such dirty tricks either. Though I suppose that was why the rumors were adding weeds. Unlike introducing rodents or blightsweeds were a problem that could be surmounted, maybe with a few extra goats. I could see the rationale: the more energy and resources put into food production, the less the Diluvians could spare for combat. Though, I suspected our questionable operations branch, the Office of Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance, had a whole variety of creative ideas when it came to sapping the Diluvians' will and capability to fight. I had spent the bulk of my career in the legions trying to avoid the attention of CSR, and after meeting with Centurion Nihilus I felt my instincts were correct. "I'll get our drinks," I said, going over to the stamped aluminum coolers. I opened one and found it was full of chilled wine bottles and a good fraction of the squadron's liquor stock. I went to the next double-walled cooler and found some bottles of sparkling juice, mostly pomegranate and citrus blends. Violet Blood, who was still eating the occasional zeppole, frowned at me. "Do you really need to drink?" Visha asked her. That ginger schnapps Grey Dawn got seemed really enticing. The Baroness pouted and looked to Quirinus. Our squadron commander chuckled as she closed up the smoker and added more sausages and pierced some more of the bits of lamb, onions, peppers, and other vegetables to make more kebabs before putting them on the grill. A few ritualista from First Flight had ambled up and were being given more food. I averted my gaze as a couple had decided to go topless. Fortunately, Visha was helping me back to the towels over where Grey Dawn was lounging. Though by the way Love Blood was smirking and swishing her tail, she had also noticed my discomfort. "You are such a bashful, Countess. You're in the legions, you know how showers are in the barracks. If you wanted fancy things like privacy you should have gone into the fleet." I snorted. Conditions on fleet airships could be a bit more spacious, at least on larger airships. Lighter-than aircraft were limited by mass more than volume. Smaller airships, however, were cramped in both mass and volume. Either way, a fleet airship was still a military airship and was not going to be exactly luxurious when it came to crew berthing. "It's not that. We were also cadets together and in the ballet troupe." Violet Blood gave a little smirk to Visha, to show off what the Baroness presumed as her knowing me for longer. I sighed. For her part, Visha did seem a bit jealous. Which did not make any sense. Unless she was being really committed to the false history we had agreed on, that is the lack of history. "Really, I'm not sure why you are worried about the bathing suit. Given the leotards you've worn up on stage." "That's different," I pouted. Violet Blood looked to Visha for clarification. "Our Primus has her quirks," Visha stated as she put the carton down and shook the beach towel free of sand. Grey Dawn looked up and took a sip of her drink, which had somehow been refreshed while we were away getting our own food and drink. Idly, I wondered when she had gotten up to get more ice. "You're just buttering her up," Violet Blood said, eating another pastry. I noticed she had already eaten a quarter of the bag's contents. Visha tilted her head. "Why would I want to do that?" "Because you want to play doubles liar's dice with Grey Dawn after lunch." Grey Dawn nodded. "That would be fun, those combat engineers up the beach are ripe targets." "This is what happens when no one in the squadron wants to play against you two," I noted as I sat down. Even with the towel as an insulator the sand was warm. It felt a bit odd to have my tail go out onto the beach and swish. "They won't play for serious odds, ma'am," Grey Dawn said to me as Visha handed her a kebab. "It's still fun to play, you really get to know people when you have a bit of dice or cards with them," Visha said happily as she sliced open a buttered sourdough bun she had gotten from somewhere, slid a sausage into it, and offered it to me. I bit into the sausage in a bun and chewed. Visha was always very skilled at bluffing and reading people, and Grey Dawn could calculate odds and strategize betting. They made a very effective team. "They can go off and play some games." Violet Blood smiled at me. "We could go flying or maybe for a swim." Visha shrugged and gave me a kebab, ready to be consumed as soon as I finished my first nosh. "I'm not in any great rush." I shrugged as I finished off the little sausage. It was not too spicy, but the mix of herbs added to the meat blend had given the link a zesty kick. "We could just relax," Visha offered. "And later today we could go out, maybe see a play. There is a theater here. It would be in Bentish, but it should be a bit civilized." Grey Dawn seemed amused at the Baroness' antics. "The prefect might have something planned for tonight too," Visha reminded. "I was thinking before that," Violet Blood said, a bit petulantly. I bit into the lamb. It was moist and delicious with a light spicing. Our squadron commander had a surprising variety of skills, one of them being cooking. Lamb was so lean that it was hard to keep from drying out, especially over coals. I wondered if she used a special marinade or some other sort of cooking method to keep the meat nice and juicy. The other vegetables on the metal skewers were perfectly handled, cooked without being burnt. If she wanted out of the Imperial Legions, I was sure Quirinus could easily get a job as a chef, and I'd be happy to write a recommendation to that effect if she ever asked. Sadly for the hypothetical restaurant's customers, I doubted Prefect Volante's Centurion Artemis Magnus Quirinus, as a career centurion, had any plans to leave the legions in the foreseeable future. I would not begrudge her choice. She had been a good instructor when I was a cadet. As far as commanders went, she was thoroughly acceptable, and did not lack in any regard. Besides, it was impossible to ignore that she had taken me under her figurative wing. To a degree, I guess that was expected, considering my young age and lack of previous seasoning. So, as good of a cook as she was, I had a vested interest in Quirinus staying in the legions for as long as she could to continue to watch my back. Since it was an open secret that I would have a squadron command of my own within a couple years if I did not get myself killed, that selfish desire was happily in line with the best interest of my organization. After all, being a sensible legionary, Quirinus would want to make sure I could handle such responsibility before she left the service to prevent any post-retirement tarnishing of her sterling reputation. I ate more of the kebab as my tail swished happily. I appreciated the attention on her part. I would rather my superiors carefully have me grow into the command position made inevitable my own reputation, skills, and noble ties, especially when the alternative was jumping me 2 grades and giving me a command I would have to scramble to staff, equip, train, and deploy. Still, part of me did think that Quirinus had missed her calling by not becoming a professional chef. I wondered if that part of me was just projecting my own concerns and how I was counting down the years and months until my term of service finished onto my current commanding officer. She's doing it again, Visha, Violet Blood pouted as she poked me with her own kebab. I'm not. I growled. Then what were you thinking about? Violet Blood asked. Some sort of bold tactic or flaw in our enemy's air power doctrine. I was thinking about what I would be doing if I hadn't joined the legions, I sighed. Violet Blood blinked. Right, she had wanted to be a ritual plate pilot since before she could walk, let alone fly. She had also got her guardian to funnel a portion of her inheritance into ritual plate lessons. What would you have done? Violet Blood asked before daintily chewing on a sausage. I'm guessing you don't mean like the fleet or an auxilia. Maybe a guild position? Your mother does have her own mercenary squadron, though most mercenary pilots are veterans. Maybe you'd do more ballet. Visha suggested as she ate. Maybe. I could have gone professional with ballet, I joked, taking some of the fried sweets before Loveblood ate them all. Being a ballerina was not that bad of a job. It came with travel and some status, and was fairly safe, if punishing on your feet. Demons with hooves did have an advantage. Yes, the costumes were humiliating, but it was just on stage. That is an elegant and cultured vocation, Violet Blood approvingly said. Maybe you can start doing it again, if it means that much to you. Visha happily suggested. Tail stiff, I stared at her. Violet Blood frowned. We did have to resign from the ballet troupe when we got assigned to Quirinus squadron. And there really hasn't been much of a chance to practice out in the jungle. I gave a little exhale. Maybe when we get rotated back to Bovitar, Violet Blood said. Looking out over the water, I chewed my lip. Maybe, I allowed before turning back around to look at the rest of the squadron. They were enjoying themselves. The revelry was still rather contained. I had enough experience with soldiers to know that partying could get quite hearty. I was a bit surprised no one had hired any entertainers. I was sure the resort would have a roster of trusted providers. Maybe Quirinus had put out a quiet word that there would be none of that today. At least among her and Mercy's flights. Have you ever visited Electan territory? Violet Blood asked Visha. There was a family vacation when I was younger, Visha said as she sipped her drink. And how was it? This seems very nice, but I have heard their more northerly areas can be a bit dreary. Oh, they're pleasant enough. Visha assured the Baroness after giving me a look. House Electo had some similarities to the Allied Kingdom but with some of the Low Countries mixed in. Which in our lives were part of the empire on their border to the sea with the Francois Republic. And while some parts of House Electo were rather temperate, such as their northernmost enclave on Italia Island or their enclave on the southern part of Minor House Murgera, many of their areas were far warmer, such as the territory we were in, which was across from House Blacksky's southernmost point. Though the Electan home island was just a bit south of Amber Island, where Visha grew up, and about the same latitude as Bovitar, so I suppose it was temperate enough. The currents and jet stream from the Curie Sea would make things warmer, I gather, I said after having another sausage. Violet Blood shook her head at me. Did I really have a reputation for wool gathering? Yes, that is true, Visha agreed with me, and I found my plate was refilled. I guess we have gone on a tour of. Violet Blood paused. 5 houses? She asked, giving Visha a sly look. My wingwoman had missed out on our adventures in Andromache, Red Storm, and Voalaya. Join the legions, see the world, Violet Blood then laughed. You should be grateful, Baroness, I made a sweeping, imperious gesture. Look at the lovely beach bestowed upon us by our Imperatrix. Violet Blood and Visha smirked. We could go for a swim, Violet Blood offered. I looked down at my suit and frowned and then pushed some sand with the fins on my tail. Don't worry about your wings, Violet Blood assured. I'm not worried about them. The Baroness rolled her eyes and looked over at Visha. She's very particular. She is, Visha agreed. Maybe remind her that you have experience with feathers. I glanced between the two. I have a cousin, who has dark blue feathers, Violet Blood assured. I asked for a bit of advice and got some special shampoo and she did warn me about sand. Shampoo. I knew how to groom myself. And that included my feathers. Normal soap and water was sufficient. It will add some more luster to them. Violet Blood reached out but held her hand inches from my wings. They could be so very shiny. I eyed the Baroness who had, after months in a jungle fob, put her hair back in her preferred drill-like curls. I could not begrudge her a little primping. We had all gotten cleaned up after all, as soon as we left the jungle. Besides, as a species we tended to be rather fastidious and vain, as well as gregarious and aggressive. Even I had spent more time than was strictly necessary for purely hygienic purposes in the showers after we left the fob, thoroughly washing out my hair before pulling it back into a ponytail. While far from Violet Blood's elaborate curls, the ponytail was better than the lank mess and perpetual helmet hair of the last several months. Not that I would prioritize hair care over helmets, of course. While helmets played havoc with hair, I would take a good helmet over pristine hair any day of the week. Helmets as standard equipment was something that I had argued for, and gotten, for the 203rd. That and goggles. I would not want to pilot a ritual plate without the helmet and face mask. Not just for the physical protection and environmental control but also the communication and data display systems. Violet Blood smirked. Are you thinking about fluffy wings or some bit of Legion kit? I glared at her. We can finish up our lunch and then go for a swim, Visha offered. I shrugged. Or we could just take a nap on the warm sand on this nice towel, Violet Blood countered. You know, be rested for tonight's entertainment. I snorted. And had to keep from laughing at how the Baroness seemed to droop. I think the prefect will have a great night planned for all of us, Visha said. Yes, but our Baroness was trying to make it sound salacious, Grey Dawn drawled. Indeed, she was, I agreed. Violet Blood pouted. You did mention wanting to visit, maybe get some Electan culture. Visha asked as she took the bag of pastries to give to me. There was that idea to see an opera. Violet Blood shrugged. It's better than trying some R&R in House Crocelli. That is a larger security risk, I stated. Well, depends on where you are. The Crocelli outside of the interior confederations is almost, more civilized, Violet Blood admitted. I sighed at her. They are superstitious, the Baroness haughtily said. Maybe it's due to living out in the jungles. As opposed to the very urbane eastern province. Visha innocently asked. Violet Blood sniffed. The Diluvians and the other tribes warn their children to not go out at night, to cover up their windows. Those jungles are full of predators, I reminded. Do you think the Navish are real? They're just a bedtime story. I eyed her. We use invisible spirits all the time. Zephyr can be powerful and the Notice spirits guiding our torpedoes can be vicious. That's different. I'm not saying there aren't vicious spirits or predators out in there in the jungle somewhere, but that doesn't make every primitive superstition about lurking monsters true too. I shook my head. It doesn't really matter if the Navish are real or not. The Diluvians believe they stalk their villages, and they're afraid of vengeful, predatory forest spirits. I trailed off. What? Violet Blood asked. Just thinking. Fear is powerful. And there are rumors. Visha looked at me. I shook my head. No need to tell Violet Blood about the rumors of Electan meddling and something CSR might be doing to help House Crocelli keep order. Violet Blood chuckled. Right, so you'll talk about crop sabotage but you're worried that I'm sorry, our allies might have dirty hands. I snorted. After talking with Nvidia, I would not put much beyond the will of the Office of Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance. Have we heard anything about the replacement for Mercy's flight? Visha asked. Violet Blood gave a slight smile at the attempt to change the subject. With my luck, it'll be another noble cadet pilot, Grey Dawn said as she sipped her schnapps. Violet Blood bristled. Yeah, it would be bad if our squadron got a reputation for handling young pilots. The Baroness gave me a hurt look. I would much rather have our cadets spend more time growing their skills and maturing before being sent into a combat posting. We did fine. She huffed. Yes, but the point of the cadet program is to find talent early and give them extra training with ritual plate and then command lessons. Sending all those cadets into field postings defeats the purpose. It's like eating our seed corn, Visha added as she ate a kebab. I nodded to her. Exactly. Activating young cadets robs future years of a crop of older and more experienced pilots. Violet Blood sighed. I suppose you're right. It's just odd being some of the youngest pilots in our entire wing. House Black Sky does not, as a general rule, prefer child soldiers, I reminded. We're exceptions. The petulant pout to Violet Blood's glare underscored my point. She was a capable pilot, but she was also a war maniac who got a bit too gleeful when it came to killing the enemy. Visha nearly choked on her sausage as she laughed. After all, This was the second empire we had lived in that was willing to bend the rules when it came to putting younger airborne mages into combat slots. Well, I could go for a swim, Violet Blood announced as she stood up and stretched out her wings. Anybody coming with me? Visha gave me an interested look. I pondered. Mostly I wondered if Violet Blood really wanted some younger little proto-aces she could bully well, mold into followers. I would have to keep an eye on her, especially as one day Love Blood would make Primus and have a flight to command herself. Come on, Countess, I can see your wings twitching in anticipation, Violet Blood teased. I finished off my lunch and then stood up and flicked my tail. Visha followed. Looking out I could see that a lot of the squadron's ritualists were already swimming and, dare I say it, frolicking. I gave a little smile. I should have done more with the 203rd when I had the chance. But given my age and my authority as the unit commander, myself playing out on the beach with them could have undermined things. My age was less of an issue here, and I was just one flight leader. Visha slipped into position. Violet Blood saw me tensing, but she reacted too slowly as I shoved her into Visha's arms. My wingwoman spun her lightly, but I was already sprinting down the beach and had a head start. I put out my wings and with a flap went airborne and coasted over the start of the water and gained just enough altitude to slip into the bottle green water in a shallow foot-first dive. I was pretty sure that the water was deep enough that far out, but I wanted to be cautious, and not risk hitting my head on a rock or something. Popping to the surface, I looked around to see that Love Blood was about to land onto me. She had not been so cautious and was coming down head first. At least her arms were held in front of her. There was a tangling ugly splash as we spun around before bobbing back up. Visha had swum up to us and shook her head. I freed myself from the pouting Baroness and paddled over to a bit of open sea and rolled onto my back. Wings and other limbs out, I looked up into the sky as I was carried by the waves. It was almost peaceful. I tried not to think too much about the airship I could see up in the sky. It looked like a civilian model. Probably shipping fast-moving supplies across the Gaudia Sea. Or maybe it had a destination further inland. Visha and Violet Blood came over to me. Both were smiling. That seemed rather ominous. Them working together was more harmonious but seemed to bring me more trouble. Fortunately they merely pounced on me and, using her wingtip, Visha declared me it before she and Violet Blood then swam off. I had a moment of shock as I rolled over to tread water. The two had even split up. Fine, if they wanted to make a challenge of it, I would show them. Kicking, I darted after Violet Blood. Visha was taller and had longer legs and wings, and from her stories of growing up on Amber Island she had far more experience swimming. Violet Blood tried to go fully underwater to escape me, but that was folly. I quickly caught up to her and after a brief tumble I managed to tag her back. Next came the hard part, I had to escape. Like air, water is a fluid. However, it is far denser and far more viscous. This is why aquatic combat and aerial combat, while having similarities, also have key differences. To my luck, Violet Blood went with her trained instincts and maneuvered as if she was in the air. As she wallowed, I managed to dart away, and made a mental note that I needed to request some aquatic and diver training for my flight. Fortunately for Visha, Violet Blood had target fixation and focused on chasing me. I made a note to make this tag game a bit more complex. Swimming, I twisted around and led Violet Blood closer to Visha. Then with a gleeful burst, the Baroness took the bait and swapped targets, trying to tag the Islander pilot. My competitive edge began to wane as my feathers grew increasingly waterlogged, making them less effective and less maneuverable than the V's. It did not take much longer for Visha to surge ahead on points. Though mildly disappointed at how handily I had been beaten, I took it as a lesson and added more aquatic training to my mental list. Violet Blood was the first one to ask to get out of the water. I hardly objected as I was more than willing to get out as well. Despite carefully tracking across the beach to our blankets, a lot of sand did stick to my feet and legs and a bit was kicked up by my wings and tail. Grey Dawn had fallen asleep under her parasol. Moving around the squadron who were mostly playing and relaxing, Visha had run ahead to get some more food and refreshments. She was already sitting down on the towel by the time I had so carefully walked up. Violet Blood for her part was following at my heel. Kneeling down on the towel, I found Visha helping me stretch out and lay down. That was pretty comfortable, especially when she had more of those fried pastries. Violet Blood for her part started cleaning my wings and using a special brush to preen them and remove any sand that had gotten in around my wing roots. It was oddly relaxing and reminded me of when Mother Clementia would help brush my hair and wings. I might have yawned and Visha helped provide a place for me to put my head down which would give Violet Blood a better angle to work. It was nice to, for a small time, be able to put aside my concerns. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Paimon flagged freighter, you are entering restricted waters, prepare for boarding, reduce your speed to 10 knots and change your heading, the Navy dispatcher said over an open channel in Sylvan Latin before giving a course. She then repeated herself in Bantish and then Paimi. My flight and Mercies, still down 1, were configured in strike mode complete with lance projectors. Quirinus flight was configured for air superiority and acted as our escort. One could argue that a ritual plate squadron was rather heavy air support for one supposedly merchant ship. And that was right. The legions had loaned us to the fleet for this joint operation. A household fleet Jarn Gripper class frigate with a couple Mulberry fast attack crafts were closing in. They would all stay at a respectable distance while the Spada light VTOLs on the frigate deployed the boarding party. Each fleet vessel had their own ritual plate combat air patrol up just in case, which allowed us to act as a dedicated strike package. Nearby an Electon Navy Howe class fleet missile cruiser lurked. Their role was less in case the freighter tried to run, or fight, and more in case someone else came in to try and defend it. A squadron out of the cruiser was doing anti-submarine warfare with an admirable degree of paranoia. Paimon flagged freighter, you still need to change course, the dispatcher stated before going to the two other languages. They do know they're not going to make it to port, right? Violet Blood asked over the flight channel. Patience, I cautioned her. I then pushed to her the coordinates of some small ships that had been on station near the port which had moved out. The Crockelly Coast Guard and revenue ships were a mix of Black Skyvian and Electon surplus and were thus a bit smaller than the Mulberries. Still, it was enough to show the freighter that they had no chance of sneaking in. Now, it was a question of when the freighter's captain and her crew would notice. It was doubtful that they noticed the pair of Venture Scout airships and the single Colibri shadowing the freighter. The Colibri patrol airship was configured with a pair of Spada VTOLs. The Colibri would provide a backup group of legionaries to land on the freighter. Paimon freighter Sunset Breeze, this is your last warning, change your heading and maintain speed, the dispatcher said with only a tiny bit of irritation. After she repeated herself in the other languages, there was a pause. I noticed the freighter was still trying to make for the port. Primus, ready fire solution. An exasperated voice cut into the flight command channel. Target, Tribune? Quirinus asked. Single lance strike over the bow. I want their attention, but I don't want them sunk, yet. Confirm. Quirinus replied. Toria, you can have the honor. Yes, ma'am, I automatically replied. I could see the wisdom in having me take the shot, as opposed to someone like Violet Blood. I went to my flight channel. Okay girls, I've got orders to make a statement. Check your fire, this is a solo warning. I made sure to get acknowledgement from all the members of my flight. And then had them follow me as I changed heading to cross the target. On my display, I mapped out the heading of the freighter. As my lance batteries charged, I double-checked the lead. My goal was to get close enough to make a statement, but not so close that I damaged the ship's bow. Commencing strike, I transmitted as I adjusted my aim and checked the location. The composite data from my Gorgon rig and the various other scrying systems in this task force made the freighter rather clear. Lances charged, my gauntlets locked, and I fired. An antic beam shot out and raced down towards the freighter. However, it fell short and the massive evocative energy hit the water and blew up in a massive burst of water. It was like a giant depth charge went off just ahead and to the starboard of the freighter. A wave of water went over the ship's bow. Paimon freighter Sunset Breeze, the next shots will sink you. Change course and prepare for boarding, the dispatcher stated. I kept in a smile. At about 500 feet in length, the Sunset Breeze was on the larger end of a mid-size freighter. Officially, it was set up as a dry bulk carrier and would normally carry grain. However, it had some conversions and several of its aft holds could be converted to containerized cargo. It was a less efficient use of tonnage than a dedicated container ship, but it gave some advantage in being able to supply some smaller minor house ports. This was an overwhelming amount of firepower for a single commercial ship. Which was the point. Slowly, very slowly, the Sunset Breeze changed its heading and started moving away from the coastline. A few more minutes passed and the Paimon freighter reached the instructed heading and held to it. Paimon freighter Sunset Breeze, prepare to accept an inspection teams. Continue course and speed, the dispatcher said. I sipped some water as the Spada light VTOLs took to the air and started to approach. It wondered if there would be K9 units on the inspection teams. Or maybe there would be a clairvoyant with short-range remote viewing, or maybe a spirit caller. There were a lot of places to hide items on a ship the size of the Sunset Breeze. Diamond Dust, I want your flight to do a flyby before the inspectors land, Quirinus ordered. Ma'am. I said in a respectfully questioning tone. My squadron commander laughed. Toria, the inspection teams have Sarpedon running escort. I want you to rattle their bridge windows. Understood, I said, and then went to my flight channel and passed the orders down as I outlined a flight path. I cynically wondered if this was a way to test if the Sunset Breeze had air defenses. A pass by my flight would also get some up-close telemetry, and we were faster than the escort RP force. Violet Blood was eager while Visha and Grey Dawn were more reserved. The latter seemed downright suspicious of this whole mission. I could not blame her. A healthy sense of cynicism was a vital survival trait in the legions. We accelerated and dropped altitude. The freighter started to get closer and my breathing became regular. The scrying telemetry from our Gorgon rigs came into even greater resolution. There were a couple crew out on the wings port and starboard of the bridge. They did not seem to be carrying any weapons and were merely standing watch, which admittedly meant they had to rely on their night vision. I had our speed top out and we were over Mach 1, which would help give an impressive display as we flew over. I told you she's still a ballerina at heart, Violet Blood Mock whispered to Visha, while pointedly transmitting over the flight channel. I pushed down the irritation. If you have time to joke, you have time to mind your sectors. The brass horns and the spooks have a reason to think this freighter is worth the effort. If you eat a missile because you're distracted, I will be very cross. Yes, ma'am, Violet Blood stated. We blew over the freighter not much above its antennae and funnels. And true to my prefect Centurion's wishes, our sonic booms made an impression. I was not sure if the glass in the bridge's windows actually rattled, but our passing was obvious. It was all rather heavy-handed. Minor House Paimon was on very good terms with House Electo. Hence they were the velvet glove while we were displaying the mailed fist. My tension grew as I did not see any weapons installations or threats. I expected them to make a fight of this. After buzzing over the freighter, I had us take to a higher altitude. Quirinus had my flight doing an overwatch of the freighter while the other two flights in our squadron were further out watching for other threats. The Spada and their Sarpedana escorts came closer. Pollux Flight, this is Spada Flight 6, a VTOL pilot drawled. Greetings Spada Flight, this is Diamond Flight, I transmitted. Really? Good to finally meet you, another voice cut in, this from the commander of the Ritual Plate escorts. Word is you've done some solid ground support for some multi-role jockeys. We may have to do more work, but at least we get paid the same, I joked. The pilots chuckled. Well said, Diamond. The VTOL pilot noted. I'm looking over the scrying intake, including that latest flyby. You really believe this thing's just a defenseless freighter? I studied the composite intelligence from various sources and played back over time. My gut says no. But I can't see any data backing up them being armed. A Paimon freighter tends to run with escort, at least near House Trosier, the VTOL pilot noted. We are a bit far from Trozic waters, the commander of the two Sarpedana flights sighed. Given what it took them to change course, I don't think these are simple merchant sailors who got a bit of comms trouble. I'll still drop off my girls then, the VTOL pilot noted as the formation continued its intercept path with the freighter. We'll be doing overwatch. That's great, the inspection team will be thrilled to hear that if things go bad the freighter can be sunk around them, the VTOL pilot chuckled. You'll only need my girls if your Sarpedana jockeys can't quite cut it, I said with mock levity. How generous, the VTOL pilot noted. You two can work out your tail measuring contest. I've got some legionaries to land. The Sarpedana escorts spread out into formation that covered the length of the freighter while keeping them from moving into a full-blown hover. Speed was energy and was useful for defense and mobility. However, the light VTOLs had to reduce their speed to match the freighter. There was a fairly flat spot aft of the bow-mounted island that held the bridge and much of the crew quarters. The Spada crossed the freighter on a perpendicular angle and without landing slowed and dropped to a quick low hover. They stopped long enough to drop off two inspection teams plus a quartet of large canines. Andonese shepherds were energetic, large grey and black working and scent dogs that had some spits in their lineage but were a bit shaggier and heavily built. They were amiable creatures. Though I was fond of dogs in general, I put some more of my attention to keeping an eye on the inspection teams. They immediately split up with one going forward and up to the bridge and another aft and down to the engine room. They soon got out of sight. Fortunately, I was able to ask the escort RP flights and get patched into their communications channel. For its size, the Sunset Breeze had a small crew. Though some of the anxiety was that the freighter might have a surplus of passengers. Once the ship was secure and the freighter's crew was accounted for, the Centurion on the scene called in the second set of Spada lights and reinforcements were called in. If they were going to fight they would have already done it, Violet Blood noted. Tried to shoot down the VTOLs before they could land troops. Maybe they think we won't be able to find whatever contraband the spooks think is on it, Grey Dawn said. Maybe they're just innocent merchant sailors. Visha said. It's always a possibility. This could all be some misunderstanding. I chuckled. I checked the channel the inspection teams were using and my mirth waned. Primus? Visha asked, noticing my silence on the flight channel. The freighter's full of anti-aircraft weapons. It wasn't even hidden all that well. Mostly Trozic kit. They haven't found any ritual plate so far, but so far there's enough missiles and parts to provide air defense for a brigade or a legion. Grey Dawn gave a low whistle. That's a considerable investment on House Trosier, Visha noted. The Diluvians have fired a lot of Toulon missiles at us. No wonder they need more, Violet Blood stated. I wonder what'll happen to all this hardware. She mused. We'll likely have House Electo confiscate them and sell them to House Crockelli. Grey Dawn chuckled. Crockelli is hungry for arms and Electo can offer them a great deal. While giving us a cut, Violet Blood murmured. Do we get prize money for seized goods? Visha asked. It's complicated, I said. The tradition was more among the household fleet, but we had played a role. We could qualify for shares of the sale price, but I wouldn't make any big purchases. You're saying you won't get a big slice for being the ones who got the freighter to change course? Violet Blood asked. I'm merely a ritual plate pilot following orders. It was House Electo with that mighty cruiser who provided the big guns, I stated. Clearly they deserve the lion's share. As my flight gave a little chuckle, I checked with Quirinus. We were to keep providing support for the Sarpedana ritual plate escorting the inspection teams. I felt my tension ease a bit. I worried that someone might have the ship rigged to blow up. Also my concerns that we might have run into withering anti-air fire was true, in a way. Despite all that, the crew seemed to be docile enough. Which was understandable. House Electo was close with their smaller neighbor House Paimon. It would require an inquest to determine what laws had been broken and the culpability of the crew. And there was always a chance that House Electo could repatriate them to House Paimon. Especially if the mercantile great house wanted to make a deal with the minor house. Electo was very interested in keeping Paimon in their sphere of influence. Suddenly, dozens of missiles launched several miles to the north out of an anonymous part of the sea. They schemed over the waves and rapidly accelerated. Alarms began to sound. Markers came up onto my display and flight ops started giving out alerts. VTOLs and ritual plate were already being routed to the launch site, but the missiles were already in the air. Still, they might be able to drop charges on the enemy submarine. General quarters, general quarters. All hands to battle stations. Set condition Zeta through the ship. Incoming, incoming. All pilots be advised, anti-missile systems are weapons free, came the overriding voice of the task force's commander before the comms channels devolved down into control by individual flight ops directors. The Electon Howe-class missile cruiser and our Mulberry fast attack craft were under attack. And per the alert's words, the counter-missile fire from the naval assets was going to prioritize saving their ships. Woe to any RP pilot who got between launching an incoming missile and a weapon system trying to intercept it. The counter-missiles would try to avoid friendly fire and our comms and IFF was rather solid, but their concern was protecting the more expensive, and more populous, ship. It seemed the Trozic Armada had at least one submarine, more likely two, shadowing the freighter, and it objected to our actions. We have incoming enemy ritual plate, one of our pilots who had been on anti-submarine patrol stated, her voice calm and crisp. Multiple squadrons of Baptiste Strike RP escorted by Rockefort air superiority. I took a moment to study the map display before we got our orders. The Trozic missiles were the first wave. The ritual plate was the follow-up wave. And about half of them were vectoring toward the sunset breeze. I exhaled and put on a grin. Squadron Command, this is Diamond Flight, request permission to intercept. Chapter 15, One with the Sea. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Return Verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC Thingy. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shin Atsuki, and Nutco, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/ Other website Temple of Ranma Senshi Sifuku. CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 15, One with the Sea. After checking that I was not transmitting, I gave a sigh of frustration. House Trosier had fired a brace of submarine-launched missiles at an Electon cruiser. They had also deployed roughly 70 ritual plate, about a light black Skyvian wing. From their disposition and numbers, it seemed that there were 2 Trozic Strike Escadron, each consisting of 27 Baptiste Strike RP and 15 Rockefort air superiority models. It was a robust formation focused on heavy strikes with reasonable escorts that could be split into subgroups. House Trosier had sent one formation as a second barrage against that Howe-class missile cruiser, while the other had been sent against the freighter we had been inspecting for contraband. We had found all that and more, and House Trosier had decided to tie up a loose end. Personally, I found it excessive and a reckless escalation. People would die over the uncaring sea. But Trosier had not asked my opinion. I had sent my flight out ahead of the rest of the squadron to blunt their attack. Inspecting the composite data on the map display that my Gorgon rig and the various other scrying systems, I made a few range calculations and flashed my fangs. We were outnumbered and our Polyxo suits were in strike configuration, which was not ideal for anti-air. Here's the target list and weapons selections, I said over the flight channel. While Trosier had tolerable veiling systems, their ritual plate were more easily detected. Multiple Gorgon rigs on our side, something I would report as further evidence of the system's broader utility, and their decision to move at their maximum possible velocity essentially killed any hopes for stealth the Trozic pilots might have harbored. There was a brief pause as my pilots took in the fire mission. We're not targeting their Baptistes? Violet Blood asked. Correct. Now is not the time to focus on their strike RP, I stated. But our lenses outrange theirs, Visha replied. She was correct. The high-power emitters on the Baptiste were not as far-ranged as the Telefy, or a strike Polyxo. The Baptiste was also rather less maneuverable, but more robust for naval operations. Overall, it made a cheaper suit than the Telefy. One that could still hit hard and at long range but was more vulnerable to airborne threats. It did mean that a strike package was less expensive to field, but required dedicated escort. Exactly. Grey Dawn chuckled. There's still a fair bit of time before their strike suits get in range of that freighter. Meanwhile, we can fire on them while staying out of their range, I added. But, they won't accept that. They'll send their escorts to take us out and they outnumber us 4-1, Violet Blood countered. I laughed. Hopefully, I doubt they'll leave their strike forces naked, but I could imagine Visha nodding along as I quickly switched to the flight leader channel to inform the other flights and Prefect Quirinus of my plans. The squadron commander of those Rockeforts may be tempted to split her forces. 2 flights to guard the strike suits, and then 2 flights to hit our single flight, she said. Cutting their escorts in half, Violet Blood chortled. The little war maniac automatically assumed we would prevail on 2-1 odds. Her arrogance was not entirely misplaced. The enemy was likely flying a navalized Rockefort which had more waterproofing and a broader performance envelope. As an air superiority suit, it lacked the performance of a Harmonia, while also edging into too broad of a remit by having some light anti-ship and anti-surface roles. Unlike other Trozik RP models, they also carried a respectable amount of the 1-1-shot mortar-like tubes loaded with short-range anti-mage payloads. The Rockefort did not have the performance upgrades of the Tijar-2, a Xioxin derivative. Thus it was a less expensive suit. But also one that, absent pilot skill, needed a numerical advantage to take on a Harmonia. Careful, the Grand Admiral does not assign poor-quality pilots to critical escort duties, I admonished. At least Violet Blood had the sense to not transmit her haughty sniff. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Occasionally, I disliked being proven correct. Whoever was commanding that Trozik formation was clever. After our focused lance strike at beyond recommended max range destroyed a Rockefort and, in a bout of mistaken identity, critically damaged a Baptiste, the enemy commander did peel off a force to counter us. I had a bit of sympathy for that Baptiste pilot. Going down over water was a bad fate for an RP pilot. If she had to ditch, she would have to eject out of the suit or be pulled under. And even with flotation devices, she'd be at the mercy of the elements. At least the water was a bit warmer here. She could try to go back to the submarine that launched her, but that would just lead her enemies, us, straight to the vessel which we would endeavor to sink. Having a submarine near to recovery depth was a risk and one not worth a single pilot. Honestly, her best option was to broadcast her surrender on an open channel, dump her suit in the Gaudia Sea, and hope House Black Sky and not House Electo picked her up. We were more inclined to do prisoner exchanges than our Electan allies. And it was not like either house flogged our POWs. But that singular tragedy of someone drowning cold and alone was at the back of my mind. Tonight was going to be a night full of loss, what was one more? The Trozik commander had been clever. She had sent a force after us. But instead of 2 flights of Rockefort, she sent what looked like 6 of the escort suits and 4 strike suits. They planned to return the favor and counterfire. It weakened their overall strike package, but they were trying to take out a freighter, one filled with munitions. It was overkill and honestly, she would be better served with more fighter RP, but the Trozik commander had a set amount of each type of suit and that was that. Attention was a critical resource in battle. One had to be focused on immediate threats but an officer had to keep an eye on the larger picture. Fortunately, I was merely a flight leader. If I were still a field officer, as in my previous life, I would have to put more focus on how the Electan Howe-class cruiser and its RP combat air patrol squadrons had just barely managed to defeat the incoming missile barrage. And how that had left them somewhat out of position to deal with the second escadron which would be in target range sooner than the one we were fighting. That was just the defensive aspect. Those Trozik submarines had to be tracked and hunted down and our own Mulberry fast attack craft were also being attacked and could fight back as well. Nearer to me, I would also have to keep abreast of what was happening on the Sunset Breeze. Was it being evacuated? Where were the VTOLs? Even at the squadron commander level, Quirinus is coordinating with the Sarpedonov flights running escort to the SPA the VTOLs and any other Black Skyvian RP in the area. But that was all above my pay grade. My focus was on 2 reinforced flights worth of enemy RP that was on an intercept vector. I had my flight change course, at max power, as if we were swinging around the intercepting force to try to get back to threatening the main enemy RP force. They're still coming, Violet Blood noted. But we can't draw them out too far. Right, Grey Dawn agreed. If we're no threat to their main force then they'll simply rejoin them. Then we better keep their force divided, Visha said. Listening to them and taking part in the flight leader channel, I smirked. I then finished up and went back to my flight. That's right girls. Now, let's get their attention. The enemy formation was moving aggressively, but sensibly. The 6 Rockefort fighters were spread in a staggered arrow formation of 3 pairs with the 4 Baptiste strike suits back and in the protective pocket of their escorts. Timing was key. We could get a couple more lance shots in before the Baptiste got into range. Thus it was their imperative to try and intercept us as soon as possible. Their evasion was minimal, but they would increase it the closer they got in. Mark targets, I ordered as I checked the composite display. We had a handful of lance shorts left and this was the time to make them count. Being proper escorts, Rockeforts provided some measure of protection and their own veils and countermeasures helped protect their charges. It was a solid formation. It was also one that was built around a tactical mistake. One the pilot in charge should have realized. And yet we would give them one more chance to learn. Mercy's flight had burst in and opened fire with their lances on the main force. They only took out 1 escort RP. But the reaction was the same and sensible enough. 2 more flights peeled off 1 of each type. There was some risk as that left the main strike force with only 4 escorts. But letting another Black Skyvian flight freely harass them was unacceptable. Second flight should be able to handle that. If not, I could only put a bare bit of attention on them. Most of my focus was on the enemy before me. The range was almost right, the targeting was getting better. Just a bit more. Fire solution, 2, I ordered as each of us fired our projectors. 8 blinding, relentless lance beams speared out. Lances were very powerful weapons. And now my flight was down to just a single lance shot remaining. Not counting myself, as I had fired that warning shot across the freighter's bow earlier tonight, I was already empty. And those Baptiste would be hard targets. But this time the enemy force was moving with greater focus on us, was at closer range, we had a bit more time to refine our targeting, and there was far more ordnance in the sky. The House Trosier pilots reacted well. They were in a good formation and had solid enough training. When faced with enough firepower to burn through a battleship's active defenses, wards, and armor, they did not panic and reacted as a cohesive unit. Unfortunately, it was the wrong reaction. They had trained to protect the RP they were escorting above all. For a RP escorting a strike force to ensure it can fire on a large high-value target, it was the sensible reaction. For a small formation going out to attack enemy RP, it was the wrong reaction. The lances sliced through the formation. The hit ratio was lousy, RP were rather small and fast-moving compared to the normal targets of lances, but with the power levels involved even a glancing blow could be sufficient to cripple an enemy suit. 3 Rochefort were destroyed, or were sputtering wrecks, 2 more were moderately damaged and 1 unlucky Baptiste pilot had her wards overload from a grazing shot which also heated up her own flasks, causing chain detonation of her munitions and power cells. Charge emitters. Drop flasks. I ordered. The alchemical power cells that stored the bracing power channeled the lance projectors were massively intricate artificer creations. The cells were stored on conformal flasks that bolted onto the outside of the suit's torso, sort of like an extra thick bodice. They could be ejected if damaged, or to recoup some weight savings and gain a slight performance edge. If I survived, I would justify the expense to Quirinus, but I doubted she would object much. Right now this meant that my flight had 3 lances ready and were not weighted down by the flasks. The formation was rattled, half their escorts were down, but they still had teeth. If we were flying Harmonia that would not be as much of an issue. As House Black Sky's air superiority and interceptor suit, its high-end performance and maneuverability gave it a primary defensive role of taking out enemy strike ritual plate, in addition to its offensive roles in establishing air dominance. An interesting thing about the Palexo suit I wore was the primary difference between the air superiority configuration and the strike configuration was that the latter had the projectors, power feeds, and flasks to fire lances. While the former had extra thrust capability, maneuvering, and more capacity on the anti-air ballista projectors. But of the 3 primary configurations, strike and air superiority were the closest. Which meant that without our flasks weighing us down, I had, after the Palexo configuration for this role, the 3rd best thing to a Harmonia flight. Match course. And ready for evasion, they are going to fire at maximum range, I stated. But they should wait until we're just out of our ballista range. That way they can get the better targeting data and have the least time for us to maneuver, Violet Blood countered. That would be their best move. I agreed. But that ignores the psychological factor. They've taken losses, heavy losses. And more of their comrades have peeled off to protect the main strike team from Mercy's flight. And here's my flight, I purred. We were under a moderate veil, but I was doing little to obscure our approach. I was focused more on maneuvering to avoid their fire and close than hiding who we were. You think they have intel on us? I know if a Zioxan mercenary pilot could figure out who a white feather-winged Palexo pilot in this theater was, I don't have to ask you what the odds were that pilots from their ally House Trosier were also informed, I lightly said. Grey Dawn laughed. A few moments passed. We'll be nearing the range that our boffins and spooks think their lances max out at, so unless they're wrong or Trosier has a new model, well I guess we'll find out soon enough. There was more laughter, but we had started adding more maneuvers to our flight paths. 3 Baptiste meant a max of a dozen lances, more likely 9. That was still a good amount against 4 enemy RP. Besides, they'll think we're empty on our lances, let them think they have the superior range, I ordered. Keeping my flight's lance projectors, their focusing apparatus and emitters, charged up did add wear to the system. My flight would also have to fire soon or the entire apparatus would have to be refurbished. Storing that much arcane energy in a ready-to-fire state also meant that if someone got hit, a sympathetic detonation was more likely. It was a risk, but if I were in the enemy's hooves and I had superior range I would endeavor to keep my distance. Meanwhile, I wanted to close so those last lances will have a better hit ratio. Incoming fire, Grey Dawn stated, her voice oddly cool. The tracks that appeared on the map made the massive arcane blasts look far slower and sterile than the danger they represented. Evade. 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 I ordered, not because my flight was not already scattering, but because it was part of our training. The 3 enemy lances blinked across the distance to us. I was in the lead position. From my display, I gauged that 2 strikes would miss Violet Blood and Visha due to their jinking and sudden accelerations. The third was one to my left I could evade, but, after me, it would pass Grey Dawn. And she, however, would have a far harder time evading. The lance would miss. But with an arcane weapon designed to blow through capital ship protections, close was enough to kill a ritual plate. It would be almost far enough for Grey Dawn's wards to protect her. Almost. Not enough. We had all moved the most we could and it was rotten luck that it would hit her. But, in another twist of luck, I was also positioned to do something. My reaction was automatic. I had an instant. I slammed to the side, Zephyr and Wings screaming in pain. I dumped all my spare power, including my earrings, into my portside wards. Silver light flared around me like a comet as I tried for just the correct intercept angle. Too close and I'd immolate myself, and not even save Grey Dawn. Too far and I'd deflect but still blow myself up. I had to kiss the lance with enough force to brush past and alter its deflection while not detonating it. I only needed a couple of degrees. And for a moment, my wards screaming, alert lights flickering to orange and red, I thought I had it. The pressure on my wards eased as I pulled away pushing my Zephyr to get maximum separation. My display updated. Alarms were still blaring, but the lance was racing past me on its new heading. And then it detonated. My wards flashed over and then my alarms cut out and my display crashed. I tumbled with my suit burning and prickling agony as I fell. The worst was in my tail as it felt boiled over and my wings had almost been blasted back. I had a splitting headache that felt like my horns had been pounded into my skull. The pain was good. It meant I was alive. I started casting the ritual to restart my suit's systems. It was supposed to be an automatic process, but the procedure was for the pilot to do it as well. There was a squealing noise, something had torn away above my left hip. My suit smelled of hot metal fragments and burnt leather. And my display remained off. I could see out of my eye lenses but that was just barely enough for basic flying. Navigation, especially over water at night, required instruments. Though I only had until I crashed into the sea. I glanced down at a mechanical altimeter with its luminous dial in the corner of my vision. It was spinning down. Maybe I would be hit by the enemy, maybe I would have to ditch my suit. Other backups such as the compasses, etheric and magnetic, and gyros were still operational. I tried restarting my suit again and this time a few indicator lights flickered on. They were a sullen amber instead of a bright green but it was something. Now able to be fed suit power, my Zephyr were coaxed back awake, they had been shaken but the spirits accepted the inputs. And then my display flickered back up and I winced. Half of my ward projectors were just gone. My power systems were battered and I had damage to my lenses, but more worryingly one of my ballista air-to-air weapons systems was out. At least I had ditched the flasks and my lance emitters were not charged. Even my Veridum launcher was down with both a fault in the fed mechanism of the pebble-like munitions and the power to the launcher itself severed. In all, my weapon choices were rather low. Worse, my suit was in strike configuration which meant I had a lower energy capacity with ballista than if I were in fighter configuration. The map came up as my comms and scrying returned. The enemy's slowing down, Visha noted. I saw her highlighting velocity and heading estimates on the display. They'll be trying to maintain distance and get a more accurate follow-up. I gasped, barely audible. My throat suddenly became very dry. I drank some water, thankful that system had not failed. What about the Countess? Violet Blood demanded, apparently not hearing me. She would want us to use this opportunity, she has time, Grey Dawn stated. Mark your targets. If they'll give us that chance we will take it. The enemy strike suits should have given an immediate follow-up shot. But they waited a few seconds to get a better targeting. Having only hit one of us must have spooked them. They were angry and afraid. They had been thrown into a mission they had not expected and now, in this moment they thought they had us at their mercy. And so their strike RP slowed and took a steadier course. They took that extra time to ensure their targeting. Maybe they were afraid, maybe they were overconfident, but they forgot the most important part of air-to-air combat. Fire, I ordered, my voice returning. I knew my input was not necessary. I had trained my flight. My focus was on regaining my position, speed, and altitude. Grey Dawn had beat me by a half-second with her own command. The three fired, and this time my flight's last lances targeting the three remaining Baptiste. Two were solid hits, one was a graze, but the suit flared and she jettisoned her own flasks. Well done. I congratulated as I caught up on the greater tactical picture. It was hectic. Mercy's flight was similarly mauling the small Trozik detachment chasing them. Quirinus' flight, supported by nearly a squadron of Sarpedona that had been escorting the Spada, was moving to intercept the remaining 16 Baptiste before they could get in range of the sunset. That was still a powerful strike package, especially against a freighter, and one that could also target smaller surface assets like a Mulberry fast attack craft. But, due to our efforts, they only had a flight of 4 Rockeforts escorting them. The Electon forces were still in the fight. Though, it seems our allies had been wounded, as their cruiser had been damaged and was billowing smoke. The Trozik forces were pulling back but were under pursuit. They would have to break contact somehow if they wanted to make it to their submarines without endangering the U-boats. That was all beyond me and just taken in with a glance at my restored map data. Head still pounding, I focused on what mattered right now. I could feel everything sharpen and a bit of the pain dull as my suit's medical system responded. The enemy before us was now down to a flight in strength. They had 2 damaged Rockefort, one that was fresh, and 1 damaged Baptiste with no lances. Even with my own damaged suit, I was comfortable with those odds. The enemy managed to get a fairly coherent formation. They were well trained enough and capable of taking losses, but they had to be in a bad state. Not just of their own fate but of the rest of their strike escadron had been eviscerated. Admirably, they were still trying to keep us from reuniting with friendly forces. It was unfortunate that they had dedicated themselves to an already doomed task. With Visha in a protective spot at my wing, Grey Dawn and Violet Blood formed up and led the assault targeting the 2 pilots on the forward half of the somewhat outdated elongated diamond formation. Opening fire with their ballistas, they caught 2 damaged enemy suits and started soaking their wards. The enemy peeled off and flipped into a more aggressive stance. Cutting off from the rest of their flight, I was not sure if they were trying to draw Violet Blood and Grey Dawn away to protect the rest of their flight, but it was a risky move, damaged as those 2 Trozik pilots were. The sole fully intact enemy RP launched herself at me. I could appreciate the Rockefort pilot's logic. At a glance, I would look like the easy target, and taking me out could be a quick way to get numerical superiority. That was the dire part about flight-scale combat. The first casualty, then the second, could turn an even match into something prohibitively lopsided. But Visha was there, she took the lead, immediately firing and cutting off the enemy pilot, nearly diving into knife-fighting range. I had a moment of indecision. The classroom correct choice would be swooping in to assist Visha. I was combat-capable enough that I could contribute and 2-on-1 would make that fight much quicker. But then I saw the last Baptiste trying to fly off. "We've got a runner," I said over the flight channel and went in pursuit of the errant strike suit. I chanced a quick gaze over my display, and noted that my flight seemed to have things well in hand. The enemy RP, for all they were ably piloted, were getting more damaged with each passing second. Adjusting my Gorgon rig, which was also damaged, I found that the fleeing pilot had dropped her emissions even lower. It was hard to tell if she was attempting stealth, or if her suit had been more badly damaged than I had thought. As best I could, given my own damage, I followed suit and cut down my emissions. The heading was strange. It was vaguely in the direction of the forces that Mercy and Quirinus were engaging. Was the pilot going to a rally point? Was she going to their enemy sub? A bit of anger flared within me. If that was the pilot's goal, then she was showing a treasonous level of cowardice. Ritual plate was not the best at anti-submarine warfare. The suits had less capacity for underwater scrying and sonar systems and were not the best for carrying depth charges, arcane or otherwise. But we could do airborne tracks and surface scans, and we could call in VTOLs that were equipped with anti-sub capabilities. "She spotted me," I stated, giving in a little curse as her course changed just a bit and her scrying swept over me. Both our suits were damaged enough that our veils and other low observable systems were fairly shot. Moving to intercept. I dove down. The range closed and I opened fire, only for my targeting system to malfunction and the indicator on my instrument display flicker off. Even after manually correcting, only a few of the arcane shots splashed against the enemy's wards. I would have to be careful, a cornered pilot would fight with every weapon at hand. Rolling over, she fired back, and I pulled tighter into my curve to evade. Above, the battle was going well for the rest of my flight. Quirinus' flight and the Electon sub-hunters seemed to be having quite the field day, having a broken strike formation enforced the surrender of several pilots, and hinting multiple subs respectively. I flipped over and got tagged flaring my wards as the amber arcane energy blasts hit. Some hit the weak spot where my projectors had burned out and started hitting my armor. Darting, I took careful aim, making sure to lead to compensate, and fired. My remaining ballista's capacity dwindled in the profligate burst, but I was rewarded with the enemy pilot's wards flashing out. Turning, she went into a powered dive that gained her speed but brought both of us closer to the ocean. I had to give her credit for her skills. Despite the damage to her suit and the fear I could begin to sense as our distance closed, she managed to pull her dive to prevent her from becoming an obvious target. Angling her shoulders back, she started firing off her own anti-mage weapons. Unlike the more complicated, but higher capacity, Veridum launcher, House Trocia ritual plate had a handful of single-shot mortar-like launchers. They were rather similar to the pyrotechnics mortars I had used in the ballet troupe. Annoyingly, that comparison was proven far more accurate than I had anticipated as a brace of blinding, bursting explosions flashed in front of me. My helmet's eye lenses automatically closed, and my veils were burned away as my wards began to lose cohesion. The headache rooted in my horns increased as my display grew very sparse. I was just barely able to see that the pilot had jackknifed in front of me, firing her own anti-air weapons. I powered through the blinding attack and, turning so that my side with the remaining projectors bore the brunt, returned fire. It was inelegant and brutish as we pummeled each other. Her targeting systems must have been damaged as well, given the spread of her fire. This close, I could tell that there was more than fear in my enemy, there was a bitter resignation. Setting my jaw, my lips pulled back, I plummeted to her in a direct controlled dive. Alarm screamed around me, but I could tell by the overlapping tones that none of them were that critical. Taking an instant to steady my aim, I fired. I had to be careful. I was nearly empty. Ballista charges shot out, and the enemy's forward wards collapsed. I grinned when I saw part of the enemy's skull shatter and fly off into the night. My mood dampened when I realized that it was merely a piece of her helmet and the whole faceplate that had been torn away. I blinked. The pilot was young, not much older than Violet Blood. And now her fear had turned into naked terror, but more than that, her radiating resignation had curdled into fatalistic despair. She had a shot but her gauntlet did not fire. Aching loss of sisters, or near sisters, of family had made the young pilot's emotions brittle, sharp. Well, if Quirinus was taking prisoners. Surrender. Eject your suit. Parole will be granted, I said over an open channel in semi-memorized Accoxitan. The language of House Trocia was a Romance language, so there was enough similarity to Sylvan Latin to be confusing. At this low altitude, the pilot could see her suit fall into the sea, which all but guaranteed that she was not surrendering military secrets to House Black Sky. She'd be able to soothe a guilty conscience, if any troubled her, that her surrender hadn't cost her house anything it wasn't already going to lose. My ballista was aimed over her as we closed in. Her eyes were wide and almost panicked. I wondered if her communications systems were down. But, she was no longer pointing her weapons at me, and she did glance down at the sea below. Maybe she could see reason. We had slowed down, and she was hardly trying to shake me. The fight above us was nearly concluded. Surrender, die, I repeated in Accoxitan, keeping target lock as my wards recovered while hers seemed to stay down. No difference for me. Feeling complete resignation, the young pilot exhaled. Glancing back up at me, she whispered. Wings snapped inward and she plummeted. I almost fired as she pushed her Zephyr and went into a vertical dive. At this altitude, it did not take long. Even if she somehow survived impacting the water at that velocity, the weight of her suit quickly pulled her deep below the surface. I took a moment focusing my Gorgon rig on the heaving sea to make sure this was not some desperate way to reunite with her submarine. There was nothing there. And there was nothing I could do. It was all such a waste. Glancing at my display, I cursed myself. I had gotten target fixation and let my flight down. That they had defeated their enemies was small comfort. Giving the sea one look, I ascended to get back to Visha and the others. I also had to check in with Quirinus, though it looked like the air-to-air part of this battle was over. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. My feet treading the metal decking, I strode down the airship's long passageway with a confident step. There was the constant hum of the airship's various systems and the deck rocked ever so slightly. Nevertheless, I strode with the effortless confidence. I might be lower nobility, I might be young, but I was raised and trained from birth. A legionary through and through, I rightfully felt that the imperial legions were superior to the household fleet. Also, it was important for both my military and social rank to conduct myself with proper bearing. After all, the Imperatrix in her wisdom encouraged commoners, and nobles, to better themselves, both for their benefit and for our houses. And Countess Diamond Dust was a prime example of just what sort of advancement was possible, if one had special drive and skill. And her elevation had pushed me to heights of ability and potential faster than I had dreamed. My future, my duty, seemed more secure than I dared hope, provided some savage minor house missile crew or lesser great house pilot in an imitator suit didn't get a lucky hit on me, of course. However, death was part of the legions. It was something I tried not to think much about. If I died unwed, my land and title would go to my cousin. But after months and months in a stinking fob, it was nice to be aboard a true symbol of Black Skyvian power. As a Nova-class fleet carrier, the Obsidian Corona carried 2 wings of ritual plate. Granted, they were fleet pilots and fleet wings, each of only 8 squadrons, but combined with nearly 2 dozen Fujiwara torpedoes and 2 VTOL squadrons, the Obsidian Corona was a mobile force to impose our house's will upon our enemies. With all those assets, the Damocles light carrier and the Mace destroyer in escort were almost an afterthought. And there were ships in the household fleet that made the Obsidian Corona seem insignificant. It was awkward to have some other ritualista team strip me out of my armor, but the fleet girls were competent enough and could do the repairs necessary on the Countess suit. I also had the chance to get my hair back up into my preferred curls. However, when I got out of the heads wash station, I found that my Countess had wandered off after getting a medical check. She was not in the galley, or at least the one a deck above and 2 frames aft of the RP bay we had been assigned as overflow. However, the Islander girl was there having a snack. She was getting ready to play a game of chess. To her credit, it would be a proper die-style game. And she was a skilled enough aggressor in the skirmishing phase, and could use those extra points to get a favorable positioning on a full board in the second phase. Her picking a more knight and scouting heavy build was interesting, enough that Grey Dawn rarely lost betting on her. I did stop by to talk with her, but mostly to get a cup of pasca and a pork-filled pita. As expected, the fleet galley had better meat, garum, and herbs. Now that we had access to better food, I was slightly jealous that the Islander could easily eat her fill without any noticeable effect on her physique, save perhaps further buttressing her admittedly formidable assets. But, that envy was tempered by our new alliance. Now that we had come to an understanding, she was dutifully helping me capture my Countess's heart. Even a commoner like her could understand how my victory would benefit us both. I would wed the Duchess' youngest daughter, and the Islander would become her mistress. I hadn't been so crass as to mention the last part out loud, but it was clear to me that she understood her place. Ultimately, a Countess's mistress was a very reasonable role for one such as her, and the Islander had a passing adequate mind. Both commoner and noble would have our lives improved by this. Ultimately, I had to seek assistance from Prefect Quirinus before I found out where the Countess had hidden herself away. I suspected that Grey Dawn and the Islander had known but opted not to tell me for some obscure reason. In the end, their obstinance, commendable though it might be, would not be enough to keep me from my quarry. After all, to hunt you must understand how the game thinks, and I understood the Countess. And so, I had known that she, being a stickler for the rules, would ensure that her commander knew where she was, and thus my success was assured. I strode confidently past some Marinii fleet ratings and then a couple of Centurions from Helm, Navigation, and Meteorology on their way to their duty stations. While I could afford to not notice the scurrying of the lower ranks, I did make a point of slowing to brace and expose my neck in a salute to a naval tribune. Her white fleet uniform bore the insignia of the power plant and propulsion section, and judging by her weary emotions, limp tail, blank expression, and perfunctory returning salute, the amber-haired tribune had just come off of shift. Judging by her tired resignation and complete lack of any hint of anticipation, she was off to attend some other duty instead of going to her rack and sleeping. After passing her, I went down several more frames until I got to legionary country. A fleet carrier was assigned a century of legionaries for various security, search and rescue, shore patrol, and other roles. Being assigned to a fleet airship was not a glamorous posting, but it did come with access to a good galley and superior bunking. All at the cost of possibly going down with the ship if an enemy attack got through the combat air patrol and other defenses. I stopped and saluted the 2 legionaries on guard. They were of lower rank, but I was not saluting them, I was saluting what they were guarding. The armory inside legionary country had its own security. However, this was an RP carrier. A saboteur had a wide variety of various alchemical fuels, detonators, and munitions to pick from all over the ship. "I'm here for Primus Centurion Diamond Dust," I said, using a shortened name for the Countess. The 2 legionaries on guard looked me over. I was in the bodysuit and harness that went under my ritual plate and had taken time to put rank pins and awards into my hair after I redid my curls. I was not sure why the Countess normally eschewed such awards. The pins were a convenient way to wear one's awards when out of uniform. Or in this specific case, when only wearing the inner layer of flight armor. I suppose the Countess could simply wear the crown of the preserver. Though why she had yet to commission one was beyond me. The 2 imposing legionaries were taller and older than me. One was a grenadier, which, more than the weapon she had slung, meant she was skilled in combat magic. Not at the level of a legionary flyer, or even a mage, of course, but she would be destructive. The other had a standard Mark 36 battle rifle. Though the flashes on her uniform and her hairpins marked the lean woman as an evocatus veteran on her second 20-year term who had a few campaign ribbons also woven in her dark purple hair. However, both did bow their horns and with crisp salutes let me into their compartment. I might be a pilot and a noble, but I was an Legion pilot. Going through a small passageway with a few doors on either side, I entered a common room that was rather spacious. That was the advantage of the larger fleet hulls. While weight was always a concern on an airship, vessels of this size had more volume to play with. There were a few posterboard prints, mostly landscapes, though a couple portraits were rather risque, mounted on the walls, and a few skeletal tables and light chairs. One side of the room had a nook that worked as a kitchen and a bar. Though one end of the room had a few pillows, some thick carpeting, and a pair of Andonese shepherds. The two large fluffy grey and black dogs, in contrast to their normally energetic nature, were at rest. One was drowsing while the other had a slack tongue and was happily having its ears scratched. With her own tail swishing, my countess was sitting on the floor between both of the dogs. I paused and watched her for a few moments. I had known her for years, and the times she had let her guard down were rare and precious. Even before her ennobling, she tried to hold herself to strict standards of comportment. Her emotional control might not have been as skilled as she thought, but she made an attempt. I will admit at first I thought she was putting on airs and aspiring above her station, but the Countess has proved me wrong in that regard. Yes, love blood? She asked before turning to look at me. One of the big dogs woke up and shifted its muzzle closer to her and rolled to the side. I wondered where you had gone. The squadron's on stand down, she stated. We'll be debriefed soon enough. I stepped closer. And you decided to come here. I was not hungry, and this way the inspection team's dog handlers can go to the galley and get some food. Keeping in a frown, I nodded. There was no reason that Legion working dogs would not be allowed in the galley. And that there were only 2 of the 4 dogs that had helped inspect the enemy freighter put lie to her statement. But I would let her have a face-saving white lie. How kind of you. Such a burden to spend time with such handsome animals. On the upside, she had decided to spend time with dogs instead of some of the ship's cats. The felines were perfectly fine creatures and skilled at their jobs, but I appreciated the directness of dogs. They were also bigger. Though the working cats some legionary scout units used were elegant, and large enough animals. Toria smiled and scratched both dogs on the neck. I circled around so she wouldn't need to crane her neck. We were not alone with the dogs, there were a few legionaries sitting around a table with raised edges, apparently playing a dice game. For common legionaries, they were admirably skilled at containing their emotions. To my senses, they felt almost flat. One of their little quartet was a drow and smelled male. That was quite odd, an airborne posting was unusual for someone without wings. I supposed the auxilia have some useful skills to justify his place here, instead of down in the mud of some jungle or another. The markings on his uniform indicated he was a combat engineer, which also seemed like an odd specialty for an airborne posting. Still, strange specialties and muted emotions or not, they weren't any concern of mine. After all, both myself and the Countess outranked them, militarily and socially. Are you worried about the debrief? Why should I be? Our squadron's casualties were light. Everyone should be back on duty soon, the Countess stiffly stated. Our squadron was lucky, I allowed. The other squadrons had heavier losses. Though the enemy. I was unsure. If our performance had displeased the Countess, she would have made it known. For the moment, I was at a loss as to why she had sequestered herself. She had taken more damage, but it was to ensure Grey Dawn could fire her last lance. In the cold calculus of combat, it was a sensible sacrifice. The blonde gave me a weary look that for a moment made it hard to believe she was a year younger than me. Maybe that was why the quartet of dice-playing legionaries suddenly stank of pity, their emotional muting cracking just a bit. They did not understand the duties that fell upon their social superiors. I gave a haughty sniff as I pointedly turned away from the legionaries. We were not some savage broodlings, dominated and drugged to the horns and used as shock fodder. We were young, yes, but we were highly trained cadets given special dispensation for active combat, as a sign of the Imperatrix's personal trust in us. I do have some good news, I announced. Reinforcements have arrived, you really should see it. Why? My tail swished. It'll be a good surprise. Seeing the Countess here having time to herself was trying, but she did have emotions and limits. A surprise. Toria sighed. I suppose it's less tangible than playing with dogs. I knelt down and let one sniff my hand. I like puppies. I patted the Andonese shepherd who eyed me curiously. They're bigger than you. Puppy, she repeated. I can't argue with that, I admitted, noting how stern her expression was. Is everything all right? Our squadron's injuries were light, and my flight came off without any casualties. We took out a force or Trosic regulars that outnumbered us 3-1, she stated. I felt she was holding back. For her that was normal. But are you okay? Maybe you can ask the medico for a draft of laudanum. The Countess stared at me. It's not recreational, I huffed. If it's from a doctor, it's medicinal. Tail stiff, her expression hardened. I'm not suggesting you drip it over a cube of Yomi sugar into some absinthe, I defended. Oh? Pixie too weak, you want a full hallucinogen? Why not ask for some Voolian marching powder to dust the rim of the glass, she dryly remarked. I am aware of the recipes Mercy and her wingwoman were swapping over our last R&R. Honestly, you have to learn that soldiers, especially pilots, exaggerate. A drink like that could easily make you very sick. Really, compared to all the other stuff, the wormwood has barely any effect. I tried to not look bashful. So, you won't need any. The blonde's gaze intensified. I'll be fine. I nodded. But not now. She gave me a toothy smile. You're being bold, Baroness. I exhaled and stilled my tale. And I'm having a quiet word with my commander. I lowered my voice and glanced at the legionaries who were carefully preoccupied with their dice game. It's just the two of us. There would be no undermining her authority with her flight and our squadron. The Countess slowly nodded. Toria, I've known you longer than everyone else in the squadron. Well, myself and Prefect Quirinus. She stared at me. You've got people to talk to, I stated. I am aware of Legion counselors, I have had to talk to them before. The Countess then pulled out a couple ship's biscuits and gave them to the dogs, who started to happily crunch. I'm sure that'll help me deal with my emotions, she dryly said. But Countess, emotions are for commoners, I loftily said. She snorted. I sat down on the other side of one of the dogs from her. You're distant. I paused. More distant than normal. The Countess's glare returned. Her gaze was very far for a moment. I'm just struck by the waste of it all. I gave her a sympathetic pulse. I knew that was one of her issues. She was an ardent supporter of House Black Sky, and put herself at risk in the legions, but she also knew that the legions, fleet and auxilia existed to support and protect the house and empire. It was a question of resources, spent directly on the military or invest in growing industry, research, infrastructure, and arcana. Making the empire more prosperous would allow for more spending for the military and more capability could be built. As the Countess explained, it was the classic short-term versus medium-term versus long-term investment issue. Running a barony, or a county, had similar concerns, if on a much smaller scale. The last correspondence I had with the seneschal I appointed to run my barony while I was deployed, and underage, indicated things were doing well enough. It was hard being a noble without much in the way of family. There was my cousin Lady Lavender Fang, but she was even younger than I was. I guess the Trozic Armada did take a lot of casualties to try, and fail, at sinking their own illicit freighter. I patted the dog, who seemed to be eyeing me a bit less suspiciously. The tip of Toria's tail curled. It's not that. I tilted my head. Not exactly, Toria looked down. Your birthday is in 3 weeks. It was not a question, the Countess had memorized a lot of information about those in the squadron, especially the pilots, and Ritualista, under her command. Yet, I was looking forward to my 15th birthday. Granted, I doubted we could get away with a weekend pass to somewhere nice, not with us having that beach trip a month ago. And the Countess was willing to suffer a birthday at a jungle posting. It was the least we could sacrifice for the house. My family had sacrificed much, both my mother's and my older sister. Despite all that, the barony of Lilla was prosperous and well enough run. It had population and resources and was near good trade borders. Without me, well, Lavender Fang would grow with time. The Countess sighed. Our situation is abnormal. I shrugged. I had been a cadet and been alone since I was 12, and the Countess was only a year younger than me. My jealousy of Toria had turned into admiration. Her parents had also died for house and empire. And if a commoner like her could become a noble and run a flight and a county, then I had no room to complain about the obligations of station. If I had to give up the independence of Barony Lilla by making it part of the Duchy of Arginia, then I would take that. I would simply have to make sure that one of my broodlings, sired with my Countess of course, was appointed to take my family's barony, and her line would continue to hold it. In a way I envied the islander girl's simplicity. She just had to keep loyalty to the house, empire, legions, and the Countess. She served diligently and would be rewarded for it. We are very good pilots, I stated. I could have abdicated and simply been another fantastic ace pilot. But I would not willingly place such a burden on my little cousin, nor would I risk my barony's subjects being put under someone who was not ready. There was only so much even the most competent seneschal could mitigate before things started to slip. That Baptiste pilot wasn't. Toria's voice was quiet as she petted the dogs. Which one? The Countess exhaled. At the end, when the rest of the Scratch Squadron sent to take us had been whittled down to a flight, she wouldn't surrender. The others made the sensible choice, but not her. Maybe it's because we had killed the rest of her flight, but instead of surrender, she chose to dive straight into the sea. I tilted my head. And the blonde's pout grew. If she had surrendered, she could have waited until the next prisoner exchange. Such a waste. I nodded. Yes, Grand Admiral Trosier did spend a lot getting her trained up, and if she was young she could not have spent much time on missions to recoup that value. Where if she surrendered eventually she would be repatriated and maybe could spend her time and her life in a more useful way for the Armada. The Countess snorted. Close enough. I frowned. There was more to life than military service, at least for us. House Trosier was nowhere near as civilized as we were. I do have something you might like, I offered. The Countess eyed me. Did you bring food? Or coffee? I kept in my frustration. I should have gotten something for her when I was talking to the islander girl. And she just said she was not hungry. We can get that on the way to an observation deck. The Countess tilted her head, her errant blonde bangs bouncing about. A celestial class arrived, I said triumphantly. The largest class of airship in the household fleet was a sight to see. The Countess seemed appropriately impressed or at least incredulous. Is? I laughed. No, it's not the Vault of the Heavens. The Imperatrix isn't here, or at least her personal flagship hasn't arrived. Interestingly, it's the lunar firmament from the Third Fleet. Interesting, the Countess flatly said, as she went back to petting the dogs. It is. I rallied. The celestial spheres, being detached to Vordurium, has more experience with heavy naval transport and recovery. Maybe it's on some other mission, or under a bit or minor refit. Last I heard, it was on active duty, but these are maintenance-intensive airships. And thus the firmament teleport down from the quick reaction fleet up on Lancia. Wait. What exactly is the firmament here for? She seemed to be intrigued. I popped to my feet. I can tell you, but that would spoil the surprise. The Countess rolled her shoulders and fluffed her wings. Her feathers were somewhat exotic, but their color combined with her blonde hair and white horns was what gave her a dangerously angelic look. You can stay here. It's not like a chance to see a celestial is all that unlikely. I glanced over. The legionaries playing dice were hardly the only people I had seen who were off-duty and seemed disinterested. The Countess tapped her chin. She looked delicate, with the classic Florentine style, if heavenly, beauty, but that was contrasted, no, it complemented, her iron wool and those sapphire eyes. I wondered if our daughters would have feathers. I guess that explains why a fleet carrier of all things was sent in. Taking out a celestial would be a major blow to our heavy lift capacity, she said. I nodded. Not to mention our ability to deploy a whole legion with one airship. Between my wings down to the base of my tail chilled as the Countess' cold attention focused on me. That is the least noteworthy capability of that class. We have many airships that, collectively, can deliver a legion, but few with such an extreme carrying capacity. Well, it's not here to deliver a legion, I said as I quickly stood up. The Countess gave a chill smile. Oh? Now, you have my attention. I can show you. I assured as my tail swished behind me. Standing up, she patted the dogs. Who shall watch them? I asked, spotting a flaw in my plan. The two shepherds looked up at me with perked up ears. They were very well-tempered dogs. That the Countess liked dogs did give me some ideas. Optio Claudius. The Countess barked out. One of the legionaries looked up from the dice game. She had braided silver hair and looked to be a designated markswoman. Yes, Primus. Can you watch the dogs of the rest of your contubernium? She relaxed a bit. Of course, Primus. The Countess spread her hands to me. She must have read my expression and the unease I was broadcasting. Come now, I was watching these good boys so the Optio could concentrate on her game. I simply nodded along. Lead the way, love blood. Giving the dogs a last pat and a set of treats, the Countess headed to the main passageway. It's not long, just a few frames forward of here, I explained. You're familiar with the layout of the Nova class. I tried not to flush at her approval. I have a basic familiarity with the Fides fleet-size hull that the Novas are constructed from, as well as the other basic airship hull sizes. I could feel the Countess's attention on my back between my wings. Ah. Any concentration on ship types? I'm working my way through all the classes. I assured. I'm just focusing on the troopships, long-range insertion craft, and RP carries. I relaxed, feeling her approval. Good. Keep it up. Soon, we got to an alcove with ladders that went up and down. There was a hatch on the deck that could seal off to the level below us, and another hatch above us. After you, the Countess said after waiting for the ladderway to clear. It is commendable for you to have put in the effort to study such things. I shrugged and went down. Most of our airships have a similar overall layout. I am aware, I could feel her amusement. An embarkation deck is vital for any fleet airship. Where else will you have space for various VTOL, RP, torpedo, cargo and vehicles to be landed, stored and launched? The Countess asked. I flushed a little bit once we reached the embarkation deck. Yes, but that means that the main deck above this one has to have everything else, all the power plant, engineering, crew berths, galleys, control, storage of consumables for the airship. This isn't an exam, Baroness, the blonde chuckled. My tail froze. Of course, but still. Larger airships, like this one, have another deck higher up with yet more berthing and storage. Part of my studies were to find out which airship classes had large enough trim ballast tanks that they could double as. The Countess let me trail off awkwardly. Double as? Well, swimming pools, I admitted. They have to be set up as them, and lack size. There's also saunas and the like. She chuckled. Recreation is important, especially for long-duration missions. Doubly so when considering fleet sensibilities. And I have seen the moral-boosting value of swimming. I tittered at that. And above? The Countess asked with a wicked gleam in her eye. It's an airship. I dryly said. Pretend this is an exam, she stated evenly. I exhaled. Well, further up, are the lifting sections and structural frames. That's where the gas bags, teleportation runes, warding projectors, dorsal point defenses, many of the propulsion pods, various power trunking conduits and damage control systems are all placed. There's even a dorsal observation deck, but it's about 50 yards above us. She tsked at me. You did not fancy a dozen-story hike. I did not want to waste too much of your time. I offered. Still, there's an irony that we're in an airship, especially a ritual plate carrier, and we can't fly inside. The Countess sighed as she followed behind me. Those would be some very wide passageways to fly in. I nodded. I mean, yes. What did you learn? Beyond the basic summary. If something goes wrong up here or an airship gets hit, then damage control would be an all-hands affair. Fleet doctrine is well set up and drilled, but there's a point where it switches from containment and repair to a delaying action to allow for evacuation. I glanced down at the deck. The compartment we were in was starboard amidships. It was a storage and standing area with pass-throughs that linked up the VTOL hangar to the aft and the starboard RP bays forward. She looked out onto the well deck that was inboard on the center line. The cavernous opening gaped with the Guardia Sea visible thousands of feet below us. In the roof of the well deck were a series of overhead cranes that allowed for small airships and large VTOLs to dock and also allowed for the loading and unloading of cargo. You raise a good point. Each household fleet ship has a layered defense which comes at an expense in power, warding projectors, RP combat air patrol, and escort airships. It all increases survivability. And yet if a hit gets through. I mean that Electon class cruiser weathered a lot more damage than one of our airships could. I nodded. That's why fleet doctrine is to use standoff capability as much as possible. And yet precious tonnage is spent on those, the Countess gestured to the overhead cranes. There were a variety of types and capacities. Not the docking fixtures for airships and heavy VTOLs but the ones that can lower cargo. A bit of a risk, no? I knew despite her assurances, the Countess was still testing me. She was challenging like that. My tail swished, I would not let her down. Yes, in a combat zone there are many problems with hovering an airship, lack of supplemental dynamic lift and making a large, relatively slow-moving airship into a low-altitude and non-moving target are two biggest. One can use the well deck to lob supplies via guided parachute with a bit less risk. But this capacity is mostly for loading and unloading at secure locations, especially bases. She smiled. We'll make a logistics tribune out of you yet, Loveblood. Please continue. Why not just land an airship at a base? I gave my own, somewhat forced, smile. Sometimes landing is prudent, especially for a long-term docking and a maintenance check. But for a quick loading or unloading, it's less time-consuming to hover near the surface, with or without guide cables. And using the cranes has a greater throughput than using workhorse Umbra medium VTOLs to ferry supplies. Which is the common use for a combat cargo transport? She asked. Yes, the Umbra is useful in that role. It keeps the motherships safer and it is easier for us pilots to escort a group of dropships. A&D. My tail stilled. And in your words, both us and medium VTOLs are more numerous and less labor-hour and resource-intensive assets. We're more expendable than a fleet airship. The Countess laughed. Good. Now you understand how logistics is not some dry and dusty subject, it informs our doctrine, strategy, and tactics. And how it ends up with us being sent on risky missions. I nodded to her. Still, it does contribute to how legionaries see fleet officers, I quietly said as we walked down the compartment. The Countess shook her head at the rivalry between the house's two dominant service branches. We went aft and inwards to a set of stairs that went down below the embarkation deck. It is a factor. Though it also can influence how fleet pilots see their superiors, she noted in a low voice. We had arrived at one of the ventral observation decks. The platform was only half a deck lower, but the reinforced windows that were angled up from the deck gave a panoramic view. On each of the four sides of the platform were large caissons that held some of the landing jacks. What do you know about the mechanisms of landing an airship of this size? The Countess asked. I know it's a very carefully done affair that required coordinating hundreds of air spirits and propulsion systems, retracting the airship's ventral aft fins, many of the lower propulsion pods, and extending dozens of landing jacks to take the weight of the airship on the ground, I stated, looking at the reinforced caisson which contained the whole mechanism for extending the landing pads. That's a start, she admitted, giving me a somewhat approving look. Perhaps we should make a study of it. It's fascinating given an airship normally has great control of its buoyancy. Other than major refits, even a landed airship will still retain a fair degree of lift. I merely gave an agreeable nod and emotional pulse. Doubtless, the Countess had already researched the subject looking for flaws in our doctrine, things an enemy could exploit. If not for her skills as a pilot and aggressive command style, she would be perfect as some dusty researcher in the capital's war college. The observation deck was surprisingly open. I would have expected more people would be enjoying the view. The atmosphere was fairly quiet on the platform, as the couple fleet ratings on observation duty gave gimlet looks to any of the other crewwomen who got a bit too loud. The observers were using various binoculars and scopes and had a direct connection to local flight ops and the airship's defensive coordinators. Their main role was to serve as a backup for the Obsidian Corona's scrying systems and to give a live visual confirmation of what was going on around the airship. This was most acute on the observer who was facing aft, quietly giving range readings on a VTOL that was approaching from the stern. I noted that while the other guests were focused on, well, the reason we were here, the Countess's attention was on the approaching Umbra and did a scan of the sky and water below us. Her expression was controlled and her tail moved slowly. For a moment I wondered if it would have been the best to stay with her and the dogs. After a moment, she turned starboard, looked out at gargantuan construct hovering at a lower altitude. That is a big airship, the Countess admitted, tail still, and a bit of grudging admiration in her voice. The largest and heaviest flying object on Diu, I said with pride. The Celestial class was built along the lines of the larger airships in the household fleet. Multiple parallel hulls, 3 in this case, ventral embarkation deck, with a central well deck, large maneuvering fins, and propulsion pods in the aft. It was just on a breathtaking scale. Part of its escort, a Melana medium carrier, and a Maul cruiser were in the vicinity and were, at a quarter the length, puny in comparison. It's not quite a white elephant, the Countess grumbled, using one of those exotic turns of phrase she would occasionally lapse into. In terms of expense, there are only 4 Celestials in class. The Countess shrugged. I suppose. And there are some things that only one of them can do. But it's just so many resources and value in one location. I mean compared to this ship. I smirked at her implied question and took in the sight before us. 2/3 of a mile long, the lunar firmament is 2.5 times longer than the Obsidian Corona. A couple weather girls who had also been sightseeing looked over to us. Preening a bit, I continued. Using 3 larger lifting hulls instead of 2 smaller hulls, it has twice the width and height of this fleet carrier. In many ways, it's easier to think of a Celestial as less an airship and more a mobile garrison and base, given it has a footprint equivalent to 6, 8 city blocks. The Countess bowed her horns to me. Her approval was measured, but it was a start. It is still a lot of eggs in one basket. A bit of her melancholy at waste and loss crept back into her. I wondered if she would have felt better if I had been the one to kill that final enemy pilot and saved the Countess the trouble. Yes, but that has some advantages of scale. That frankly ridiculous size allows for a truly massive airship that has over 8 times the gross lift capacity of this fleet carrier. I pointed to the Electenhau-class missile cruiser that was steaming on the sea as part of the surface ship complement. The fires had been put out and the ugly column of black smoke had dwindled to wisps. The lunar firmament outweighs that vessel by a couple thousand tons. It's also several times larger, the Countess noted. And a much bigger target. A much more expensive and valuable target. But more mobile. And while much of that mass goes structural weight, power, propulsion, crew and crew facilities, fuel, water, provisions, a Celestial has as many RP as the airship we're on, 3 times as many torpedoes, plus a torpedo bomber squadron. I gave a fanged smile. And with enough leftover capacity to move over 4,000 tons of supplies. These ships act as mobile depots and with a teleport gateway can function as a continually replenished forward staging area. The Countess shook her head. 4 Bacchus-class heavy cargo ships have the same capacity and are far cheaper. Or use 2 with Atlas lift packages. Not to mention, the fleet has over 100 Bacchuses. Everything has a trade-off, Baroness. There is no perfect solution. What is the real value of a Celestial? Where does it fit in the fleet? I tried not to fret. The ventral well deck is large enough to act as a mobile dry dock for any airship smaller than this fleet carrier. A Celestial can also move all but the largest of ships in the fleet's naval assets such as a submarine pack or transport a Jarn Gripper frigate or any other large and oversized bit of equipment. Which gives a high-speed strategic lift capability for transport on Diu or off-world. And cases such as this? The Countess inquired as she looked closer. She glanced over to one of the observers and I could see her ponder on asking for a set of binoculars. The firmament is at a quite low altitude and speed, isn't it? The Countess frowned. And there are a lot of VTOLs and a few mulberries doing work right under it. She blinked. I can't quite make out the flags but I think there are divers in the water, maybe an Angel Shark mini-submarine. The two Tempsterii tittered. We're taking a Trosic submarine. My tail flicked. The surprise was ruined. She exhaled. Bold move. Interesting that the Primus anchorage had a lifting gantry ready to go. Is it? I put on a coy smirk. The Celestial has extra heavy lift capacity and from the moon of Lancia can appear anywhere on Diu. That seems to be an ideal place to store various underwater recovery assets. I did say Vajri was the main place, but Third Fleet should have been my next guess. Tail swishing, she bowed her horns to me. Very true. And with a sunk submarine. The coastal waters are fairly shallow here. Yes, there's an intelligence operation to conduct. Good thing we're already on stand down. And maybe a rescue operation? I asked. The Countess shrugged. A Murat-class pocket submarine carrier has a crew of. I blinked as my tail flicked. About 60, plus another 50 Ritualista for demi-wing of Ritual Plate. Call it 150. 3 light squadrons of 9 Baptiste strike suits each escorted by a squadron of 3 heavy flights of 5 Rockefort air superiority each, a standard Trosic strike escadron of 42 RP, the Countess absently corrected. I know that. I was just fighting them. I huffed. As a unit made up of multiple squadrons of distinct RP suits, our demi-wing is the closest to their escadron in size and role. A demi-wing could range from 4 squadrons to 6 squadrons depending on if one was using a fleet or legion size of wing. In terms of overall capacity, the Murat was between one of our light and medium RP carriers, ignoring that our RP carriers were airships and the Murat was a submersible ship. She bowed her horns to me in apology. Well, I doubt any pilots went down with the ship. Her expression warmed. Don't be too nervous. Our intelligence is an estimate, as it's a newer class. Having one to take apart would be a boon. Especially since one of their Murats got away and that missile U-boat was reduced to small bits of wreckage. I did hear these little subs are quieter than a typical Trosic sub. I snorted. The Murat was maybe 50% heavier than a Wabgong class, the larger of our house's 2 main submarine classes. Fine. House Trosier submarines are not bad, but they are not as stealthy as ours. Being smaller allows for that. And, with a smaller sub-fleet, we can afford more stealth systems per boat. And the Torsic Armada's new, and smaller classes, were a move in that direction. Still, they have only 1 Ritualista per RP plus what 10 extra? So few maintainers really does limit their operational capability. Based on our experience, yes, the Countess agreed. Our thinking is that the decreased hull size would be detrimental to a submarine that has Ritual Plate as its primary offensive weapon. And we have an even higher ratio of Ritualista to pilots on our subs. Our own submarines are the opposite. We use torpedoes, both the big Fujiwara aerial torpedoes and aquatic Kaitaba torpedoes as our primary weapons while the RP complement is smaller and supplemental. I frowned. Serving on a submarine would be challenging. Beyond the cramped conditions and limited maintenance, launching and recovery were fraught for a variety of reasons. It was galling to admit, but House Trosier might have more experience and capability with amphibious RP launch and recovery. Their operational tempo must suffer, I added. House Trosier's airship fleet is far smaller than ours and built around a patrol and small-scale air assault. They don't have the scale of airborne carriers we do. And their own large seaborne carriers are formidable but require extensive protection. And we can still sink them with a telephone or torpedo strike, I smirked. Possibly, the Countess allowed before going back to the Celestial class. It seems the Murat is intended as a relatively inexpensive way to get a respectable strike package near enough to a target, launch said strike, make an attack run then slip away and attack later. I don't think they intend to have them do round-the-clock missions. That would expose them too much. Meanwhile, our airships require the capability to have a persistent RP defense which requires constant use, which increases the number of pilots, suits, and Ritualista. They sank a Mulberry and damaged that Electon cruiser but at the cost of, what, half their pilots and a submarine. The Countess shrugged. If that how were not here this would be a different story. Or if they just focused on the how they could have sunk it. Still it's not a great exchange. There's also the flaw with any RP strike mission. Unless your escorts defeat the target's air assets or you break contact you'll bring the enemy back to your mothership. Her face twisted into a frown. Though I suppose a full escadron is still cheaper than a Murat. They'll learn from it, I spat. House Trosier hates Electo enough. I wonder if that's why we're recovering that submarine and pulling off the crew. As for the rescue operation, that's what our Angel Shark mini-subs are for. And if anyone got out using the escape trunks. It's a bit risky at that depth, but if they have the right hydromancers they could mitigate things. She shook her head. It is a waste, I stated, taking a bit to relish the approval from the Countess. In contrast to her feelings, the blonde gave me a sympathetic look as if she did not fully believe me. Even if you don't value them as thinking beings with intrinsic value, us trading them back to House Trosier can be a diplomatic token. Given, they fired on us and we sank some of their subs. She exhaled. And nearly killed a wing of their pilots. This wasn't even the largest submarine that was sunk. No, but it's the one that has survivors on it. Who doubtless sabotaged everything of value we could learn. She waved a hand. Yes, yes, codebooks, communication systems, and critical artificer tools. They might even scuttle the whole sub, have the last officer blow a magazine and go down with the ship. It's a risk, I soberly stated. Vengeful Trozic curs. They fight for dominion while we fight for honor. I felt her incredulity spike before she got herself under control. Each of us fights for what she lacks the most, the Countess murmured. I gave her an inquiring but respectful look and emotional pulse. Ah, love blood, an officer of the Armada is many things but she sees herself as upholding the will, the word, of her Grand Admiral. Before we rescued the crew, we would make a deal for the captain, or the senior surviving officer's parole. If she breaks that parole by scuttling her boat. I gasped. They could do such a base thing. Perhaps, especially if a minor house were trying to take their ship. That would be an insult to their pride. And by letting them destroy any truly sensitive documents, we let them save face. The Countess shook her head. The only thing worse than these games of polite fiction atop a bloody-handed war is a war without them. My tail curled in curiosity. The Countess was a student of history, and not just that of Dayu. Do you think that will work? Letting House Trosier keep some of their honor. I nearly spat out the last word. Possibly, or maybe these were the first shots of a fourth great house war. She knelt down. I almost want to sign out my suit and try to get part of a patrol that'd be closer. But it's still being patched up. Optio Gibbs will insist on inspecting the fleet ritualista's work. You won't be able to get close, a Celestial has a pretty large restricted airspace, I noted. Tail curling, she nodded. Ah, there goes the lifting gantry. We watched with the others as a long crane-like structure with several pairs of grasping arms along its length lowered out of the bottom of the lunar firmament. It was about 1,000 feet long and the size of a mobile drydock. A cluster of ritual plate was around it at a safe distance, helping guide it to the cleared patch of water. Slowly, inexorably, it sank beneath the waves. The stabilization required to keep the crane, cabling, and airship from drifting off target. The Countess shook her head, but I could feel her gratitude to me. I quirked a smile. The strangest things impressed her. But the important part was that I had found one, and got to experience it with her. I had learned much from my time with the Countess, lessons that would prove well for our future together. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. I stepped outside into the hot, bright light and wished I had my hat on. I know the floppy sun hat was seen by many of my squadron as a silly affectation, but it was practical. Still, I was a Volantes prefect centurion in command of an elite squadron and I did have to project the proper values of an Imperial Legion senior centurion. This was especially true for the two youngest members of my squadron. I had managed to train those nobles from cadets to combat legionary flyers and had seen them handle a hitch in a somewhat unpleasant posting. Though there were worse places to be than a fob in some croc alley jungle. But they would learn that. Right now, I would let them enjoy being back on a well-provisioned base. Though, this collection of barracks, bunkers, hangars, runways, and tarmacs was not exactly a scenic place. It did have enough facilities, and a local town, that our Baroness could have a belated birthday celebration. Which would double as the squadron's going-home party. I was a supporter of the cadet program. It was a great way to grow talent and build a cadre of pilots who would have more training time that would serve them well when they were old enough for active duty. It was useful when, for whatever reason, the pilot corps found a need to expand or had a shortage of flight leaders. However, I had opinions on the subject of letting such cadets join active service at a younger age. As a general matter, it undercut the primary aims of the cadet program, giving pilots more experience, and cut into the supply of new pilots. Used en masse, it was like eating one seed corn. Yes, if one had to, one may avoid immediate starvation, but at the cost of the next year's crop. And yet, giving a bare handful of cadets special dispensation to an early active posting would not make a statistical difference. The Imperial Legions needed about 600 new pilots every year. With that much grist for the mill, what did it matter if a couple cadets were dropped in early? While my approval was not required, the brass horns did talk to me about the Countess and the Baroness. The propaganda value of her exploits aside, including her ennoblement, I could have stopped all this with a negative review on their performance. I paused to glance up as a couple VTOLs came in and went to slow and land. I was approaching a cluster of buildings that served as an arcade. There were a few shops, a Legion and Fleet Bank, a few proper restaurants, and even a couple guild-bonded brothels. But I had trained Diamond Dust. I might not know what she was capable of, but I had a better idea than anyone else. Which was why I made sure she was under my command. I will not deny that there were other considerations. Being adopted by a duchess, one who was a patron of many pilots and had her own mercenary squadron and other interests, meant I have to consider other issues when dealing with young Diamond Dust. It was not without upside. Her innovative interpretation of regulations and connections meant I was able to upgrade my squadron from half Polydora suits to all Polyxo. Some amount of court politics was inevitable in the legions, but it was a bit more acute among ritual plate pilots. Part of it was that it was a high-status position, both in rank, the lowest pilot was a centurion, and social status. There was a reason cadets were disproportionately nobles or had noble patrons. The Countess was a prime, if exceptional example, of how patronage, skill, and glory could turn into lands and a title. Doors had been opened to her. Granted, much of that was due to her drive and ability, but being a countess, with all that entailed, and a bearer of the Preserver crown gave her that extra push. Additionally, that Diamond Dust had gotten the attention of multiple librarians, and a cultural and strategic reconnaissance officer gave her yet more avenues of networking. Invidia was a snake, but in a way that was more honest than the librarians who used masks of perky smiles. Adjusting the leather valise, I exhaled. That was not my concern. I had done my best to mentor Primus Diamond Dust, I had a lot of help, and I felt the results were better than I feared. Though now, she was going off to Sylvana where she could make yet more connections. I did wonder if the assignments of my squadron, mostly minor houses south of Dayu, was in part to keep Diamond Dust in active, respectable, but somewhat obscure postings. Helping protect a series of mines in a refinery complex to ensure that standard alchemical products and electron duraluminum had a steady supply of rare metals critical for the production of military enchantments was important, but it was not something that would make you a darling in the capital. I smiled. Well, from my experiences in Sylvana, the quiet but important salons and gentlewomen's clubs would find our efforts here to be very useful. So-called sword nobles, mistresses of industry, and officers who understood logistics were the reason we were out here after all. As I got closer, the smell of fruitwood and charcoal became more prominent. It was a pleasant contrast from the alchemical stink that was around most air bases. We had been spending more and more time here as my squadron's term was ending. We did periodically return to Fob Emerald Inferno, especially to give follow-up training to the squadron that had replaced mine. They were skilled enough, and the lesson plan, complete with intel briefings, procedural updates, and training scenarios, Diamond Dust had come up with should hold them in good stead. My subordinate even had the good grace to restrain her prideful reaction when I informed her that the In-Theater Volantes Tribune had agreed to propagate her training supplement to all the Legion pilots under her. It was another ribbon in her hair. And I was relieved that a 9-month slog of a jungle posting, including the mess last month when a simple merchantman interdiction turned into open combat with Trozic ritual plate, had not eroded Primus Diamond Dust's adherence to proper procedure. She had performed her usual best in splintering the enemy attack and, along with Mercy's flight, stripping the strike force of escorts, though not without some trauma accumulation. I stepped up to what was a reasonable simulacrum of a cafe. The chairs and tables were all mismatched and the sliding doors that linked the interior to the patio section were obviously reclaimed from another building. But the smell of coffee, of frying meat, a smokehouse, and pastries was welcoming. There was a metal drum oil smoker to the side of the building merrily puffing out clouds of fragrant smoke. Centurion Shadow was right, Diamond Dust was here, but she was not alone. The diminutive pilot perched on a metal chair that despite being the smallest in the house was too large for her. In contrast, her companion's chair, the largest there in the ramshackle cafe, was too small for the massive shaggy-pelted forest person wedged between the armrests. Ah, so she was saying her goodbyes to the Auxilia scout she had befriended. I waited at a respectful distance as it seemed they were wrapping up. I wondered if it was a personal matter or something that dealt with how the Auxilia, Lares I believe he was named, lived within Diamond Dust's county. It was good that she was balancing the responsibilities of her stations. I was bestowed an honor name for gallantry, I was not burdened with any lands to administer, and that was something I was glad for. While my responsibilities to the house have increased, I was not eager to get further involved in the games of nobility. However, I would not spurn the advantages such connections would bring. Diamond Dust's wrangling and trading did upgrade my squadron. And those Polyxo suits were a considerable factor for me losing as few pilots as I did in this posting. Her help with the squadron's training in general and the performance of Flight 3 in particular were also great benefits. I would miss them. Lares had stood up and I kept my surprise in as they shook hands. Physical contact, even for a farewell, denoted a closeness that was unexpected. Yes, Diamond Dust was a terrifying little thing, but she was always within the letter of regulations. More so, this was another bit of evidence that she did have emotions and could get close to people. That was reassuring. It was rare, but there were some among our kind utterly without empathy. Many could function well enough in a combat role. That is until they did not. She had bonded well with the other members of her flight. That was not surprising. She had been a cadet with, and in the same ballet troupe as, the Baroness. They had grown comfortable over time, and even the young pilot from Amber Island did little to derail that. Even Graydon, an obviously sober, experienced voice, had helped gel the flight into an effective formation. Though she did seem amused by the antics of the young noble pilots. I know Grey Dawn had made a fair amount of coin wagering on that and other actions, including the various schemes that Diamond Dust came up with. Maybe this was part of one of the Countess's business plans. She had made mention of mushroom farming, fisheries, and other novel ways to get some extra business for her county. I did note a bit of trepidation on the forest person's part. It was amusing, he towered over her and could effortlessly pick the little blonde demon up, and yet he was utterly respectful of her, and as cautious as if she were live ordnance. No. As if she were old munitions, improperly stored old munitions, that had started to sweat out the more evocation-based alchemical components and had acids start to eat the stabilizers. I could not fault him for his caution. But I still had a tiny smile as he gave a head bow to her, which she returned and then walked away, just slow enough to make it look like he was not fleeing her. I gave the young countess a few moments to collect herself before I approached. Her wings fluttered with a bit of shock when she noticed me, but she recovered her composure admirably. Prefect Centurion Quirinus, what can I do for you? She said as she got to her feet and saluted. She wore the tropical variant of her dress blacks. The shorts did give some relief in the heat, though combined with the tall boots she wore and the long-sleeved tunic with cuffs only folded up to mid-forearm did have her match the regulations perfectly. On her short frame, it made the young pilot look faintly absurd and more like she was still a cadet or wilderness camper dressed for a jamboree. There was a reason many RP pilots took to wearing a field jacket over their inner flight suit even in situations where it was technically against regulations. On the upside, Diamond Dust was no martinet. At a FOB or other deployable position she would dress practically, citing regulations allowing for readiness status. However, that meant other times she would dress up with full polish, pins, and ribbons. It was to her advantage that the crown of the preserver only needed to be worn as a crown with the most formal of uniforms. Under most other cases the award could be worn as a choker clasp. Keeping a sober face, I returned the salute. Just a moment of your time, I said, before flagging down a waitress and asking for some coffee for myself. Despite just having had brunch, the meat from the smoker was tempting. Of course, Diamond Dust said in a professional tone that was at odds with her youthfulness and diminutive size. May I ask what this is about, ma'am? I put the valise on the ground and pulled out a slim portfolio. We both know you have a future in the legions. Despite her calmly sipping her drink, Diamond Dust's tail flicked about wildly. I serve the house to the best of my abilities. I dropped the portfolio in front of her. This is an informal talk, so there's no need for false modesty. The waitress came back and gave me a cup. I bowed my horns to her and drank some of the coffee. Unlike the Countess, I was fine with the mid-grade stuff, which in this case was some surplused fleet issue. She exhaled. What is this about? An offer for your next posting. I pushed the portfolio to her. There was the most tiny bit of hesitation before she opened it. Her eyes scanned the text of the memo and looked at the seals, and despite her emotional self-control I could feel resignation. The Imperial War College, she stated, with a thoughtful aspect. I sipped the coffee. The Brasshorns thought that was a good step before promotion, and I knew that the Countess had a couple legates very interested in her development even without her family's connections. Read on. Diamond Dust flipped to the next pages and found more similar memos. My whole flight is being reassigned. Temporary secondment to the capital's garrison forces, including your ritualista. The blonde closed the folder. I see. Do you? She gave me a wry look that belied far more experience than she should have, even counting what she had seen in the last 2 years or so. Prefect. When an entire flight is sent to Sylvana to attend the War College and is kept together, it gives a strong implication. I simply gave a small smile. A flight leader and her 3 pilots could be readily promoted into a cadre of squadron commander and 3 flight leaders. 8 line pilots added to that would make a squadron. It would require a degree of training, but it was a way to bulk out a flight into a squadron. I do wonder about Grey Dawn. She is a career Volantes Centurion. Will she accept a promotion to Primus Centurion? Diamond Dust opened the portfolio and flipped to a specific memo. Ah. Indeed, I smiled. What do you make of it? As much as that development track suits Grey Dawn's skill set, it does raise questions. I motioned for her to continue. Visha and Loveblood will make good flight leaders. And Grey Dawn's temperament is suited to the Aquilifer Senior Centurion track. However, noting her use of nicknames and the bit of emotional uncertainty she was letting out, I drank some more coffee. Yes. First, this means I would need a 3rd flight leader. Hypothetically, I'm not being presumptive enough to think I'll be promoted and given a squadron command after War College. The blonde gave a pensive drink. I said this was an informal meeting. I snorted. And your input would be key in finding a 3rd Primus who would fit into your command style. Diamond Dust bowed her horns to me. Yes, ma'am. The other part is from 2 aspects. Namely, a squadron is too small of a formation for a Cynefetter, let alone an Aquilifer. Specialized senior Legion flyer postings like that are attached to wings, demi-wings at the smallest. I gave an amiable nod but let the silence draw out. The other part is that these orders keep me in the 23rd Imperial Legion Air Group and include mentions of continuing training and coordination with 5th Squadron and successor formations. I emptied my cup. Quite so. Prefect Centurion, should I be congratulating you on your pending promotion? My tail swished. That may be presumptive. However, if I am to make tribune, I would want my squadron commanders to be of the highest caliber. Even a demi-wing would have 4 to 6 squadrons. She tapped the portfolio. Any resistance or resignation to her new assignment evaporated in the contemplation of fitting out a unit. An Legion demi-wing is a flexible formation that can supplement a lot of landing operations. And you have shown the flexibility of an advanced multi-role squadron, especially in the right hands. Her expression turned calculating. I can see the mutual benefit. If we assume the promotions and assignments happen. If we assume that. I pulled up the corner of my mouth. There was a lot she was not stating. Such as her star rising meant that mine, as her mentor, could rise as well. Not that I was not without my own patrons and honors. I did have some trepidation. Squadron command had a good amount of tactical authority but was not overly burdened with paperwork and politics. On the other wing, a Volantes tribune was firmly a staff position under a legion's legate. However, the part she was, oh so politely, taking extra care not to state was that continuing to be my subordinate meant she would be both under my supervision and aegis. And that her inner circle was being retained to form the core of her own squadron while also expanding her base of support. Combat losses could affect that. Though a capital posting would be relatively safe. If anything, it was more likely that I could be killed in action. Death was a part of being in the Imperial Legions. Hence, the dissemination of training skills and the promotion and encouragement of leadership talent. In war redundancies were vital. And while the Countess was a very skilled pilot and officer, that merely meant she was a more flexible cog in the house's war machine. It was simple pragmatism to extract the best value out of her talents. Diamond Dust sipped her drink. Nodding, she smiled, her blonde hair bobbing about. It's a sensible plan. It is not like I could languish in an obscure posting, not with everything. There might have been a ghost of a wistful tone in her voice. I noted her trepidation. Are you concerned about a rear echelon posting not being exciting enough? She snorted. Unlike our Baroness, I'm no war maniac, I can appreciate a boring billet. I gave her an indulgent smile. She was covering up her trepidation with a stoic resolve. Diamond Dust shook her head. Even if I were, wouldn't giving me training and more authority just encourage things? Perhaps, I allowed. The War College would do more than just supplement her training, the instructors would evaluate her command capabilities. There was a chance they might not like what they found. The blonde looked at her coffee and closed the portfolio. At least I'm not being rushed. I snorted. You're still on track to be one of the youngest squadron commanders. Not counting battlefield promotions. The Countess gave a tired chuckle. Well, the legions do have me for no more than 16 more years. And they're going to get the most out of it, I assured, not believing for a moment that the little blonde demoness would simply take an honorable discharge and walk away from all this. Chapter 16, Pride and Punishment. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the return verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC Thingy. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shin Atsuki, and Nutco, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/ Other website Temple of Ranma Senshi Sifuku. CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 16, Pride and Punishment. Sylvana, the City of Trees, residence of the Imperatrix and the pulsing heart of Black Skyvian culture and the arts. The house's largest city, and its greatest. The region, city, and adjacent provinces are collectively garrisoned by a full coitus malleus of 20 legions, including Corpus Incurgio Reliance. A garrison befitting home port of First Home Fleet. In Dayu, it is said, all railways lead to Sylvana. A take on an older aphorism, but no less true for its derivative nature. Sitting astride the Phlegethon River, the city has considerable dockyards. From the riverine ports, barges laden with trade goods could easily access Lake Suprum, one of Dai's 2 great interior lakes, and from there go to any other port on Dayu. Splayed indolently across the eastern portion of the Romwell Alps, much of Sylvana rests atop the carefully sculpted terraces lining the meandering river valley. Downstream of the Phlegethon, to the west, the land flattened out into now drained alluvial plains. The flatlands were filled with vast stockyards, fleet ports with titanic hangars, sprawling rail yards, airship fitting and fabrication plants, and various other manifestations of Black Skyvian industry. Along with the great southern city of Vordurium and our biggest off-world city, Mursa Victrix, Silvana is one of the key economic, industrial, arcane, logistical, and military pillars House Black Sky stood upon. More personally relevant, it was also nearly ideal as a rear echelon posting. Yes, the city was busy, and the press of that many people in a close area took some getting used to after my prolonged postings in the Diluvian jungle. However, besides the crowds, a Sylvan posting also granted access to the city's plethora of restaurants, bookshops, and a multitude of other diversions. Furthermore, my assignment was absolutely plum. Between studying at the War College and leading my flight in cadet evaluations and aggressor training, I would be able to sharpen my mind and my skills without any risk to live and limb beyond training accidents. The possibility of participation in the development of the next generation of general scrying upgrades even presented an opportunity to further distinguish myself away from the front lines. In short, Silvana was everything I had ever dreamed of in a military assignment. No matter the organization, I wanted to provide value, obtain job security, and advancement in status. Additionally, in a military organization I also wanted to minimize physical risk. My new assignment easily fulfilled all of those requirements, at least when taken at face value. Which brought me to my conundrum as I sat on an early fall day in a cafe sipping some coffee with a platter of nice nutmeg turnovers. The cafe was a favorite early morning spot of mine, a perfectly place to take a moment and watch the city wake up before going to the War College. Though, to be fair, few of the cities on Dayu ever truly went to sleep. Even Bovitar was large enough to have a considerable nocturnal population. Right now, I was having a midday nosh. Between the coffee and the various puff pastries, the fruit-filled turnovers were a delicious temptation. This was a nice place. This posting was indeed a welcome reprieve, but as prefect centurion, soon to be tribune, Quirinus had cautioned, excelling here would merely bring me more status, responsibility, and physical risk. Looking through my paper, I sipped with a frown as my tail flicked. If I were to become a prefect, in command of a squadron, all piloting the always scarce advanced multi-role ritual plate suits, with said pilots trained to the standard that Quirinus knew I was capable of, well, it did not take a great deal of imagination to see that a new tribune would love to have a squadron of such flexible, capable troubleshooters. But that was in the future. I could, and would, prepare for that, but I should also focus on the present. The international news was, as usual, a mix of obvious bluster and saber-rattling with talk of ominous alliances and mysterious trade negotiations in the background. Nothing of immediate interest, thankfully. I smiled when I saw Visha walking down the winding cobblestone street. She adroitly picked her way through crowd of pedestrians, sidestepping the occasional raptor-pulled cart or gently chugging Stirling engined delivery vehicle. Engine power or even equines were more common for heavier loads, but the feathered sauropods were useful for pulling something more select that required a more intelligent beast of burden. They filled a role similar to a dog pulling a cart, but with greater intelligence. I lifted my mug to her in a casual salute of greeting as she sauntered over to me. I scooted over so she could join me in the shade of one of the poplar trees that lined the side of the cafe's patio. A waitress came up as she sat down and with a knowing smile asked if Visha would have the regular. "You seem happy," Visha noted, sitting down as she nodded to the waitress, who scurried away without even bother to write down my partner's order. My operations class had a war game today. I got to play the Intel Tribune for the first scenario and the Logistics Tribune for the second scenario. My tail may have swished. Both roles that play to your strong points, Visha said, smiling happily at me. The instructor said as much. I knew it would be next to impossible to go from a Volante's specialty to something in the logistical branch, but there were slots for Volante's tribunes who were more on the logistics end of RP operations. Legionaries who were highly skilled in both roles were in demand. And my logistics instructor seemed to also be impressed with me. Though knowing my luck, I was less likely to get a position as someone helping develop and implement component integration, and more likely to end up as a Volante's tribune supporting a Corpus Incursio's ritual plate air groups. As I'd pondered, definitely not brooded no matter what Violet Blood had said, Visha's tea had arrived and she was now sipping it with evident enjoyment. "How was your morning?" I asked, trying to reignite the conversation. "I helped Grey Dawn and our ritualist to check out the simulators," she brightly replied. "Are we good to go?" My wingwoman's tail flicked. "We have 9 that are fully operational. The bulk of the rest need some parts swapped out and spirits propitiated. The remaining 2 need a full workup and may be replaced." "Has Gibbs looked at those?" I asked. "She thinks she can harvest the parts for one to get the other to work," Visha admitted. I drummed my fingers on the table. "What about the projection systems? Can we run a scenario?" Visha nodded. "And the ritualista say we can get 14 simulators operational in 4 days." Smiling, I nodded. "Good work. That will allow us to get some training. Do you have a lesson plan in mind?" I gave a vicious smile. "Well, they do have to learn, and better to take lessons in the simulator than in battle." I gave an ironic smile. "And we are dealing with some hot-headed noble pilots." Laughing, she gave a happy nod to the waitress, who had just returned again, this time dropping off a plate of rye toast with pear butter. Visha paused and took a couple bites. So, the Feast of Dark Star is in 2 weeks. I looked out over the city. Mother Clementia did mention there were a few ceremonies of note. We are in the capital. I patted her hand. Don't worry, I'm sure we can do something. And Violet Blood. I'm sure she's got plans for me. I sighed then caught myself. I mean I'm sure she'd arrange something entertaining enough. And she's invited you too. Visha shook her head. That's not it, but you're still worried about her. My birthday is coming up next month. I was still very young for a pilot, but being one at 14 was less of an aberration as being one at 12. Her tail swishing, Visha finished the first piece of bread. You think she'll get some extravagant gift? I sighed. Loveblood does want to impress me. And she'd got a lot more access to luxury items and frivolities in the capital than she does in a fob in the middle of some darkster-forsaken jungle. You think she'll go too far? I wouldn't say that. Visha ate some more of her lunch. I gave her a look. What had she planned? She looked bashful. I don't know, but she does want you to come over to our quarters. I gave a slow exhale. We were not lacking for accommodations. In addition to the legionary dormitories for centurions, my mother Clementia and my own reputation meant I could request placement in rent-free housing supplied by the church. Luddy, my duchess's friend, also had a residence in the capital and was more than willing to give me the run of the place, in light of what I had done for her. All these options had, of course, their own sets of pros and cons. From proximity to the War College, and other faculties, to the various favors both spoken and unspoken required in lieu of rent, not to mention which coffee houses were nearby. However, I had ultimately taken the one option that allowed me to bring my whole flight with me. I had done so hoping that it would allow me to circumvent anything that might cause jealousy between my two vs. The 4 of us were currently staying at the townhouse my duchess had in the city. The accommodations were quite comfortable, the baths while not palatial were very well appointed. Grey Dawn as a long-serving legionary was not one to turn down a free cot, even if her staying there might have fed into rumors. The building had plenty of space for Duchess Silverflight's daughters, and granddaughters to stay in when visiting the capital. At the moment, my flight had the place nearly to ourselves. We also had pooled our housing stipends and used it to supplement our ritualista's own stipends. Most of them were staying at a long-term hotel frequented by many of my duchess's personal pilots and their ritualista when Silverflight's mercenary squadron was in Sylvana. Trading on my duchess's name, I had secured a very reasonable rate, which was almost covered entirely by our combined stipends was ready enough to arrange. I might have paid out the balance. It was a prudent investment to ensure harmony among the women under my command. I finished my coffee. And does the Baroness request my presence at my convenience? Well, you have history of the Second Great House War in 3 hours, and Violet Blood has statistics class in 4 hours. Probability, I corrected. And she has rhetoric before that. The course load Violet Blood and Visha were taking was a bit less intensive than mine. Seminars were only a small part of what we were being evaluated on. Grey Dawn also had her own lesson plan for her senior non-commanding centurion track. It can't be that bad then. If she's only got a couple hours, how involved could it be? Visha offered as she ate the last bite of her meal. After flagging down our waitress, I paused. That's a valid point. She can't spring some fancy event and whatever she wants to give me is almost certainly mother's house. It must be tickets to a spa or retreat. Nothing too substantial, at least. Visha shrugged. After I paid for our meals, we left the cafe and went down nearby alley that led out onto a tree-lined avenue, with tall trunks framing both sides of the broad street. Walking in the shade, Visha paused every now and again to indulge in a moment of window shopping. I coughed a bit after she spent a full minute peering at a leather clothier and accessories boutique. I eyed some of the items draped on velvet in the display window. At least her attention wasn't on the corsetry adorning the dressmaker's dummy. Anything catch your eye? I carefully asked. You are teaching a new crop of cadets, Visha lightly noted. I do have a reputation as a disciplinarian but not quite that level. I shook my head at the implements on display. Though some of the saps and kashas were functionally appealing, others were just excessive fripperies. Maybe that's what Loveblood is getting you, Visha said as we resumed walking. I already have a vine staff. I snorted. Corporal punishment was not exactly rare in the Imperial legions. Not that I had been particularly shy about such corrections in my previous life either. We waited between some bollards for the street traffic to clear so we could cross the plaza. What if she's getting you something more fun? Visha teased while we crossed over to the plaza. Visha! I cried as my tail went straight at the implication. She gave me an innocent look as we crossed the plaza. In the center was a red stone statue of a broken dragon, cast prostrate on a massive plinth and splayed wide over the stone, water jetting out of its numerous wounds. An imperious black marble statue of the Imperatrix stood over the fallen WIRM. The plinth also doubled as a bit of a diving platform, as many broodlings and other young folks had clambered up to the top and had jumped into the fountain pool that surrounded the statuary. The Imperatrix statue was pristine, but much of the plinth was worn smooth by generations of playing broodlings. It was a good thing we had just eaten, as the scents wafting from the food vendors set up around the fountain were quite tempting. I confess I did purchase a few loaves of freshly baked bread. Vishal looked at me with some amusement as I tried to juggle the large warm bag. She had taken one as well. "You're too kind for the cooks. It helps. Now, they won't have to send a scullery girl out to get bread," I said when we went up the stairs to the funicular station. "It still shows that you think of your servants. Just like always." Vishal looked down the inclined tracks as they went towards the river. There was also a good view of the stone massif that was the palace. Though it was hard to be in a part of the Sylvana and not see that cyclopean city within a city, the seat of Black Sky's power. As much as the celestial-class airships, like the one in the air above us to the north, were a mark of House Black Sky's imperial grandiosity, the palace was another such giant edifice. With about 200 levels, it was less of a structure and more modified geography. The base and the bulk of the palace was carved out of a great mesa-like uplift that had been encircled by water. The higher levels were built out of material that had been excavated from the structure constructed to give the impression of a titanic vertical city. The cars of the funicular train were trundling up. Their bright green lacquered paint glittered in the sunlight as we waited, many steps away from the edge of the stepped platform. If Visha noticed that habit of mine, she did not comment on it. "They're not my servants. They're my mother's," I stated as we boarded, after most of the other people who had been waiting at the station. The funicular trundled up slope. I looked out the window and studied the city. It was a blend of architectural styles over the centuries. True to our Roman influences, there was an underpinning of classical imperial style. However, there was also a fair bit of Victorian ironmongery and glass vaulting, and even some stark Art Deco buildings contrasting with Baroque structures filled with bas-relief and other ornamentation. And threaded all throughout the grand city were the trees, glens, parks, arboreal slopes, and long rows of leafy colonnades. Compared to the provincial capital I had grown up in, Sylvana was a far busier and more bustling place. In many ways it was like Beauvetar but magnified in power and potential. There was a sense of mercantile possibilities, heady almost libertine excess of choice. Kemi, the Luxon capital, might have more opulent options for stupefaction and indulgence. The Electon city of morning, may have more gleaming stone edifices to commerce and industry. Andromache-in-Mere may be the true crossroads of Dayu and the most cosmopolitan. But Sylvana was the crown jewel of our Imperatrix's wisdom. It was not perfect, but there were far worse places and houses to live. At least here there was opportunity, someone did not have to enlist as a Janissary to have a hope of founding a business. This city could be an ideal place to find meaningful work after I got out of the legions. I could feel Visha's amusement. "Enjoying the view?" she asked as the funicular slowed to a stop. "Ours was the next one. Just thinking." "Oh. About opportunities. You know, after." I gestured down to my uniform. "There's a lot we could do here." The funicular car started moving again, and Visha smiled. "Maybe set up a consulting firm on ritual plate tactics and systems. Or we could do research." I watched buildings pass by as we gained altitude. "That would be a good business to run while raising a family," Visha said, practically dripping with innocence. The bag of bread nearly slipped from my hands. I stilled my tale. In part I was concentrating to not brush past anyone else. By Dayu standards the train car was a bit full, by those of my first life it was nearly empty. "Yes. I suppose heirs would be a requirement. For you and the Baroness, yes," she cheerfully agreed while she enjoyed the view out the window. "I can't leave you out," I blurted. "That is." I exhaled and tried to keep from flushing. "That is all in the future." "Of course," Visha stated. "It's against regulations to get pregnant while on active duty." I tried to give a flat look. "Even if not, we are far too young." My wingwoman gave a little smile. "Love blood is patient, she's waited this long after all." I tried not to pout. Nobility came with a price, and I knew an arranged marriage could just well be part of it. I was the youngest daughter by far, so my value was less, imposing for my Duchess political considerations. However, that gave her more flexibility. And my Duchess would be more than happy to have me with someone I was happy with. "Her maturing is not all positive," I muttered. House Black Sky took a dim view on forced marriages. Any bride could object to an arranged marriage, and their concerns would take primacy. In my case I had enough personal status and honors that I could make quite an issue. And yet, why cause such a scene? Not when my Duchess could have me with someone I had been close to since my cadet days, and get the barony of Lilla as a bonus. Visha smiled as the car slowed to our station. "I wouldn't worry about it," she assured. Following her, and the other passengers, out, I huffed. "I suppose it does help her family issues as well." In the light of gas lamps, we exited the platform and went up a series of steps to street level. Each of the city's funicular lines had a constant slope. That meant that some stations were elevated, others were below grade. The Jade Crescent Avenue station was deep enough that it could pass for a subway stop. While I enjoyed the smell of fresh bread, it was a still bit of a relief to get back into the open air. At least out under the sky, I could at least open my wings up a bit more, letting taut muscles stretch that delicious extra half-inch. I had lived in many different cultures, each with their own conventions for public rail transport. Silvana was cosmopolitan, which meant that, especially in warmer months, fashion options were extremely flexible. However, the societal rules against casual, even accidental, physical contact with strangers applied year-round, and were highly respected. While the rules regarding stray touching were universal, the fashion sense of Silvana's denizens was far less so. The variety of styles worn on the street would whiplash between esoterica seemingly sourced from the more fashionable parts of Tokyo to the gowns, suits, and uniforms, including my own, that befit those engaged in the imperialist great game, or the industrialists and workers supporting that endeavor. All without mentioning the prevalence of complicated leather, latex, or silk garments, or even those made from even more exotic materials. I followed Visha's gaze as she watched a couple passing us as they glided into the station. The ratio of skin covered by glittering jewelry versus carefully sculpted minute leather straps was impressive from a sheer structural engineering aspect. Anchoring and discreetly supporting that much material was an impressive feat in and of itself. Furthermore, the nearer of the pair had her ember hair up in an intricately shaped coiffure of bejeweled excess. The carefully sculpted pile made her gem-adorned horns, gilt hooves, and talons, and ornamented tail seem almost understated. Her companion, with her hair shorn save for an emerald-colored topknot, was dressed in sleek lavender and silver silks tied with a sash. Overall, the road seemed like blended combination of a kimono and a toga. Her ebony features were severe but confident. Clearly, the couple were ready for a night on the town. Or given the hour, a very opulent lunch. It's never dull in the capital, Visha said with maybe a bit of wistfulness as she gave the amber-haired woman one last look. Then the insolent girl smirked at me. See something you like? The other woman looked a bit like Octavia. I was wondering if they were related, I coughed. Swimwear is very common in Amber Island. Even when you get away from the beaches, the style lingers, Visha replied happily. Crazy demons, I smirked as we went down the avenue. We were in a more upscale district. Or, at least, the presence of the reserved businesses ensconced in the stately storefronts of stone buildings were anything to go by, the area was upscale. The fact was reduced by the presence of the seemingly omnipresent food vendors hawking street food from their carts. Managing our burdens, bread, and briefcase, we continued down the avenue for a well-trafficked block and turned to cut across an oblong park with a grove of impressively old beech trees with immense trunks that split into broad canopies. Most had benches that took advantage of the shade. There were families playing and more than a few people enjoying the sun. I smiled a bit seeing a drow reading under a dark blue sun parasol not far from a forest person who was napping with his back to one of the beaches. A slightly less shaggy dog was curled up at his feet. Visha chuckled. You could get a pet. I shook my head as we left the park. It wouldn't be fair. Any dog would have to stay with family when I deploy. Plenty of units bring mascot animals to forward positions. I tilted my head to her as a family of humans passed us to go into the park. I wondered if they lived around here or were from further upslope. It could help morale, Visha offered. Gibbs says she has her hands full enough keeping my suit operational. You have other ritualista, Visha countered. Maybe Ivory Tail could help. I shook my head. She prefers cats. And we can't have a cat as our flight's mascot, Visha said with excessive sobriety as we went down a side street. I almost asked her what she had against cats, before noting the mischievous gleam in her eye. Instead of rising to her teasing, I focused my attention on our surroundings. It was a very quiet and rather exclusive street, lined with truly impressive architecture that could only fit in a very broad, very expansive, definition of the word house. The houses here were, well, at the end of the street was my Duchess's townhouse. It was not the largest nor the most opulent manor house on the small lane, that title was contested by the marble-encrusted edifice that served as the sylvan residence of a territorial governor and a faded ivory baroque pile that belonged to a board member of Imperial Blimp and Freight. The dark slate narrow-windowed house of a standard alchemical products heiress were also in the running for the top spot, albeit via a more subtle approach. More than the main house, the heiress's clear interest in outdoor entertaining was reflected in the various pools, the grotto, the portico, and the intricate grounds surrounding the estate, and the same features gave her bid for top billing a less ostentatious air. Compared to all of that architectural tail measuring, my mother's grey and copper four-story residence was almost dowdy in its somber color choices and unadorned walls, as mundane as an urban mansion could be. It's great that your mother agreed to have us all stay here. Despite the appreciation in her tone, Visha managed to keep her amazement in check as we approached the townhouse. I wasn't overly impressed myself. I suppose one could get used to anything, given time and exposure. As far as billets went, this was by far the most comfortable I'd ever had in my military careers, although it lacks a certain something in terms of practicality. Thankfully, despite her periodic odd gasps, Visha managed to keep her eyes firmly in her skull, and still managed to maintain situational awareness. It was always pleasant to have a trustworthy and competent second by my side. Comfort aside, our current location in a very exclusive part of the capital did not mean that we could assume there would be no threats against us. It did not seem likely that other high-status functionaries in the interlocking machine of nobility, industry, and armaments would have anything against a more militant noble faction. But it might happen. Best to stay wary, and always vigilant. Mother Silverflight would say the expense of such an investment would be wasted, if it were never used. Having her family and their retainers? Subordinates? Flunkies? Visha offered one term after another, her smirk widening with each helpful suggestion. Friends, I retorted, firmly settling on a degree of comfortable ambiguity on. In this situation, ambiguity was my strongest shield. I knew something of office politics as well as the drearily similar politics that surrounded staff and field officers, but noble politics were still something of a mystery to me. The tune might be similar, but the steps of the danger were subtly different. Until I found my footing, best to stay vague and free of commitments. Visha and I strode up the cobbled entry drive and across the front yard, immaculately landscaped but far more restrained than those of our neighbors. The broad front doors opened ahead of us, and a pair of maids in the purple livery of my Duchess bowed as we climbed up the short flight of stairs before ushering us inside. As the maids fussed over us, I handed the bread bags we had picked up over the shorter of the pair. The slender, periwinkle-skinned maid gave me a little smile as she gathered up the still warm loaves. Freed from my deliciously crusty burden, I turned to the candle-lit alcove just to the left of the entryway. Inside, beneath a silver four-pointed star in the center was a statue of my eldest sister, Invidia. The one who had died before I was even born. Also in the alcove were many other statues, including a pair I'd been told represented my birth parents. Bowing my horn slightly, I brushed a finger over one of my earrings while whispering a quiet prayer, in honor of their memories and to show respect for my adoptive family. In my first life I had done my share of Shinto rituals and showed obeisance to the kami. It was less an act of faith and more one of social and cultural cohesion. The difference here was I knew that kami, or some spirits, were quite real and it was prudent to respect my new family's traditions, especially given my reputation as a custodian of holy relics. The older maid, her cap and lapels ornamented with strands of gold thread, waited patiently for me to finish. You are too kind, Countess. It's just. I coughed, I was raised by the sisters of our hallowed lady. Both maids smiled, before the taller of the pair continued. Not that, your piety is lovely. No, it's that you'll go out and do errands and bring in things. It saves the scullery girl a trip, I shrugged. It cost me little in terms of effort, energy, or time, and I was already living off the Duchess's money, he cost for the bread was essentially trivial. Practical things, the older maid stressed as she adjusted her glasses. I idly noted that a strand of her glossy bottle green hair had escaped from the simple, prim bun that was her habitual style. The Baroness is enthusiastic, the younger maid said, her vague compliment covering a barbed critique. Which was a rule when it came to interacting around servants, they were always listening. I nodded. Well. Loveblood tries. Oh, she does, the younger maid laughed. Her superior shot her a look and the younger maid curtsied her way out of the room, presumably sent away to the kitchens. Yes, the Baroness is already in residence and Centurion Greydon is still out. And what is Violet Blood up to? I asked. I can't rightly say. The senior maid adjusted her glasses, her tail swishing with emotion. The subtext of the maid's thoughts on the young Baroness was quite clear. But she did insist that your company would be appreciated. I shifted my gaze over to Visha, who gave me a very innocent shrug paired with an almost offensively sunny smile. It seems a little early for a birthday gift, but... I see. I sighed. Thank you, Lily, I gave a respectful bow to the maid, carefully inclining my horns. Shall I have you announced, my lady? My tail stilled as I sensed danger looming in my near future. Loveblood didn't request a special room like the little theatre or the solarium. Lily thankfully shook her head. Nor did she reserve the baths. I believe that she is either in her quarters, or in the guest apartments. I nodded, ignoring the maid's mildly distasteful tone. The staff had expected me to take a more sumptuous set of quarters, befitting to my station. Instead, I had opted for a single bedroom that opened onto a common room, one that half a dozen other similar bedrooms also connected with. It was still the most luxurious bedroom I had used in any of my lives, but perhaps a bit humble for a countess. Giving a final little bow, I motioned for Visha to follow and we crossed the townhome's foyer. By the standards of a duchess, it was rather understated, though, I was certain that every bit of statuary, painting, and piece of furniture had a story and pedigree. Now that I was inside the aristocratic fold, it increasingly seemed to me that most noble families had a streak of magpie hoarder to them. They squirreled away endless trinkets and trophies, and held onto them for generations, to the point where the intrinsic value of the object was secondary to the sheer fact that it had been in the family's possession for so long. Paired with the long natural lifespans of demons, and the sheer quantity of knickknacks sourced from multiple worlds exploded. Well, maybe this isn't about your gift. Visha did not sound very convinced as she broke the brief silence. We went up the sweeping stairs. Or maybe it's something that needs to be fitted to me and has to be adjusted before it's finished. Despite my matter-of-fact tone, I shivered slightly, imagining what sartorial horrors I would have to endure in the name of friendship. This was just the type of staircase love blood, and my Duchess would love to see me descend wearing some puffed-up collection of ribbons, bows, laces, and skirts. Truly, I was a pawn, subject to conspiratorial forces. We stepped off the stairs at the second-floor landing. Conveniently, the guest rooms were mostly on that floor, along with the study, the library, and the games room. The Duchess's personal chambers and more opulent suites were on the third floor. Above those were the observatory, rooftop garden, and roughly half of the servants' quarters, with the other half located down on the first floor by the kitchens. As Visha and I proceeded down the hallway towards the common room, we both started to frown. I stretched my wings slightly, shooting an inquisitive look towards my wingwoman as we neared the common room's door. The Baroness's presence inside was obvious. I could hear her humming merrily to herself through the closed door. Or perhaps not to herself. I feel it too, she's not alone, Visha whispered as the Baroness's chipper tune suddenly stopped. I could faintly hear the sounds of 2 or more people shuffling around in the room. And the person she was with did not feel like one of us. Presuming I would be faced with a seamstress or tailor, I bypassed my typical politeness of knocking and I pulled the door open. Countess, you are so hard to surprise. Violet Blood pouted. She stood by one of the leather wing-back chairs that faced the window, a fluted glass in hand. Several more glasses, a full tea service, and a collection of pastries were on the round oak table that served as our venue for card games and most meals. And demurely standing before the table was a maid. She was not one of my duchesses. Yes, her livery was purple but only on the ruffled accents. The bulk of her outfit was black, with a white apron and top. It was possible that she was just a maid who I was personally unfamiliar with. This seemed unlikely, since I knew all of Silverflight's personal maids as well as those on the staff at her Eastern Province home, and those here at the townhouse. More to the point, the maid with fluffy apricot-colored hair was the wrong species. Her pointed ears and surplus of tails were not exactly common features among diademons. While many of my kind could be said to be fox-faced, with lean features, few of us had literally vulpine ears or multiple fluffy tails. Though, the maid was pretty enough to be one of our kind. Indeed, the maid was a kitsune. She was also taller than me by half a head and had an air of experience behind her polite, if amused, stance. Majestic, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, I could see how many would find the vixen to be very winsome and alluring. The fox folk were an uncommon but hardly rare people in House Black Sky. I had been a bit amused when I first learned that some of the creatures from my first life were not so mythological. But, why was she here? Who is your friend, Baroness? Visha asked. I don't think we've been introduced. Violet Blood gave a tiny pout of distaste. I doubted my bloody-minded Baroness would consider any servant a friend. This is Rainhild Sunshower. Charmed. I slightly bowed my horns to her. Why would Violet Blood hire a maid? Was it a coincidence that she had a Germanic first name? Combined with the Japanese connection. I gave Violet Blood a cautious look. How much did she know? Was this gift some sort of devious plot? She was an aristocrat. I knew the only staff she had in the capital was a fiscal manager assisting her seneschal, though she was more an advocate for the barony of Lilla than a personal servant to the Baroness. The pleasure is mine. I am happy to serve, Sunshower curtsied and then poured me a cup of coffee. I thanked her sincerely before taking a sip. If she'd brewed the coffee as well as she poured it, she was skilled indeed. I could see Violet Blood taking on extra staff for a special event but, as I glanced around the room, it did not seem like anything special was going on. You're not excited? Violet Blood's tail curled. Should I be? I blinked. The Baroness threw her hands up. How picky can you be? What's wrong with her? Pardon. I then looked to Visha for support, but she gave me an innocent look. I mean, Love Blood, she's nice enough, but I'm not sure why you need a maid today. She's for you. Violet Blood stomped a foot. She's a gift for you. I stared. You can't just give people. Violet Blood gave a haughty laugh. Countess, you need a personal servant. And you do like dogs. Careful to not spill my coffee. I studied the kitsune, she seemed capable but... After a moment, I shook my head. I don't need a maid. And, Violet Blood, you can't call her a dog. Haven't you learned yet how unwise it is to insult people with access to your drinks? Perhaps I need to administer some remedial etiquette lessons. Violet Blood paled, but rallied admirably quickly. She's better than a dog, and she's a veteran of a full term in the Scout Auxiliary. I sat down at the table and Reinhild Sunshower immediately went up and moved my cup, put a saucer under it, and placed a plate with some pastries in front of me. They were some of my favorites. She was in the legions. My experience was with the large forest people. I knew they could be devastating but stealthy scouts. Kitsu were purportedly even harder to detect and had effective magics of their own. The auxiliary, Violet Blood sniffed. I made a sharp motion with the blade of my hand to silence the Baroness. Go on. Miss? Is that correct? Miss Sunshower. Still standing just to my side, she bowed to me again. I most recently served with the 67th Infantry Legion Valentinian. The bulk of my service was based around Eastern Province. I am still in the active reserves. But I have served in several off-world campaigns and many minor house theaters. I heard about your time in the jungles of Chronicles. How long ago were you there? I inquired. About 2 decades ago. At the last uprising on the eastern edge of the Electon Concession. Our legion was doing a southern flanking action for Corpus Incurgio Merciful's Landing. It was complicated. The enemy expected our attack from the air, but not our ability to bypass their defenses over land. I nodded. The fallout from that battle contributed to the reorganization of House Chronicles, the formation of their interior confederations, and the various movements against that minor house. She smirked. No woodlands are denied to us. A regular jungle fox, et? I lightly asked. The Chronicles fox was a sleek, large-eared canid and despite having a waterproof double coat, always looked a bit bedraggled out in the heavy rains. Not that I had very many opportunities to spot one of the sly foxes. We might have gotten a nickname or two. Her grin became toothy. The Diluvians may still tell stories about us. And how are you finding the City of Trees? I asked, pointedly not wondering if Miss Sunshower did work for CSR in helping spread rumors and fears among the enemy populace. Oh, very busy, but as you say, the trees do make it more comfortable. Would you care to sit? I asked. The maid frowned. Don't push her, Visha admonished as she sat down next to me. I knew you'd like her. Violet Blood cheered. She's not yours to give, I replied firmly. Violet Blood really needed to learn about how unwise it was to insult servants to their faces, and I had no desire to be caught in the blowback when the tiny vengeances began. Perhaps she was insulated, or even coddled, by the servants who helped raise her as they took pity on the orphaned Baroness and bore her slights without retribution. However, how she treated subordinates, in general, was my responsibility, especially if she was to be, one day, promoted to flight leader. Ah, but you are wrong. The Baroness triumphantly placed a thick stack of papers onto the table, just in front of Reinhild. The folio was trussed with purple ribbons and a big floppy bow. I glanced at it, sighed, and started reading through the first few pages of paperwork. Don't worry, it's a standard contract. She can quit at any time. Though, since I am paying for her first 2 years, if her resignation is with cause I will be cross at you for making me pay out the severance bonus. Violet Blood chattered on as I scanned subsequent pages. It looked like an employment contract, just as the Baroness has stated. Why? I paged between the duties and compensation sections, before looking over at the seemingly happy, but very lethal, fox woman. I knew a bit about staffing costs. I had my own county to run and while my hirelings were not personal servants they were also not inexpensive. Loveblood was paying a premium. You deserve it, the Baroness assured. I will do my best to be of service, the maid assured me as her fluffy tails wagged. Why do you want this job? I clarified, sipping my coffee. It is less risky than being a scout. And I have served as a lady's maid previously. I managed to poach her when her previous employer left Bovitar to work on some colony, Violet Blood added. That's why I'm doing this now instead of your birthday. I am in the legions, I could be deployed anywhere. I didn't resign, ma'am. My previous mistress let all of her staff go. She would be hiring all new ones at her next location. Is it just the premium pay? What is your interest in this position? I inquired. If she was going to be my employee, I wanted to know what motivated her. Being motivated by money was fine and all, but I wanted to be sure. You have an impressive record. I lifted an eyebrow. Not the flying stuff. But that you connected with people in your county and the Auxilia. The forest people have their flaws, but they are good judges of character. Her tails flicked about as she spoke. Their movements were hypnotic, but to me the constant shaking and wagging betrayed a hint of apprehension. And there are opportunities, she admitted. If you forgive my presumptiveness, but unlike many young nobles you look to your future, even past your military service. I appreciate that long-term planning. I may be a widow and my children are grown, but I still look in on my family. I smiled. so my talking with Laris about business opportunities in my county had paid off. It was good to see an entrepreneurial spirit. That is good to hear, but you are aware that it will be many years before I can leave the legions. Her smile was sharp. I am very familiar with counting the years and months until one's term is up. I knew you'd like her, Violet Blood said with a smug, toothy smile as she leaned forward before sitting down at the table and waiting for the maid to serve her. Yes, she's charming, I don't mind her. I nodded to Sunshower then as she poured tea, met the Baroness' gaze, my expression flattening. To be frank, I'm more concerned about you at the moment. Violet Blood blinked. I decided to be direct. You, got me a kitsune, with a German name. Visha smiled reprovingly at me. You mean she hired a maid for you? Yes. What had I said? Was it that different? Was I objectifying people like Love Blood? Violet Blood's confusion grew. Does her name matter? I stared. Crazy noble demons. My father named me after his best friend's sister. They met in the auxiliary, Sunshower diffidently explained through a playful smile. I can get you a different one, Violet Blood pouted, her tone equal parts sullen and confused. I frowned at her. Another one. She's right here, Violet Blood, Visha said, a mild amount of irritation in her tone. Even Visha's patience wasn't endless. You can't act like people are interchangeable. But they are, dear Islander girl. Violet Blood sipped her coffee. We are. That's the whole point of being in the legions. Yes, we may have special skills. But within our occupational specialty and our flight certification we are supposed to be replaceable. Otherwise how could an officer replenish losses? I sighed. She was not wrong, at least in a military organization. And you think that applies with household staff? You don't. Violet Blood seemed baffled. I'll grant Miss Sunshower has a set of skills that will be a bit hard to find again, especially on short notice, but the legions have had many auxilia over the years. I forced myself to take a drink of the admittedly delicious coffee. She was not necessarily wrong. From the perspective of the Black Skyvian Imperial Legions, we are all cogs in the machine, some of us happen to be more expensive to replace. The Baroness had lost enough family to learn that lesson, and for her part was very proud of being a particularly useful cog. This was not unique to the legions, the military of my previous life operated the same way, as well as the company of my first. That was the way of large organizations. A chuckle escaped my lips, and seeing my cup refilled by a maid, my maid, I laughed again. I had no place to look down on Love Blood for reaching such a conclusion. I was no idealist when it came to banners, institutions, or causes. Logical things like economic freedoms and individual liberty were what mattered. And the contract was beneficial to Miss Sunshower with terms and obligations biased to her. I could not punish my Baroness for taking my lessons to heart. It is a very thoughtful gesture, Visha assured Violet Blood, doing the yeoman's work of keeping the conversation flowing through my moment of introspection. And the background checks for a replacement would cause some delay, Violet Blood nibbled on some strudel. Not to mention another expense. I sipped. Ah, yes, she would be living here. And have access to your and your effects. This is where her being a rarity means her file is still up to date and she can be checked, Violet Blood explained. I kept my expression carefully stoic, only expressing my irritation internally. Wonderful. Private detectives, as well as much of law enforcement, beyond the basics was subscription-based. Legion counterintelligence knew I had a maidservant. I suppose that didn't really make much of a real difference. My social status was a matter of public record and both the librarians and the Office of Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance knew of me. In fairness, I had plans to leverage those networks. The Zioxan mercenary Samith Rodswar was still out there, and she had sacrificed a whole Diluvian assault to try and kill me. I had enough experience with people out for familial revenge to know that remaining passively reactive would do nothing to help me with the situation. It is a prudent precaution, Sunshower agreed. I will have a broad set of responsibilities. At that, I flipped through the contract and reread a few sections. There's a hazard pay rate. I sighed. Love Blood, do you expect me to bring her on a deployment? Not to a fob, no, the Baroness replied, complete with her somewhat haughty laugh. But there's always a chance fighting could break out. Why do you think I got you a maidservant who could fight? The equipment and arms allowance is generous, Sunshower happily stated. Good thing you're so thorough, Visha told Violet Blood. She smiled at my wingwoman. It's not done yet, our Countess still needs to sign. I flipped to the end of the contract. Sunshower and Violet Blood had already signed and sealed it. My kitsune passed me a silver pen and had started to heat a purple wax stick with a blue flame that came from a fingertip. I signed, she dripped some wax onto the appropriate spot on the document. I then unclasped the Preserver Order award that hung at my neck and pressed it as my customary wax seal. Violet Blood clapped. Now, don't worry, I'll get you something nice for our birthday, nowhere near as expensive as your real gift of course. She gestured to the kitsune who curtsied. You really don't have to, I said. I'd needed an aide, so accepting Rainhild wasn't too big of an issue, more staff would only get in the way. You've already gotten me a valet and handmaiden. Don't just use her as a personal secretary and to take dictation, Violet Blood replied with just a touch of insinuation, she has far more skills than simple stenography. I flicked one of my bangs to the side, trying to remain as diplomatic in my reply as possible. Be that as it may, you've been more than generous, Love Blood. Nonsense, Visha interjected. Maybe you could help me pick something. She asked the Baroness. Ah, that would practically guarantee that we'd pick a proper gift, between my fine taste and your second opinion. Violet Blood made a satisfied noise as she leaned back in the chair and seemed to take things in. Your expertise in such things is very helpful. Visha's skills at flattery remained impressive. We do have to help take care of our Countess, Violet Blood tittered. My tail stilled. While I was happy to see them getting along so well, at times their cooperation seemed somehow ominous. She does push herself too hard, Visha nodded. She was about to help herself to a pastry, but my maid moved in to fill her plate. And now we can have another set of hands to help. Violet Blood gave a broad smirk as she watched Sunshower busy herself. I swallowed. You do know she's my maid. Oh, I'm well aware of that, the Baroness laughed. Ma'am, Sunshower demurely asked. I flicked my tail, trying not to let my annoyance show in my face. I suppose she had a role to play. Yes. If you'll allow me, I can familiarize myself with your schedule. Perhaps you could put aside some time to help me learn your preferences and methods as well. Her tails wagged. I want to make sure I can get your uniforms exactly how you like them. Why don't I get you in contact with my chief ritualista? I responded, only half joking. If you think a letter of introduction with Optio Gibbs would be helpful, then I can draft one for you, the kitsune said diffidently. Sure, and I might as well inform my seneschal and my mothers. She nodded. I can get started on the missives. Now, my rating as an accountant is as a novice, and while I still have a measure of sensitive document access, I am not read into the ways of the Volantes. Are those areas that I will need to get training and further certification? Isn't she perfect for you? Violet Blood gushed, her voice a purr, all but openly patting herself on the back in self-congratulatory approval. I slowly sipped my coffee. I would need to get to know her better, but if my maid performed as advertised, then I would have a very capable assistant. It felt like some sort of Faustian bargain, but what was one more? I was a demon due to making a deal with an archangel, everything after that was just an outgrowth of that. I smiled at her. I think that will suffice for now. I will let you know if I find you insufficient in any way. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Ah, Primus Diamond Dust. I shouldn't be shocked to see you here, a tribune said as she walked up to my reading table. The main library of the Imperial War College had more than a wide-ranging collection of reports, documentation, journals, and other publications. They had a small, if efficient, reference collection of historical, contemporary, and off-world weapons, mostly small arms and equipment. Some could even be signed out for evaluation purposes, but that often required approval from an instructor. Tribune Shadow Whisper, I moved to stand and salute, but she waved me off. The tall woman had short silvery hair, pale skin that seemed almost translucent, and ivory wings that did have transparent membranes. Taken together with her white fleet uniform, she had an almost spectral look. Her coloration was vaguely similar to Ivory Tail, one of my ritualista, but the tribune was more lightly built. She carried a dark purple valise and had placed it on the table. Working on anything interesting? My supply and logistics instructor inquired. The War College's library was a rich source of academic and study assets, ranging from big things like print shops, conference rooms with full projector suites, simulation and computation time, to simpler items like study carrels, copiers, meeting rooms, and a hall that was a series of broad flat tables. That last asset had proven useful for group work, unrolling maps, or, in my case, studying multiple books at once. Just collating some of the reports on House Elena's production of scrying components versus the projections on their Riddle plate production numbers. I'm suspicious of their claim that they have that many Mokosh suits in production. Our rival on the northern border, Elena, was the most populous Daya Great House and the only one with a larger economy and population than ours. Their version of our occultia. I nodded. It's their most expensive suit. That is, depending on where one puts the research and development cost of their Volos. I pointed to a couple budget tables I had worked up. It's a toss-up between a theater-grade scrying suit and a highly veiled stealth air superiority suit. Shadow Whisper looked over the tables. The development of the Marzana. It seemed prudent. Yes, the Volos is an outgrowth of the Marzana, but the latter is a competent enough air superiority suit. At least now that the relatively weak warding projectors were fixed, and the whole training issue. The ghostly tribune's grey eyes studied the figures. Are you trying for some extra credit in my class? No, ma'am. It's just a personal project. The fleet officer's lips went to a thin smile. It's a shame we can't have you in logistics, Tribune Shadow Whisper chuckled as she opened her valise and handed me the report I had submitted yesterday. I gave the grade and comments page a quick glance as I bowed my horns. The previous empire I had served had become extremely skilled with rail-based logistics and had a good hand with forward supply. House Black Sky also had a good rail network, and had considerable experience with fleet-based logistics, both air and sea-based fleets. My tail stilled as her words sunk in. Ma'am. Oh, don't worry, I'm not talking about poaching you for the fleet. Though with your wings you would look lovely in white. Shadow Whisper's tail swished. I could see you being fantastic at running a logistics cohort. But... She shrugged. I kept my composure. A skilled ritual plate pilot, especially one being positioned for squadron command, would be very unlikely to be transferred to logistics. Thank you, ma'am, it is an important skill set, and one I want to refine for my future. It was easy to hide my disappointment. After all, that was hardly a safe rear echelon position. Centered around 24 Thalia utility trucks and 36 nymph light transports, a logistics cohort was built for forward supply. Yes, there was a group of ritual plate and centuries of legionaries to provide escort, but providing direct combat logistics was hardly my dream position. The Tribune chuckled. Yes, a shame. More than a few Volantes house legates have gotten their ground combat and supply training by operating a logistics legion. I tried not to stare. A logistics legion was based around 4 logistics cohorts, 2 Umbra VTOL heavy long-range insertion cohorts, and 2 Triarii IVF armor cohorts. Including the legionary HQ assets of ritual plate, heavy VTOLs, artillery, and other assets, a logistics legion had thousands of tons of ground cargo capacity and nearly 1,000 tons for airborne cargo, plus strong escorting assets in terms of thousands of legionaries, a legion RP wing, 4 troops of armor, and multiple artillery batteries. And this fleet officer assumed I wanted to be in command of such a unit, and worse to use it as a stepping stone to a rank that was equivalent to a Corpus Incurgio level of command. While I appreciate your vote of confidence, and I will serve the Imperatrix to my abilities, that is very flattering, I said, glancing over. Ah, I had company, well, that Centurion had a habit of being early. But I am focused on being worthy of my promotion to prefect. Of course, Countess. The fleet officer smiled. She gave a slight bow of her horns. If you would like to share your latest project, I would find it interesting, and I might know some people to forward it to who might be as well. Ah. That was the game. Clearly, Shadow Whisper was interested in networking with my mother and was working her way to asking for an introduction. It made sense. My mother had many guild and commercial interests that were suppliers for both the Imperial Legions and the household fleet. Those would be useful connections to a tribune who specialized in logistics. I gave a gracious nod. I would appreciate such an offer. Lovely, see you in class, Primus, she nodded and walked off, her tail slowly swishing behind her. After a moment, my subordinate walked up. Grey Dawn shook her head, causing her wavy flame-colored hair to swish about. You do have a knack, ma'am, she remarked, offering a salute. I waved her off and gestured for her to take a seat. Part of having a duchess for a mother, I shrugged. People try to curry her favor all the time. Her ember eyes stared. That may be true, but she was trying to get your favor. My tail went limp. That's absurd. I'm just some pilot. I continued before she could counter. And even if we play the noble card, I've got a border region, provincial county. Grey Dawn flashed her fangs. She thinks you're destined for flag rank, House Legate Diamond Dust. That's not funny, I growled. Ma'am, it kind of is, Grey Dawn countered. I rubbed my forehead. I had not reached flag rank in my previous life, but I had gotten close. The legions were a bit different in that there was a considerable gap between tribune and legate, apart some semi-official gradations of tribune to help bridge the divide. The time for keeping my head down was long past, like being awarded the crown of preserver past. Honestly, it had passed when I had become a ballet soloist. Please don't joke about that. Who's joking? I grumbled. Grey Dawn smirked. Tribune Shadow Whisper may be very serious. She sobered. You should take care with that. Plenty of officers use War College to brush up on their networks. And you know this because Centurions do too. She laughed. Can we change the subject? Of course, ma'am. Do you want to talk about your cadets? Or the Elena RP production project? Oh. I have been writing with Octavia. She's been asking about you. You have? Octavia had been in my flight before Visha had transferred in. Last I heard, Octavia was still with Mercy's second flight. How is she doing? Doing well. She'd got engaged. Congratulations, she's a lucky girl. I tapped the table. I wonder if we'll be able to make it. Oh, they haven't set a date yet. Grey Dawn waved it away. Still, I should send a gift. Grey Dawn's eyes sparkled but she nodded. No comment. What could I say, ma'am? That I would have my pet fox pick a gift out for me. Perish the thought, Grey Dawn shook her head. I would never think such a thing. I gave the taller woman a level glare. Honest. Grey Dawn shrugged. Octavia was one of yours. You would personally pick her gift. I nodded, a touch reluctantly, at that. I'm sure you'd have your fox do the actual mailing, but there's nothing untoward about that. Organizing my notes, I sighed. Did you have fun last night? It was an entertaining spectacle. I suppose that was a way to put it. I was not too fond of blood sports, but with our healing capabilities gladiator games were no worse than boxing or martial arts bouts. Hopefully. Did you bet on the winner? She chuckled. No, Countess, I didn't bet on last night's gladiator bout. Oh? Why not? She helped me pack up a couple books. It's fixed, ma'am. It's as choreographed as one of your ballets. Well, with more fake blood. Ah. So it was all a spectacle in a preformative meaning. Still. You've never seen how March over the Resh River ended. The last act required me to wear a blood-red leotard with bits of white accents, and a crimson wig. Mother Clementia said I looked like Darkstar dressed up like that. Grey Dawn laughed. Fine, more real blood and bruising than ballet. I snorted. Tell that to my feet. But point taken. So, what did you wager on? Ma'am. I know you, Grey Dawn. You wouldn't go to some sporting event, especially a fixed one, if there wasn't some sort of juicy action. She gave me a neutral expression before slowly smiling. I might have had a few side bets after leaving the amphitheater. Plenty of folks have their blood up after seeing a good match, even if it's fake. I tilted my head. Do I really want to know? Maybe when you're older, Grey Dawn laughed. There was no pouting on my part. That is, acceptable. You're remarkably patient, most young women can't wait to grow up. I'm no fledgling. Besides, I know what'll happen when I get older. I organized the books and put my ledgers into my bag. Grey Dawn laughed. Did your fox explain things? Or did you finally realize what the other two members of our flight are after? My expression darkened. I am well aware of the Baroness' machinations. The older woman just smiled. I huffed. Competent subordinates were valuable, and that meant a wise commander gave them some latitude, especially if they were not undermining your authority. And Grey Dawn was a well of experience. Are you volunteering to do comms training for the cadets? Her tail flicked. The noble flower of Black Skyvian youth do need training, she carefully stated. I laughed. Yeah, they're like my nieces, way too eager, clueless and pestering me for stories. Ma'am, are we talking about your nieces who are younger than you? Grey Dawn's tone was utterly respectful. I did not give an exasperated exhale. I think it's worrying that the fantasies of little broodlings are indistinguishable from those of new cadet pilots. The ones with imaginary tea and stuffed animals? Or the ones of daring do against sinister enemies of our great house? I snorted. You have to give our cadets some slack. Not everyone can be as. Glancing over to her, my gaze hardened. As experienced as the Baroness was at that age, Grey Dawn completed. Most of our students are older than Loveblood was when she was a cadet. Grey Dawn pointedly did not say that most of them were older than I was right now, let alone how old I was as a cadet. My wings stretched a bit. In a way I'm jealous of your simple pleasures and plain ambition. Ma'am. She stated neutrally. I'm serious. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be a solid pilot and having a comfy cot and warm grub. My tail swished. I tried to have such plain goals, but military life ended up going too well for me. We both know the burdens that come with all of the awards and decorations, as well as the problems caused by those who hunger desperately for shiny pins and ribbons. Ma'am, Grey Dawn stated with what was almost approval. Not everyone can be sober and mature. Most pilots are very aggressive. That's why cadets are under long-term evaluation for skill and temperament before being put into active service. Closing my leather bag and piling up the books I would be returning, I stood up. Grey Dawn took most of the books to carry under her arm. No remark? No sidelong or skeptical sigh. And not respect your authority. Grey Dawn noted. Darkstar forbid. I snorted. Prefect Quirinus had trained you and the Baroness for a year before your fight south of Narvos. I didn't have that many hours in a suit before my first combat deployment. You were also half a decade older than me. We walked to the library's return desk. And I was a cocksure, arrogant greenhorn brat who was in way over her head. Grey Dawn shook her head as she put the books onto the counter. I frowned but got them checked back in with the librarian and we left the library and went out onto the main quad of the War College. You? A greenhorn. There's a reason Quirinus assigned me to your flight. I may have matured over the years but I do remember what it was like to start out with talent but no experience. Grey Dawn smirked while I shook my head. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. I sighed as Sun Shower fussed over my hair and uniform. Pulling at my wings with a professional, direct touch, the kitsune checked over my feathers, fussing any that were less than perfectly smoothed. I twisted and stretched a bit at her touch. Preening was a bit of a pain, but compared to membranous wings they were a bit less likely to tear. Is this necessary? I asked after she completed her work. She gave me a vulpine look as she straightened the Preserver Order award at my neck. With the impression you have to make? I'd suggest you wear your crown. I looked up at the taller woman, her bushy tail swishing. I never actually ordered a Preserver crown. Eventually your mother will do it for you, either one. I shivered a bit at the idea of Mother Clementia and through her, the sisterhood of our hallowed lady, commissioning a Preserver crown. They might even have one in a reliquary somewhere, though that the church had not offered to make me a custodian of one, like they did my earrings, was suggestive that they either did not have a crown, that it had a current bearer, or they did not want to bestow such a thing to me. Regardless, there was some flexibility in the exact design of a crown of the Preserver, and one made by the church, or one of the major churches of the house, would make my purported piety even more blatant. Rainhild chuckled as she poured me a cup of coffee. Fair. I can see why you're not keen to be so blatant. I sipped. I'm not that worried. I've done far riskier things. Physically, my maid agreed as she put a thermos into my valise as well as a small bag with fresh turnovers. She also looked down to confirm my papers were there. Smiling, she pulled one of the pastries out and handed it to me. Don't get frosting on your uniform. I know how to eat without getting it on my clothes, I replied tartly as I nibbled on the blackberry pastry. Nodding, she gave me a final critical look. I'm fine, I assured her. Rainhild had washed my hair and had overseen my laundry. After the sparring match this morning I was happy to have the time to bathe and get my hair cleaned. Though the latter really meant she interfaced with the household staff. Being fussed over was both frustrating and relaxing. Though I had gotten used to it to some extent by my ritualista and the times my duchess had me dress up for some function or another. Taking the empty cup from me, she handed over my valise and a yard-long staff of polished vinewood, a fairly sturdy swagger stick. Far be it for me to counter that, the kitsune bowed her head to me. I am neither a noble nor a pilot. But I have spent time working with the legions. I know when faced with fresh fish, centurions tend to relish breaking them in, especially if they are haughty and have ideas. Her eyes glanced at my staff. I smiled. You're concerned I'll go too far. I can't speak to your training methods, my lady, she diplomatically stated. My grin expanded a bit. I suppose I am paying for your expertise. Ears perking up, her tails swished. They were very fluffy, almost tempting. Yes, love blood is paying. I waved off. Perhaps some diplomacy, at least until you gain their measure. I flashed my fangs. Ah, but you see, Grey Dawn and my Baroness are taking their measure right now. I looked at the grandfather clock ticking in my room. They should be getting out of the simulators right now. I gave another sigh. I wanted to be there, even as an observer, but I had an exam. Close combat skills need to be evaluated, she gave her own sharp-toothed grin. My lady, have you been told when you'll be going to advanced evasion school? I tried to give a casual shrug but my tail had slowed. In a couple months. I've gone through the basic course in Bovitar. Evasion school was all about teaching a pilot how to survive if she got shot down behind enemy lines. Including such things as survival, field medicine, avoiding enemy patrols, escaping capture, and linking up with friendly ground units. During my time in the auxiliary, myself and other scouts would assist the instructors by playing the aggressor side, she brightly said. I finished my pastry. That made sense, scouts, both kitsune and forest people, were very good at tracking and stalking. Having a pilot have to evade such pursuers. Her smile widened. I would be more than happy to help give you some preparatory training. Provided, we can fit it into your schedule. My smile turned glassy. Being chased in the forest by kitsune was one thing. Being chased by my own maid was. Well, I would not turn down training. I would just have to find a way to make sure people wouldn't talk much. I bowed my horns. That sounds like a wonderful idea. Pencil in some time for that training in my schedule. Of course, my lady, Sun Shower said as she opened the door and then followed behind me. As we made our way through my Duchess townhouse, she had a couple quiet words with the other servants before seeing me off at the front door. I exhaled and made my way to the funicular station. I had a training session to be debriefed on and a cadre of cadets to introduce myself to. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. I strode into the lecture hall, my boots ringing on the hardwood floor. The tiered room was fairly small, but even so, the cadet squadron failed to fill the first couple rows. Instead of standing behind the lectern, I hopped off the small stage and stood by the table where the 3 members of my flight sat facing the cadets. Volantes Cadet Optios, I do apologize for not being in person for your first training evaluation, I said, making sure my voice echoed through the hall. I regret not being there to evaluate your performance in person. They were attentive. A few seemed to be a bit awed by me, a few were embarrassed, a couple were sullen. All needed to be watched. I picked up one of the reports Visha had put at the corner of her table and made a show of paging through it. I already knew the records of the dozen or so cadets in front of me and the debriefing had been quick but thorough. Ah, you were flying Polydora Mark 7s in the simulators. My, I was trained on the Mark 5. Time flies. Sticking my Vinewood staff under my arm, I tossed the report back onto the desk. I looked over the cadets. They were so young, the eldest was 16. Which at least gave me some time. None of them should be put into active combat, maybe they would get enough training time to live. They were in cadet uniforms, which were the same black as legionary ones but had a green trim. From what Centurion Graydon said, I was worried the only way I could make you made into something useful would be to serve you as lunch for some fleet pilots. I gave them a grin that was full of cheer to show I was joking. Let us begin with the positives. None of you broke the suits the Imperatrix was gracious to loan you, or... I gave a sharp smile to 5 of the cadets one after the other, the ones your mothers purchased for you. You also managed to avoid breaking any of the simulators by shattering your tethers or having your Zephyr actually accelerate you. Mostly. I added, locking gaze with the pink-haired, long-horned cadet who sat front and center. Any other positives of note? I asked my flight. They were able to get into their suits and could tell their left boot from their right boot, Graydon stated. They know which way is up and down. They're very good at finding the ground. I made note of which of my students got heated at a commoner daring to mock them. Cadet Optio Lavish Rose Talon, the pink-haired senator's daughter, was among them. So, there we have it. I swept my arms around the room. Collectively, you all spent, how many hours on private tutoring? How many hours spent on trainer suits? Not exactly an efficient usage of time, money, or ritual plate. I went over to the table and poured myself a cup of coffee. The expense in Ritualista alone, I theatrically murmured, my back to them. Turning to face the young demons, my smile returned. I have good news, cadets. You're now in the Imperatrix Legions, and we will not waste Black Sky's money in having you play brave, heroic warriors. Is this because we lost? Lavish demanded, her voice cutting over the hall. She blinked, realizing the breach in discipline. I paused to let the silence linger and slowly put my mug down on the table. Cadet, do you have something you wish to say? I asked, striding over. You've got more experience than us, your flight ambushed and cut us apart, and then you had missiles come up from the ground and... I stopped before her. Yes? It wasn't fair? Or maybe they cheated. I flipped out my staff and the cadets winced at it. Well, that would not do. I used it to tap the gem at my neck. I did not earn this by playing fair. And our enemies won't, they'll happily trade a missile team to take one of you out. The scenario was not impossible, you could have won if you had focused on the landing zones and maintained a coherent formation. The daughters of senators, guild leaders, nobles, legates, and navarchs, these girls were the cream of the capital's young flyers. Or at least the ones that had been dumped in my lap. A bit of fear seemed to creep into them. I tapped my staff on the desk in front of Lavish. The problem is not that you are bad flyers. On the contrary. I looked around them all. Oh no, if I was looking for someone to compete in a race or to do an acrobatics show, I would be happy to have any of you. But I'm not looking for racers or acrobats. I'm not even looking for a ballet troupe. A ballerina knows how to move as part of a team. Just because I could outfight any one of you one-on-one is irrelevant. I was being generous here. As they were now I could take them out by defeat in detail, and it would take a massive weight of numbers to stop me. You should be more ashamed at how abysmal you are fighting as a squadron and your piss-poor reactions to ground fire. You were fighting as a rabble not as a team. I gave them a warm, toothy grin. However, once you have a remedial proficiency as a team then you may, in your copious free time, request some one-on-one aggressor training from myself or one of the other instructors. Lavish green eyes smoldered but the short jade-haired cadet behind her lifted her hand. Yes, Cadet Pulavaya. Ma'am, we tried to fight as a team, but we were just thrown together. A&D. Not all of us listened. I kept the same sharp, toothy smile on my face. Yes. We'll start our lessons, shall we? There is a reason the legions and the fleet train our pilots to a uniform standard. Yes, obviously, there is better cohesion with a team that is experienced flying together. You will not always have that luxury. This was a test of the standards to which your tutors trained you. Similarly, the chain of command is vital for establishing clear communications. Consistent protocols and training are vital in case of combat losses, you have to know what to do when things go wrong. I lifted my staff back up. That is why we train you. So when everything goes wrong, when you find yourself without leadership and outnumbered, you don't shatter into a bunch of panicked, pointless last stands. Staring at me, Lavish lifted her hand. Pulavaya, in the second row, had started taking notes. Going back to get my mug, I nodded. Are you saying we're not strong enough warriors? Her pride had been wounded, but since it had been someone with my record, and station, who had inflicted the blow, she was still striving to keep her anger in check. I sipped my coffee. What use do I have for warriors? The legions want professionals. I reviewed the footage. Some of you are very deadly in a duel. That's why my flight used numbers, position, and firepower to ensure such a dogfight didn't happen. But you made ace all by yourself. The purple-skinned daughter of a guild leader burst out. I gave her a withering look. Yes, as a last resort on a night when everything failed. Sending a 12-year-old, oh I'm sorry that was a couple days before my birthday, into combat with just a sword and some fireworks is not a tactic any great house should aspire to, not if they want to stay a great house. She wilted, I exhaled, and continued. If you saw the propaganda reels of my actions and thought that was a situation to emulate, then you learned the wrong lesson. We shouldn't try to be as skilled in close combat as you. Lavish asked after getting approval to speak. I shook my head. Do not measure yourself against me. Not yet. The goal is how you perform for a given mission, as a group. There is a time for individual heroics. Usually, it's after everything else has gone wrong and you are alone and will die unless you are very good and very, very lucky. We train to give you tools to limit such an eventuality. I ruthlessly quashed my awareness of the hypocrisy of that comment. I do not offer you glamorous training where you will become a mistress of the air able to take out enemy champions and ace of aces. I sipped my coffee. But I can teach you the book. I can teach you how we fight and why we fight. And then, maybe, just maybe once you know the book, once you understand why the book is the way it is, then you can start to think about how to break the rules. There was almost a sense of disappointment among the young flyers, but a few were intrigued, and now 2 more of them were taking notes. It is not enough to know how we are training and how we fight. You need to know our enemy's doctrine. How they conduct operations. What we know of their equipment. The formations and tactics they use. To defeat the enemy one must know the means by which they will try to achieve victory. The wind seemed to be knocked out from under their wings. Good. These were girls who were not used to being told no. And, if anything, discovering they had the fairly rare talents required to operate a ritual plate just made their pride worse. Maybe it was how I was raised. At the orphanage we didn't have much time for fantasies of gallant knights of the air, I loudly mused as I went back to my flight's table. Maybe that was just a commoner thing. Refilling my mug, I turned away from the cadets. Tell me, Baroness Violet Blood. You had a proper noble upbringing. And clocked in a good number of hours before you became a cadet. Did you have such fantasies? No, ma'am. My training was on practical things that would improve my combat performance, Violet Blood stated, a sneer in her voice. I pointedly kept my back to the cadets as a couple murmured something about jumped-up provincials. Lavish was telling them to shut up. Interesting. Idly glancing at my staff, I let my tail swish. Visha, what is the allowable penalty for insubordination? It ranges from loss of privileges, to loss of pay, time in the stockade, and flogging, she answered smartly. Now. Cadet Optios. Will there still be chatter when I turn around? I glanced back and just smiled. The hall went silent. I put my vine staff down at the table and walked towards them with just the cup. You can call me a martinet. You can make all sorts of unkind words about my parentage, heritage, class, and upbringing. You could even do the same about my flight. However, I stopped before their seats. If I hear such talk. If my flight hears it. If the other instructors hear it. If you undermine my authority. If you go against the imperatrix. I will bring the appropriate charges and punishments. I saw a few resentful faces and a couple that seemed disbelieving that someone like me could talk to them in such a way. Darkstar helped me for being saddled with this assignment. I would rather be teaching a bunch of orphans, girls someone like my Duchess had discovered. At least they would be more likely to listen and learn. Please, if you feel I am unfair, do complain to my squadron commander, or the commandant of the war college, escalate to House Legate Ashrain herself for all I care. Or, I suppose you could whine to your mothers and then have such august personages take umbrage on your behalf. I believe any of you willing to try such a thing will find the results illuminating. I sipped my coffee. That took the fight out of most of them. It was a trivial bluff to call. Oh, I would get into trouble if I whipped the cadets without good cause on jumped-up charges, but as long as I had my paperwork in order, and could prove that the rod was indeed used to prevent spoilage, the higher-ups would be happy enough. I chuckled. Like I would be so uncreative to merely flog a subordinate. Now, if one of you is willing to take your grievances in a more direct and honorable means, then please note I will be obeying the letter of the military regulations with regard to duels. As the challenged party, I will get to pick the weapons used and I will endeavor to limit damage to any legionary property. But Primus, don't you own your Polyxo suit? Violet Blood innocently asked. Yes, I do. That was a bit of a bluff. While I still retained ownership of the suit, the legions had replaced many of its components and paid for its regular maintenance and upgrades, to Mark 16, over the years. Still, as that wear and damage had happened while serving the house, I still retained ownership even if a considerable fraction of the suit was composed of parts different from those when I got it at my 12th birthday. Despite all that, the legions frowned on ritual plate duels. Suits were valuable, pilots more so, and a duel was a way to lose combat strength without even fighting the enemy. It was a textbook example of honor resulting in a pointless waste. Now, the cadets were worried. It was one thing for a noble brat full of vim, vigor, and wounded pride to try to challenge me to a sword fight or some other tediousness. It was another to realize that they would be challenging against my strengths. After glancing at my mug, I looked around. Am I clear? The cadets nodded. Except for Lavish, who looked thoughtful. Question. Yes. Ma'am, you're trying to dissuade us from a tendency towards one-on-one mid-air duels by, in part, using your own exceptional skill in such things. Is that correct? I laughed. Don't get me wrong. It's a valid skill set, but it's only a part of what you have to know. And most of you are nowhere near as good as you think you are, but that we're even talking shows you all have promise. A small frown creased her face. I eased my stance. Tell me, who is familiar with the Marzana? All their hands went up. I pointed to Pulavia, who could write while talking and making eye contact with me. It's the air superiority RP model house Elena uses. And who is familiar with the first generation of the Marzana? And why was it designed that way? Lavish sighs widened. I pointed to her. It was intended to surpass our air superiority suit, the Harmonia. The Marzana had exceptional maneuverability but was weak in protection and long-range scrying. They were intended as duelists to counter our suits. Good, she knew that much. And they failed. When they were first deployed in number, on many of our off-world colonial fights with Elena, they did not perform well. Their combat losses were even worse than the times they fought us with their preceding model. All that money, time, and manpower for a suit that was somehow a step backwards? The whole line had to be revamped, I explained. But do you know the real problem? Lifting her hand, Lavish took the incentive. Was it more than just their design limitations? Taking a drink, I nodded. Don't get me wrong. It did the Marzana little good to have problems in protection, in scrying integration, and in communications. But those could, and were, fixed in their next generation. The real problems were one of doctrine and of the unintended consequences of training and pilot mentality. I pointed to the daughter of the head of the Mason and Rune Right Guild. Elena Air doctrine is. They use golems, piloted craft, and ritual plate. Much of their development is domestic, but they use a lot of Luxon designs as well. She blushed a bit, her purple skin darkening. I could tell she was explaining the background to buy herself more time to think. She got some of her composure back. Their air doctrine is similar to their overall doctrine. They like to complement small numbers of high mobility, sometimes low observable, high power units with larger numbers of slower, cheaper, but hard-hitting units. Sort of a hammer to anvil. Noticing that half of them were now taking notes, though some had to share copybooks, I waggled a hand. That is close enough for today. We will be going into the doctrines and more of all of the great houses. Now, consider, the first generation Marzana were given to their vanguard strike units, specifically their most independent pilots, the ones with the most skill in dogfighting. Who can see the problem? But they were given suits that matched their abilities. Lavish tilted her head. She blinked. Wait, did a great house really have to revamp a whole suit design because it encouraged pilots to go off and try to fight us one-on-one? I gave a small smirk. It's not that simple, but consider your own actions. Consider the power and excitement you had when you first flew. Think of what it would be like to be in a suit more powerful, more agile than your hated enemy's best. And then the terror of finding out that your enemy has better training, unit tactics, and scrying. That it does not matter how maneuverable your suit is when the enemy knows this and works to negate that advantage, and without it you have little else. Combat is unforgiving, as are its lessons. That's why Elena had a harder time fixing their training than their suits. Lavish asked. Correct. First, consider the losses in skilled pilots. That represents a massive loss in institutional knowledge, not to mention to their families. There were issues affecting their entire house structure, and families. Making shifts in power. Even Elena has to bow to the reality of social dynamics. I stepped back to the table to refill my cup once again. I poured in silence to see if the cadets would dare to start whispering to each other. The sound of their pens at work was good to hear. They seemed to learn that much at least. Second, this required them to redouble their efforts in trying to counter us. Remember, our enemy is trying to learn from us as much as we are trying to learn from them. And Elena thought they had a counter to our doctrine, a wonder weapon, in the Marzana. I had to smile at that. I was certain that House Black Sky had their own versions of Skiggle, but at least with my own deployments I was insulated from any mad scientists trying to make super ritual plate models. That did give me pause at one of my goals of moving to a more testing and evaluation role. Elena learned from their mistakes. The refit Marzana in the hands of a proper squadron of pilots is formidable. There is a reason it is now their mainstay and has become an effective weapon system on par with Xiox's T-Jardu and, yes, our Harmonia. It remains to be seen if their derivative design, the highly veiled Volos, will be worth the cost and represent a leap forward in capability. It is some note that in the time House Elena has gone through 3 major variants of air superiority model, our house has continued to refine and improve the Harmonia. Our more conservative approach is due to us having far more Harmonia than House Elena has total ritual plate. Ritual plate is just a portion of their tactical air power expenditures where it is the lion's share for us. The Harmonia represents a major training, logistical, and hardware investment. That is why we try to make our suits as modular as possible to allow for midlife refits. I could go on. I put on a sympathetic expression. Your performance today is not entirely your fault. Group training is hard and realistic training missions are not exciting nor glorious. Even ground support missions, while flashy, are very precise and tedious because you do not want to bombard our own troops. You probably didn't get many private lessons on how to run a convoy escort. And few pre-cadets would spend 8 hours of flight training on learning how to do a boring scouting mission where nothing might show up. I did, Primus, Violet Blood haughtily said. Yes, so did I. But our tutors had a generous budget, I replied. The cadets bristled, but there were a few shamed-faced ones and more than a few with expressions full of poorly concealed anger. Maybe not all at me, hopefully some of that spleen was directed at the instructors who had taught them what they wanted, exciting dogfights, and not what they had needed. You should have been spending more time in a ballet troupe than trying to master one-on-one dog fighting, I absently noted and then took in their incredulity. You are aware that precision acrobatic flying is an effort that requires great skill and teamwork? Violet Blood archly asked. It is more than just prancing about in sequence and using fireworks displays and glitter bombs. Neither of which I recommend as ordnance. I gave a vicious little smile. But if you want to get extra flight time to learn some intricate formation flying and more importantly how to function as part of a team, there are worse extracurricular activities. If I had to spend a year's suffering as a ballerina, then I could spread a bit of the pain around. As a bonus, I was sincere about the increased training time being part of a troupe would give them. And at least a few of them did make a note of my recommendation. You're all very privileged. Most pilots, I gestured to Visha and Grey Dawn, will not get nearly the suit time, the training time, you will all get. There will be an assumption of competency, that your time under my training will have actually improved you. I happily drank from my mug. For my own sense of pride and professionalism, I will make you lot into something worthy of the Imperial Legions. Do not think of your mother's station, of your station. We are legionaries. If some provincial commoner centurion gives you an order, you will obey. And even if you make Volantes centurion and, Darkster forbid, Volantes primus centurion, some Optio hoofslogger will still be calling you in for air support. If you have a problem with that, you can join one of the shabbier mercenary guilds where you can play at war and have your servants polish the expensive toys you think of as war machines. I gave one of my most open smiles. Remember what you swore when you agreed to join the legions? That was a question. I pointed to the cadet next to Lavish. I swear by the various gods and unbreakable oaths that I will follow my commander wherever she may lead me. I will obey orders enthusiastically and without question. I will relinquish the protection of Black Skyvian civil law and accept the power of my commanders to put me to death without trial for disobedience or desertion, the ash-haired cadet recited, her prim voice halting at the last part. Continue. She nodded. I promise to serve under the standards for my allotted time of duty and not to leave before my commander discharges me. I will serve Black Sky faithfully, even at the cost of my life, and respect the law with regard to civilians and my comrades. These oaths are not idle boasts. There is some allowance for your status as cadets, but, I spread my arms and then gestured towards myself. Clearly, they still have weight on someone of my age, or yours. You can still resign if it's too much. I eyed them. This is an open offer, consider my words, and if you want to quit, talk with me in private. I will do my best by writing a letter of reference to your mother, mitigating the shame, and endeavor to help put you in a position better suited to your talents. Lavish raised a hand. Why would you do that? She asked. Incentives. Because an unfit pilot with too much pride to admit her failures, and too many connections to be drummed out, will get good people killed. I will take a social hit to prevent that from happening. There are plenty of jobs in the legions and outside to support the house and empire. And while a negative evaluation from me would ruin your career as a Legion flyer, forcing me to do that, against your will result in unnecessary turbulence. I exaggerated a bit. The legions, and fleet, had learned how to sideline incompetent nobles, but one way to do that was having a connected officer make a deal like this. None of us want to quit, Lavish stated, her voice icy. None of us are quitters. We'll see, I amiably said. I have some training ideas involving some Istrii Centurions. Visha gasped at that. I honestly didn't see what the big deal was. I continued. If you make it into legionary service, you will be protecting some group of hoofsloggers. You'll either be providing direct fire support, escorting their transports, or keeping air superiority over their operational zones. I finished off my cup. If that's not glamorous enough for you, you can always transfer to the fleet. There you can spend your time guarding a giant gas bag full of ratings, officers, and explosives. I chuckled lightly at the deflated expressions from my cadets. Either way, the expectation is that your life will be put at risk to keep others alive. And since the Imperatrix, in her wisdom, has seen fit to invest a considerable amount of time training, equipping, and having Centurions spend their precious time beating sense into you, Black Sky will get a return on her investment. Scanning the cadets, who seemed to have paused in their notes, I smiled and looked at a clock on the wall. Good, now that is all done. We will have a 10-minute break. Stretch your wings, use the facilities, get your own notebooks. When you get back we'll have refreshments. The cadets' expressions were mostly wary. When you get back, we will begin your debrief of today's training. Point by point. I'll also be giving you a breakdown on basic flight level tactics. I sipped my coffee. The clock is ticking, you should go now. They got up and most of them shuffled out to the door. I pointedly ignored the conversations that were starting up outside in the corridor. Pulavaya took a moment to finish up her notes before exiting. Lavish was the last out. She hesitated by the door and then eventually left in a huff. I walked back to my flight. Well, I think that went well enough. Sure, you might just make all sorts of new, exciting, and connected rivals, Grey Dawn noted. It's all part of the game. Coddling them would have ruined my reputation among the officers, I stated as Visha handed me some of the pastries Sunshower had packed for me. I motioned for the others to help themselves. And would have gotten a lot of good legionaries killed. And ruined your reputation among the troops, Visha noted. And among the nobles who back the legions and fleet, Violet Blood added. Both good points. No, the way to deal with a gaggle of spoiled nobles with flight armor is to try to beat some sense into them. Grey Dawn's expression indicated she was trying to calculate the odds on that wager. Should I go get the refreshments? Visha asked. I'll go with you. A walk to the college's canteen can do me some good, I rolled my shoulders. We had a lot to cover and not much time. As we left the lecture hall, I wondered how Quirinus was able to stay so resolutely unflappable. At least this won't be as bad as the 203 RDS training, Visha quietly stated once it was the two of us. Now that brought a smile to my face. Don't worry, this time you're one of the instructors, I assured. Chapter 17, Mandatory Mentoring, Rivals. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the return verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC Thingy. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shin Atsuki, and Nutko, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/ Other website Temple of Ranma's Senshi Sifuku. CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 17, Mandatory Mentoring, Rivals and Reunions. After she finally got my clothes squared away, Sunshower switched her focus to my hair and wings. I patiently sat and let her work. You are quite tense, my new maid noted. Is it that obvious? The kitsune glanced meaningfully at my tail, which hung stiffly with the tip curled down. Fine. I don't see why you're so worried. She put the hairbrush down and fussed with the gem at my throat, adjusting it minutely one last time. Is this truly any more stressful than your survival training? They're a pack of little spoiled brats, I said, not at all put upon, they're all going to pester me about my heroics. Dare I presume you're exaggerating, ma'am? I wanted to glare at my maid, but the angle wasn't right. Her ears pulled back slightly for a moment before springing back up. You have expressed fondness for them in the past, after all. I sighed. Yes, I know. I just need to endure their prattle. If I mouthed off at them and let them know what I really have to say about heroics, I'd never hear the end of it. Their mothers would be quite upset. And we wouldn't want that, I exhaled, forcing my irritation away. How do I look? Like a princess, Rainhild assured me. Her tone was sickly sweet, and I could see the way her eyes crinkled with amusement in the mirror. This time I did glare at her. The obstreperous maid remained entirely unquelled. I abandoned the glare as futile and stoically suffered through the indignity of being patted on the head. At least my lady won't need to wear a habit or other novitiate accessories for this event, the kitsune offered. I sighed at the subtext. Indeed not today. You have some lead time. The church attire must be ready when mother visits next month. I am scheduled to go on a tour of local religious sites with her. Very good, ma'am. Everything for today is ready, your guests should be arriving shortly. Exhaling, I flexed my gloved hands and nodded to the door. In her own prim, purple, ruffled uniform, Sunshower went a couple steps ahead of me as if to clear a path. By the murky technicalities of noble etiquette, she should have been a few steps behind me. If she had to be in front of me, then she should have been waving a censer, but that was frankly a line I wasn't willing to cross. Thankfully, burning incense was a bit too much pageantry for my older sister's tastes as well as my own. I didn't even chide Sunshower for her minor breach of etiquette. At this point in my life, I was thankful for any amount of informality I could get away with. As we reached the top of the stairs, the correct place for a formal greeting, Sunshower held up a hand and we waited in silence. I tried not to fidget with my gloves or pull at the waist of my clothes. Are you sure the timing is correct? I asked, breaking the quiet after a minute. Lily, one of the mansion's senior maids, waited by the entryway down in the lobby with a coterie of 3 more household servants. She looked up at us, nodded, and held up 2 fingers that she twirled. Before returning to her demure, hands folded waiting pose. See, they're nearly here, my kitsune assured. It won't be too much longer, my lady. Yes. I think I can hear their vehicle now. I was fully aware that this was the only venue where I could plausibly receive my guests. My Duchess's townhouse was my official residence in the capital, and receiving aristocratic guests anywhere but my official residence would constitute a dire insult. Still, I couldn't say I was comfortable with the imminent invasion of my home by a gaggle of little nobles barely above imps who all dreamed of being real ritual plate pilots. What about Love Blood? I asked, more to distract myself from the dire future that awaited me than out of curiosity. Where is she? Alas, she is running a bit late. Getting Centurion Shadow dressed took longer than expected, Sunshower explained, before falling silent as her ears rotated towards the entryway. I could hear the hooves on the exterior stairs as well. It was time. The guests had arrived at last. The grand doors opened and as Lily and the rest of the maids greeted their guests with low bows, I put on my professional smile and began descending the stairs, carefully lifting my gown a few inches so I wouldn't tread upon the hem and send myself tumbling down in the full sight of my guests. The only thing more embarrassing than wearing such a frilly, sequined pink confection would be proving myself unable to walk in the damned thing. There was a sober moment as the new arrivals made their observances to the altar commemorating our fallen family members before, seemingly as one, a swarm of little broodlings in poofy party gowns all turned and looked up to me with a shout of Auntie and Countess. My nieces, at least the youngest among them, had arrived. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Talia, get down from that tree. I ordered. You're going to ruin your dress. The little broodling peered down at me from where she had sunk her claws into the trunk about 20 feet up. Her eyes were wide and luminous. But I'm up high now. Looking up at those big green eyes, I cursed myself for turning my back on her, and underestimating how fast children could climb at this age. For a moment, I considered asking a maid to bring me one of the groundskeeper's chainsaws, but the tree was tall enough that it might fall upon the house if cut. Yes, that is the problem, I stated calmly. The buffet of snacks had only been a temporary attention holder for my other nieces and now they were clustered around me in a swarm. Several maids were also in the backyard, all of whom were more than happy to leave this task to me. How come she's allowed to climb? One of the broodlings asked in a tone well past curious and deep into pouting territory. Worse, a few of the others were sidling over to the oak Talia had climbed as well as other trees in the glen. She's not, I firmly replied. Talia is being bad. She's too little. I'm a big girl. Talia pouted as her green wings flapped. I fly. I really did not want to explain to Argent Shroud how I let her youngest daughter break her bones in a fall. At least the broodling had her tail wrapped around a branch, that probably gave her some stability. Ma'am, I could help get her down safely, Sunshower said, quietly appearing by my side. You can climb. I am a fox. True foxes can't climb trees. My maid gave me an amused look. And then the ground-level broodlings all began gushing over her and, of course, immediately started squabbling over who got to pet her fluffy tails. Girls? I called in my command voice. As one they turned and looked up at me, their expressions petulant and covetous. Baby demons were disturbing, in an all too adorable way. They were vicious little predators with sharp claws and fangs, but because they were cute, at least biologically, older demons were wired to protect them. Miss Sunshower is my handmaiden, and if you want to play with her you will have to ask nicely and do what she says. There was some dissent, but then the broodlings seemed almost hypnotized by the kitsune's swishing tails. Nodding my thanks to Reinhild, I stomped closer to the treed Talia. Fluffy tail! She cried. You'll have to come down first. I was utterly calm. After shaking her head, Talia looked up and seemed to study the trunk above her. No, don't climb any higher. Don't make me come up there. But you'll get your pretty gown dirty and that's against the rules, she giggled. My wings spread out. Don't make me get you down. Oh. She peered down at me. Her wings flexed a bit and her legs tensed. You'll fly up. That seemed to break the spell my kitsune had on the others. Auntie's gonna fly. Many of them asked as they looked up to me. At least I was not the shortest person here. That was worth something. Talia looked down with a mad, challenging smirk and leapt. Wings snapping down, and my zephyr helping, I accelerated up. Talia squealed seemingly with surprise, when her little wings spread out and she clumsily glided. I was nearly at her altitude and had reached out to grab the little terror when I felt the air spirits around my knees coalesce, and with a giddy yell she tried to accelerate off. Adjusting my course for interception, I rushed forward just in time for Talia to slam into my chest in an impact of lace, ruffles, and bows. Wrapping my arms securely around her, I trimmed my wings and went back towards the ground. Again. Talia cheered once my shoes returned to the ground. No, it's my turn. Liata, her fraternal twin sister, demanded. No, mine. Came the chorus of half a dozen other little voices. You have your hands full, Violet Blood noted with obvious amusement as she strode up Visha by her side. Ah, so those were the gowns that had delayed them. I was jealous that Visha could wear a simple almost evening dress style affair of elegant black and silver. Violet Blood was wearing a more elaborate gown in gold with lavender trim. Talia squirmed in my arms with her tail thrashing about as she tried to get comfortable. No more climbing trees, I ordered my nieces. But Talia got to climb. Life's not fair, I stated. Still in my arms, Talia smugly nodded along. To my horror, the broodlings all suddenly had incredibly calculating looks on their tiny adorable faces. So, we need to be first to get away with it. Liata, the apparent spokesdemon asked. What did I do to get saddled with little monsters too clever for their own good? No. My tone was firm, but it was hard to be imposing while carrying a broodling. Worse, Talia had started imitating my body language and expressions, causing giggles among the rest of the broodlings. Violet Blood gave me a strained look, trying for gravely sympathetic. Her swishing tail betrayed her poorly hidden amusement. I suppose this look does suit you. I glared. On to Countess's best auntie, Talia said. Oh no. I put her down. While my other sisters could handle that in good humor, it was risky to be seen as the favorite. Maybe you can tell them a story. Visha offered. Yes, war story. A bloody one. Where you chased down the enemy and ate them. I twitched a bit at the bloodthirsty little war maniacs. Truly children were monsters in need of civilizing. Glancing over to Love Blood did nothing to calm me, judging by her grin alone, she was just as bloodthirsty as the terrible twins themselves. How about some lessons on finding, befriending, and training Zephyr? I offered. Especially since Talia found one. Yay! Zephyr! Talia cheered. The broodlings then turned to Talia and seemed to sniff the air as they circled around her with a mix of jealousy and cheer. For a moment I wondered if they were going to hug her or bite her. Fortunately, it was the former. Nevertheless, I stood by to make sure none of them bit her, or clawed at her dress or pulled her hair. At least her dress hadn't been damaged climb or by her short flight. The cake is nearly ready, Sun Shower quietly said by my side. Oh good, I said, smiling glassily. My birthday had been 3 days ago, but this was as much for my family, or at least the younger part, to celebrate. I was less worried about being at the center of attention, and more at the idea of giving a lot of sugar to a veritable terror of broodlings. Yes, Clouder is the collective noun for a group of us who were not immediate relatives, but terror was more fitting for once the age of this particular subset of my nieces. I caught a peek when we arrived. It's very impressive, Visha confided. As long as we can last until Argent Shroud or Sam arrives, I murmured. At least no one had gotten hurt yet. In some ways broodlings were very robust and could bounce back from injuries, in other ways they were very fragile, something that still kept pediatrics as a major medical field. Sam. Short for Samael, I explained before turning back to the broodlings. How about we go to the gazebo and we can talk there? The terror of broodlings watched and I managed to draw them deeper into the backyard to the small building that stood by a fish pond. The architecture was more of the blending of Baroque and Roman and the fish were not koi, but it was still vaguely familiar, a setting conceptually similar to the ornamental ponds of my first life. I stood with my back to the pond while the broodlings scrambled in, their dresses swooshing as they took seats in the gazebo. I clapped my hands. Right, who here knows what a zephyr is? We all do. Talia cried. "Yeah, get to the good stuff," one of her cousins yelled. I crossed my arms and tried to give them a stern look. That was a bit more difficult given the visible amusement that Violet Blood and Visha, who were watching from the very back, hadn't even pretended to hide. There would be, I decided, a reckoning later. Fine, I paced a bit. I had to kill some time as the maids got the cake ready, and my nieces should be informed. Zephyr are elemental kami. More than that, they are kami of the wind, of air. Do you know what that means? The broodlings looked at me if I was being obtuse. That they're spirits of air, Talia eventually stated. I sighed and idly pushed back one of the campaign ribbons Rainhild had pinned in my hair. For them, the world is open and free. They care little for borders and the squabbling of the Daihu houses. Few places are blocked to them. Everywhere there is air, there is some element of them. I waved a hand and idly flicked a gust of wind through my audience. So. A baby-faced purple-haired broodling pouted. I gave a crooked smile. They are capricious and playful, mostly with short attention spans, but amused at the schemes and folly of demon princesses and war mistresses. In short, a lot like you. Is that why I got a Zephyr? Talia tried to pet the wispy spirit that had curled around one of her wings. Liata watched with a jealous look caught between trying to pet the spirit herself and pouting. In part. There are many kinds of air kami. And Zephyr rank among the more powerful when it comes to direct physical influence. Well yeah, auntie. They can make us fly extra fast and push airships around. Liata tilted her head. How big of an airship have you been on? Oh. Were you ever on a celestial? Did you get to fly on the Imperatrix's airship? I smiled. No, but I did see a celestial class lift an enemy submarine out of the ocean. A big set of claws came out the bottom and scooped it out. My simplified explanation was met with a very impressed bunch of broodlings. Did you really get a vision from Darkstar that told you how to defeat the enemies? A younger broodling with curly silver hair asked. I blinked. Well, no. That was a bit close to my past life. You know, like in the comics, auntie. She clarified enthusiastically. My tail certainly did not flail in confusion. I turned to Violet Blood. She still read many Darkstar comics. I'm in the comics. Another broodling interrupted first. She had short black hair. Not the real ones but the fan-drawn ones in the back of the issues, she said with that mix of overwrought exasperation and enthusiasm only the very young could pull off. I'm into Jinchi, zines. I fumbled for the right term. I don't know exactly those terms but, yes, Violet Blood nodded. There's some good comics but nothing picked up by any of the broadsheets or major publications. Maybe it's because you are still in active service. Visha offered, perhaps misreading my confused look. I can get some if you want. Violet Blood then gave a wicked grin. And maybe you can sign them for your fans, she said, gesturing to the broodlings who cheered. Maybe, I exhaled. I knew religious figures and rites got commercialized but it was, odd to be an unwitting part of it, even peripherally. Maybe I could negotiate likeness rights? No, maybe about that, one way or the other, I needed to confirm what I had control over, in regards to my presence in the media. I knew the legions had been able to commission several propaganda pieces based on my combat actions, but that was different, since I'd carried out those actions while under legion command. I would also have to see if the church held any claim onto me, given my status in that organization. Girls, any other questions? I asked, turning my attention back to my audience. Where do the legions get all their Zephyr? Talia asked, then gestured to the one that seemed fascinated with the bells on her ponytail. I can see pilots providing their own, but what about the fleet? I smiled. It warmed my heart to see my family, adoptive as it may be, being concerned about logistics at such a young age. That is an excellent question. Zephyr are in quite the demand, but it's not just producing them, they have to be trained and helped to grow in power and endurance. It's done in much the same way that the legions will procure enough raptors or food animals. They farm them? Talia asked while the others giggled. No, they contract out to farmers who raise them, obviously, Liata waspishly said before the two girls growled at each other. I held up a hand. It's more like a ranch, but yes. There are certain regions that are especially fruitful in developing elemental kami, where Zephyr can quickly grow in awareness and ability, and where they can be more readily attracted. Attracted? Like with wind chimes and pinwheels. As well as prisms, prayer wheels, whistles, and other things to attract the curiosity of a kami. But I got one. Talia cheered. Yes, they sometimes get attracted to sensitive succubi, I eyed my niece. Or ones they find entertaining. Maybe if I climb higher I'll get more. No, we are doing story time, I stated. Yeah, Liata whined. You got yours, leave some Zephyr for the rest of us. That's not a concern for you, I said, striving to intervene between the twins, as I'll describe about how the air kami grow and mature, the bottleneck is not at finding. You're just jealous because you're too slow. Talia stuck out her tongue and waved her tail. I noticed the other broodlings tensing and getting eager. Liada's skin darkened to a purple as her wings flapped. I am not. R2. You can't even fly with those stubby. Talia was cut off by her twin pouncing onto her. The two broodlings started scratching and biting as they tumbled along the floor of the gazebo, bits of lace flying everywhere. For a horrified moment, I stood still, until I noticed there was no blood spraying out. Thank Dark Star for that. But judging by the yelling and the cheering from the other girls, I had little time before they joined the fracas. It's not your Zephyr. Liada screamed as she pulled her sister's hair. She found me. That's because you were up in a tree. Pushing past the broodlings, I reached into the circle and picked up each sister by the scruff of their neck. Giving little growls, they tried to scramble back at each other even as I pulled them apart. Girls? She started it. They said in perfect synchronicity and renewed their efforts to try to resume their tussle. Seeing their teeth flash, I strengthened my grip. I did not want to lose a finger today. And what will your mother say? I demanded as I had my own Zephyr push in both of their wings and reduce their angry flailing to more controllable struggles. I took care not to hurt them. I did not want to have to explain wounds to Argent Shroud. The two broodlings went from my flaring and hissing to pouting with shocking speed to looking adorable and forlorn. Their lips quivered and they gave me doleful expressions. I'm not buying it, I flatly stated. It was obvious neither was sincere. You're no fun, Auntie, Liada pouted. The broodlings around me echoed the sentiment. And I became acutely aware I was surrounded by tiny, hungry demons who were upset I had spoiled their fun. That they were dressed up in little party dresses was small comfort. It was a veneer of civilization. Lily, Reinhild, is the cake ready? I asked tiredly. And as one, nearly a dozen sets of eyes went from me to the maids. The two maids, Kitsune and Demonic, managed to keep their composure. Though I did note Miss Sunshower maneuvered the dessert cart so that it was between her and the broodlings. Girls? I called in my command voice. That actually slowed the murder of broodlings a bit. Form a line, let's be civilized about this. Do you need any help? Visha asked. Violet Blood, standing next to her, made no such offer to help. Indeed, the Baroness's tail swished with unconcealed amusement. Do you have experience with broodlings? I asked, then winced. Visha had many younger siblings, Violet Blood no longer had any siblings. I have a younger cousin, Violet Blood said, peering at me, and in my experience with Lavender Fang, she gets very upset if you hold her up too long. After a moment, I dropped the two broodlings I had been carrying. That is to say, I carefully put them back down so their dresses wouldn't get any more damaged, and also used my Zephyr to keep them from falling too hard. Talia's spirit interacted with mine and briefly joined the other spirits. She had found a strong one. That was good for her right now, but that likely meant she could end up a fleet pilot or a legion flyer. It would be her choice, but with so many members of her immediate family. On the other wing, not everyone in my Duchess's family became a pilot. Maybe she could escape the cycle that consumed my adoptive family. And then she and her sister ran off to get cake. She had a few years before. Violet Blood stepped up to me. What's wrong? Nothing. I bristled. Stepping closer, Visha took my hand. It's okay, she said, using the same voice someone would when calming an agitated dog. Which was odd, coming from her. I always thought she was more of a cat person. I'm fine. I assured her, my tail flicking. The girls had stopped fighting and were even eating their cake in peace. At least until the sugar high kicked in. Hopefully, there would not be any hair pulling or biting. Though with the spike of avarice and jealousy I was feeling from, wait. A pair of arms went over my wings and shoulders. Is it them? You're still young, Violet Blood exclaimed as she pulled me into an embrace. Using my years of experience in ballet and as an aerial mage and pilot, I was utterly graceful in my motions and certainly did not fall backwards into the taller demon's arms. That's not it, Love Blood. She smiled down at me. The serene look on her aristocratic lavender-tinged features was off. At least her green eyes still burned with intensity. She hugged me tighter. I can imagine a family event could be overwhelming, especially for girls in our position. Baroness Violet Blood smiled at Visha. Victorious, can you be a dear and get us some refreshments? I'll hold on to our countess and make sure she doesn't get into trouble. I could pull out of the embrace, and I would have if not for a pair of very valid reasons. Violet Blood did make the situation less awkward by taking a seat in the gazebo, which allowed me to sit while she still had her arms around me. As our Zephyr were getting along, I was loath to separate our air spirits and cause them any trauma. I was mindful with my tail. After all, when we were cadets, Love Blood had proven sensitive to such things. You don't need to be jealous, Violet Blood said, clearly trying to be soothing. She was not the most empathic of demons, but I gave her credit for making the attempt. I'm not. Really. Her tone was playful. Your mother is still the patron of many orphanages, and still helps give young girls ritual plate training. Ah, maybe you'll be helping her. I do support the orphanage where I was raised, yes, I stated, evenly and in control. It was helpful, having some who I knew valued me close by. Violet Blood's presence helped me relax, even as she chattered on. Visha returned, balancing a platter laden with plates of cake, drinks, and silverware. She was a very competent aide and had become, more, somewhere along the way. For a moment, I worried she might be jealous at seeing Violet Blood acting so forward. But that momentary worry dissipated as her tail merrily swished, seeing us. I made sure to get plenty before the little ones ate everything, she said as she perched next to us. Violet Blood snagged a plate of cake for herself and I to share. She held the plate high over my head for a moment before lowering her arm down enough for me to grab the cake. It was a bit hard to eat while being cradled and, I had my pride, but the Black Forest chocolate cake was too tempting. I do apologize for my girls, a smooth voice purred from somewhere nearby. I hope the twins were not too much trouble. Holding a fluted glass, Lady Castellan Argent Shroud strode up to us on silvered hooves. She wore a grey bodice, a dark green jacket and a matching skirt that, while of very fine make, looked rather businesslike for a family gathering. I wondered if she was handling some of Mother's commercial interests today, perhaps a guild negotiation on the side of the get-together. On Diu, guilds provided many social services including mutual aid, collective bargaining, apprenticeships both for foundlings and adults, lending, and other benefits for members and their families. At least I hoped that was the reason Argent Shroud was not wearing a gown, because if business casual were acceptable to wear to this party, then I would have been cross. Talia got her first Zephyr today, I stated, swallowing my bite of cake. A hint of regret crossed my older adoptive sister's face, but it was quickly followed by pride. Oh? And at her age? Incredible. It's a strong one too, I noted, pushing aside the concerns I'd had. She has potential. Lovely, Argent Shroud stepped closer and bowed to Visha and Violet Blood. Forgive my rudeness. It's always a pleasure to see you, Baroness Violet Blood and Volante's Centurion Shadow. It's good that you could make it, Visha replied with a smile before gesturing to a vacant space on the gazebo's bench next to us. Want to join us? There's plenty of room. Argent Shroud sipped her drink. Oh, I couldn't possibly get in the way of such a delightful display of affection. I blinked. Yes, I was sitting very close to my 2vs and yes, both had at least one arm around me. Some allowances had to be made for cake. Well. I looked at them imploringly. It is a party, Love Blood said, in the tone of one pointing out the obvious. I frowned. What was that supposed to mean? And we have a bit of time before the sugar kicks in for the little ones, Visha added. We don't have to keep you, I offered. You should say hi to your girls. Argent Shroud gave a toothy smile. Or, I could just call them here, couldn't I? They are your daughters, I allowed. My sister nodded as if that was a somehow insightful argument. Liata, Talia, she announced, making her presence known to her cake-smeared offspring. Mother. The two girls squealed excitedly in stereo as the other broodlings turned to face us. Argent Shroud called out each and every one of the broodlings by name, which got rousing choruses of cheering other Auntie and Aunt Archie. In reply. Are you having a good time? Enjoying your cake? My sister asked the clouder of little broodlings, who were seemingly torn between gambling about as they ate and charging towards us. The air was positively electric with their energy. Dozens of eyes with pupils dilated wide open gleamed at us as their tails flicked about slashing through the air. I could see their muscles quivering with the sugar rush from clear across the gazebo. For some reason Violet Blood pulled me closer and Visha patted me on the head. I stewed impotently, I was not that worried, and I didn't require reassurance in the face of my unruly nieces. Though I could see how such a gesture would be reassuring. Sipping from her glass, Argent Shroud gave a beatific smile down at me. It sharpened as she looked up to her daughters and our nieces. Girls, have you thanked your Aunt Toria? Maybe she'd like a group hug. My stomach dropped out as the murder of pint-sized broodlings with their big eyes focused on me with a vibrating hunger. And then as one they charged, plates and cups forgotten, quickly were collected by the attentive maids who saw an opportunity to reduce the eventual mess and exploited it to maximum effect. I was swarmed. Not only were my nieces cuddling but they were also clambering and squirming. Hey! Stop biting! Don't eat my cake! No, don't use your claws to climb onto me! What's wrong with you? My stern gravitas was undercut by Violet Blood and Visha's giggling. Traitors! Did they not realize we were being overwhelmed by the clambering, purring, booing horde? They're trying to be nice, Argent Shroud assured me unnecessarily as she intercepted the twins. Talia, try not to bite or tear her dress. I frowned up at my sister as Talia nodded groggily before yawning. But I got my Zephyr. She announced as my sister picked her up. Not fair. Liata whined as her mother took her with her other arm. Argent Shroud reassured her soothingly, and the twins managed not to bicker. It was a slight reduction in the load I was under, but I still had to deal with 10 of the demons. However, the true horror of her sinister plan hit me as a whole terror of broodlings grew steadily more drowsy and heavy. If I could not extract myself soon, I would be entombed by a pile of sleeping demons. I failed in my attempts to squirm free. But only because my perfidious maid put a giant fluffy cashmere blanket over all of us while the townhouse's staff brought out milk and other soporific refreshments. I was soon torn between upsetting my elder sister by waking up the broodlings or suffering with as much dignity as I could muster. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. While Sylvana made common use of funiculars, there were some routes that did not require an inclined rail. Most prominent among these were the numerous blissfully flat lines that roughly followed the course of the Phlegethon River. Our journey took me, my flight and each of our head ritualista from the more central Sylvana locations where we lived and worked near the War College to the massive fleet and legion bases east of the city. It was also the region that housed the considerable rail yards, factories, stockyards, warehouses, and dockyards that made Sylvana one of the great centers of productivity on Diu. Corresponding with the more working-class demographics of the area, the buildings surrounding the tracks were increasingly variations of apartment blocks, row houses, or other forms of lower-income housing. Notably, there was a lack of the kind of teeming tenements that frequently populated industrial areas. At least, a lack within our view from the train. The 4 Optios who headed each of our maintenance teams sat ahead of us in the train cabin. Gibbs, my crew chief, was engrossed in a pulp novel while 2 of her compatriots quietly chatted. The 4th was quite wisely catching a catnap. "Are you looking forward to visiting Muark Amalgamated?" Visha asked, in a bid to make small talk. Among their many subsidiaries and products, Muark manufactured the Polyxo and the Harmonia. Of course. It should be informative and hopefully we can help guide the next iteration of their display systems. As well as provide our input in regards to the various issues we've noted. I shrugged. Maybe we will learn when they'll have production support for the next Gorgon rig model. And maybe we'll see some interesting things, Violet Blood sighed. I shrugged as I watched the city pass us by. It all seemed interesting to me, but I knew my opinions weren't always universally held. The Baroness frowned at me. I dare say our Baroness is bored, Grey Dawn glanced up from her paper. There's nothing too interesting outside, Violet Blood sniffed. It looks like a lot of buildings and people flying, there's even a few parks, churches, libraries, and even businesses, Visha countered. Violet Blood gave her an indulgent smile. Yes, it's fine for commoners. You're not wrong, I admitted. They seem like rather nice places to live. I've lived in worse, Grey Dawn remarked. When we first moved to Amber Island, my family lived in some apartments in Morning that were a bit cramped, Visha added. When it comes to slums and tenements, Sylvana isn't that bad. It's bigger than Bovitar. That's good, Visha optimistically said. The Imperatrix, in her wisdom, has encouraged building codes to ensure a minimum quality for low-income housing, Violet Blood piously stated. I lifted an eyebrow at her. There were several reasons for the lack of true slums, the Baroness had picked the most sycophantic. Grey Dawn chuckled. I'm surprised you didn't insist that the stalwart, industrious workers of our house, ennobled by labor, refused to live in substandard housing, and through the canny savings by those who know the value of an aureus and those who strive to improve their lot in life purchase quality homes. Violet Blood's tail flicked. Well? Is that false? Not always. With luck and good boots, anything is possible, Grey Dawn's tone was very dry. The guilds, churches, and public libraries help, Visha said. My family were refugees who fled when Elena took over the island we lived on. Charity, support, and even some vocational training kept us afloat until we got back on our hooves. Violet Blood nodded along. See, good work leads to good lives. Which naturally meant the guilds and churches should be given more donations and support to continue their good work, Grey Dawn cynically said. I'm surprised no one's insisted that we refuse to live in fetid squalor due to our sensitive noses and empathic senses, I stated. Well. Violet Blood coughed and glanced around the train car, none of the other commuters seemed to be paying attention to us. Our ritualists were also busy with their own conversation. It may be true but, you don't just say that, Countess. It's not like humans and the other species in the Empire could be packed into rotting apartments just because our kind were too good for outright slums. Grey Dawn gave a long sigh. You are a humanitarian, Love Blood. She glanced over to the ritualista who seemed to be pointedly ignoring their Volantes Centurions conversations. Well maybe, Gibbs's book was just that engrossing. It was a wise move, when Centurions, especially pilots started talking, a wise legionary would keep her horns down unless she wanted to catch being volunteered. I'm trying to be nice. Violet Blood stomped a foot. A cynic would merely point out that property values are high enough in Sylvana, and even the eastern lowlands, that the real slums would naturally be located outside the city, Grey Dawn noted. Violet Blood sniffed. What do you think, Countess? Personally, I think it's a combination of the above factors, and two you missed. Those being? Visha asked. My pet theory involves something banal and boring, our fire codes. The others blinked at me. Maybe it was due to the historical biases in my first life, but I was aware of how strong cultural norms with respect to fire can be, especially when there is a history of using inflammable building materials. Switching to a new page on her paper, Grey Dawn made a thoughtful murmur. We have a populace that by dint of biology lives with a heightened risk of structural fire. After enough city-crippling fires, urban planning would eventually try to mitigate that, I said. Violet blood pouted. I suppose. I spread my hands. The Baroness had been the one to suggest building codes at the start. Other than appeals of nobility or honest labor or charity, I feel that Sylvan is remarkably free of slums because such areas were horrific fire traps, especially when crammed full of people who all had access to pyromancy. It would not take many riots for the problem to self-correct. Grey Dawn laughed. And I thought I was cynical. There is a related aspect. Much as how tenements can be at great risk of burning down, they can also be at great risk of generating spiritual trauma. I tapped my lips. Both to spirits of the people who live there and to any commie in the area. Grey Dawn gave a begrudging shrug. Well, if we cared so much about spiritual health, then the great houses should be far more reluctant to go to war. Your trauma can accumulate in a slum as easily as it can in a trench, if you get enough bad luck and violence. My mind flashed back to the Rhine front. I suppose that was a difference. The trenches weren't intended to be long-term habitations. No argument here. Our house is reasonable, Violet blood sniffed. The others just need to stop being so petty and aggressive, and then we'll have peace on Dayu. They say the same about us, Visha idly pointed out. But that's different. The Baroness hissed. You should know this, Islander girl. Your family fled from Elena's aggression. Grey Dawn gave a slow blink at the other noble pilot. It was better when you were opining about how commoners lived. Violet blood huffed and pointedly looked out the window. Peace. My tone was less derisive than I had expected. Humans can't manage it, what hope do we have? On Dayu the great houses will rise, fall, and fight. Humans. Grey Dawn chuckled. No, short of us, they're the most quarrelsome species, even by themselves they'll make enemies. Violet blood showed remarkable restraint by not making a comment about humanity. The train ride is nice, Visha offered. At least there's no staff car or hoofslogger acting as a chauffeur to deal with, Grey Dawn noted after a few awkward moments of silence passed. They're not that hard to sign out, Visha assured. The facility is reasonably close to the station, I noted glancing out the window. We had just passed the Baroque mass of the downslope Dark Star Cathedral. And with the scaled gleaming copper dome of the Bahá'í Faith's Shrine of Afnalis ahead of us, that meant we were nearing our stop. By this point, the train was running along an elevated track, which made street crossings far easier by eliminating at-grade intersections. True, but if we had a tribune. Grey Dawn trailed off. Violet blood gave a small smile. But we do not, I reminded. And without such an august personage we can avoid a dog and pony show. Instead, we merely have a noble bearer of the Preserver crown who, in addition to making waves at the Imperial War College, has more indirect influence with Muark than most Legion flyers, Violet blood idly noted. Smirking, Grey Dawn's tail swished. I don't have that much influence, I huffed. But if they think you have the Duchess's ear. Visha delicately said as the train slowed around a curve. Be that as it may, even someone with the power of Duchess Silverflight, including her lands and commercial interests, pales before the might of an organization like Muark Amalgamated. While she can buy a squadron of RP suits. Violet blood pondered. Muark manufactures them by the Air Group, Grey Dawn concluded. On a quarterly basis at least while at max, peacetime, production, I noted. With a roughly 40% market share, Muark Amalgamated was House Blacksky's largest ritual plate manufacturer. Although, that statement was something of a simplification, as my Duchess was able to buy ritual plate out of personal funds without liquidating her primary assets. Besides, just because Muark was able to purchase all the components and pay the artificers to assemble that many sets of ritual plate did not mean that they had an equivalent amount in liquid funding. The example was, however, illustrative of scale, especially given Muark produced more than just ritual plate. In fact, most of their production was dedicated to the manufacture of components and subsystems which were sold to other conglomerates and trusts for installation in what were professionally termed as weapons platforms. Instead of speeding up when the track straightened, the train continued to slow. There was a chime. Next stop Hatheg Avenue. Next stop Hatheg Avenue. Please wait until the train has come to a complete stop before disembarking, the conductor said over the loudspeakers present in every passenger cabin. Finally, Violet blood said, immediately getting up and stretching her wings. In the process, she eared both a disapproving look from me for her flagrant rule-breaking and a huff from Grey Dawn as she batted the Baroness's wing away from her face. There was a slight jostling as the train stopped, and then I stood and took up my valise. After making sure my pilots hadn't left anything behind, I quickly walked to catch up to the ritualista. "Ma'am," Optio Gibbs said, acknowledging my presence. She carried her own case full of notes and reports. "Any concerns?" The stern-faced ritualista gave me a patient look as we stepped off the train and onto the platform. "Not really. While this is my first time giving field reports to Muark artificers about the Palixo, I have reported to them about the Harmonia." I swallowed my slight embarrassment over my minor faux pas as we sidestepped to allow people board the train and to give my people a chance to collect themselves. The Harmonia was the other major ritual plate model manufactured by Muark and made up the lion's share of their overall production. And given that about a third of Black Skyvian ritual plate were Harmonia air superiority and interceptor suits, it was a critical defense asset. "Oh? Anything in particular?" I asked as I guided my small group around the crowds by swinging wide around the platform to the exit stairs. "I'd like to hear about your previous reporting sessions, especially if your experience can help with today's meetings." Gibbs gave a slight smile, taking my compliment. I was sincere. For every Palixo advanced Muark manufactured, they made nearly 6 Harmonia. Given the years it had taken to build up the number of Harmonia in service, there was a wide variety of versions and marks. I could see Muark wanting to increase the number of advanced multi-roles the fleet and legions purchased. I was part of the group that transferred Legion Ritualista experience with the Mark 18 Harmonia back to Muark. "Ah, the midlife refit?" I asked, more for politeness' sake than authentic curiosity. On an annual basis, Muark made a greater profit refurbishing and retrofitting the existing RP fleet than they did producing new suits. Not that every squadron was updated to the latest Mark 25 Harmonia, often it was sufficient, and cheaper, to go with an update to the venerable and common Mark 18. She nodded. "The legions may not operate very many Harmonia, but we do have some unique perspectives on their care and repair. Meaning you have to keep a suit flying from a maintenance bay carved out of a trench instead of on a nice airship." "As you say," Gibbs confirmed with a twinkle in her eye. "Anything with IBF's TAC Air?" I asked as we started going down the stairs to the street. The second largest RP manufacturer in the house, Imperial Blimp and Freight's Tactical Aviation Division, made the Telefi Strike Suit, the Sarpedana ground attack model, and the Occultia broad-range scrying platform. Altogether, it came to a bit over a 30% market share of Black Skyvian RP. Her tail gave a swish. "I'm a legionary chief ritualista, of course I've talked to them about issues with the Sarpedana. Mostly about targeting system integration. Helmet displays used to be far less intuitive, especially when separating out ground clutter." "How did talking with them compare to Muark?" I inquired as we stepped out onto the street. I was kicking myself, well, trying not to flagellate myself with my tail, for not speaking with her earlier. An experienced Optio like Gibbs was a wealth of institutional, and informal, information. There were still trees on both sides of the avenue which provided some shade, though their leaves were a bit of a paler shade of green. The air had a slightly metallic smell, and when the breeze shifted one could tell we were near the stockyards. Gibbs looked a couple blocks down the avenue to the hulking complex that was Muark's main Sylvana ritual plate servicing plant, artificer enchantment clean rooms, and system integration offices. The black-haired woman made a thoughtful murmur. "You can speak freely," I said, trying to sound reassuring. "Both are rather responsive. And keep in mind I only talked with IBF's Sarpedana designers. As opposed to their Telefi and Occultia design teams." I asked, simplifying slightly. Any major weapon platform development was a collection of teams, many of which coordinated with teams in other companies and guilds. "Yes, ma'am. The legions don't use dedicated strike suits, nor do we have many Occultia, mostly relying on the fleet for such support." From my crew chief's slightly stiff tone, I could tell she harbored reservations about the Imperial legions relying on the household fleet for much of our theater-scale scrying capability. "And the fleet doesn't use very many Sarpedana," I mused. Gibbs agreed with me before pausing to talk to a couple of the other ritualista, and I took the moment to wave over Grey Dawn, who inclined her horns to me. "Maybe tell the VS that they should have a quiet word with their crew chiefs, especially if they have any last-minute words of experience," I said in a whisper. Sensibly choosing to walk under the shade of the trees, my senior pilot chuckled. "Victorious gets along quite well with her ritualista, but I see your meaning," she stated, a hint of approval in her voice, though I could tell by the curl of her tail that she was also amused that I was suggesting such a thing now, practically on Muark's doorstep. "Yes," I sighed, "we should have talked with them on the train instead of letting Loveblood go on about how the common folk live." "As you say, ma'am." "Right, Grey Dawn would have told me to keep a good relationship with my ritualista. Better than what I thought I had with Optio Suzette Gibbs at least." I nodded to Grey Dawn and she slowed her pace to spread the word to the rest of the flight. Gibbs approached me. "If the Sarpedana team is responsive to the legionary flyer and ritualista perspectives, then what about Muark?" I inquired. "It's not quite like that, ma'am," Gibbs demurred. "Yes, most of the Harmonia and Palixo are used by the fleet, but that's just because the fleet uses far more ritual plate than the legions. She shrugged. No, the problem is that Muark has the Harmonia and the Polyxo. Meaning? I sniffed. I could smell a bit of incense in the air. I wondered how much of the stuff Muark went through. It had to be comparable to the bulk lots the legions and fleet purchased. They make the Harmonia Air Superiority suit and the Polyxo Advanced Multi-Role, she clarified with added emphasis. Ah. They think they're too clever by half. I had experience with that type of scientist. Even before being ex-corrupted him, Skiggle had been a man too enamored with the brilliance of his own designs to worry about such things as robustness or failure modes. To a degree. Their designs are a bit more maintenance-heavy. Especially the Polyxo. The ritualista gave a fanged smile. More than that, that capability encourages flyers to be a bit more reckless with the hardware. Understood, Optio. This does mean they will push back more on critiques of bulky components or complicated designs. Which makes up a large part of the issues we're raising. One advantage of getting closer to the plant was that the smells of the stockyards and the slaughterhouses were fading. Though on Daihu there was less of a stigma. And butchers were a vaunted position, as they got plenty of meat and life energy. As working-class neighborhoods went, this one was full of opportunities for craftswomen in skilled trades. Why, yes, ma'am. That sharp smile returned as we continued to walk past a set of office buildings as we neared an intersection. I glanced back to see that Visha and her ritualista had made a quick stop to a sausage and fruit vendor that had set up on the sidewalk. What about the Polydora? Does the Interhouse Mercantile Aviation Company have the same attitude? Gibbs shook her head. I have not talked with them as much, but it's a different culture. They are the smallest of the big three manufacturers, I noted. The Interhouse Mercantile Aviation Company had nearly a fifth of the house's production but gamely held on by making the humble Polydora Multirole and the very expensive Svalina. And once the Polyxo came out, they knew the Polydora would only be kept in service if they could keep costs down, Gibbs replied with a nod. Really? Switching over to all Polyxo would be prohibitively costly. I pondered. That'd reduce the number of multi-role squadrons by quite a lot. Gibbs bowed her horns to me. The light changed and we crossed the street. But why have two separate lines of multi-role suits if there's not much of a price difference? I had to agree to that. Most great houses only kept one multi-role model of ritual plate suit in frontline service. So Mercantile Aviation's boffins, realizing they couldn't compete on performance, worked to compete on price. Which is more than the initial pursuit cost. Parts and refurbishment were also driven down to improve competitiveness. Gibbs shrugged. Which pushed the other firms to increase their cost reduction programs, so presumably it will all even out in the end. You sound so optimistic, I laughed. This close to the Muark facility the office buildings had started to thin and across the street a collection of large warehouses and a freight yard squatted. You've flown a Polyxo and a Polydora, Gibbs pointed out, which do you prefer? The Polydora has its charms, Visha said as she came up and handed me a sausage in a sesame bun and a pear. She gave a similar set of treats to Gibbs from the bag her ritualista carried before going to the rest of us. Gibbs eyed the pear as she, like myself, tried to juggle the food in our valises. Does she know Muark will be feeding us? Visha's instinct is to get food whenever it's available. That is, sensible, Gibbs admitted before taking a bite of the sandwich. The Mercantile Aviation also makes the Svalina, I noted. Gibbs swallowed. Yes, they have the expertise to build the high evocation power systems for its broad-range ward projectors. Rather vital for a defensive warding suit. An interesting mix, I noted. The Polydora was a common budget suit, while the Svalina was the most expensive and the second rarest suit. Requiring pilots who were especially skilled with warding magic, a Svalina was a major investment, but the capability to project a powerful if short-lived, ward shield that could intercept a missile barrage, protect an installation, or add more protection to fleet assets was very often worth the trouble. They also make the lance emitters, flasks, and power systems used in the Telefy and Strike packages for multi-role suits. They may be in third place, but Mercantile Aviation has plenty of expertise and products. Something about not underestimating someone because they're small. I joked before taking a bite. The sausage was good. It might have been pork, but it was spiced and just savory enough to satisfy. Gibbs laughed. Compared to the other ritual plate manufacturers, they're still large enough, ma'am. That was true, the roughly 10% remainder of the ritual plate market was mostly smaller firms making the other main models under license as export versions or as extra industrial capacity. We finished the buns in silence as we got halfway to our destination. We are only talking about the primary suit manufacturers. Ma'am, Gibbs agreed before biting into her pear. What I mean is, the conglomerates who made the various weapons, power, navigation, scrying and other systems are a whole other intricate web. Similar to how Mercantile Aviation makes high evocation systems for suits manufactured by their competitors. NIBF's Tactical Air Division makes the majority of RP scrying systems including the Gorgon rig. Whereas Muark Amalgamated does a lot of the integration for the illusion magic of the display systems and the spirit sanctums and arcane power feeds for the Zephyr. Correct, ma'am. They acquired Visionary Enchanting a decade or so back and made it into a subsidiary. Visionary still makes much of our veiling systems. Just ritual plate? Or VTOL, lighter than air, and ground systems? Gibbs gave a slight exhale. I believe they work with Imperial blimp and freight for the large airframes, given how much the power increases with size. I nodded. Veiling roughly scaled with the square of an object's size, approximately based on the surface area that had to be cloaked in illusion. There was also a dramatic increase in the veiling requirements if attempting to make an object blend in, active camouflage versus true invisibility. Whereas reducing such things as the arcane, and mundane, energy signatures increased with the cube of an object's size. Though the power output was the dominant factor. I'm surprised there's that much crossover, I admitted. An RP suit idling at min forward velocity used far less power than one at max dash velocity. And either paled next to the emissions of a VTOL or an airship. Gibbs made a non-committal grunt. Maybe not for a spade-a-light VTOL. Though as always it's the smaller airframes that can be more reasonably made quiet. You do not see many low observable Peugeot-heavy VTOLs. Finishing the sausage, my tail swished in amusement. The idea of a full veil on a dropship that could transport tanks was absurd. Though. Gibbs paused and thought as she ate some more of her pear. We both know which part of the household military makes use of such assets. Especially the airships, I sighed. The basic kind of veiling was near universal on airships, though that was little more than a system that made sure the hull's coloration roughly blended into the background. True invisibility was far more expensive, to the point that only a handful of Luolite hulls had been converted to use it and the more numerous Colibri Patrol and Venture Scouts were still considered to be specialized units. The visual signature was not the only part that needed to be managed for combat airships. If you want to see the pinnacle of visionary enchanting work, all you have to do is ask, Gibbs noted. I thought back to NVIDIA, the snake from the Office of Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance. That intelligence outfit had found many uses for extremely hard-to-detect fleet assets capable of interdimensional travel. I would prefer not to be roped into providing air support for some clandestine mission. Gibbs' expression was approving. Part of why Visionary was taken more or less intact, so much of their work is hush-hush. I looked at the looming edifice that was the Muark Facilities office complex. It was only 3 stories tall, but the offices spread out in 2 massive wings flanking the main entrance's lobby. Secrecy was important, but it was a question of knowing what to conceal, especially as that increased cost and time in a non-linear fashion the more of a project was kept secret. I don't think we'll be touching on anything too sensitive at today's meeting, I said as I enjoyed my pear. Not like we're talking about comms, veiling, or scrying. Other than your standard push to get more Gorgon rigs, Gibbs smiled. But no, we're not talking about the secret sauce to the precious widgets. But the tactical lessons on how to improve their systems are, if anything, more valuable. I gave the Optio a hard look. Which is why we're talking about background and history now, and not on our presentations. Ma'am, she noted with just enough respect to pass muster, before finishing her pear. Experienced subordinates were worth their weight in gold, unfortunately they knew that and they were experienced at being subordinates. I let the issue rest. I did not want my head ritualista angry at me. She was a very experienced and valuable team member. And was my contact with the other 15 ritualista under my command and the so-called Optio cartel of legionaries in logistics, maintenance, security, and other roles. Grey Dawn was my old hand in the complex layered world of Centurions, which was a broad category of officer ranks in charge of everything between sentries, pilots, and vehicle troops. However, below them was the world of Optio, Tessarius, and Decanus ranks. Those got things done by organizing the line hoof sloggers. Your presence is critical for this meeting, I noted. You can do things I can't. You don't think you'll be taken seriously. Quite the opposite. I found the pear to be crisp and delicious. Ah, the propaganda and legend. My tail flicked. Yes, the whole heroine countess and her bloody baroness nonsense. Surely once you show you actually know how a suit works you won't be patronized. I shrugged. Maybe, but what if I attract the glad-handers and sycophants? What good is my knowledge if I get swamped by people who don't know how ritual plate works? You and the others can talk to the actual arcanists and designers. Gibbs smirked. Ah, a very noble sacrifice on your part, ma'am. Very funny. I hope the dog and pony show part is quick, but if I have to fall on my sword to ensure this meeting isn't a waste of time, then so be it. Head cocked, she looked me up and down. But you're not wearing your mother's sword. I get enough of that from Love Blood, I sighed as we were now passing the fences that surrounded the Muark campus. In a world where flight was common, fences were used more to formally demarcate boundaries than serve as actual barriers. Teleportation, shape-shifting, scrying, and other capabilities made securing facilities challenging. The security staff that Muark had on hand, mostly retired legion, were the actual deterrent. She has a point, ma'am. It's like your crown, if you don't order it yourself, someone, likely your duchess will do it for you. My tail stilled. You are not wrong. As we neared the various entrances onto the Muark Amalgamated Campus, I looked back to make sure we had not lost anyone. Adjacent to the guard shack complex was an employee entrance with something that looked like a turnstile, a roadway with a lifting barrier, and a visitor entrance that led up to the squat building. There was also a painted and lighted crosswalk that went to a parking lot on the opposite side of the avenue. Given the car ownership rate in Sylvana, and the rest of the house, it was surprisingly large, which showed the high pay rate the skilled laborers working for Muark could demand. Which was right and proper, even if for many their guilds took a cut, after all retirement stipends and other benefits were paid by such dues. On the other wing, I felt the guilds themselves had too little competition amongst each other. On the hypothetical third wing, I was not here to reform labor relations. However, the parking lot did show that we could have driven here, if I was willing to check out a car from the War College motor pool. Though I would have needed Graydon, or someone else to drive. I did note with some irony that I was a Legion flyer but I did not have experience with a simple automobile. I appreciated that the guard shack, what was functionally a concrete pillbox, was dressed up slightly to look less aggressive and brutalist. Going under an archway in the fence my horns felt the tingle of quiescent wards. Well, that made sense. Muark purchased plenty of ward emitters from Mercantile Aviation and would know how to construct, or simply order a large defensive system. Though fixed defenses would only be part of it. This was a facility that built ritual plate. And they employed many test pilots. Their security staff had to have at least a couple squadrons of ritual plate. The security was also important as the whole campus butted up to a household fleet base and they even shared some landing facilities, hangars, and traffic control. Name? The blonde guard asked. Her hair was pulled back in a tight braid and she wore a red tunic with black trim and pants. There were a few other security personnel in the shack, one of whom was at a scrying station. I kept in a little sigh. Primus Volantes Centurion Countess Toria Magnus Diamond Dust. My flight and ritual is to have an appointment with the Polyxo Enchantment Systems Integration Team. The guard nodded and asked for my identification. I handed her over the leather billfold that contained my Imperial Legion paperwork, my library card, and my certificate of novitiate status in Sisterhood of Our Hallowed Lady. The blonde curled her lips and looked to her companion at the scrying station who nodded. She then motioned for me to step to the side and repeat the process with my companions. I could see a few areas with room for improvement in their security procedures, but overall I appreciated their caution. At least having a uniform and a title was not enough to get in. The gate slid back and the guard motioned that we could proceed. Once on the campus proper, the air had more of a hum and the scent of incense was somehow fresher. The smell of hot metal and the bitter caustic chemicals used for etching also tickled my nose. Still, the grounds were nice enough. I took some comfort in the simple design of landscaping. If the walk from the guard shack to the lobby had been full of lush gardens and indulgent fountains I would have been more worried about Muark's priorities when it came to funding. The lobby was a cavernous affair with white painted girders and sparkling tiled floors. Several hallways branched off of the lobby but they were all behind doors with security staff standing sentry. Numerous banners dangled from the ceiling as well as a variety of wind chimes. A small crowd of workers bustled in and out, along with a handful of other legionaries and fleet personnel. There was even a group of fleet pilots in their dress whites escorting a pair of dark blue uniformed Electon Navy pilots. Our group had slowed as the VS and many of the ritualists stopped to inspect the displayed sets of ritual plates standing on plinths either side of the lobby. The display looked like it included all the major variants of the Polyxo and Harmonia as well as their predecessors, including a number of prototypes and arcane demonstrator models. Gibbs saw me briefly studying the bulkier lines of a Polyxo Mark III. It's a mock-up, she noted. Yes, obviously it's been stripped down, and all the armaments have been replaced by etched sheet metal formed to approximately the right dimensions and color, but the basic framework of the suit itself is original. My chief ritualist is shrugged. I suppose keeping them here does amuse the local Zephyr. And do they play in the suits? Visha asked with glee. Gibbs gave her a gimlet stare and evaluated my wing woman. Yes, that's one of the reasons why the suits have been deactivated. But they're still ritual plate suits. Or they were. Visha inspected the suit, her tail swishing. I mean, these aren't sculptures made to look good in the lobby. Gibbs nodded. Which means they have a thaumaturgical echo as ritual plate suits. The components that actually power the Zephyr and interface with our wings may be gone, but the gestalt still remains. That is not incorrect, Gibbs grudgingly allowed. Visha brightened. That must be very fun for the air spirits. It very much is, a perky voice chirped. I turned to see a prim woman with an emerald pageboy hairdo and short silver horns, hooves, and tail. The membranes of her wings and tail fins were a shade of green just lighter than her hair. She wore a crimson ribbon tie, charcoal coat, dark pencil skirt with red pinstripes, and a matching bodice. Tattooed on her cheeks were a pair of silver vortexes. Her cheeks dimpled, she smiled at me and bowed her horns. It's great to see you, Primus Centurion Diamond Dust. Artificer Melamed? Charmed. It's good to finally meet you in person. Asher Melamed's grin grew and she introduced herself to the others. I'm looking forward to talking with you about your concerns and I know the rest of the team wants to talk to you. My tail slowed slightly. The whole team? That had to number dozens of people, far too many to have an actual useful back and forth. Though I suppose we could at least present our findings. Asher had an infectiously warm if adamantine disposition that had us going along with her. Literally, in that we followed her to a reception area where we got guest badges and then out of the lobby and through one of the security doors. She chatted happily with everyone though seemed to get along particularly well with Visha. Did the itinerary change? I suppose we could do our presentation as a lecture. Will we be presenting in an amphitheater? Do you have a lectern with projection capabilities? I inquired as we went down a long hallway with widely spaced doors on the walls. The artificer blinked. Oh no, the itinerary is still the same. The plan is to have several meetings with different members of the team. I gave a slow nod. That seemed reasonable. Sounds good, I look forward to a productive day. Melamed's smile was reassuring, but Gibbs gave me a cynical look while Grey Dawn's tail flicked awkwardly. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. If not for the Muark Amalgamated having decent coffee I would have been most cross. In concept, having separate meetings with a variety of the members of the Enchantment Systems Integration, Polyxo Division, would provide space for topic-specific conversations where our concerns could be properly matched to the stakeholders who own the specific issues at hand. Instead the multiple meetings proved to be a frustrating morass of institutionally diffuse responsibility. For 3 hours we went to various sub-teams, power management and heat bleed, runic design and engraving, lifespan and fatigue, controls and spirit binding, and component assembly. Each group agreed with our issues but would suggest that the ultimate responsibility was another group's. After the first couple fruitless meetings, I had my team split up to tackle more in an attempt to narrow things down. The only mitigating factors, other than the caffeine, was that Melamed seemed to be genuinely trying to assemble the correct people and that the designers and artificers we were talking to also wanted to help, they were just too hidebound by the rules of their institution. It was frustrating to deal with people so inflexible. I knew they'd implement whatever changes to fix our issues, if we presented them with forms to that effect signed by their supervisors. But now, things were better. At the very least, the people sitting around the polished wood table in the conference room could actually make these calls and knew what we were talking about. The room itself was a long rectangle with a dog leg at one end. On the second story, a whole wall had a row of windows that overlooked an open manufacturing floor. The view was partially blocked by an overhead crane mechanism that was parked on one side, but it did give a view of a large receiving dock, a long line of machining stations, inspecting and testing jigs, and at the edges of the view were engraving and etching baths with their tanks of caustic fluids, containment runes and isolation circles, and various fire suppression equipment. I could not see any completed ritual plate from all the way up here, or even anything that looked remotely suit-like. Not that I had much focus on what was out through the windows. I had more interest in who we were talking with. Artificer Melamed was still here, for once not looking nervously apologetic. With her was a comfortable family-looking woman with long dark blue hair wearing a set of pilot fatigues. It was no affectation, she had been flying just beforehand. Former household fleet, Swift Sapphire was Muark's chief test pilot. She was also a key consultant and one of the approvers to modifications to production suit designs. She was wearing a flight suit because Melamed, in a show of foresight, had called her away from testing a prototype suit as soon as feasible. I was not sure what oversight had led to the original scheduling conflict. Swift Sapphire was an experienced lifer who I wanted to impress. Not just because her word carried a lot of weight among the Polyxo project team, but because, as a test pilot for a major ritual plate producer, she had my dream job. Sitting next to her was a sweetly smiling, Zoftig woman with curled horns and amber hair pulled in a messy braid. Glasses perched on her round face, although the impression of curving softness was somewhat marred by the set of harsh, almost spearing lines tattooed across her cheeks. The tattoos were the only indication that she was a weapons designer. If Swift Sapphire radiated a maternal rigor, then Sophia Subiaco, Evocation Guild Mistress, was a playful aunt. While her expertise was in evocation emitters, Mistress Subiaco was very familiar with high-powered and precision arcana systems and had a remit that crossed several teams. After she had attended the third meeting in the fruitless morning portion, she decided to simply tag along, much to Melamed's relief. Subiaco was one of the few people who could sign off on our work, but her abundance of caution had kept her from committing to anything as of yet. Rounding out this group was a rarity, a human. Mashiyat Ayub was a mage. A bit more on the abstract end, he worked on integration and optimization. Much of the olive-skinned man's work lay in taking an existing schema and figuring out how to decrease manufacturing cost, reduce power bleed in operation and increase lifespan. Essentially, his work seemed like blend of using computational suites where spirits of intellect dwelled to come up with theoretical solutions and running small pre-production batches off to test those solutions on. Clean-shaven with a skinny tie over a grey waistcoat, and sporting a flat-top crew cut, Mega Sayub looked little the part of a wizard's wizard, at least until you gazed into his cold blue eyes and spotted the badge of his own guild he wore on a chain from his waistcoat or the steel staff that flickered with the occasional rune as the crystals within fluoresced with minute changes in air pressure. Like Mistress Subiako, he was skeptical of my proposals, but while originally invited he had declined to attend the earlier meetings. Apparently, he loathed meetings and had planned to spend the day in his laboratory. However, Mistress Subiako's continued attendance as well as Chief Pilot Swift Sapphire's vote of confidence in us had piqued his interest sufficiently to earn his attendance. There were a few specialists and other experts who would float in and out, but this quartet made up the core of this improved batch of meetings. A sheaf of semi-translucent paper sat on the table. On it was a set of layered blueprints that depending on which page you were on could peel back the layers and subsystems of a Polyxo Mark 15. Upon seeing this visual aid, Wizard Ayub gave Mistress Subiako a dry look and summoned up a coherent display over the table that was a three-dimensional illusion of the suit. Subiako returned with an indulgent smile and took out a grease pen to make a few notes on the hard copy blueprints. Okay, I think that's settled the lubrication issues on the upper vambrace gasket, Melamed stated as she made some notes. As a person-sized flight suit, Ritual Plate had a lot of moving parts, and the interior of the suit was designed to be pressurized to allow for operation at altitude. That meant there was a whole host of joints, seals, and gaskets. And that was just on the suit itself. While most of the arcane systems had fewer moving parts, they did require their own treatments. There were bigger seals and ones with more range of motion, but because of that those seals had extra reinforcement. Though the vambrace problem would only happen under a specific set of circumstances. The fact that the mounting points for various weapons emitters and their feed lines went through that area still made it a notable concern. I warned purchasing that switching to that supplier would cause issues in cases of snapping from extreme humidity to high altitude, Mega Sayub grumbled. And they thought it was a lower order risk, Mistress Subiako sipped her tea. That, and the supplier's test data seemed solid. Ayub just glared. There's a reason a lot of field ritualists will do a full seal swap, and if they can't justify that, clean and redo all the lubrication. Pilot Swift Sapphire eyed Optio Gibbs with a small grin. Though, you'll be surprised at how fast parts wear out in the field and end up getting pulled early due to some surprise defect. Ma'am, the ritualista flatly stated. We adhere to all maintenance protocols, including the ones allowing field expediency to maintain pilot survivability. Shrugging, Swift Sapphire gestured to the report we had brought. I'm not accusing you of slipshod work, Optio. Having a Primus who commissions a report like this indicates a Centurion who knows what's important for her maintainers and what's not. I gave a small smile. The vote of confidence was helpful. I would need to see if I could arrange for a meeting with Swift Sapphire. Maybe Grey Dawn, or even Rainhild, could figure out what her hobbies were. If we can convince the Talaman that we're wasting money on a bunch of gaskets that get replaced anyway, then we could try to go back to the old supplier. Mega Sayub frowned. Fiscally, suit maintenance was complicated. Depending on when something was replaced, and why, a lot of the labor and parts could be charged back to Muark. What if the new supplier goes with a better grade lubricant? Subiako asked. Ayub, Melamed, and the ritualista grimaced. That would require recertification, Melamed admitted, her sunny disposition cracking. Which would take time. And to think you gave up flying for this, Wizard Ayub joked to Swift Sapphire before he ate some of the cheese he'd taken from the refreshments arrayed on a side table. I was just doing some energy distribution testing on the Pinnacle's maneuvering and Zephyr power array, the pilot shrugged. The Pinnacle is your arcane demonstrator? Violet Blood asked. It's a test rig. Swift Sapphire sipped coffee that looked just as thick as Fleet Issue. Muark had better coffee, it had to be her preference. Still, it must be exciting. Are there improvements in maneuverability and speed? What subsystems? The Baroness eagerly asked, making her presence known. I managed to keep from wincing. Was she trying to help me with my goals? Or was this networking on her own? That's a bit beyond today's discussion. But later we can give you some brochures and test footage. Swift Sapphire gave her an indulgent smile, as if she were talking to a broodling. The Pinnacle is also refitted every few months, I don't think it's been armed in a year. Ayub noted. We did some live fire calibration testing with a new scrying system 6 months ago, Swift Sapphire corrected. Oh, but, still, it's cutting edge, Violet Blood insisted, more to herself than anyone else. Which is why it's a hangar queen that requires a dozen ritualista and can fly a couple times a week. The pilot ate a strawberry. Well, I exaggerate, slightly. A lot of that maintenance work is to keep the telemetry systems operating, and we have a slower tempo because all the data collected with each test needs to be analyzed. But enough about experimental rigs, Melamed was all smiles. Optio Gibbs, I believe you have some questions about the starboard flight stabilizer array. As Gibbs paged through her notes, Visha flipped to the relevant section on the blueprints and Ayub similarly adjusted the illusion he had cast. There is a Type 44C amplification rune on the starboard flight stabilizer array but not on the left. What is it there for? The manual says it's for an auxiliary power unit, but that's actually what the Type 60A rune closer to the array's feed line does, Visha's chief ritualist noted. The MUARC employees were a mix of confused and perplexed at this revelation and leaned over the various diagrams of the arcane energies as they went through the details of that array. After half a minute, Melamed gave a frown. We are not sure. I managed to keep my composure. Ritual plate was massively complicated, and even if these people had been on the original design team, which not all of them were, it would be unreasonable to expect them to know every component by heart. What would the Type 44C do here? I've only seen them used in scrying systems where very carefully regulated power needs to be supplied to receivers. Mistress Subiaco, the evocation specialist, had a thoughtful frown as she studied the blueprints and then pulled a manual and some other documentation up. We don't know, Wizard Ayub frowned. My concern increased slightly. Can we have that as an action to figure it out? I diplomatically asked. A bit of his gruffness fading, Ayub nodded. We can add it to the list of the parts to pull in the next iteration of the Polyxo. What pointed you to this? Was it a parts survey? Or did the amplifier fail and cause the stabilizer array to fault? I was rebuilding both stabilizer arrays after combat damage and noted the differences. They're not identical, mirroring aside, there are things like the port array being a bit smaller to accommodate the hydration tubes passing through, but even accounting for all that, there's still some differences, Gibbs stated. Right, that was when I had been shot up over the jungle, or was it after the sea engagement? I had seen more flippant weapons developers, but it was still concerning that, when shown something they had no idea about, an in-flight system they had been producing for years no less, they treated the issue more as an interesting puzzle to solve than a horrific oversight to immediately correct. Though, it's not like the issue was big enough for me to kick it up to Quirinus and her superiors to demand an immediate investigation. Grey Dawn's innate cynicism seemed to keep her from being surprised, meanwhile Violet Blood was pouting and Visha, ever the optimist, looked hopeful. We appreciate your patience, Melamed tried to be cheery while her companions began to converse amongst themselves. Asher, it's not the first time a suit was stuffed with extra parts it didn't need, Swift Sapphire noted. On the Mark 18 retrofit project we found a bunch of things in the Harmonia that, due to being out of spec or installed incorrectly, ended up being used for different, unintended functions. Yes, development's idea of a secondary warding power system ended up being used as a backup ballista energy feed. Component integration and project team simply changed the manual and swapped a few lines and called it good, Ayub sighed as he pushed his notes over to Mistress Subiaco who smiled. And that worked, until the retrofit exposed all those issues and the patchwork fixes. Swift Sapphire shook her head. Ah. That's what it's there for. The evocation mistress cheered. We turned to her with interest. This Type 44 amplifier was originally planned as an auxiliary power supply, but later design iterations replaced that role with a component that had greater throughput and less precision, Mistress Sophia Subiaco said as she paged through a thick binder. Now, you'll be saying that we all know that, so why was it retained? Well, look at this. The Arcanist pulled out a picture of the starboard flight stabilizer array. However, unlike the depictions in the blueprints, it was not an abstracted diagram showing the various components and their links. Rather, it provided the actual physical layout of the array. Gibbs tilted her head, frowning minutely. Ayub rotated the blueprint 90 degrees and grunted. See. The 44 is on a cantilevered section of the array's substrate right between these two support pads. I don't know about you, but it looks an awful lot like a strain gauge. Especially if it's energized. Yes, but the positioning gyroscopes and load gauges are lower in the stabilizer arrays. This is just a vestigial component, it doesn't do anything, Melamed frowned as if unsure of her own words. Swift Sapphire and Visha gave a long blink. But it can be used. The test pilot asked. That's my theory. I'll have to dig into the design documentation of this iteration, but I think we're seeing the legacy of a sort of calibration system. Well, someone's using it, Gibbs stated. There's enough wear on that Type 44 to indicate use. Are the Zephyr using it? Visha asked. The room grew silent for a moment as we all pondered that. Ayub laughed. Figures they'd play with something in the suit. Like putting in a wind chime, or a hollow orb full of beads. The wizard stroked his beard. But are they playing or working? I asked. Air spirits are clever. They can intuit a lot of the inputs and instrument feedback. Gibbs sighed. I suppose this means we can't simply yank them out of the array? I would hate to deprive the Zephyr from their fun, she stated utterly deadpan. It does explain how we've gone through over a dozen production iterations without anyone else deleting this component, Ayub stated as if he was personally affronted that some aspect of the Polyxo design had escaped his notice over the years. We'll have to spin up a project to examine what happens with and without the Type 44. Though, if this is helping the suit's performance, then we could try to formalize it and make it work even better, Melamed brightly said. It wouldn't be the first time we lucked into an elegant design solution, Swift Sapphire snorted. The test pilot then glanced over at us, the active legionary flyers. You didn't hear that? We did not, I agreed. Hopefully, this bit of professional courtesy would help purchase a little goodwill from Muark's team, and it would help my future goals to be on good terms with the test pilot. Next item then. Melamed looked down at our list. Issues with the tool access working inside the Sabaton support struts. My interest rose as I sipped my coffee. Not just because Gibbs complained about the poor angles the access hatches gave and I was eager to hear the end of that particular bellyache, but also because I was suddenly filled with the slender hope that a redesign of the Pollexo's boots could lead to something a bit more practical to walk around in. Is this due to a structural issue or something with the layout? Swift Sapphire asked as the diagrams and blueprints zoomed to focus on the suit's lower legs. There was a knock on the door. Puzzled, Melamed stood up and led a woman with long white hair into the room. Just like Melamed, the new arrival wore red accented business wear. Apologies, she bowed her horns. But we have a pair of visitors in the lobby. Oh. Melamed asked. Yes, a pair of I'm sorry Cadet Optio legionaries. They say they're part of Countess Diamond Dust's party. The receptionist shrugged. They were quite insistent on the Countess part. I tried not to sigh as the collective attention of the room focused on me. Tell me, did one of them have pink hair and emphasize her family name? Tail flicking, the white-haired woman nodded. Yes, she did mention that she was Lavish Rose Talon of the Bellum Rose Talons. I didn't realize you had additional people visiting us, Melamed said diplomatically. I did not. Standing, I momentarily wished my Vinewood discipline staff was close at hand. If you'll excuse me, I'll go and determine if my subordinates, somehow, have a valid reason to be here or if I need to provide correction. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. The banners fluttered angrily as I entered the lobby. As my tail flicked from side to side, I spotted Rose Talon's distinctive pink hair, long enough to just barely brush the collar of her tailored cadet uniform. She was not alone. In addition to a fawning Muark secretary, another one of my cadets stood beside the vexsome noble. A disappointed noise may have escaped my lip as I identified Rose Talon's companion. Pulavia was one of the more promising students in my class. She knew the right questions to ask, and more importantly was capable of putting her ego aside while in the air. The wind at my back and my boots clicking on the tile floor, I strode up to the trio who stood examining the line of earlier Pollexo variants on display. What has brought two so very promising Optio cadets such as yourselves so far away from your busy studies this fine afternoon? And whatever brought you to visit our fine friends at Muark Amalgamated today of all days? I asked archly. Pulavia lowered her gaze as if she could hide behind her jade-green bangs. Lavish, on the other hand, adopted the confused yet affronted expression I found so common among a certain type of noble utterly lacking in mental agility. I'm here to help. She sniffed. I? Not we? Fascinating. I stared the heir of the Rose Talon family down before giving Meritus Pulavia a fractionally less harsh look. Pulavia looked visibly hurt by the possibly inadvertent exclusion. I wondered why Rose Talon had even bothered dragging her along. Help. My tone was not acidic, mocking, or even sarcastic, it was simply dismissive. That is why you were several hours late. Nothing gets accomplished in the first few hours at meetings like this, Lavish scoffed. That the senator's daughter was correct in that particular was the proverbial straw that pushed me over the tipping point and into outright, if still controlled, anger. Before I could begin the tongue-lashing Lavish so richly served, I noticed, something about her statement had made the other cadet, Pulavia, frown. How interesting. The Muark secretary, correctly reading the mood of the conversation, picked up the tray of refreshments and quietly stepped back to the reception desk. Quite the wise move on her part. Cadets, what do you think your role here is, exactly? I managed not to hiss through my teeth. I also somehow resisted the impulse to rip the patronizing, smug expression from Lavish's face along with her oh-so-carefully pampered hide. Countess, I do have a special perspective on high-level negotiations such as these. I see there are some severe errors in your understanding of your current role in our house's service. My smile was all fangs. First, allow me to say that I am skeptical as to what actual experience you have with such events, other than being feted as a pretty up-and-coming bauble by sycophants eager to suck, well let us simply say suck up to a senator. Lavish's cheeks flushed purple. Normally I eschewed crude speech, but I was a legionary flyer and my darkster-cursed reputation gave me more latitude. I held up a finger cutting off any angry retort either cadet might be foolish enough to make. Either way, even if you two had some insight into such negotiations, the sensible course of action would have been to bring them to my attention beforehand. Then I would have been able to decide what to do with your information, as well as with the both of you. Pulavaya almost looked like she wanted to hide behind her wings. Though I suppose the strong breeze in the lobby was not helping. Then her curiosity got the better of her. Ma'am. What is the second part? My tail flicked. Ah yes. The first problem was the assumptions about your knowledge and the utter incompetence displayed when you attempted to leverage that presumed information. The second problem is a fundamental misunderstanding of what this meeting is about and whom I am meeting. You're meeting with movers and shakers in Muark, Lavish stated confidently, glaring insolently back at me. And even a test pilot, one of the pinnacle flyers, Pulavaya added, more timidly and with less of a confrontational air. My eyes smoldered and it took effort to not set anything aflame. Today's itinerary, I ground out, consists of presentations and discussions with a list of concerns and lessons learned from field service. This is not just my own work, not just my squadron's time in the jungles, or even the experiences of all of the units who served in that whole theater, but is indeed collected from Polyxo users and maintainers from across the legions. Then this meeting is very important. Lavish rallied. Therefore I must respectfully insist that my skills are vital for such a. With the blade of my hand, I cut her off. Cadet, you are under the mistaken belief that important equals glamorous. Let me assure you that in the Imperial Legions that is a dangerous assumption to make. The prototype? Pulavaya asked hesitantly. We're not here to see some Arcana test bed. We're talking about gaskets, and extra parts and flight stabilizers. I gave the jade-haired cadet my full attention. Why are you here? Are you trying to impress me with your family connections as well? I asked her here, Lavish interrupted, her tail straightened and pointed to the ground like a spear. Ma'am, that is I ordered her to drive me. She was your ride? Oh, do explain. I slowly enunciated as I kept my ire up. I wanted to throttle the young Rose Talon, but having the sense and esprit de corps to not sell out a fellow was a virtue. And not quite the vainglorious sacrifice she doubtless dreamed of making. Cadet Pulavaya has a Mammon Motors Hornet and since I did not have my own car, nor access to the staff motor pool, I pressured her into driving me, Lavish explained, straight-backed, stiff-tailed. The Hornet was a speedy little coupe, and Mammon Motors had a reputation as reliable if rather upscale cars. Not exactly what a darling of society would be driving around in, however. My gaze flicked to Pulavaya who nodded. My older sister picked up a used one for my birthday last year and helped me repair, detail, and repaint it. It was a fun project, she admitted. Frugal, family bonding, and learning skills all in a single project. Well done. I gave a brief bow of my horns. A spike of worry and jealousy came off of Lavish. You, on the other hand, I began, turning back to Rose Talon, have shown that you are in possession of dangerous amount of free time coupled with a lack of refinement in your judgment about how to use that ever-scarce resource. Countess, Ma'am, Lavish did have a personal reason for the suddenness of our arrival, Pulavaya said, her words coming out in a tumble. She did not plan to, just crash the meeting and to be so late, but events beyond her control came up. Lavish's eyes narrowed and she stared at the other noble brat. What are you doing? She hissed. Pulavaya crossed her arms. You insisted that I pick you up early this morning, but instead of leaving promptly you spent 4 hours with your little sister. The color drained from Lavish's face. Leave her out of this. I put a hand to the base of my left horn. Is this family drama germane to your poor life choices? Please be aware that I am still considering exactly what your punishments will be. Assuming a confident and amenable expression, Lavish bowed her head. Perhaps we have taken enough of your time, ma'am. We can, of course, receive our discipline at your convenience. At my convenience? I flexed my hand. Oh, it's too late for that. You brought me down here, cadet. Perhaps you should have simply spent the day with your little sister. Leela would have been happier with that, Lavish admitted. I thought she wanted a test pilot's autograph. Pulavaya asked. Lavish's tail twitched. I gave a slight grin. Broodlings can be like that. My nieces would be just as enthusiastic, but we're older and more mature than them. Or at least, we're supposed to be. Both cadets stared at me. Lavish hesitated for a moment but then simply nodded. I know, I don't exactly act my age. My tone was a bit disarming. I cursed my gregarious nature trying to put them at ease. I was going to punish these cadets. I had already spent too much time indulging them in conversation. And Leela is sort of the opposite, Lavish noted bitterly. She's a very sweet sister, I had a great time with her this morning and Pulavaya's encouraging tone curdled off when Lavish glared with something new, a powerful protective urge. I held up a hand. This isn't about your sister, I'm sure she's a lovely young broodling. She's older than you, Lavish snapped. Her orphanage was not quite so well appointed, the heiress tone was hard and sharp, the pure prim diction of someone leaning on elocution lessons for self-control. My tail slowed. Ah. That did explain the opposite comment. With time, food, energy, and treatment our bodies can heal most any physical wound. Unsurprisingly, this did little to temper my kind's cultural arrogance. And it also meant that we did not like to dwell on the non-physical wounds that we had trouble healing. Oh, we had plenty of support, especially in the fleet and legions for those with trauma accumulation and empathy, and Chinook provided excellent diagnostic tools and in some cases direct treatment. But it was known what most medical discharges were for psychological traumas. It was also true that fleet sailors and legion troopers were not the only ones to suffer from trauma accumulation. Most of pediatric psychology consisted of trying to ameliorate damage sustained by broodlings who had endured a variety of horrifying traumas. If Mother Clementia had not been there for me, and I was one of the lucky ones given my Duchess's support. I did not know your mother was a patron of the orphanage system as well, I observed, keeping my tone even. I was still upset with these bumbling cadets, but I was unsure why such personal topics had come up. She had it shut down for gross abuses, and did what she could for the girls who couldn't get adopted or transferred to better institutions, ones like yours. Lavish's tone was frosty. But she loves Leela, we all do. I gave a tiny bow of my horns. I did not know Senator Rose Talon, and I had only met one of her daughters. Perhaps Lavish was covering for her mother adopting an orphan as some way to signal her compassion, perhaps it was sincere love. Or maybe Lavish had such ire because she knew her mother's heart. However, it seemed no coincidence that Lavish had issues with noble orphans such as myself and Violet Blood. Maybe we can talk about. Pulavia's tail straightened. Your punishment? Flashing my fangs, I rallied, glad to be on stronger ground. I have mentioned it before, but given you have too much time on your claws, and since you obviously want to improve, perhaps you should join the War College Ballet Troupe. They have stage performance and precision team flying. I know that young at heart, demons do find it thrilling. Lavish managed not to snort in amusement. Which was good because that lack of respect would have added to her punishment. Now for your punishment. Tail swishing, I clasped my hands behind my back. Tomorrow you will report to Optio Gibbs. You will request a set of diagnostic tools and you will accept the equipment she gives you. The two cadets wisely held their tongues. Working together, you will complete a full takedown of your Polydora trainers. I expect a full subsystem power trace. You will compare your findings with the maintenance logs. The two stared. Pulavia winced while the senator's daughter gawked. That is very involved, ma'am, Pulavia allowed. That was an understatement. Even a full ritualista team would find that to be a full shift of effort. You wanted to help, I smiled in return, and to show your value, did you not? You wanted to prove that you deserve to attend meetings like this. Lavish glanced around and nodded. Yes, ma'am. It will be done. Good, I said brightly. Because that is only the first part of your punishment. Once your analysis is complete, I expect you to present your findings, methodology, and lessons learned to the rest of the cadet squadron, and to submit a formal report to the War College. Pulavia gave a thoughtful nod while Lavish frowned. If you want to become Legion flyers then you will need to be capable of your own research and then disseminating your findings. Information is power, but it is useless if it is not catalogued and used to teach. Lavish looked like she was about to speak but Pulavia took her hand and shook her head. I chuckled. Let Lavish think she was getting off easy. Giving my cadets more of their own coursework would make my job easier. You can go now. Dismissed. Their relief was amusing as they saluted and made for the lobby's exit. Oh, Cadet Rose Talon, when I get back to the meeting I will ask if Swift Sapphire can autograph something, for Leela. Tail flicking, Lavish stopped after a moment she bowed her horns to me. And then the two cadets were gone and I could get back to my work. The banners had finally started to calm down. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. This life was one of penance. I had been born into a world where our natures as fallen creatures, our statues as beings of sin, was made blatant in the extreme. The unambiguous clarity was its own balm. Every time I looked at my reflection, I saw the price I had paid for my arrogance, for my wrath. A representative of the Almighty had ushered me into this world, a being of terrifying absolute moral certainty. By His grace I had been offered a choice, face my ultimate judgment or be reborn to undergo a penitent journey. For my failures, for my sins, for my cowardice to face judgment, I had chosen to be reborn, with the humanity given to me by the Creator stripped away. Justly stripped away, for I had proven myself unworthy to be made in His image. But God was not without His forgiveness. My fingers ached as I finished my prayers. I liked to think that was a sign of my faith, that I was a true penitent. Sadly, I knew the pang was just one of many lingering pains from the surgeries I had eagerly embraced as part of my path to redemption. There was a knock on the door of my quarters. Enter, I said, raising to my feet. At least I had avoided the indignity of a cloven-hoofed form in this strange and infernal new life. Another fallen being, one in the black, glossy habit of our hallowed lady, stepped into the room. We were both chaplains in the Andromachian military. However, for Sister Euphoria, being a sister was her primary role, where for me being Sister Redlash was a secondary duty. I rubbed my hands looking at the inlay-like silver lines that streaked down my arms to my fingers. You're looking well, Euphoria smiled, showing her fangs. It was not an aggressive display, she was trying to be reassuring. I nodded and made sure my light sandy brown hair was pulled back, that I kept some modesty. Integrating into this new life might have been easier had I been born with more of a demonic form, like some of the others, but I suppose the recognition of trace of my own true faith in the reflection of the young demoness I was growing into was part of the punishment, the enlightenment. It was a cruel, barbed thing, as insidious and damaged as a hook without the simple remedy presented by removal and stitches. It benefited the scourge of the Most High. And yet, even in this hellhole, I had been shown compassion. As I had born into this world as a demon, I had no father to lose. A small mercy, but one I was thankful for. I hoped I would one day reunite with my own father, though I doubted he would ever recognize me. Are you taking well to the binding surgeries? Euphoria asked, her hooves clicking on the concrete floor. The doctors are impressed with my fortitude, my faith, I stated. The angel made it clear that my choices, my penances were up to me. Euphoria smiled. I am glad. It is momentous that you have gotten so far, and so young and. She trailed off. The demon did not need to speak. We were both members of the Church of Darkstar. And despite my loyalty to my new home, demonic though it was, there were still rumors that we were spies for House Black Sky. Not that it mattered, we were Andromachi, the smallest great house. At the crossroads of Daiu, we had many faiths, cultures, and languages. We had to be cordial with all of the big three houses to keep the medium houses from invading. I felt the familiar rage at being part of a smaller nation bullied and exploited by larger ones. Just because I understood did not mean that I liked it. House Elena was arrogant and prideful. Luxon reveled in being fallen, little more than a pack of libertines. And then there was House Black Sky. I cared little for the propaganda House Black Sky pumped out and called high culture, opera, ballet, racing, gladiatorial games. There was always a fresh crop of warlike young noble pilots who were the hot new thing in House Black Sky. Maybe they will be useful, but I had learned what happened when you flew too high, when you let rage and righteousness blind you. I tried to avoid the glitz of it all. I was a simple pilot, I had been a fantastic air mage. I personally found House Andromachi's means of bonding enchantments and spirits into a pilot to be mortifying. But I took every surgery, every time my bones were engraved and inlaid as part of my penance. Unlike most other houses, we eschewed bulky external suits, instead our ritual plate components were integrated with us, within us, my Zephyr were a part of me. I could feel them inside my wings, running along my tail. I took every cut and procedure with the minimal analgesics. That did hasten my healing, and once it was proven that I could handle the trauma, operations allowed the surgical artificers to do more precise work in a given session. This suffering was deserved. If not for my weakness in battle, if not for my sins, I would not be living this life of punishment. No. For my sins I deserved judgment. It was by the love and forgiveness of the Almighty that my penitent request had been granted. Are you feeling okay? Euphoria asked, she sounded sincere. She sounded empathic and friendly. With her open face, long black hair, and her kind soul, I wondered what great sins she had committed to earn her punishment here, in this corrupted realm. Maybe we can go out? I know you won't be cleared to fly until the doctors have had another look at you. I turned my head away and thought of my oaths of chastity, poverty, and charity. Maybe, if I can get off base. This is your first time in Mir, Euphoria offered. And I'd love to show you around. It is more green than being back up on Lancia. My younger years had been spent on the smaller of Dai's 2 moons. It had been easier to have a youth of penance in isolation. But my dreams of atonement came true when I had been tested. Andromachi was a small power and needed every edge it could get. It was determined that I had an affinity for air spirits and magic. As soon as that discovery was made and brought to my knowledge, that was that, I had found my path. The angel had been correct in its assertion that I would, not that I had any justification to doubt an emissary of the Almighty. Maria? Euphoria asked as she led me out of my quarters. I was a newly bonded pilot, so I raided my own room, at least until I recovered from my operations. I did enjoy the solitude. I had tried to get to know my fellow pilots so we could work as a team, at least when in the air, but had met with minimal success. I gave her an apologetic smile, realizing I had lost track of the conversation. I'm sorry, sister. Please forgive me. I missed what you were saying. Daidu proper is still a bit overwhelming to a simple girl like me. We stepped out into the sun of a terrace that overlooked Mir, capital of Andromachi. The city was lovely, and Euphoria laughed. I took in the view of people seemingly enjoying themselves, even using boats and pleasure craft. There was a lesson. My punishment was not ashen skies and lakes of fire. The only tortures I faced were the ones I brought upon myself. And those were for clarity and spiritual power. It did not take long for us to get to a cafe that served hot noodle dishes. May she one day return to us, we both intoned after finishing grace and starting on a sour and spicy soup. I have heard rumors about that, Euphoria noted. In Sylvana. I noted with a little smile. Darkstar had suffered for her faith, she had been betrayed and tortured and torn apart. Of the many and strange religions in this world it was the one that called to me. That is where her family lives, Maria. I shrugged. Black Sky claims ownership to the faith, and what do they use it for? For cheap knickknacks and blasphemous comics. They're not all bad, Euphoria defended. Some are valid scripture, just made in a way more accessible to broodlings. Stretching my heavy crimson tail, I sipped my tea. The tingling in my tail fins was getting better. The temptation for self-flagellation was there, but there were regulations about mortification both in the church and the military. Do tell. Okay, fine. A lot of it is total bunkum, like these new ones with where the pious jungle fox prays for her help to smite the houseless unbelievers. Who? I put my cup down. Countess Diamond Dust? The ballerina ace? She's a pilot, a legionary flyer. She was all the rage several years ago when she made ace up in House Redstorm with just her faith and her mother's sword. It was in all the broadsheets. Sister, I was living on Lancia at the time, I stated, but something. I tried to drink from my cup but my hand shook a bit. Was I arrogant enough to assume? I knew I was not the only penitent on this world. Are you okay? Just some tremors, they say that can happen when you're healing. Euphoria bowed her head. Apologies. I think you might like the Countess. Yes, she is Black Skyvian bloody-handed nobility through and through, but she was raised by members of our order and is a novitiate sister herself. My mouth was dry. Tell me more about this Countess. Chapter 18, Old Acquaintances and Unenv. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the return verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC Thingy. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shin Atsuki, and Nutko, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/ Other website Temple of Ranma Senshi Sifuku. CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 18, Old Acquaintances and Uninvited Guests Part 1. Gibbs tapped my plate as the last step of the unofficial ritual and gave me a thumbs up. After I returned the gesture, the restraints retraced, and I stood from the arming chair. A traitorous part of me felt that it was good to be overseeing a mission again, to be wearing my Polyxo flight armor after so long outside my machine shell. Even if I was wearing it in the forward bay of a household fleet RP carrier, a sufferance to any Legion officer. Fortunately, I had already regained my airship legs, so even with the weight of the suit I didn't sway as I strode over to the cadet squadron. I'd allowed them some ritualist to help, just enough to make the process slow instead of plodding, as well as to make sure no cadet overlooked a step in the pre-flight procedure. Thankfully, the cadets were very diligent in their checks. I made sure to emphasize the importance of detail in their training. I gave an expansive smile as the cream of Sylvan nobility worked with what looked like quiet professionalism. Their tension was admirably low. Despite that, the air was still thick with their focused nervousness, a pungent odor almost smothered under the expected smells of etching compounds, incense, and the ozone tang of energized fuel cells and munitions. After nodding to Grey Dawn, who had just finished suiting up, I clapped to regain the attention of the cadets. Tonight, the fleet has been generous enough to act as your transport and even provide a free meal. I'll be brief, you're here because you've started to prove yourselves to no longer be an embarrassment to the Imperial Legions. I haven't had to use the hose in over a month. That said, we will be doing carrier operations. Remember your training, follow flight ops orders for launch and recovery, and you will do fine. Short speech over, I stepped aside, unconcerned. I knew all of these cadets could perform carrier landings, at least on a sedate airship circling over an airbase. This was by no means a combat deployment, but there was a bit more risk. Are you giving them the soft soap? Grey Dawn gruffly asked as she strode up. As my tallest Legion flyer, she cut an imposing figure, especially when encased in advanced ritual plate. Just getting off the ship is the start of your night, girls. Pulevi looked up from lavish armor and handed the checklist to a purple-skinned cadet to give a double check. Have the training mission parameters changed? The jade-haired cadet asked. I gave her a thin smile. That was not the most uncommon training trick. Missions would change, often at the last moment, sometimes mid-mission. However, throwing too many surprises defeated the purpose of training. I may have had a little wager with a fleet pilot. It turns out you're not the only training squadron on this airship tonight. What are the stakes, ma'am? Lavish asked as she lifted up an arm to allow the feeds of her weapons to be connected and fitted out. Her flight, third, was configured in strike mode. I eyed the conformal flasks bolted onto her suit which contained the bracingly powerful alchemically boosted evocation charges. They were quiescent now and quite stable, but they still represented quiet but potent well of power, contained for now. Part of me was worried about giving a senator's daughter enough evocative power to blow up a capital ship, but so far she had denied me a sufficient failure to kick her out of the cadet program. After her punishment had turned into a rather diligent analysis and credible presentation on the finer points of Polydora subsystems, Lavish had surprisingly maintained her new focus moving forward. Maybe getting Swift Sapphire's autograph to give to her little sister helped in its way. The Muark test pilot did have some promotional images of her standing by the Pinnacle test suit. Which, in a way, made me even more paranoid. I pushed those feelings down, as my smile grew. Well, I'm no gambler, so. She asked for my help, Grey Dawn stated. And I decided to go with something that would be very motivating to a gaggle of young cadets. The tradition is to wager spirits. However, I have little personal use for liquor, I remarked. But I can always use more cadets to clean the deck and my armor. Maybe if you embarrass the legions with your flying, you can become credible fleet maids, Grey Dawn added in pure career centurion dry cynicism. I couldn't help but laugh at the expressions of horror on these spoiled nobles. I think you picked the right stakes for my wager, well done, I bowed my horns to Grey Dawn. I can't take all the credit, Grey Dawn nodded to the rest of our flight. I smiled at my 2vs. It was easy, Violet Blood smirked. I just picked a task that would horrify the most insular, I'm sorry, most cultured members among our fellow peers. I thoughtfully nodded. That you think cleaning up on an airship is something to be ashamed of, well, that's punishment enough. After all, anybody who finds a week's worth of menial tasks horrifying, well, I'd hate to see how they would take living in a forward post deep in a sinking jungle for months on end. My Baroness flashed her fangs at the cadets, almost all of whom were older than her, casually reasserting her dominance. Once my flight was finally ready, I motioned for my ritualista to help the maintainers check off the cadet squadron. I also wanted them to triple-check the settings in the cadets' instruments and display suite. Their scrying intake and data compositing had to be set to training mode. Over a dozen maintainers helped make the processing go far more speedy, but I still had a chance to step off to the side to talk with Grey Dawn. There was an alcove conveniently open into the forward side of the middle port RP maintenance bay out of the way of foot traffic and the maneuvering of carts of munitions, fuel cells, and parts. I left Violet Blood in charge of supervising the cadets. They were not the only ones getting training. Concerns? Grey Dawn quietly asked. Maybe not the ones you're thinking of, I murmured. You're not worried that Pulevia's flight has charged lance flasks? If I was really worried about that I would have grounded them. I exhaled as my tail curled then straightened. No, they have to start using live ammunition. It's that or kick them out. They have made progress these last couple months, Grey Dawn allowed. I know they've gotten a lot more suit time than you ever did before you got deployed. My senior pilot shrugged her armored shoulders. You're right, ma'am. This is the cadet squadron we have and they've been cleared. I'm pleasantly surprised at how few washouts we've had. I nodded. The cadet squadron had 2 voluntary washouts in the aftermath of my introductory speech 2 months ago. One had almost immediately taken up my offer to write them a letter of recommendation, if she withdrew from the program. The second washout was Cornelia Spiralhorn, the daughter of an Armis legate who had an incredibly unfortunate problem for a would-be ritual plate pilot, motion sickness. The nausea, vertigo, and other issues only came when she was under extraordinary stress, such as when ordnance exploded outside of her suit. And Visha thought the artillery training was just a hazing ritual. We had tried to help her overcome her problem providing the cadet with special tutoring, counseling, and medical evaluation. Ultimately, we had to make the call. She was transferred to something more in line with her mother's branch. I had duly sent the letters of recommendation, and one of consolation to Armis legate Spiralhorn. The letter to Cornelia's instructor at the Castra Frontiers Legion Armor School outlined her potential and her risks. Though if a tank rolled over one of the crew, getting sick was the least of their worries. As sad as that was, those were the easy cases. I had been forced to dismiss one of the remaining cadets from the program. Grey Dawn made a bit of money off of Visha, who had bet that no one would get ejected. However, Grey Dawn lost a few ore to Loveblood because it was not Cadet Rose Talon. I had managed to avoid being forced to meet any floggings, but the daughter of an executive at Standard Alchemical Products, whose second cousin happened to own the house neighboring my Duchess's Sylvan townhouse, came very close. Lavish had actually been the one to prevent the insolent girl from challenging me to a duel. Another reason to be upset with Cadet Rose Talon I suppose. You're thinking about Demisha Essis. Grey Dawn ventured. Am I that obvious? You are growling, ma'am. I laughed. At least I just made one noble enemy, and Lady Demisha isn't even landed gentry. No ma'am, her family merely owns one of the largest chemical processing and fuel extraction conglomerates on Diu. And now she's in the fleet learning how to pilot a Asta bomber. Grey Dawn's expression and emotions made it blatant that she was skeptical if someone who did not have the attitude to conform to the standards of a Legion flyer would be able to make it as a fleet pilot. She will start out training to be a co-pilot, and if she's successful with that, she will have fewer opportunities for her poor judgment to lead her into trouble. Attitude aside, it was a better fit. Demisha could attune to spirits and had taken a lot of expensive tutoring, but in terms of multitasking capability she was one of the weakest flyers in my class. Though in more desperate times she likely would have been flogged and thrown into scouting branch to fill out the complement of a venture scout airship watching some backwater colony. Yes, and if she challenges you to a duel once she becomes a qualified Ventus Centurion. I shrugged. It would be tedious but I could manage. And if Demisha purchases her own Asta bomber and a pair of Fujiwara torpedoes? Or maybe she simply loads her bomb bays with 5 tons of Vel missiles. My tail stilled. That would be ruinously expensive. Grey Dawn's eye glinted. But if she still holds a grudge after earning her Ventus qualification and then decides to liquidate her inheritance for a bird and dozens of missiles, well, that would be challenging. I just stared. That is crazy. Such a duel would be absurd, but a Asta bomber could replace 2 Fujiwaras it normally carried with half a dozen pods full of Vel missiles. The exchange of range for capacity had some real potential and turned a torpedo bomber into an air defense platform with nearly 200 missiles. It was an anti-RP concept we were not the first to explore, nor the last in all probability. Honestly, it's a smarter move on her part than buying her own RP suit, getting tutoring, joining a mercenary guild and biding her time. I would take odds on you against any sellsword pilot. But a bomber full of anti-air missiles is another story. I asked while pondering. The Asta had some limitations in a local air defense role. It was designed to fire standoff weapons, not clouds of relatively short-range missiles. However, that very missile loadout would make it a somewhat thorny target, even more so if it were escorted by RP suits providing additional protection and targeting data. Something I was counting on for tonight. Grey Dawn cracked a smile. As you say, it's absurd. Lovely. I rubbed my face. No cadet, current, former, traitorous or otherwise, is not my primary concern with this training mission. Location. That's it. We are over 100 miles from the border, Grey Dawn mused. So we have a few minutes warning. And the target location is well within Shoreline Province, but we're going to be over Lake Suprum. You're worried about the cadets accidentally leaving the training area. They'll have to really get far off course to enter Elena's airspace, but I don't want to be surprised if someone starts to wander. Grey Dawn nodded. Understood. And I do mean wander, they're going to be under a lot of pressure and juggling a lot of balls, and things could slip their mind. Drifting that far of course. Doubtful, but that's why I want eyes to catch anything before it becomes a problem. We'll punish them for any failures later. You don't sound very confident about your wager, a fleet pilot said playfully as she strode up to us, clad in her Polyxo suit. Primus Centurion Horatia Wencesla was several times my senior age-wise, but still about my height. There was a smirk on the woman's finely delicate features, but her green eyes were warm. It's good to see you, Countess, she then bowed her horns in greeting to Grey Dawn. Primus, I nodded to the fleet pilot, and this time, we meet under pleasant circumstances. She laughed. Yes, there are worse things than babysitting cadets. You haven't seen ours, ma'am, Grey Dawn murmured. Wencesla shrugged. Plenty of prissy little fops go into the fleet. Maybe more, given our reputation for softer racks, better food, and no mud. You did agree to wager against my lot. Not to mention the prettier uniforms, I stated. Wencesla was likely looking at her own squadron command. While she was much older than me, she had only a decade more experience as a pilot, that did put her at a more typical advancement rate. Yes, fleet whites are spiffy. Her green eyes sparkled. You have concerns. We should keep an extra eye on our cadets, and be mindful of our location. We will be over water for most of the training, Wencesla nodded. Border issues aside, if one of them has to ditch it'll be harder to splash down than land in some forest. Depends on the forest, Grey Dawn stated. Shoreline Province's woodlands are pretty tame, I noted. Lot of farming, old growths are further south anyway. The coastal lowlands would be pretty fine to walk out of. Provided you survive the crash, Wencesla's tone was quite dry. Obviously, if you don't survive, you no cause for worry. I glanced back to the arming chairs and caught Visha's eye. She gave a thumbs up. Impressive skill in suiting up, Wencesla said observing my cadets. To get them to keep from dawdling, incentives have been used during that module of their training, with greater penalties for mistakes. I gave a toothy smile. While most of the equipment in a maintenance bay is not quite waterproof, field expedient arming chairs absolutely are. Wencesla blinked. Did you turn fire hoses on them? Of course not, I said, horrified. That would be a waste of critical damage control equipment. Not to mention the water pressure might damage something, Grey Dawn stated. But tapping into a hangar's grey water return line, on the other hand. I shrugged. Wencesla shook her head. A moment later one of her flight came up to her and said that her cadets were ready. Shall we go to the briefing room and tell the girls what they're really going to be doing tonight? I suggested. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. We were on the Melina class medium carrier HFV Hornet. As ritual plate carriers went, I was rather fond of the Melina class. Capable of deploying and maintaining a light wing of 6 squadrons, it had better facilities than the Damocles light carrier or the tiny Colibri patrol carrier. At the same time, it was faster and far more common than the higher capacity Nova fleet carriers or the hulking Avalon heavy carriers. Much of the Hornet was set aside for this training mission, including the briefing rooms which Wencesla, myself, and our flights strode into. Unlike some of the frankly ridiculous tiered auditoriums on an Avalon, this was just a room with several rows of seating, enough for 40 occupants all told. Though I suppose in the Avalon class's defense, when you had a crew of over 3,000 supporting an RP air group of nearly 400 pilots, faculties with a higher capacity were useful. They could double as recreational amenities for one. The 2 oversized cadet squadrons only took up the first third of the seating. Despite the chairs being reinforced to bear the weight of ritual plate to a pilot, the cadets chose to stand in their Polydora suits. We'll make this brief, Wencesla stated as a map appeared on the wall projection behind her. It was a diagram of the part of Central Lake Cyprum we were flying over. The sprawling Great Lake bordered 4 great houses and had many islands and fjord-like arms. There was a rippling groan from the cadets as they digested the symbols on the map, specifically the ones denoting targets and opposing forces. As some of you have feared, there will be a slight change in tonight's plans. Wencesla almost sounded apologetic. At least this time there won't be any artillery, I joked. I smiled at the hearty laughs from my cadets while the fleet girls glanced about and could at most muster nervous chuckles. Quite, Wencesla nodded to me. It was nice to have someone I did not have to look up to. Your target locations are only notional. It will be up to you to find the actual spot. Please note that the targets are still within the clearly demarcated confines of the Adria testing range, both the land and water parts. For those of you with itchy tails, I have good news and bad news, I gave a smile. You will have to face opposition while you take out your targets. Because this is a live-fire exercise, we will be using both enemies simulated on your instruments and display as well as training drones. There was some murmuring. Now, since these remote-operated golems were provided by the fleet, it's not my budget that gets it if you knock them out of the sky, I continued, noting that while my bloodthirsty nobles relished the chance to destroy some flying enemy, any flying enemy, Cadet Pulavia was thoughtfully studying the map. Hopefully, she realized that no one had said what kind of training drones were being used. House Black Sky had a large variety of training aids, mostly designed to augment opposing force training and simulating enemy capabilities, if not in full performance then in areas of maneuvering and relative observability. Several shortfalls in the drone's capacity could be made up for by tweaking and supplementing a pilot's display. Modern Black Skyvian ritual plate was designed for data sharing, which gave great training potential. It also was a vulnerability if our COMM systems were compromised. That was why a suit's own scrying intake was processed separately and took primacy when displaying data. This was also why a ritualist had to manually change settings to enable the training mode. Simulated enemies would still be marked as such, but they would not be filtered as spurious. Wencesla gave a prim smile. These are target drones, destroying them is anticipated. However, if you destroy anything other than designated targets, then you will face the full weight of the Black Skyvian military law. The apprehension grew on the cadets. Giving a warm, toothy smile to reassure them, I gestured to the map. The entirety of the live-fire portion will take place within the bounds of the Adria testing range. You will have plenty of buffer between the range and the border to the joint airspace zone. I pointed to the wide strip that ran east to west across the middle of the Great Lake. By agreement of the 4 houses bordering the lake, it was an area cleared for free air transit. There was a similar waterborne trade corridor for shipping, both passenger and cargo, down on the lake's surface. If your navigation system fails, you will contact Flight Ops and one of the instructor flights. You will then drop out of the mission. If your comms system fails, you will use your warning lights to signal distress, and drop out of the training exercise. If you see a fellow pilot in distress, you will report it to Flight Ops. The Hornet will have a search and recovery team on standby. Let us go over your approach corridors and what you'll know about your targets. Wencesla adjusted the projection and a couple vectors appeared. You will have your pick of a number of cleared approaches into the testing range. This time my smile had more teeth. I strongly suggest that you use the opportunity to pick an approach path that maximizes your ability to find your targets and to evade the enemy forces. Speaking of which, here is what we can tell you, Wencesla said, beginning her explanation of the variety of simulated opposing forces. Most were second-line Alenus airborne assets. That still allowed for a good mix of ritual plate and airframes, both golem and piloted. Noting the cadets' disquiet at being outnumbered and dealing with enemy patrols, I took the baton. We cannot give you locations of your strike targets because they are moving. There was a sigh from the cadets, but the map had made that much clear. Sharing a glance, Wencesla and myself decided to let that pass. Pilots were allowed some small measure to, quietly, grumble when the brass horns gave them frustrating orders. There is a squadron of old remote-operated U-patrol boats motoring in the testing range. You will find these small craft, which will be marked in the following way. I updated the display to show the crosshatch paint job that had been applied to the boats. Forward your scrying data to Flight Ops. You will hold your fire until you receive positive confirmation. Looking cocky, Rose Talon gave a confident nod. Yes, cadets, your 2 strike-equipped flights have more than enough land strikes to take out this many small unworded boats. Please ruminate on that. Any questions? Wencesla shot me a mildly surprised look. Cadet Optio Lady Pulavia Vibrant Fang lifted a hand. One of the more promising cadets, she was a third daughter to a duchess with considerable holdings in Lentia province, if I remembered correctly. If we lose all of our lance-equipped Polydora, will it be possible to proxy hit the targets using the weapons on our other suits? I nodded. That will not count as a destruction of the target, but for the purposes of this exercise, enough ballista hits it will count as a mobility kill, which will be a partial score. Any others? Wencesla asked in a tone that indicated she would strongly prefer if there were no more questions. She glanced at the clock on the bulkhead. Outstanding. Everyone up and make their way to the launchers. Legion flyers to the port launchers, fleet pilots to the starboard, I ordered, feeling a bit generous by not calling them cadets. The 2 squadrons slipped their helmets on and helped get the latches and catches around their horns. Though I did note that my cadets were a bit smoother in that evolution. Another nice aspect of the Melina class's design was that the walk from the pilot briefing rooms to the launchers was rather simple and could be done without overly blocking up the corridors, even if it did require going around a torpedo room. I had my flight split up. Each of us stood before one of the port launchers and performed one last check on the cadets and their suits. A visual inspection would only detect the most egregious of failures in fitting out, but it also gave me a chance to make sure the instructors were getting valid telemetry from their suits. Satisfied, I gave a nod to the daughter of the head of the Mason and Runeright Guild as she stepped past me, across the hazard stripes and into the launch tube. A fleet rating check to make sure her feet were secured into the catapult's shuttle. Lovely night, I said as Cadet Rose Talon stepped up. Lift your arms up, I commanded her so I could inspect their articulation for any disconnects. Do a pile. What? Even wearing a full mask I knew Lavish was confused. A dip, turn out your legs at the hip joints, then bend your knees over your toes. Mind your balance, but try to bend deeply while keeping your spine straight, I stated as the haughty cadet complied. Ah, a mobility check, she nodded after I confirmed she could stand back up. And a basic ballet move, I flatly stated. She would have known this if she had taken my advice and signed up for the War College Ballet Troupe. But, that a senator's daughter was not familiar with this part of high culture was interesting in and of itself. Before she could even think about a retort to cover up her faux pas of showing cultural ignorance, the fleet rating waved at her. I slapped her on the armored shoulder. Go, we don't have all night. Still confused, Lavish stomped over to the catapult. I focused on giving a final check of the next cadet. There were only a couple more before everyone would be in the air. And even Lavish could ride a launcher. Soon it was down to just my flight. We slipped on our helmets and went up to the launchers. I linked my comms with Flight Ops and the voice of the fleet officer in the port forward observation overseeing launch operations came in. Diamond Flight, you have a clearance to launch. Confirm Ops, how is Training Squadron 2 looking? I asked more out of camaraderie and tradition. I could see the status of the 4 flights of Legion cadets on my display, as well as Wencelsla's girls. They're still in the air, Flight Ops dryly replied as the fleet rating checked that my boots were secured into the catapult's shuttle. I reflexively tensed and locked myself into the bladed bent forward position as I spun up my Zephyr. My wings strained. There was a countdown, the lights flashed, and suddenly I was shooting down the launch tube. My Zephyr added to the acceleration and I shot smoothly out into the night. The carrier vanished behind me as I formed up with my flight. The water was deceptively calm, far below our boots. The larger moon, Emuria, hung nearly full far above our helmets, while her consort Lancia was but a small crescent peeping out across the sky. With the boffins back on Hornet handling the opposing force, we'll be taking care of our cadets, I said over the flight channel. Each of us still taking a flight to monitor. Violet Blood asked. Correct, I glanced over my display. One instructor proctoring a flight of 4 would allow for her to keep an eye on their performance. But we won't be splitting up. You don't want to have us hovering right over their wings? Visha asked. More that she doesn't want us to split up into lone units, Grey Dawn suggested. That's correct, at worst we'll split up into pairs. But even on a training mission I don't want us to get into the habit of flying alone, I said, then switched to the command channel. Diamond Actual to Jade Actual. Wencesla, how are we looking? I trust you can read a display as well as I, Countess, Wenzelsaw dryly replied. They're doing things by the book, I allowed, double-checking the formations the two squadrons had taken. Each had 3 flights of fighter-configured Polydora and 1 flight strike-configured. Both squadrons had fallen into a staggered escort box with the strike flight in the center with 2 flights running ahead at different altitudes and the last flight running close protection. Safe, uninspired, and easy to maintain. Wenzelsaw paused. But that's why the formations in the book. Those are all positives. Most of the time, I agreed. At least they're staying in the corridor and trying to scout. Leading elements in that formation are too tight for scouting, Wenzelsaw noted. They'll learn or they won't, I noted with a verbal shrug. There were other solutions. They could reduce the escorts to a pair of flights and send 1 flight out as scouts, but that had limited coverage even if they split the flight into 2 pairs. So much of command boiled down to managing finite resources. Flight Ops confirm status of OP4. Wenzelsaw asked. Our displays showed the locations of the various drones, but if the staff back on Hornet were not ready to play the simulation, then this would be a very easy exercise indeed for our cadets. OP4 team is ready. They're confirming uplink right now, the smooth voice of the dispatcher responded. Interesting, I noted. My display updated as the marks denoting where the enemy ritual plate would be appeared, but only part of my attention was on that. Oh. Wenzelsaw paused. You're not looking at the sims. She got a bit of playful irritation. Your people aren't passing hints to Cadet Skyspare, are they? Not unless yours are passing notes to your cadets, I lightly replied. Cadet Optio Baroness Skyspare, daughter of a navarch in command of a Grand Fleet Emuria formation consisting of multiple landing defense flotillas and a bombardment flotilla, was the squadron commander for tonight. Pulavia Vibrant Fang was her second in command and was also in charge of the strike flight. And it seemed that one of them, or both, had ordered the forward flights of their squadron further out and in a broader formation that covered more airspace. My flight and Wenzelsaw's were largely focused on our respective cadet squadrons. Both entered the Adria testing range's airspace without issue and started running a search pattern. Reassuringly, neither group of cadets went on a direct vector to the last known location of their mission targets. They swung around in 2 formations that, despite the competition, were mutually supporting. They were a bit more cautious than I expected for their experience level, but it was a balancing act. The more circuitous, or cautious, their route made it less likely they would be jumped, but that meant their mission would take that much longer, giving the OP4 more opportunities to find them. And the enemy was going to find them, which was a whole other factor. If you knew it was going to be a contested mission, then positioning was vital. They've detected the Svarog flights running picket, I noted as the forward 2 of my cadet flights pulled back into a more protective positioning as an equal number of, simulated, Elena's light anti-air ritual plate pursued them. First blood goes to yours, Wenzelsaw noted as Skyspear's wingwoman took out a Svarog. The fleet officer then gave a whistle when she saw the rest of Skyspear's personal flight pin the other 3 Svarogs with a chasing engagement. The other escorting cadets dashed over, plunged down, and cut through the virtual enemies. Those suits cleared off the cadets' displays as the hits were registered by Flight Ops. Well done, Wenzelsaw admitted. They had a numerical and positional advantage. And the early Svarogs lacked the hardening necessary to compensate for their lack of higher envelope maneuverability, I said, not at all defensively. The Svarog was not a bad design, as a ground attack suit. It was relatively inexpensive, but the first iterations had been pressed into a supporting anti-air role that they struggled with. I have the boffins simulating current Svarogs, ones that aren't death traps, Wenzelsaw stated wistfully. I laughed, not at all nervously. One moment. I switched over to the channels for my cadets' first and second flights. Commendable work, girls. Those were peer-level suits you went up against. But don't get all fat-tailed about it, you did outnumber them. Thank you, ma'am. Understood, Skyspear's voice clearly came out, it might have been a bit strained as she kept her composure. Well, she was managing a whole heavy squadron. Their channel was free of idle chatter. Good, the comms discipline lessons might have stuck. I switched back to my flight channel and there was a pregnant silence. That was a colorful motivational message, Visha remarked. Brief but turgid. I blinked but before I could reply. This isn't the first time the Countess has used her tale to motivate a poor Baroness cadet. Violet Blood wailed, humorously overwrought except for the hint of prickly jealousy. It was very inspiring, ma'am. Just bursting with the proud traditions of the Imperial Legions, Grey Dawn drawled. I didn't use my tale. I gasped. Don't worry, Grey Dawn assured. You're a legionary flyer, being a bit crass can be forgiven, especially in the heat of the moment. Maybe tutoring lessons twice a week at Mima Lumina Academy isn't enough, Violet Blood mused. That's enough, Love Blood, I tried not to growl. In abstract, I understood the role of etiquette lessons for young nobles, but I was a centurion and I had gotten plenty of cultural refinement as part of becoming a soloist in the ballet troupe. What was the point of becoming a ballerina if you couldn't use that to prove you were plenty ladylike? Yes, Primus Centurion Countess, she soberly stated. I let that slide and focused my attention on the tactical map. The fleet cadets had taken out their own Svarog flight, but the OP-4 had gotten quite close to their strike assets and it had taken the cadets multiple passes with their escort units to take them out. The problem was that even with their veils up and a reasonably large amount of airspace, the OP-4 commander would know something was wrong. The locations where 2 of her flights were destroyed was a clear indication of an oncoming attack. And hence, both cadet squadrons dropped in altitude and slowed their speeds, increased their veils. It was a fair plan to break contact and try to relocate. The sum of the OP-4's simulated scrying intakes would show there were no nearby enemy units, when they scanned the cadets' vicinity, but they knew they were out there. If the OP-4 had a scrying specialist unit like the Mokosh, the cadets could still be tracked, veiled, or otherwise, even if the Ruffalinus equivalent of our occultia was relatively rare. House Elena preferred to use the Yarila whenever they could. A mid-sized aircraft with a crew of 3, the Yarila obviously had a far larger footprint than the Mokosh and required a runway, albeit a short one, but it had a greater endurance than a ritual plate, and was the less expensive option. The cadet squadrons raced over the waves. My students had taken the leading edge position and seemed like they wanted to push as fast as they could without compromising their stealth. I knew they would accelerate to full dash speed once they decided that they had broken contact. Meanwhile, Wencelsaw's girls were more cautious, and from the way their formation had spread just a bit more and had taken the lower altitude slot, I could see they were being more cautious, as if they could sneak up to their targets for a surprise strike. As far as plans went, it wasn't entirely wrong-headed, but if they wanted to work in cooperation with the legionary students they needed to coordinate their overall doctrine, speed or stealth. The rest of my pilots were busy evaluating their assigned trainee flights, so I checked in on Skyspear's channel. It makes more sense if we work this way, Skyspear stated. But what about the bet? The fleet cadet paused. If we do this, aren't you kinda throwing the wager? Darkstar's blood. I don't care if I have to play mate on an airship. Do you think the Countess really cares? The mission is key and the odds are not in our favor. There was a pause. Fine. Skyspear's tone softened. Balbina, you already want to go with the cautious strategy. If I've learned one thing is, make the best decision you can, the quickest you can, and then commit fully. Right, the fleet cadet sounded more confident. We'll separate, but take a curving approach, that'll minimize the separation with my squadron being slower. Fine, Skyspear laughed. I gave a thin smile. It sounded like they were embracing their differences in tactics. The Legion cadets would go in fast and loud, while the fleet would sneak in. It was not a terrible plan. One squadron would provide a diversion, and depending on the attacking force the other squadron could reinforce or dash to the target boats. However, there was a flaw to the cadets' plan. 2 of the drones flying out there were standing in proxy for a formation of Yarila recon aircraft. The cadets' veils were less effective than they had assumed. The question was how the cadets would react when it was clear that their Poildra were being picked up at greater range than they expected. The OP-4 had repositioned their recon assets, regained contact with the intruding formations, and was vectoring in interceptors. Now, the instructor display updated as a squadron of Perrin strike suits accelerated towards both cadet squadrons. That would be a bad force balance for the simulated RP, except the OP-4 had support. 2 other drones were filling in for a pair of Cupola air defense bombers. Something like a smaller, greater ranged Asta, the Cupola was mostly a platform for carrying anti-air missiles, though it could work in a direct bomber role. It had a crew of 2 and had about 2/3 the payload capacity of a Asta. Its main function was to provide extra firepower for forward air units who sent back targeting data. It could fight by itself, but that came with far greater exposure, which was rather risky for an airframe optimized as a long-endurance, ordnance transport. Everyone keep an eye on your cadets, I said over my flight channel. Back on the Hornet, all of this was being recorded. Our presence was to give direct impressions, notes, and as a quick reaction in case anything went wrong. We also just happened to be between the cadets and the nearest border out of the testing range. It worked the other way, just in case some aircraft tried to wander into restricted airspace. And while most of the traffic was to the north in the joint transit corridor, the sky was rarely truly empty. If mine even get through this, Violet Blood noted. She had been assigned to the flight with the strike-equipped Polyxo that had Pulavia, Lavish, and 2 rather promising cousins, both from a ranching concern that was one of the larger landowners in Rundani province. They've still got good escorts, I stated a second too soon as a pilot in Flight 2 was shot down. Visha. Already on it, she said before switching to the pilot's channel to give her the heading to exit the testing range and return to the Hornet. They would be vectored with the pair of fleet cadets who had been knocked out shortly before them. At least it was not too far of a journey, since we were still in the more northern expanses of the Adria testing range. Realizing they had all been detected, the 2 squadrons formed up, seemingly as they spotted the Cupola bombers. I switched back to Skyspear's channel. Yes, Pulvia, I am risking your flight, the cadet leader stated with just a bit of a frustrated edge in her tone. But you're our longest ranged weapons, and if you don't take out those bombers then we'll never make it to the target boats. Execute. Good. Someone was thinking. Balbina, I need you to send your strike flight out, with escort, Skyspear transmitted to the head of the fleet cadet squadron. Transmitting you coordinates now. We've got a window before the cupolas can launch their missiles. I'll send one flight to do close escort for them and commit the other two to help you finish the Purin RP, came the strained reply. It sounded like she was pulling a fair G-load. Glancing at the display did confirm her suit was doing an impressive maneuver to avoid being bracketed by simulated fire. Despite their simulated opponents being an older version of the Purin, it was still a strike suit, which meant that they had a fair bit of range, even with their lower-powered higher capacity loadout. But an early heavy strike suit versus fighter-configured Polydora was a reasonable challenge, in my opinion at least. Break! 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 Skyspear shouted as her squadron split in twain, half committed to keeping the enemy RP engaged while the rest dashed off to take out those bombers. The fleet cadets were not quite as smooth when they executed a similar maneuver. It was a bold plan and one of their better plans for dealing with an enemy with superior fire support. And it was not like Skyspear dismissed the concept that the enemy bombers would have their own escorts. She sent both third and fourth flights. Which was reasonable, as there was a flight of Svarog protecting the two cupola air defense bombers. Pulavaya had command of the two-flight detachment and showed no hesitation. She actually accelerated her flight and fired a pair of lances at the Svarogs while speeding at max velocity towards the bombers, which turned slightly and the display was suddenly full of a stream of virtual missiles. Losses started to come in for both cadet teams. Mostly on their run against the bombers, but the forces left to finish off the Prun squadron had a couple casualties. But then 6 lances from the strike Polydoras stabbed out and blasted apart the 2 drones. The explosions were satisfying and the tactical display shifted just a tiny bit to respond to the loss of their scrying input. And Violet Blood was directing Optio cadet Lavish Rose Talon back to the carrier. In Lavish's defense, she did score the best hit on the second bomber. At the cost of getting closer and holding a flight path that was a bit too predictable. The remaining missiles were easier to evade as they had to fall back on their onboard guidance. Soon, both formations of virtual enemies had been mopped up and a pair of no longer overstrength cadet squadrons reunited. 2 bombers in the drink, Pulavaya proudly reported. Outstanding work, flight leader, Skyspear replied with perhaps a touch too much gusto, but I could not blame her for having her blood up. Ma'am, I suggest that we proceed and find the targets with best speed, Pulavaya suggested. Oh. The cadet squadron commander for this exercise asked. The enemy was still on us, I don't think we ever dropped off their displays, Pulavaya suggested. That means one of 2 things. Skyspear sighed. And our countess is tough, but she's not a cheater. Not with an evaluation, Pulavaya agreed. Well, that was reassuring. Right, good call flight leader, Skyspear switched to the other flight leaders and patched into her equivalent on the fleet squadron. Everyone, it looks like the enemy has some long-range, or low observable, scrying systems. It has been suggested that we make best speed to the targets given all the remaining enemy assets have to be well aware of where we are. I agree, a gasping voice came in from the fleet end. Checking the identification, I saw that she was the second in command of the fleet squadron. Ah, yes, her superior had been taken out in that last action. Well, learning how to take sudden command was part of the training. Everyone take a quick drink, Pulvia suggested. Thank you, flight leader, Skyspear sounded a bit chastised. All right, here's the course. It's not the most direct, but it gives us a good time savings, and with the right formation, we can try to punch through whatever they'll put up. But what about the competition? A fleet flight leader asked. It's a distraction, a head game to see how we react, Pulavaya dismissed. Do you have any idea how expensive this test is? Do you really think people like our instructors really care about some bet involving us playing maids? Agreed, Skyspear stated. You have your orders, Optios, get to it. Fleet leader, I've folded my second and fourth flights together into one unit. I suggest you do something similar with your losses. I gave a thin smile. Their plan was direct. But they had shown a fair skill at coordination and now were able to take casualties without shattering. At least simulated ones. It is good that they have such an inspiring instructor, Grey Dawn noted over my flight's channel. You think just because the flight you're babysitting doesn't exist that you don't have any work to do? I asked with a touch of humor. The Legion's capacity to create work is infinite, Grey Dawn groused. I think they've got heart. Visha chirped. That's only because we haven't dropped the hammer on them, Violet Blood purred. Diamond Actual. Diamond Actual. This is Flight Ops, a smooth voice said on the override transmission. This is Diamond, I stated and reflexively went over the map. For all they had been fighting, the cadets looked to be in no actual danger. A few were actually well on their way back to the carrier. Was there a problem where they couldn't land on the Hornet? Couldn't they be diverted to one of the escorting airships then? Other than the remaining drones and us, the sky seemed clear. There was some traffic north of us in the transit corridor. Oh. A patrol from one of our venture scouts detected possible observer craft at the following coordinates, the dispatcher stated in the same tone as if she were giving me a weather check or telling me that an enemy battle group had teleported in. Confirm. That's on the border? I inquired. Yes, Diamond Flight. The scrying intake shows they're moving in a rough racetrack pattern. Our estimate is a light Alenus recon squadron consisting of a flight of Mokosh RP plus escorts. Understood. Thanks for the heads up, Flight Ops. There was a pause. Actually, Diamond Flight, Prefectus Commodore Hoofbridge requests that you go out and investigate. She does, I stated. Lady Eliza Bellis Hoofbridge captained the HFV Hornet, and while she was not directly in my chain of command, for the purposes of this joint training mission her requests had weight. I sipped some water. Will the training exercise be cancelled? No. Flight Ops is vectoring our combat air patrol and launching out standby flights to provide more support. Scouting assets from a second venture are also being repositioned with a detachment of escort elements. Understood. Diamond Flight will investigate the possible incursion, I declared, putting emphasis on that word. I wanted to make it clear on Hornet's flight record that I was not going out with the intention of engaging the Alenus forces. It would take a little bit of time for one of the Hornet's escorting Colibri-class corvettes to get into position, but I wasn't too proud to take fleet backup. That's what the prefectus lady wanted to hear, Flight Ops said, a bit of color entering the dispatcher's voice. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Raging against my fate, I gave a tiny internal scream. Of course some aggressive hard-charging fleet officer would throw the heroine Countess, the youngest bearer of the Preserver Crown, at some Alenus spies to make them flee, tails between their legs. After taking a few calming breaths, I exhaled and switched channels. Jade Actual. Jade Actual. Flight Ops was also informing me, Wenzelsaw stated. My flight will take over proctoring the rest of the training mission. We're in the endgame anyway. Thanks, we'll go over the results afterwards. I asked. Will do. I do wish my flight got requested as well. I made a non-committal noise. Well, with all this chaos and with the final challenges for our students, more of them will be flying back to the Hornet. It would not be imprudent if your flight moves a bit further north to make sure none of them, straight on their return flight. Wenzelsaw laughed. Understood, Countess. Happy hunting. Sighing I cursed the absurd reputation I had accrued, and went to the flight channel. Change of plans. An Alenus recon squadron is camping by the border in the free transit corridor, and Flight Ops and Hornet Actual have requested that we investigate them, I stated as I shared our new heading. I see, Grey Dawn noted there was a pause as she digested our course. Ah, she stated with some approval. Reading the nuances of a map plot was trivial for a pilot with her experience. I had no intention to get into a saber rattling across the border with elements from the one Daihu great house larger than ours. Yes, Countess, Violet Blood acknowledged, a bit of a pout in her voice, but we should be ready for Alenus trickery. Of course she was disappointed. It was that reputation for bloody-minded aggression that had gotten us into this mess, a reputation that preceded us to the point some fleet officer thought we would be perfect to throw at some recon squadron to get them to scurry back to their side of Lacus Suprum. Our role is to assess them and determine their intentions, not to get into a shootout, I stated as we flew out of the restricted airspace of the testing range. Wenzelsaw's flight was moving slower, not quite on our heels, purely to make sure that no cadets strayed too far north. They're clearly watching our training mission to determine our intentions, Visha pointed out. It was true, the Adria testing range was rather close to the border and little that occurred here could reasonably be considered secret. Which was why House Black Sky had far more private testing ranges, some of which that weren't even on Daihu. But why else are they here? I asked. Intel has it that they have a full flight of Mokosh recon suits out. That's an expensive and high-demand bit of kit. If they just wanted to watch some training exercises, they could have stuck a Yarila recon aircraft in the transit corridor. Maybe the Hornet's skipper's request has more going for it than we first thought, Grey Dawn murmured. We are all equipped with Gorgon rigs, that would give us more of an idea of what's out there. An officer who thought herself clever was many times worse than one who was all blood, viscera, and glory. You aren't helping my comm, Centurion. I suppose that's what happens when I push to get us with the best suits and scrying kit. Sorry, ma'am, but someone who runs a carrier would know Elena using their special recon assets would be a reason to investigate. I pondered over the map display. Even at max dash, which we were not traveling at, it would take some time to get to where the Alenus squadron was waiting. That presumed they were there in the 10 or so minutes our slower and slightly less direct path would take. It's going to be rather hard to hide from a flight of recon suits even if they're using passive scrying, Grey Dawn stated. Their Mokosh isn't as good as our occultia, but if they were watching our training mission then they already know we left. That's why we're not even trying, I stated. With fleet assets repositioning, even if we went under full veil and broke contact, they would have the strong suspicion that someone had been sent out to investigate. But we don't want to go in full bore. Visha asked. Negative. A direct charge is a known course, and we don't know what else is lurking out there, I stated. As the largest great house, one underestimated House Elena at one's peril. We may have been tasked with poking them with a stick, but I see no reason to go about it rashly. Also charging right in makes us seem desperate and panicked, Violet Blood added. If they smell fear, the double-faced curs will attack. Broadly put, I allowed. Shame none of us are configured for lance strikes, that might give us more options, Violet Blood pondered. It is a trade-off. Right now I'm happy we have uniform capabilities and are optimized for air-to-air. My intentions were to avoid combat, but I had long ago learned that what I wanted had little to do with what actually happened. We grew quiet as we continued to fly across the dark surface of the lake. The various icons on my map display slowly, inexorably moved, vast distances making even the fastest of ritual plate seem slow. The training exercise was reaching its bloody, simulated, conclusion. I guess I would have to congratulate the cadets. The HFV Hornet and her escorts, combat air patrol, and scouts shifted to more advantageous positions. And that Alenus Recon Squadron continued to circle the sky in a lazy, elongated oval right on the border. Until suddenly, their scrying systems went from passive to active. Most of their focus was on our direction. It had to be more than just a paranoid reaction. I don't think they lit their mokoshs up like Yule trees just for us, Grey Dawn remarked, echoing my sentiment. Plenty of House Black Sky's major, and minor, religions had winter holidays, including a Remembrance Day in the Church of Dark Star, the very traditional Saturnalia, and a midnight mass observed by the Sylvan Diocese. They're sending a message to us, want to be sure we're not hiding any veiled assets or... I frowned. Keep an eye on your scrying intake, with the output of 4 recon suits there's going to be a lot of interference. A very crude analogy was that they had shined 4 bright flashlights on us, that made them very obvious as we could see them in the light-up night, but it was blinding. They're flying the same pattern, fat and happy, showing off for all of Dayu. They're up to something, Violet Blood spat. It's a treaty volition at the very least. That is, correct. Good point, Love Blood, I noted. Per the terms of the 4-party agreement that set the borders within Lacus Superum, that squadron was technically within the Joint Transit Corridor, but that corridor was just that. Parties entering it had to use it to go from one port to another. There were some exceptions, like surface fishing vessels, but fisheries agreements were a whole other batch of issues. Flight ops. Flight ops. Diamond Actual here. Has there been any communication with the Alenus Squadron? I asked. That is a negative, Diamond Actual. Would the Prefectus Commodore Lady Hoofbridge object if I entered into communications with our guests? One moment. There was a brief pause and in a shorter time than I expected the dispatcher replied. Hornet Actual has no objection. Confirm. I went back to the flight channel. Which of you speaks Thocavian the best? Visha. For my plan to work. It was best that the message was delivered in Elena's own language. My wingwoman had grown up on an island near their sphere of influence. Until Elena had conquered it, of course, in order to secure another natural harbor. After joining the legions, I did get some additional training to build on what I learned in school, Visha admitted. Excellent. I cheered. I have a simple message for you to deliver. A couple minutes later, Visha started transmitting on the unencrypted open channel. Unidentified Alenus Ritual Plate Squadron. Are you in need of assistance due to mechanical, arcane, or navigational fault? After a moment of silence, Visha continued, sounding rather natural, at least far better than I was at the slippery language. At your altitude, you are a navigational hazard in the transit corridor. If your comms are down, please flash your warning lights and we can provide assistance. We were close enough to have reasonable locations and headings of the members of the Alenus Squadron. To my great disappointment, there was no signaling via their lights. However, their formation did shift with one flight ranging out as if to intercept or screen, but then they pulled back. Guess, they remembered the proper reaction to being asked if you need help is not to charge across the border, Grey Dawn laughed. That rattled them, I noted with some disquiet. I gave the orders to increase speed and shift to a more direct heading. Visha, repeat the offer to help our friends, if you please. With my wingwoman transmitting again, as chipper as one could be, I took a moment to study the map. The data was not perfect. The active scrying pulses from the Alenus recon suits were still causing issues. Fleet Ops provided composited data sets made by comparing scrying intake from multiple sources, which helped somewhat, but only somewhat. After all, my flight was on the bleeding edge, by far, the furthest out. The data from Flight Ops provided little that our Gorgons hadn't already revealed. Black Skyvian forces, this is Pukovnik Amelia Arman, thank you for the offer, an elegant voice said over the open channel. The Pukovnik spoke Sylvan Latin with just enough of a cloying accent that I wondered if it was an affectation. Pukovnik was a rather high rank for squadron command in the Elena military, roughly equivalent to a tribune, but then again a recon squadron was a very high-value asset. We're happy to help. No RP pilot wants to go down in the middle of the sea, I replied, thinking back to fighting Trozik pilots over the southern Gaudia Sea. Salt or fresh water, I appended frowning over the display map. There were echoes and scrying artifacts, nothing that even raised to the status of a blip or ghost contact, but I was not above jumping at shadows. Incautious pilots did not last long. Ah, Black Skyvian hospitality, the Pukovnik chuckled. I suspected she was in one of the Marzana air superiority suits running escort on the Mokosh. Those recon models were still saturating the sky with active scrying pulses, but there definitely was something odd about it, more than just that their pulses were more towards the south than in our direction. It was like they were making shadows where our own passive intake was weaker. The relative clarity of the recon squadron gave me unease. Violet Blood, for all her faults, was right, about Alina's tactics. And we could see the recon squadron with painful clarity down to the markings on the smoothed faceplates House Elena preferred in contrast with the more sculpted death mask Black Skyvian style. In contrast with the clean lines of our Occultia recon suit, the Mokosh was all external scrying arrays set with crystalline solid-state receivers and thick tracery of thermal management enchantments. Compared to that, the Marzana air superiority suit was a smoothed and sleek armor built for maneuverability and speed. Marring the clean lines were the spots where plates had been replaced to allow for extra warding projectors and power systems, showing that these were Generation 2 refit models. Elena's formation, are you having mechanical or navigational difficulty? I demanded, my mouth dry. Our distance was rapidly closing and soon force would be more than a theoretical option. Glancing, I confirmed that my ballista projectors were ready. Your offer for assistance is very generous, as our navigation system failed, Pukovnik Armin stated in a smooth purr. It was an obvious lie, every RP suit had multiple navigation systems, compasses, gyroscopes, star charting, and more. For a dozen suits to have all their systems fail was next to impossible, unless it was some kind of sabotage. Not to mention they were unable to call for assistance. Clearly the Pukovnik had a form of functioning comms. One of the purposes of the open channel was to call for such assistance. However, it was an expedient lie. And there was time. The fleet was sending in corvettes and other support, but Ritual Plate was the second fastest asset they had, and airships were far slower than that. While I'm happy they're finally talking, I am out of trust. Get ready for an active pulse on my signal, I privately ordered my flight before going back to the open channel. I am sorry to hear that such a misfortune befell you. Thankfully you did not accidentally stray into our territory, I enunciated, using those elocution lessons from the Mima Lumina Academy to sound courtly, or at least non-confrontational. My fingers flexed. Violet Blood's paranoia was far from baseless. Elena had a habit of flashing conciliatory smiles, right up until they dropped the mask of civility. We would be happy to take you up on your offer. Countess. Confusion and a bit of disquiet touched Amelia Armin's voice. I could have cursed my relatively unique wings, which when coupled with there only being about 1,000 Polyxo Legion flyers, made me easily identifiable. Instead, I noted that this meant their recon suits were good enough to detect the minute differences between a fleet and a Legion Ritual Plate model at our current distance. The Pukovnik's comments aside, my focus was on my flight. Active, now. Full dash. We had a moment of distraction. Our suits could not cancel out the pulses from an equal number of recon RP, but to go with the extended light metaphor, we were now shining our own lamps into the darkness behind their lights. We also had 4 Gorgon rig scrying systems which, while not as powerful, were still very capable systems. The display bloomed with markers, most of them were tenuous sensor echoes and partial hits, but that was enough. Multiple squadrons. Volos pattern. I shouted over the flight channel and back to flight ops. 4 rare and expensive recon suits was one level of commitment, but dozens of their latest low observable air superiority suits was something else. This was no squadron we were dealing with, this was a vanguard strike unit, something analogous to a demi-wing. Break, break, break. I ordered as I led my formation into a steep dive. The 3 Volos squadrons accelerated, their higher outputs shedding the heavy veils they were lurking under. At least that bit of CSR intel was confirmed. The Volos powerful veiling systems were not able to contain the full output of combat maneuvering. Part of me wondered why they were here. Nearly 40 of those suits had to be a significant fraction of Elena's Volos fleet. Duplicitous Elenas. They must have used their accomplices as cover. Violet Blood cried with more than a bit of jealousy in her outrage. We can congratulate them on a trick well set up later, I replied through gritted teeth as we gained more speed, corkscrewed half a turn and raced off on an obliquely southern heading. We could have snap maneuvered into a turn, but that would have slowed us down, and the one advantage we had was that it would take the Volos just a bit of time to fully power out of stealth mode and accelerate to combat maneuvering mode. Diamond Actual, this is Kestrel, Do you need assistance? A new dispatcher called in, just a bit of heat on the fleet officer's words. The HFV Kestrel was a Colibri torpedo corvette. A small, relatively quick vessel that still carried over half a dozen Fujiwara aerial torpedoes, which gave it a fair bite. I appreciated the offer, but the range was far from ideal. Kestrel, we could use some fire support, but I'm a bit concerned about this spiraling out of control. Beyond the Kestrel there were multiple household fleet squadrons incoming. But they would all arrive in time to avenge us. Volos squadrons are about to cross the border, Grey Dawn stated, her voice cold and clinical as she confirmed the headings. At least our suits would get good location data for the enemy RP, for a while. I swore at the map display. Escape was not yet impossible, not quite yet, but I gave the enemy a 3 in 5 chance of killing all of us. Understood. Half of our magazine are Skofnung anti-air torpedoes, Kestrel offered. If you can draw them, we can flood the sky with nearly 100 Vel missiles. The offer was appealing, but the range was still a problem. Oh, we were within the 140-mile range of a Skofnung. The problem was that even a supersonic missile would take a few minutes to cross the distance between us. I doubted we had that much time. Map distances flashed over my eyes and I sighed. There were options. I had drawn out combat with enemies many times before. Rarely ones equipped with such good sensor support. There would be no hiding my location this time. We can hold them, downsell ourselves and let the missiles harrow them and the fleet mop up, Violet Blood suggested, echoing my first option. Haughty but stern, she sounded like so many Black Skyvian nobles trying to find scraps of glory in the cold calculus of war. Besides, we've got an ace who's fought 9 versus 1 and won. Have they? Her question was light, but unlike Narvo's this time she would stay at my side. If it comes to that, we'll do our duty, I promised her before changing the COMM channel. Kestrel, do you have any Ascalon torpedoes? Yes 4, the comms officer seemed befuddled. Outstanding. Fire 2 of them on the following course with terminal guidance and detonation on my mark. But Diamond Actual, you wanted things to not spiral out of control. I could not fault the dispatcher. The Ascalon was a ship killer with over half a ton of special alchemically enhanced explosives. The same speed as the Skofnung, it still had the same timing issue. Yes. Torpedoes are already away, she replied a bit testily. Uplink should be active in 3, 2, 1. My display updated. Flight, follow my lead. What's the plan? Visha asked. Beneath my faceplate, I pulled back my lips. I'm going to be diplomatic. Chapter 19, Old Acquaintances in Unenv. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the return verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC Thingy. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shin Atsuki, and Nutco, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/ Other website Temple of Ranma Senshi Sifuku. CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 19, Old Acquaintances and Uninvited Guests Part 2. High over Lake Asupram on our northern border with House Elena, my flight had been sent to investigate an Elenus recon squadron watching our training exercise. It turned out they were in fact a vanguard strike unit of 4 squadrons, including nearly 40 of their latest Volos air superiority suits. We were hilariously outnumbered. From Norden to Narvos to a dozen of other grubby hellholes, my troops and I had struggled against the odds. This time, it was 12 to 1. I had beaten something close to that before, but War Mistress Rodswar had been overconfident, had toyed with me, and had allowed me to defeat her forces in detail. I saw no such faults with Pukovnik Armin. Her pilot's equipment was roughly comparable to ours, Elena's training was thoroughly acceptable, and they had the additional advantage of a quartet of advanced recon suits. We had only talked briefly, but she seemed sensible enough, a far cry from the ranting War Mistress. I was counting on that. Backup was en route. Icons from the medium carrier Hornets escorts and RP squadrons were tantalizingly close on my map display, but moving with aching slowness. Except for a pair of Ascalon torpedoes racing across the sky, those icons were quite fast. Our heading was not directly towards the Volos squadrons. They had come in using a textbook formation where each squadron was supported by the other. 2 were spread out in staggered chevrons side by side with the third higher and in between. Even at cruise speed, they had impressive enough veiling systems. At least House Elena was getting something out of the money they'd sunk into the project. However, with my flight using Gorgon rigs on active, we were more than able to keep our eyes on them, or close enough that it made little practical difference. I started to bend the course of my flight, feigning an attempt to evade and slip past the Volos squadrons and get to the recon squadron. The Elenus reacted just as I was expecting, moving to protect those 4 exceedingly valuable recon suits. It amused me a bit because 3 dozen stealth suits were far more expensive than 4 Mokoshs. But I could respect wanting to protect your not as frontline comrades. That respect did not preclude me from taking advantage of their impulse, or their training to draw out more time. Anything for just that much more time. What is the plan, ma'am? Grey Dawn asked. We're going to talk, I replied. It was a plan that had almost worked before. But now I had an idea what fears were driving the Alina's commander. My flight took a moment to process that. With a pair of torpedoes at our back. Grey Dawn clarified while Violet Blood made a gleeful noise. I glanced at the display. Oh, they're no longer at our back. Like all supersonic Fujiwara torpedoes, the Ascalon cruised at a bit below Mach 3. However, for the terminal phase it sprinted up to 3.5 times the speed of sound. Taking a sip of water, I made one request to the fleet before switching to the open channel. Pukovnik Armin. Pukovnik Armin. Are you still lost? Do you need navigational assistance? There was a beat as I watched the pair of Ascalons race past my flight. The Volos squadrons knew they were coming and had started to break into sub-formations. Which was why Black Skyvian doctrine was to fire torpedoes carrying clusters of anti-air missiles. The enemy squadrons also knew this and figured they had a bit more range. Which was why I blew the torpedoes early. A pair of miniature suns flared in the sky as enough high-energy ordnance to blow through 2 capital ships detonated. The Volos squadrons were already braking and maneuvering as if they were about to be plagued by Vel missiles. And while 40 missiles for 36 pilots was not great, for an elite unit equipped with the best Elena had to offer, they had to think their chances were good. Instead, their wards flared and flashed as the shockwaves buffeted both of them. They didn't expect that. Violet Blood's glee was infectious as the 3 enemy squadrons took a moment to recover and get back into good order. Countess, what game are you playing? Pukovnik Amelia Armin demanded over the open channel. Look, we could all fight, and waste a lot of money, lives, and equipment. You've got the numbers to run my flight down and kill us. But it will cost you. How many of your latest ritual plate are you willing to sacrifice? What about your commanding brigadier? Is House Elena willing to gut their Volos pilot corps tonight? And for what? Observations on a cadet's training exercise. And on my signal another pair of torpedoes launched from the Kestrel. What are you afraid of? I pressed. That this isn't a training mission. That someone with my reputation couldn't possibly be babysitting a bunch of cadets. There's just a medium carrier group behind me. The Hornet is barely enough for a raid, but she is enough to take out your Vanguard strike unit. I kept my tone even. From what I recalled, there were no significant forces from the First Home Fleet on maneuvers at this latitude tonight. If I were wrong and a fleet carrier or 2 or, Dark Star forbid, a heavy air trinity were up north near the border with Elena, then my words would be far from calming. Despite the risk, I put as much magnanimity in my voice as I could. Or, you can leave with your shiny suits. And the intel you gathered tonight? In time, you can figure out what the cadets were fighting against based on how they were moving. Nearly 40 Volos air superiority suits had reoriented themselves and had resumed their closing course, but this time spread out on far wider frontage. It made them more likely to survive a torpedo strike but more susceptible to being defeated in detail by opposing ritual plate. There was a low chuckle from the Alina's commander. This isn't the first time you've used yourself as bait, Countess. Far from it, Amelia. The question is, will you step into the trap? Are you no better than the Wildcat Ziox or the Cavalier Trosier? Yes, yes, next you'll point out that even our dissolute allies in Luxon realized the wisdom of not fighting you. Pukovnik Armin sighed. I speak unveiled on the honor of Elena. You have my bond if I have your oath. You exaggerate and flatter me, Amelia, I said as if this were a ball and we were exchanging calling cards. But yes, Pukovnik, you have my word in the Imperatrix's name and on Dark Star's blood, that if your forces leave in good order we will not fire upon you. The broadsheets and newsreels didn't stray too far from the truth with you, did they? Amelia laughed. She then switched to Vokavian which Visha translated for our flight. All forces do not engage. Repeat, do not engage. Change bearing and take the least time route to cross the joint transit corridor. We are done here. There was a pause, no doubt them checking that confirmation on a secured COMM channel, but then the enemy forces did a quick turn that for a brief moment left them exposed to a counter-strike. Instead, I remote detonated the 2 inbound torpedoes. They were still far enough away to cause no harm to our guests. Watching the squadron's retreat, a shiver went through me, but I ordered my flight to follow a respectful distance behind. Our cruising was sedate, our heading was steady and predictable, and our scrying remained on active. Flight ops, this is Diamond Actual, I stated after drinking a bit of heated broth. Elena's recon squadron has been investigated. Further Elena assets, Volos Model RP, were discovered totaling demi-wing strength. We are escorting them back out of contested airspace. Confirmed Diamond Flight, the dispatcher said. One moment. Stand by. Ma'am, you are aware you were using the open channel to talk to your new friend, Amelia? Grey Dawn inquired over the flight channel. How else would we communicate? We didn't set up a private broadcast channel. I replied. While there were established procedures outlining limited comms sharing with allies, House Elena was far from our ally, and sharing a direct COMM link would have violated protocol. What she means is that everyone could listen in. All the pilots on both sides, the fleet units, even our cadets and any civilians monitoring that channel, Visha explained. My tail stilled as we flew. Ah, an excellent point. It was a great feat of domination, Countess. Violet Blood cheered. You showed everyone who was in charge. I was, briefly, thankful when flight ops interrupted. Diamond Actual, I have Hornet Actual. And then my heart sank. Prefectus Commodore Lady Eliza Bellis Hoofbridge, a pleasure, I greeted the carrier's commander formally. I tensed. It looked like she was not even going to wait until I got back to her ship to chew me out. Primus Centurion Countess Diamond Dust, I am sorry, Prefectus Hoofbridge said with a mix of regret and surprised satisfaction. Your, what? I blurted out, many lessons on deportment and how to communicate with superiors tumbling out of my mind in shock. Oh, it's not a formal apology. Though knowing your mother, if things had gone. She laughed as if sending 4 pilots out to potential doom was just a part of the job. Which, indeed, it was. Regardless, I am sorry that you did not get to wet your claws. I commend you on your restraint. Ah. It was a bit trying at moments. That was the truth. I took in the map. The training exercise was long done, but the fleet assets, both airships Ritual Plate, and many cadets had been moving to the north. No wonder Pukovnik Armin decided to take her forces back to the Alina's side of the Great Lake. I know it must have galled you to just let them go like that, but we both know those recon suits likely already transmitted whatever intel they had gathered from the exercise. And while you might not have been able to give those Volos suits a bloody nose, your own Gorgon rigs have been giving us good telemetry and more on them. I suppose we'll have to be satisfied with that, I allowed. I do wonder just why they had a full Vanguard strike unit out here. Maybe they were testing our scrying systems to see when we'd spot their new Volos suits. That is a possibility, ma'am. They set up that recon squadron. They'll learn a bit more about our training, but the real lesson was seeing when we would respond and if we would notice a few squadrons of their new stealth fighter suits lying doggo. Perhaps, Countess. They could also have been going off on some other mission and were close enough to back up that recon squad. That's a question for Fleet Intel, or CSR if they find that level of skullduggery worth it. I'd be happy to help, I replied with forced gusto. The Household Fleet Intelligence Service was not so bad, if a bit stuffier than the Imperial Legion's equivalent. Both focused on military intelligence and had counter-intel branches to secure facilities and guard against subornation and infiltration. All logical stuff with focused remits. It was the Office of Cultural Reconnaissance, and their far broader charter, that worried me. Good, I've sent my second squadron out to relieve you, though some of Kestrel's girls may beat them to the punch. After that, I request you get back on my ship and take the rest of the night off. I don't want you getting back out into the sky and trying to find your new Alina's friend. I gave a laugh that wheezed with all the build-up stress escaping. Of course Hoofbridge thought I was just as bloody-minded as she was. We can do that, Hornet Actual. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Early autumn was a lovely time in the City of Trees. The air was starting to grow cooler and the leaves were turning but had yet to fall. A festive air hung over the city as the various faiths present in Sylvana prepared for the major holidays concentrated in the next few months. Some of the celebrations were cloyingly commercialized or overly sanctimonious and generally tedious, but the overall melange was charming enough. I suppose my mood was elevated by recent events. The whole incident north of the Adria testing range had terminated in debriefings, including a detailed review of my flight's scrying intake. The clouds of hyped reputation and endless meetings even had a silver lining, as I got to present our findings on the Volos Ritual Plate to one of our aggressor squadrons. They were the dissimilar training instructors who provided simulations of enemy pilots for pilot training. That my flight had some very nice telemetry on the capabilities of those suits was a ribbon in my hair, to say the least. That it both helped the security of my house and advanced my career was a happy coincidence. Then came the debriefing of my noble cadets. They had fared well, and only took a bit of justifiable pride in winning the bet over Wencesla's fleet cadets. They still had a few rough edges, but there was only so much a few months of training and a handful of live fire exercises could drill into them. The real improvement to my mood was due to my mother Clementia coming by for a visit. She had not been able to come by in time for the Feast of Dark Star, but she was here now. Seeing her again almost made up for how I was dressed and how we had spent the day. I wrinkled my nose. Almost. You know you don't have to wear the half veil, Mother Clementia said with a light smile as we sat down in the cafe. It was not my usual place. We had just left the annex to the Upper Sylvan Dark Star Cathedral of Our Hallowed Lady. I was not too familiar with this part of the city, as I normally performed my obeisance at the family shrine in my duchess's manner. But I had been around the cathedral long enough to know where the better local coffee and pastries could be found. This particular cafe, and the adjacent pub, looked like they had been built out of a corner of a set of row houses. The apartments had been gutted, with the upper half now converted into a large multi-floor atrium that served as a plant nursery and the lower half left for the aforementioned businesses, as well as the sale and storage of various botanical supplies. It all meant this cafe was still filled with the delicate scents of fresh flowers and rich soil even now, when fall was upon us. Just below us and down a switchback, a large hotel loomed, all brass accents and bas-relief carvings. The banners of minor houses Crocelli and Vuelia fluttered from the entrance, and from the heavy presence of hotel detectives and even imperial legionaries I supposed the building was hosting some sort of diplomatic summit. It was certainly busy enough, with knots of people out on the hotel's own café patio engaged in quiet conversations. I watched them for a moment and shook my head. I didn't have to wear the veil during the ceremonies. I asked, focusing on my mother. Laughing, she tucked back an errant lock of hair. The rest of her purple hair was hidden behind the long shiny black headdress that fell from the bandeau tightly encircling her brow. A silver four-pointed star adorned the front of the gamp that draped down from her neck and coif. The rest of her habit consisted of her tall boots, long gloves, and a dress below a bodice laced with pale red ribbons. You know the symbolism. She looked every part a sister of the Order of Our Hallowed Lady. And I looked just as much like a novitiate sister. Most of the time, it was easy to forget, or at least push aside, the fact that I had taken the simple vows and obligations to the Church of Darkstar. As a novitiate there were no vows of poverty or chastity, and it did not interfere with my legionary career or the noble games from my other mother Duchess Silverflight. Novitiates are to be seen and not heard, I stated. My status as a nun, even a glorified trainee, was hard to ignore when I was wearing my own headdress. Going down to my shoulders, it was far shorter than Mother Clementia's and thus only covered most of my hair. Long curled bangs managed to escape. The ethereal white dress was plain enough, with only some ruffles, a ribbon tie and large black cuffs. Honestly, after having to endure gowns, the dress was more than acceptable, even if it was covered by stars and other dark star iconography. The half veil over my nose and mouth, however. And I do appreciate you spending time with me, my mother took my hand. And bearing with our order. Our. Clementia smiled. Dear, you didn't just take the vows to please me. And it's not pressure from the church, they're more than satisfied with your performance as a relic bearer. You're dressed this way because of your faith. I stopped fussing with my half veil. Well. Could I have just not done this? Does this mean I could stop? My mother squeezed my hand. What worries you, daughter? I did not want to trouble her with my questions of faith. There had been more rumors of Darkstar's return, but those were seemingly evergreen. I had my doubts as to what Darkstar was actually like when she was alive, but I still tried to live my life, well I had always lived to the role set out by society. I have advanced evasion school next week. Reinhild has been helping me train, but it is intense, I stated. Is that it? Mother asked before pulling back so the somewhat odd and diffident waitress could take our orders. Which I suppose was fair, given how we were dressed. I was also wearing the ruby teardrop ornament of the Preserver Order around my neck. She probably doesn't recognize you, Mother assured as the waitress left. One upside of having my hair stuffed under this thing, I noted. There is a degree of anonymity, but your wings are special even if they don't know who you are, Mother Clementia said. Fluffing my wings, I laughed ruefully. Indeed. These things are special enough for an Alina's commander to guess my identity after a mere glimpse of them. My mother gave a small smile. How are things going in the orphanage? I asked. I'd like to come and visit for the winter holidays, or maybe the Feast of Darkstar if I'm on leave. The girls are doing well, the Tavash twins were adopted. Oh? The pale girls with short blonde hair and black wings? They did ballet. My mother nodded. After learning about you. A nice couple running a tractor and golem repair ship has taken them in. They live over by the barony your violet blood runs. I smiled. That's good. Maintaining farm equipment was vital work, and in high demand if you were skilled at it. Your assistance has been very helpful. Her tail swishing, Clementia took my hand again. And they'll be delighted to see you. It was hard to not be embarrassed. It seemed I was doomed to be mobbed by broodlings wherever I went. Was it that battle that worried you? It wasn't a battle, I didn't fire a shot. Clementia waggled a finger. Daughter, you detonated a bunch of big missiles. But no one got hurt. I did not whine. If it's not you risking your life that bothered you. Clementia observed. It bothers you. She gave an indulgent little smile that reminded me of when I was very young. Of course. I worry whenever you deploy and whenever you train. Mother squeezed my hand. But I'm proud of how you've grown. I looked down and tried to keep my emotions in check. She was not just being literal. I was still short for my age, but I was getting taller and was feeling my 14 years. Toria, you're not the warmonger the propaganda has made you out to be. I understand that you feel the need to wear a mask, to be a leader for of your girls. I fidgeted, not sure what to do. I wanted to pull my hand away. I wanted to run off, to fly off. I wanted to climb into her lap and cry. I decided to be stoic. Her voice was very soft. I did raise you, dear, you're no jingoist. Just consider your Baroness. She's a fine woman, but you're not like her. I suppose that's why you also have Miss Shadow, their temperaments are complementary. They are good companions. I did not like being at a loss for words. Mother Clementia gave me an indulgent look. They're more than just companions, dear. No, Mother. Intellectually, I had no objections. Years ago Loveblood had made the case of how an arranged marriage between us would be logical, and given our personalities and interests, would in all likelihood be less than unpleasant. After some initial friction between my vs. more on Violet Blood's part, Visha had endorsed that plan, after making a place for herself in such a future. Privately, I still found some measure of disquiet at the idea of my social, and not so social, affections being plotted out before me. But I did not feel strongly enough to object to the whole thing. Maybe if I was being pushed, but Visha took care to rein in Loveblood whenever she got overly enthusiastic, only occasionally did Victorious have to be literal in that duty. Thankfully, the waitress had returned bearing out lunches, and I could focus on something else. I was happy to have a reason to undo my veil and pin it to the side. Mother Clementia had gotten a savory broth, a bowl of some hard cheese, dried fruit, and a bit of dried sausage, and a glass of sweet red wine. She did give a small frown at my plate of pastries and coffee. Her chair creaked as she moved over to sit next to me and hasted the waitress to bring out more broth and another bowl so she could share her salad. Mother, I'm fine. I won't have you starving yourself, she said, making sure the second order of broth was before me. I managed to hold back any pouting as I picked up the spoon, tail limp. Giving a satisfied nod, she began eating. How are your studies going? At least the broth was good. I'm doing well. The classes are interesting. Are you making new friends? Mother, I'm a Primus Centurion, I said sternly, without whining. I'm training cadets and will soon have squadron command, I trailed off. Dear. It's nothing. My mother looked down at me. Magnus Quirinus, my squadron leader before I went here for the war college. Yes, she seemed like a lovely and competent woman when I met her at your 12th birthday party. She just got her promotion to tribune, I admitted. Did you send her a congratulatory letter? Of course, I snorted. And she'll soon be commanding a demi-wing. Mother Clementia sipped some of her broth then ate some cheese. And you'll be promoted to prefect centurion after your studies here, she noted. If things go to plan, in charge of one of Tribune Quirinus's 4 squadrons, I noted and went back to eating. You don't sound too happy. I'm just preoccupied with how I'll have to fill out a squadron. That'll be 8 more pilots. I'll also need 3 Primus Centurions, though I have ideas on 2 of those slots. I sipped some coffee. Not to mention training them to be proficient with Pollux ORP, having them up to work as a team and then integrating them all with Quirinus's other squadrons. Oh, is that all that weighs your mind? She put her arm around me and pulled me into a hug. As I leaned onto her, I might have started to purr. I don't want to burden you with my fears, Mother Clementia said as she squeezed me a bit tighter. It's not a burden, I replied, my tail swishing. I shouldn't have signed up so young. Clementia gave a little laugh. I would lie if I said your age was not a part of my fears, but I'll still worry even when you're fully grown with broodlings of your own. But... My heart sped up. That's a long way off. Yes, I know even when you're old enough, there's regulations about pregnancy when on active duty. I'm in no rush for grandkids, daughter. There was a tiny bit of gratitude tinged with wistfulness in her voice. Given my mother's vows, I doubted she expected to ever have a daughter, let alone granddaughters. There's time. Sighing, I relaxed into the hug. I've got time. Tribune Quirinus has her own training, and I have to finish the current set of courses at the War College. It was not enough for a degree, but I could resume my studies and distance learning was always an option. Not to mention the rest of my flight and our ritual is to have their own lessons. And your lessons at Mima Lumina, Mother Clementia added with a tease. My tail stilled. Yes, Mother. Duchess Silverflight was very generous in arranging Violet Blood and myself to receive such tutoring. My mother resumed eating. Is it that bad to go to a school with girls your own age? Mima Lumina is a very prestigious school. I tried not to glare. It's not a full course load, just some private instruction. The idea of spending 40 to 50 hours a week in some sort of prissy school for nobles set my teeth on edge. It was more than just a waste of time, the limited amount of interaction was bad enough. At least with my cadets I always had the option to flog them. Ah, something like finishing school? I suppose you, is the term sword nobles? I suppose you do need some polishing to get along in high society. Mother Clementia's tone was playfully teasing. I did not growl, at least certainly not at her. Is it that bad? I knew you grit your fangs at the various deportment and attitude lessons when you were a broodling, but you still volunteered to take extra classes. Exhaling, I calmed myself, that was easier in Mother's presence. I agree with the utility of the classes, and I am learning from them, but I still have my private complaints that I have to take such classes. Clementia laughed. Ah, the legionary's right to complain. Something like that, I admitted before having more broth. I felt my mother's curiosity as we both ate. After a couple minutes I decided to explain myself. It's the sinking realization that learning how to navigate the social minefields that come from dealing with spoiled teenage girls may very well aid me when dealing with noble intrigue or legion and fleet officers. I can only speak for the social dynamics of the ecclesiastical world, but you're not wrong. I frowned. Sometimes I feel like everyone is a crazy demon, or at least immature, and that everyone is really my age, they just look like adults. That I'm older than I look. Wincing at my near slip-up, I thought of Lady Hoofbridge and her views on throwing my flight at our largest rival as a bit of saber rattling. I'll confess, daughter, most adults are faking it. I sighed. That conclusion has become inescapable. You have always been a very sensible and sober young girl, my mother agreed. She left unstated that that was part of why I was never adopted when I was at the orphanage. Sometimes I wondered what my life would be like if I was adopted by more conventional parents. If I had been raised by women of more normal jobs and status. I presume I would have been happy in some small town, maybe I'd work as a scrivener or some sort of clerk, but I still would have had my affinity for Zephyr. And I would have come under pressure to sign up, to do my part. I have been in a situation similar to Visha. I continued to ponder as I ate. Unless I once again found patronage, I would not have been in a cadet program, so I would have signed on to Black Skyvian service earlier, and I would have had far less time to train. I could feel my mother's amusement. She rarely pestered me when I was pondering and was happy to enjoy companionable silence. It was a shame I had to wear this headdress, part of me wanted her to brush my hair. But she had a meal to eat too. The meal ended and I felt some regret, in part because I had to put my half-veil back on but mostly because I had to say goodbye to Mother Clementia for the rest of the day. We will be having dinner, she promised, giving me a hug after I paid for the lunch. I nodded. You can tag along if you want. It's rather dry fiscal allocations of tithes and endowments, but, she gestured to how I was dressed, you are qualified to sit in. My tail flicked. It was a tempting offer. Over the last 2 years I had learned more about how charitable donations worked under Sylvan law and the tax codes that the nobility operated under. Due to our privileged status, our fiscal records were far less private than those of commoners. I could see the arguments in favor of this arrangement. Our tax code was simple in a way that warmed my heart, but it could be circumvented. I could also see it as a means for the imperatrix to keep a check on powerful factions while also being aware of their resources and assets. Thank you for the offer. I bowed my horns. Normally, I would accept, but I have an appointment this afternoon with my logistics instructor on a project that she thinks can be presented for formal review. She returned the bow, then with a smile pulled me into another hug. I'll take notes and we can go over them at dinner. I smiled and with some reluctance we separated. She went on her way to the cathedral and I started walking down. There was a funicular station opposite that grand hotel. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. I strode down the stone stairs with purpose, only somewhat self-conscious about how I was dressed. Normally, I wore my Legion uniform when out in the city, so it was interesting to see the contrast in how I was treated. Admittedly, in both cases I was given a respectful diffidence. However, a novitiate sister of the Order of Our Hallowed Lady was given more of the respect of the institution. Whereas, on the other wing, the awards, specialization, and rank of my legionary uniform, or the hairpins I could wear when out of uniform, had people more agog at my personal achievements. Even more so when they realized how young I was to be wearing those badges of rank and accomplishment. A young teenage novitiate sister was normal. A decorated teenage Volantes ace and flight leader was something else. I waited for the traffic to thin at the crosswalk. The funicular station was just across the street next to the small glen of a park. Before I could cross, a panicked bellhop ran up to me, her wings akimbo and her tail flailing. With honey blonde hair that was pinned up in her pillbox cap, she was dressed as if she were some Grand Army Marshal with more gold braid than a Luxon dress uniform and more frogging than a Trosic admiral. The green uniform managed to be ostentatious and servile. Can I help you? I'm so sorry, sister, the bellhop bowed her head, gasping. Held in her hands was a silver-edged calling card. She paused to gather herself and inhaled. Are you Primus Volantes Centurion Countess Toria Magnus Diamond Dust? She asked in the tumbling rush of someone who only recently was told something she had to memorize. I am. What's this about? I'm sorry. She repeated with another bow. The Dayu Continental has been honored to host embassies from both houses Krokelli and House Vualaya while they discuss matters of import. I glanced at the hotel's grandiose frontage, all that heroic statuary made mundane by their placement overlooking a loading and unloading zone full of various vehicles. Yes, I noticed the banners. While not exactly neighbors, both minor houses were south of House Black Sky across the Gaudia Sea, Krokelli on the western side of Dayu, Vualaya across from the eastern end of the continent. More than the fluttering banners hanging in front of the lobby, there were plenty of people sitting and talking in the little groups, as I had noticed earlier. Not to mention the abundance of security personnel from all three houses in attendance, plus the private forces of the Continental. One woman with orange hair and sober businesswear caught my eye. She was with a cluster of people out having a smoke. One of the attendees begs the indulgence of a moment of your time. The bellhop held out the card by the far corners to make sure we did not inadvertently touch when I took it. I opened the card and it took effort to not set it aflame, let alone to not shred it with my claws. Ah! I read it again and looked up at the banners. They were still just the emerald green over black of House Krokelli and the seafoam and sapphire of House Vualaya. I did not see the banner for House Ziox, a chevron of silver wings over a wheat gold disc on a red and blue background. I did not want to create a scene, I was already attracting some attention. My tail straightened. Please give Company Captain Samith Rodswar my regards, but alas I will not be able to meet with her today. I had no interest in meeting the sister of the war mistress who had tried to abduct and brainwash me. Are you sure about that, Countess? An orange-haired woman in a sober black jacket, bodice, and grey skirt asked, suddenly at my side. She had magenta skin, neat bangs, and a ponytail. Behind her gold-framed glasses her eyes twinkled. At least the librarian had done the courtesy of not actively puffing on her slim cigar as she approached. Librarian Evadne, I bowed my horns and then waved the calling card. Are you sure about this? Her tail curling, the bellhop looked between us. If there's nothing else. She wanted out of this situation, quite the sensible girl. Oh yes, the Countess will deal with the matter personally, Evadne assured. The hotel staffer took her chance and scurried back to the protection of the hotel. I do hope you'll do me this favor, the librarian brightly said. I frowned at her. Unless my memory of Ortov is faulty, wouldn't the favor go the other way? Her smile grew. Don't you want more favors from the Liberius? I stared. Ah, wise for one so young. She studied her cigar and pouted, the end had gone out. I can't force you to talk with Samith. Why is she even here? How did she get into the country? House Vualaya has hired her as a consultant to evaluate their ritual plate core. She's part of their delegation at this summit as a military attaché. And as long as she stays on the grounds and comports herself, Captain Rodswar is entitled to the protections of being part of the Vualian embassy. Evadne shrugged. Oh, House Krokelli must love that. My wings twitched as I pinched the bridge of my nose. The woman who trained Diluvian separatist pilots would be sitting across the negotiating table from House Krokelli. Yes, I dare say bringing her was a way to thumb their nose at them, Evadne agreed. Haven't she and her mercenary band fought Krokelli's forces directly? I added. They've certainly fought ours. Yes, Queen Vualaya isn't dueling with blunted swords in these negotiations. She's needling both Krokelli and us as the hosting house. There is some elegance as Rodswar does have an expertise and with her status as a sellsword her actions cannot be, officially, blamed on Ziox. Evadne shrugged elegantly. As far as we know, she has not done anything aggressive at all while in service to Vualaya. And you want to bring me into a spat between minor houses separated by the Gaudia Sea? I asked, looking for some way to get out of this diplomatic intrigue. Laughing, Evadne snapped her fingers and relit her cigar. Oh no, I don't want you to talk to the younger Rodswar to smooth over some mere trade deal. I want you to figure out why Samith wants to talk to you. Frowning, I glanced at the hotel. I did not want to get further into this mess. The Rodswar family had been a problem for me for years. This is a diplomatic event. And you're being invited. The librarian looked me over. And I suppose your garment helps make you look pious and non-threatening, sister. I glared. Do you have a sidearm under that dress? Confusion grew as I blinked up at her. I did have a few firearms, mostly what I had to purchase as a Black Skyvian Imperial Legionary. Despite being a Legion flyer we were expected to be proficient in small arms. My Duchess also had a fair number of hunting pieces not to mention the equipment of her non-ritual plate mercenaries. There was also my maid Rienhild's collection. I rarely carried a sidearm, and the last time I had to use my Mark 36 battle rifle was a particularly bad night in Fob Emerald Inferno almost a year ago when Diluvian raiders almost snuck through the wire and into the forward base. Do you want one? She lightly asked in that amused inquisitiveness that seemed a hallmark of her profession. What about security? What about it? She happily retorted, tail swishing. Personally, I'd rather have time to change. You look good. The librarian smiled. I would appreciate your help in this, but if you have an appointment, please, don't let me detain you. I look at the sparkling eyes behind those slim glasses. My tail went limp as I sighed. Fine, I'll do my part. Grinning, Evadne clapped her hands, turned on her heel, and started walking back to the hotel. I trudged after her. The interior lobby of the hotel was cool and I was breezed past various guards, security, and overly ornamented servants. Somewhere in the process I lost the librarian and found myself alone by the reception desk holding the silver-edged card. There was a gentle gust and the air got a bit more comfortable. Before I could call to the receptionist, the nervous honey-blonde bellhop intercepted me. Countess? If you'll follow me. Going through a few more layers of security surrounding the chatting diplomats, I was thankful that I wore the Preserver Order award. A couple checkpoints actually asked to verify my identification and my invitation. It was reassuring that someone could not just dress up like a trainee nun and sneak in. The bellhop led back out to a rear portico. There were a few people sitting at the tables. More than a few eyes fell upon me, but my attention was at the willowy woman sitting at a table shaded by a poplar tree. I had only seen photos of her from CSR and other intelligence briefings, but it was her. With confident air, I strode over. She already had a cup on a saucer. Company Captain Samith Rodswar was a bit duskier than her sister with a light bronze coloration. She had the same hard amber eyes and close-cropped black hair. She looked younger than her late sister, even a bit more youthful than the dossier CSR had on her. Her frosty smile was just slightly warmer than the cold elegance Safania had borne. That is until I surprised, killed, and fed upon the war mistress. Countess, or do you prefer Primus Centurion? Please, sit. I don't want to offend, I know how precious noble titles and warlike reputations are to you Black Skyvians, Samith flashed her fangs. Old hatred, worn comfortable by time and use, radiated from her. The pilot wore a dark purple jacket with matching slacks and a white shirt. A silver feather, a symbol of House Xiox, was on one lapel with a gold quiver full of arrows denoting her command of a mercenary company on the other. Lavender horns curled out of her brow and her wings were folded back as her tail was curled onto her lap. I sat and stared at her. Taller than I expected, but it has been 2 years. She tilted her head and sipped some tea. I sent you a calling card. No doubt it's already at that upslope mansion of your mother's. She did reward you handsomely for what you did. The war mistress attacked me. Samith gave that chill smile. Yes. I had hoped to maybe talk to you later, but then, she gestured up to the block at a higher elevation where the cathedral and that cafe were, but then, I saw you. And you were all dressed up for church. Maybe your Lady Darkstar wanted us to meet. If she did, wouldn't we both be in the skies in our armor and not at a diplomatic summit? I snapped back. She laughed. Oh, you almost sound like you believe that. Come Countess, do you actually fool people with this lady warrior thing? Do you? With your righteous vengeance. Oh Countess, you know that the best lies have a kernel of truth to prop them up. She gave a laugh made all the more disturbing for the genuine mirth. I know you've been making inquiries, using your mother's connections, maybe some of your personal networks. Good little nobles who want an honorable duel wouldn't do such things. I folded my hands on the table. What is it that you want? She sipped her tea. It's not enough that we should meet face to face at least once before we settle this tawdry feud. The failings of your family have little to do with me. Any other Legion flyer would have caused you the same trouble. There was that laugh again. Oh, if we're playing up to arrogant stereotypes then perhaps I should bring up my ancestors, or maybe I should have worn a headdress too. What do you want? I repeated. I heard you had a spot of trouble with House Elena recently. The woman squared her teacup on the saucer and pushed it to one side. I wouldn't say that. House Xiox was ambivalent at best towards House Elena. Mostly it was because the smaller great house had enough wars and rivals and could ill afford to have yet another enemy. House Elena's feelings were more complicated as they were staunch allies of House Luxon, one of Xiox's traditional foes. No, you wouldn't, Samith's tail flicked out of her lap. Countess, yes for this, it's Countess, I'm a mercenary. I gave a small smile. Samith was only a mercenary because that gave House Xiox plausible deniability. Don't you get haughty to me, your own mother, the Duchess, is a sellsword, Samith spat. That's why I'm even talking with you. She took out a bronze tuning fork. It had the slightly more angular engravings of Xioxan enchantments, but I recognized the device. Especially, after she struck it on the side of the table. The vibrations were prickly to my horns. I blinked at the little privacy generator. My Duchess often used such devices, during similar meetings. I'm sorry, perhaps you could clarify. Amber eyes smoldered at me as she leaned back. I know you don't trust me, and have no idea how much it galls me to come to you, of all people on Daiu. She flexed her hands and the air at her back became blustery. But I am a businesswoman, thanks to you, Countess. And I have something to sell, something your mother, or maybe some of your less savory friends may be very interested in. I squared my shoulders. So this was great house politics. What do you have in mind, Captain Rodswar? Chapter 20, War by Other Means. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Daya Demon's verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC Thingy. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shinatsuki, and Nutko, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/ Other website Temple of Ranma's Senshi Sifuku. CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 20, War by Other Means. Company Captain Samuth Rodswar's amber eyes burned with hate and mirth. I could understand why she loathed me. Yes, her older sister was a monster who had planned to kidnap, break, brainwash, and twist me into her daughter. But to Samuth, all of that was irrelevant. War Mistress Zafania Rodswar had been her sister, and I had killed her. And I not only had I killed Zafania, but I had done so in a way that left very little of the War Mistress to repatriate back to House Xiox. Yes, I could understand Samuth's emotions, but I had little patience for them. I was here because Samuth had asked me to meet with her. For both our sakes, I hoped she had asked me here for an actual reason instead of just a way to further sharpen her grudge. What do you have? I asked, repeating my question. We were in the back portico of the Dayu Continental. The hotel was serving as the venue for negotiations between the minor houses of Krokeli and Vualaya. She was smartly dressed in charcoal grey and black where I, due to the unfortunate timing of Samuth's invitation, was still wearing my formal habit of a novitiate sister of Our Hallowed Lady, donned for a prior engagement. Samuth glanced back at the hotel and sighed. Her own Zephyr refreshed the little bronze tuning fork in its carved stand and the buzzing privacy field renewed. It's something I learned before I found my latest client. It is, in fact, why myself, my pilots, and our support staff went to House Vualaya. And now you're their military attaché. She glared. I'm only here because Queen Vualaya wants to needle both your house for strong-arming her into these negotiations and House Krokeli by seating one of their enemies across the table from them. You didn't have to work for House Vualaya, I shrugged. Her tail flicked. I was getting to that, Countess. It was only a momentary slip in her composure, but her ire, polished smooth, was blatant. She had grown far too comfortable wearing her emotions on her sleeve as a mercenary in the field. Her diplomatic skills had clearly suffered as a result. I shifted in my seat, suddenly, self-conscious of my wildly inappropriate habit. Sitting across from an enemy dressed as a novitiate sister was so awkward, worse the rougher fabric of the garment of my order kept distracting me from Samuth. At least, I told myself, I was not wearing some poofy sequined and ruffled gown to palaver with the enemy. That would have been a true embarrassment. Why are you even offering this information you've gleaned? I asked, eager to swat the conversational ball back into her court. As far as I understand it, most mercenaries wait until they get paid before turning their coats. Credit to Samuth, she wasn't quite that easily drawn. Despite me giving her an ample opening for a retort, given my mother's vocation, perhaps it was too obvious. Who else stands up to House Elena? House Urkula, I replied, one of your staunchest allies, if memory serves. She smiled. Allies. She tasted the air. You don't really understand the triumvirate of Xiox, Trosier, and Urkula, do you? 3 great houses of moderate power banding together to offset the hegemonic blocks formed by the larger great houses, I stated. Ah, that noble officer education, Samuth replied with unlovely relish. The War College really suits you, Countess. Fine, I folded my hands before me. If this was an exam then I would give her a proper answer. Urkula has lived in fear of Xioxan raiders for many years. If not for the fact that most of border between your two houses coincides with the highest mountain range in Dayu, they would be the victims of your house's aggression, instead of Luxon or Andromache. After the last Great House War, Luxon's star was ascendant. They were no longer the sick woman of Dayu, they had gone from being on opposing sides with Elena in that war to a budding alliance with them. My older sister fought in that war, you know, Samuth noted bitterly. She told me stories when I was growing up. She did, much to help mother raise us. My condolences, I stated, the words flat and meaningless in my mouth. Try as I might, which I hadn't, I still couldn't find it in me to care that Zafania was dead. If anything, I cared more that Samuth had to be raised by her older sister, but even that was more academic abstraction. Oh, how little you know, Samuth chided as she sipped her tea. An alliance between the largest and third largest powers was natural. It's not like Elena had any interest in fighting Luxon even then. And then they could gang up to stop Black Sky. Which made Luxon stronger, and Andromache in diplomacy was working on all three of the biggest great houses. A strong Luxon and a protected Andromache put Urkula in quite the bind. Samoth smiled. It did. I sighed. Is this an evaluation? I know how these tricks go. Yes, I've heard the rumors about your cadet squadron, Samoth said dismissively. It's not my people's way of breaking privileged brats into something useful, but, well, if it works for you, then by all means, keep it up. Yes, I agreed, ignoring the barb, I think we will. I have, after all, seen your 2nd Assault Infiltration Wing's alumni. Samoth glowered. Your failure to secure a command slot in that wing wasn't the only reason you went mercenary, Captain Rodswar, I calmly stated, so kindly cease the farce. But back to the history lesson. Yes, Urkula had a choice of making concessions to House Xiox then or being forced to make even larger concessions later. They were already on good enough terms with Trosier, so joining into an alliance was their best option. So cold, so clinical, so Black Skyvian, Samoth teased. And you flip between the vendetta-obsessed raider and the cynical, realpolitik sellsword, I noted, running my finger along the lip of the empty cup sitting in front of me. Does neither mask suit you? How unfortunate. Her laugh almost felt genuine. And now we go back to Elena. She idly adjusted her cup. I have information. Information that is already being given to House Urkula, but, let us be honest. Who is more likely to use it? That depends on what you have, I pointed out, reserving judgment. Why me? Her eyes glinted. Because, Countess, this is what your family does. Or did you forget what your mother had arranged to acquire 2 years back, south of Narvos? A Xioxan officer's notes on the Trozic Armada, I said, filling in the blank with an answer we both already knew. Supposedly a fairly detailed collection, taken while the officer in question observed several wargames and joint training missions. Ah, so you never got to read them. Samoth shook her head. You people and your secrets. Her tail flicked back into her lap. Well, what if I were to tell you that Elena was making overtures to House Trosier? They are trade partners, they could be more. I leaned back. That would be very interesting to House Electo. Samoth sighed. Yes, Countess. I'll be sure to do the obvious and exchange information with them as well. Please pretend you're the genius all the cloying cinema shorts make you out to be. That was an easy ask, less dancing around would only bring this running sore of a conversation to a quicker end. You have information from a Trozic officer about Elena's military capability. There, Samoth smiled, pleased with herself, was that so hard? You could have just asked to talk to a Black Skyvian agent directly. The observation was matter of fact, for all that the personal element here was obvious. Samoth stared at me from across the table, something almost like confusion in her eyes for a quick moment. You are a Black Skyvian agent, she said, speaking slowly as if wary for some conversational tripwire. You are a Primus Centurion and a noble who earned her fief by blood. Such things don't count in Xiox, but I know how the game is played here. Your family is exactly the type of go-between for such negotiations. And do I even have to point out how you're dressed? Or the earrings you bear? Quite the statement of the morals of one of your house's official cults. My tail stilled. She was not wrong about my Duchess. She was a reserve officer in the legions. She also had her own mercenary company that had done more than a few questionable jobs, but despite that still had very good standing among the guilds. That made it more of a mockery that I was dressed as a novitiate nun. I really should have changed before attending a meeting with a foreign officer, but frankly, that was Samoth's problem. I had just been at an event at the cathedral with my mother, Clementia. This whole meeting was an unexpected and unwelcome diversion, and I had almost literally been grabbed off the street by her messenger and by Librarian Evadne. Still, I had my duties and would discharge them to the height of my abilities. Do you need a name? I asked, or perhaps a letter of introduction. Those amber eyes fixed upon me. That is the minimum you could offer, yes. You could choose to throw away any leverage on your part, and any considerations your mother Duchess Silverflight might earn. Do you really hate me so enough to squander such a potential coup as personally securing a new intelligence source? I don't hate you, I replied, speaking with complete honesty. I hated your sister. I loathed her for what she did to people I cared about, the lives she ruined, the things she forced me to do. And despite all the hassle, praise, and headache it brought me, I don't regret killing her. Behind my gauzy veil, I gave a little smile. But you? You're just another enemy pilot. Samoth's wings twitched. No, you're not merely another pilot, I said, smiling at my enemy. You did survive your encounter with the 5th Squadron of the 156th Infantry Legion's Beta Wing over the Crockelly jungles. Not many can make that claim. Indeed, not many of your pilots can make that claim. How many squadrons did you lose? I congratulate you for your skills as a survivor, they must be considerable. She folded her hands in her lap, but I could see the tips of her claws extending just a bit before she regained her control. Speaking of House Elena, I continued, pitching my tone towards affected idleness, do you know Pukovnik Amelia Arman? She commands one of their vanguard strike units. She managed to face me in the skies without losing a single pilot. Imagine that. Sameth twitched again. I have heard of her, she admitted. Most houses do not have such expansive ritual plate formations. With them, it is easy to keep up to date on officers of note. On some level, that is why your house makes a public spectacle of certain flyers. Sameth's wings twitched and she briefly made a bitter expression. But in your case, your reputation is not entirely unearned. And I do mean your actual reputation, not the ones perpetuated in theater, broadsheets, and cinema. Your jungle exploits alone show a marked divergence between reality and glamour. I almost smiled at her. We had both suffered in the sweltering green hell that was House Chrysali's interior. And thank you for not using that nickname. Ah, the jungle fox, Sameth laughed. I can see how you could get such a moniker, given the poor bedraggled vulpine creatures. She tapped the fork again. But no one actually called you that when you were stationed there. That's correct. Sameth gave a weary sigh as she gestured to the golden Zioxin pin that denoted her ownership of a mercenary company. I'll admit that it would be a nice feather in my headdress if I could have killed you over there. Little sister makes good on vengeance. With the right melody that could have sold well back home in Troya. And unlike your sister, I added. If you had managed to take me over Croc Ellie, it would have been while I was armed and armored. A far more glorious affair than trying to ambush a child cadet in an unarmed suit. There's no glory in war, period, the captain snorted. Though taking you, and making you into one of us. Just think of the things you could have done in our name. I'd rather not, I replied, somehow managing not to shiver. My mother Duchess would have been quite upset if I had been taken, and she had the resources and connections to make her displeasure known. There was also the little fact that such a capture was a gross violation of the two-party agreements almost all of the great houses had with each other over the treatment of prisoners of war. No use pondering what-ifs, Sameth continued briskly, and I can't say that I fully agree with my late sister's course of actions, although, I can easily understand the temptation that entered her mind. One temptation among many, I suppose. The one that led to her undoing, I pointed out. As far as threats went, or perhaps warnings, it was decidedly unsubtle. We are creatures of temptation. What counts is how we manage those urges. Sameth waved dismissively, before leaning forwards, slightly, clasping her hands on the table. Now, Countess, what would information on the capabilities of the only one of your house's many rivals that is larger and more powerful than your wretched house be worth? That all depends on the quality and quantity of your information, I replied uncommit ally. For detailed and actionable intelligence, well. Her ember eyes glinted. I had not refused her. I had not passed her off to someone else. It was time to haggle. First confession, I offer little data on the Volos, Sameth began, hopefully revealing her least valuable card first. You must understand that your recent adventure was the first large-scale deployment of that platform, at least one that other houses were able to scry on. A mix of jealousy and approval crossed her face. Second, a lot of the data is more on their fixed-wing systems, Yari recon birds, cupola bombers, Semic heavy transports, and the like. I won't turn my nose up, I assured her, entirely willing to buy those goods. I might have preferred data on ritual plate, but that was my personal desire, and in this I was acting in my house's interest. That said, if your source has naval and ground asset intel, I would be happy to see associates are willing to trade for it. Her smile was all fangs. Third, there has been some subtle, but key investment made in their RP and fixed-wing maintenance and robustness, efforts to design parts and spares last longer and the like. It's not enough to give their flight armor parity with your designs of course, but could pay dividends in the next several years. Alas, much of that information is solely from inference, based on improvements the Trozic observers noted relative to previous Alenus demonstrations. And doubtless that information has already winged its way home to your dictatrix, I noted. Most Zioxin ritual plate work had originated from Trozic designs and joint house projects, which, while robust, were rarely the most efficient. Sameth gave me a patient, meaningful look. I'll need an initial proof before I commit to any payment plans, I said, unswayed by the unspoken message. Payment upon delivery, Captain, not before. Darn, I'd hoped I could cousin a harmonia off you on the strength of a promised dossier alone. Even an older mark would be useful. Sameth's tone was deadpan but her ember eyes glinted with amusement. I stared at her, not deigning to validate her foolishness with a reply. I was here for business, not for a clown show. Fine, fine. No need to get stroppy. I'm not optimistic enough to think I'd get anything from Muark Amalgamated. Sameth reached into her coat, pulled out a grey envelope, and tossed it onto the table. But, here. Proof of my intentions for the skeptical Black Skyvian. I looked down at the envelope for a moment. It was a normal letter parcel, albeit a bit on the thicker side than typical. Using my thumb claw, I cut the end off the envelope and shook the contents out. Those contents consisted of a pile of documents, and on a cursory glance I could see an outline, a handful of essays, some photographs, tables, diagrams, and a number of abstracts. I'm amazed you managed to fit all of that into a single envelope, I mutters as I quickly shifted through the first few pages. That weight of paper would require additional postage, surely. Samith sipped her tea and made no comment as I read the observations of a Capitaine de Fragata in the Trosic Armada's aviation branch. Despite her rank's title, this Capitaine did not command a frigate. Instead, she was a hangar operations officer, roughly equivalent to a Black Skyvian trier arch, reporting directly to her carrier's commander. The report documented improvements the Trosic officer had seen to the maintenance systems she oversaw, part of her observing Alina's training missions and a tour of one of their carrier's hangars. Her notes were couched with various disclaimers about how this improvement or that change could have been part of some vast and elaborate fabrication, which indicated either paranoia or indecisiveness on the part of the report's author, but the changes noted weren't particularly drastic, nor was the resulting jump in operational tempo unreasonable. It read like a series of incremental improvements that were born of experience. Ones that the officer wanted the Trosic Armada to implement. In particular, the report emphasized a series of updates and changing layouts of maintenance bays to allow for more efficient workflow and greater safety. The package even included diagrams of the old Alinas Navy maintenance bay layout, their new layout, and proposed revisions for the Trosic Armada. I gave a little sigh, and paged through the other notes and read the abstracts. If everything Samith offered was as good, or as she implied, better, than this sample, then she was offering up an entire trove of unglamorous but rather useful information. Captain Rodswar put her cup back on the saucer with a clink of china. You seem displeased. Picking up the pages, I shuffled them back into a neat pile. I am no expert, but this seems genuine enough. You'll have to allow me to hand this sample over to my associates for verification. That's what they're there for, Samith replied, dismissively waving her hand. Once they are verified, and we come to a deal, then we can do the tedious dance where I reveal where I stored the full reports and you tell me where my remuneration can be picked up. I tilted my head. You want your payment tendered by hand? Why not use an Urkalan bank? That house is allied with yours and neutral to us. My associates can deposit your payment with instructions that it be held in escrow, to be released to your designated agent once the files are handed over. Samith adjusted her teacup. Very sensible. And both our families have the clout to get the Providence Bank of Nekon to play along. But that covers only part of what I want. Oh. I kept my tone very mild. What crazy thing would she demand from me? And would the Black Skyvan intelligence services make demands of me? Don't get such a sour face, Samith chided mockingly, shaking her head in answer to the implied question. If I wanted to make this some personal vengeance kick, I'd lead with throwing a glove before you, snapping a dagger, or whatever tediousness was required. No, I'm looking for standard enchantments, tooling, fuel cells, and some ancillary components. I chuckled. Not finding good supplies in House Voalaya? Or is your logistics connection to your homeland that tenuous? Samith tried to shrug it off as she pulled out another envelope, but as I had noticed earlier, she was quite ineffectual at hiding her emotions. I turned my attention away from my contact and focused on her second envelope. This one was much thinner than its predecessor and was gently placed in front of me. Cutting the side, I quickly pulled out and scanned the inventory. I can get you Electon export equivalents for all of these, I murmured after a few seconds, folding my hands. Anything past that is beyond my ability or desire to guarantee. Mercantile Aviation exports the power distribution systems I'm asking for to many great houses, including House Electo, Samith objected. There is nothing on that list that could endanger your arcane edge. I smiled. That you think these components would fit in your remaining Tijardu, if I had to guess, is illustrative that they are known to you. It's the principle of the thing. Does sending it via a proxy really make it morally palatable? Samith muttered mutinously, though the undercurrent of resignation rang clearly in my ears. Of course not, I replied, humoring myself by treating her question as if it has been an actual, instead of rhetorical, inquiry. Legally, it makes it far easier. House Electo will sell to nearly anyone. And that way, I don't have to worry about exporting military components out of House Black Sky. How efficient of you. Her tone was desert dry, to my great amusement. Lecturing a sellsword, who doubtless had a wealth of experience in negotiating questionably sourced parts and munitions about the diplomatic intricacies of military equipment transfers was in itself a veiled insult, a subtle way of talking down to her in a way I could easily play off as an earnest explanation. I suppose some of the Academy's tutelage had paid off. A petty dig, but her sister had tried to force herself upon me. And with these, I said, continuing to explain things to Samith that I knew she already understood. I'd recommend going with an Electon bank for the funds transfer. That way your agents can just go to Merope's Island and pick up your money in the crates. I affected a casual shrug as the ending note for my explanation, calculated to emphasize my youthful enthusiasm as a means of mitigating the offense. Samith had not insulted me by asking for weapons emitters, scrying arrays, ward projectors, communications systems or anything truly sensitive. But she was asking for enough generic spares, conduits, tooling, and fuel cell systems to keep a multi-squadron RP formation in operation for months in exchange for bread and butter information. I had not qualms about rubbing her nose in my position of superior power, especially after she'd spoiled the good mood I had enjoyed after meeting with my mother. All conveniently located right by House Vualaya. Samith made a contented noise. Surprisingly, her contented sounded sincere. I scaled my impression of her diplomatic acuity down a further few points. She had mistaken my insult for a helpful explanation. That, or she was deliberately winding me up. Or she was sounding me out for something. It is such a pleasure to see that you are a reasonable woman, Countess. We haven't even negotiated the currency part of it. That was the other half. She was already picking up parts from House Electo. With an account newly flush with cash, she could purchase whatever else she needed, including any parts or supplies that Black Sky would be leery of handing over to an independent contractor. However, the mercantile house did have a considerable markup on non-Electon affiliated mercenary companies. Not to mention that modularity only went so far and a lot of the offensive, defensive, and sensory systems were often house-specific. That just meant she had far less that needed to be shipped in from her homeland to keep her pilots operational. I put my fee at the bottom, conveniently in your own ore. Perhaps I should have requested it in Electon guilders, Samith said. My eyes darted down to the bottom of the inventory, and I shook my head at the neatly written figure. That's far too high. You could purchase an RP flight for that. Not in guilders, not with Electon's rates, Samith sipped her tea. Besides, you know this information could easily pay for itself. I tapped the table. Half. You didn't balk at the parts I requested. And that lot's worth half of what I'm asking for. I demanded they be replaced with Electon wares, and you agreed. 3/4, Samith's tone was hard. She had begun to reach the edges of her bargaining margin, apparently. I flicked my tail. The validity of your information needs to be verified. You're not getting anything until that happens. But judging the outline, you're massively overvaluing what you have on offer. What do you care, Countess? It's not like the money is coming out of your pocket. She flicked her privacy generation fork just a bit too road, petulant annoyance writ across her face. I could say I want to avoid wasting my Imperatrix's funds, I mused, my tone dispassionate, but we both know this is a test. You expected about equal amounts in currency and components. You've already agreed to your price point in components, showing your hand. So, will you kindly cease screwing around and accept 60% of your original asking price converted from ore into Electon guilders? Samith's cold grin returned, not an ounce of joy or even feigned friendless present in her ember eyes. That her emotions were suddenly so closed off made me wonder how many of her previous outbursts and tells were feigned. Fine, 60% of my initial bid. Can you blame me? I was curious about you. She leaned back, sipping at her tea as she glared over the rim of her cup. You'll be at the Continental for the rest of the diplomatic negotiations? I asked, rising from my chair as I collected the papers and put them back in their envelopes. My dress had a couple hidden pockets that would have to suffice in lieu of a purse for the short trip back to the waiting librarian. Leaving so soon? As pleasant as it was to finally meet, face to face, I do have other appointments. If I hurried, and the debrief was not too long, I might not be late for the meeting with my logistics instructor. Yes, I remember my days at officers' school. Hopefully next time we meet it will continue to be civilized, Primus Centurion Countess. Samith flashed her teeth. Company Captain Rodswar. Standing, I gave a slight bow of my horns. I wouldn't have it any other way. Samith grabbed the tuning fork, terminating the privacy field. I spun on my heel and stalked off. I had to re-enter through the rear entrance of the hotel and then navigate back through the various security checks, but soon I was out on the front entrance. An orange-haired woman with prim gold-framed glasses and a sober black suit sidled up to me. Her magenta features were open and amused. I do apologize for the imposition, Palace Librarian Evander said, almost sincerely. I handed the 2 envelopes over. Samith says she has information taken from a Trosic officer about House Elena's capabilities. It appears thorough, and the sample she provided seems genuine, but I'm not an expert, I said as we walked to the sidewalk and waited to cross. Evander slipped the thicker envelope into her jacket pocket. And the cost? She asked once we were in the park across from the hotel. As we moved toward the funicular station, I glanced at the remaining envelope. I negotiated her down to 60% of the requested fee, transferred via an Electon bank, and instead of Black Skyvian manufacture all the requested components and tools are to be Electon export models. Balancing the envelope, the librarian made a murmur. Both the goods and the bank transfer on Merope's island. If it turns out to be valid, I emphasized. If the Imperatrix's agents objected to the terms of the deal, or the quality of the intel, then they could just claim they suspected it to be a forgery. The station was getting closer. I wondered where she would take me for the debriefing. Much depends on the veracity of the sample, but thank you for your assistance, Evander said, putting away the other envelope and retrieving a slim cigar from some inner pocket of her jacket. We'll be in touch for the arrangements and follow up. I might need to get my mother's authorization to make those purchases and set up the escrow account, I admitted as we stopped at the steps that would lead up to the station. Cutting the end of her cigar, Evander waved it off. Duchess Tribune Silverflight is familiar with the procedures. Consider it a bonding experience. And if Samoth rips us off? The librarian lit her cigar. Then your mother can teach you how to deal with that part of the business as well. Have a good afternoon, Countess. And with that she turned and walked down a wooded path and vanished into the wooded glen. I stood for a moment in the late autumn air, but when the librarian did not return, I sighed and went up the stairs. At least I wouldn't be late for my meeting. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 ++++. Tribune Shadow Whisper authoritatively clicked her pocket watch open. The lecture hall was deadly quiet as she peered down at the dial. You have 5 minutes remaining. I glanced up at the projection behind me that asked if there were any questions. My eyes returned to the pale household fleet officer. Her white uniform, short silvery hair, and ivory wings gave her an ethereal look. Framed against the darkened and empty lecture hall behind her, she looked positively wraith-like, a solitary ghost in the front row. That's good, I said, dragging my mind back to the business at hand. There's always some delay in the setup process, so a little breathing room is welcome. Besides, what if one of the reviewers on my defense board shows up late? Organizing her notes, the Tribune's tail flicked as she stood. I suppose that's fair. And it's better to be a bit under than to run over time, of course. My own tail stilled as I tried to get a covered view of her comments. It was a silly impulse, as she was going to hand them over to me in a moment, but the urge to suss out any scrap of intelligence that could improve my performance was not to be denied. This rehearsal was a great opportunity to get a fresh set of eyes on my thesis, and I needed her honest input as soon as possible so I could get to work of honing my presentation once more. And you covered all your topics satisfactorily enough, the older allowed, giving me a stony look before a smile touched her face. Well done, Primus Centurion. Please take that praise in context when we go over these, she said as she handed a sheaf of pages full of notes. Despite her assurances, my tail drooped as I quickly scanned her comments, of which there were plenty. There were suggestions for just about every transparency slide I had made for my presentation, not to mention a corresponding amount of red ink on the accompanying manuscript of my thesis. Well, I haven't printed the review copies yet, I admitted as I went over the notes. Shadow Whisper waved her hand. It's nothing substantive to your conclusions, calculations, or observations. Most of the notes are in regards of formatting issues, presentation corrections, and ideas on how to make your graphs more concise. Most of them are good, but a few could be trimmed. She went to the binder next to the brass and duralumin projector that squatted on its steel cart and flipped to a slide near the middle part of the presentation. Take this slide, where you project Alina's production numbers based on publicly available imagery. Yes, there are some limitations. House Elena obviously tries to keep their sensitive facilities away from civilian air travel lanes where anyone can look out a window. And even then a lot of things can be hidden inside hangars, especially small platforms like Ritual Plate. Though that's just the obvious parts. A factory might conceal their output, but they'll have a harder time with their input. And then critical molds, dyes, and other expensive components may be obfuscated, but supplies of filament, etching compounds, basic tooling, power draw, maintenance parts, piping, wiring, all of that is a lot harder to completely conceal, I said, getting back into the familiar flow. Even watching parking lots and rail stations to see how many people are working late, extra shifts, and how many are staying in for lunch or even taking dinners. Shaking my head, I managed to stop before I got too far. Shadow Whisper's smile was indulgent. You explain it well, and you clearly know the information. And your methodology and calculations are fine. However, she gestured to the slide, it's a bit busy. And there's far too many words. Most of your presentation is concise. Normally, it takes a fleet officer several more grades before she realizes that she's not paid by the word. Maybe the legionaries are less likely to suffer from logorrhea. Eloquence and literacy are of great value in the Imperial Legions, ma'am, I stated. A reduced supply tends to do that, the logistics officer laughed. Still, I think that slide could use some clearing up. You explained the process elsewhere so you can pare the graphics down to the critical parts. I gave a slow nod. I was rather proud of that flowchart and the supporting test explaining the methodology. Still needs must-win demons, or succubi at least, drive. Don't pout, Shadow Whisper chided. Your chart works just fine within the dissertation itself, it's just too much for presentation. I do appreciate all the time you put into this, I stated as I went through her notes and the copy of the manuscript full of her corrections. It was not as bad as the first impression. Though every mistake did make me wince. Better to find weakness and mistakes now, I admitted. She waved it off. There's nothing that would kill your defense here. But I think your thesis has value more than proving your own skills. This information on Elena's industrial and supply capabilities, and more importantly the way you acquired the data and came to these conclusions should be kept as a reference. It's nothing groundbreaking, I admitted. I was still dealing with the fallout of the groundbreaking Intel breakthrough that had fallen into my lap a month ago. My mother had helped set up the transfer with various electon facilitators and Captain Samith Rodswar had surprisingly proven true to her word. Which was good for all involved, especially as her little mercenary company was now flush with funds and parts for the next quarter year at least. No, it's not. Her flat reply did hurt a bit. But no one is expecting that from you. I tilted my head slightly as my tail flicked. Disbelief radiated off of me, but since I did not say anything nor did I even give a skeptical expression, I was not technically being insubordinate. Fair. You might be under such high expectations. Shadow Whisper gave a sympathetic look. But there is nothing to be ashamed of grounded, evolutionary work. Most of the time it's far more practical and reliable anyway. I'm trying to get my cadets to learn that, I grumbled. Youth and inexperience, she amended, bring about that folly. I nodded. The Tribune was polite about it, but my age was still noteworthy. At least it was not as blatant as my previous life. I did hear their last training mission went well, especially after. Despite the Elena's incursion, the cadet squadron's training mission over the Adria testing range was more than adequate. They performed sufficiently in their first live-fire exercise. That none of them tried to sneak off and fly to my rescue was good. A gaggle of bloody-minded cadets would have utterly wrecked things. And their most recent exercise. Last week was a simulated ground support mission. Ah, I trust you found the most pastoral and provincial hoof-sloggers to direct their fire. Her eyes glinted. She was fleet so she fully understood the conflict that could arise when common infantry dared to speak up to those of higher station, or at least higher altitude. I showed my teeth. A few legionaries fresh in from the colonies and some auxilia. A forest person I know was in the area, he was willing to do me a favor. Shadow Whisper shook her head in amusement. Please tell me that your fops weren't so sensitive that a male voice coming over the COMM gave them palpitations. Only after he started yelling at them, I said, trying and failing to keep the note of cheer out of my voice. Laris has quite the set of lungs. Shadow Whisper shook her head. It's good to see you caring for your girls. I looked up from the corrections. Someone needs to get them to shape up into real Legion flyers before they get into a combat slot and get people killed. The pale logistics officer smiled. Word is after you're through with them normal flight school will be a breeze. Then I'll have done my job. I bowed my horns and continued to study the notes. Interesting. You want me to move up my talk about estimating production of Elena's scrying systems to before the portion about the size of their training programs for Ritualista. It seemed to have a better flow as you use the maintainer availability to support the production numbers, she said, shrugging her wings. That's fair, I admitted, making some notes of my own. I would not be surprised if a librarian attended my thesis defense, both to see if there was anything novel in my conclusions and to make sure I was not using anything classified in an academic paper. While this report was not exactly a house secret, it was guaranteed to have a restricted distribution as it was. I wonder. Shadow Whisper glanced at me. Have you been thinking about your next assignment? My tail slowed. I would have preferred to spend another year or even 2 more semesters at the War College, but the needs of the house were what they are. I have my suspicions, I allowed with more hesitancy than I had expected in my voice. Dark Star's blood, I was more worried about being in charge of a mere squadron than I had been about attending advanced evasion school. I commanded the 203rd Mage Battalion and then Salamander Kampfgruppe. A dozen Legion flyers should be nothing. But it was a start. My future loomed before me, and I knew where this path would lead. Should I congratulate you on a squadron command? Shadow Whisper asked. Congratulate Tribune Quirinus first, I replied with a shrug trying to contain my emotions. Oh. She replied, her tail quirking up. Artemis finally got it. I was not sure finally was the right word. The Imperial Legions had only about 100 Volantes tribunes. Quirinus was now in a rather exclusive group of demi-wing and wing commanders, admittedly, it was a club she entirely deserved to be in. Shadow Whisper was fleet, and the household fleet did had more ritual plate pilots, so maybe she considered it less of an honor. She has been very busy, and still hasn't been assigned her unit yet. Good for her. I'll have to write her a note. She peered at me. What's wrong? I paused and decided to go with an excuse that was not exactly a lie. Still thinking about the advanced evasion school I completed about 2 weeks ago. Ah. I could feel her sympathy. I passed, I assured her. While grueling, it just required enduring everything the instructors threw at me. Shadow Whisper raised an eyebrow. Fine, a few of the scenarios, including escaping from a spathe fuselage they crashed into a massive outdoor pool and making it to the forest were, trying. And the counter-interrogation module. My tail stilled at that. For someone looking to get information via discomfort, duress, deception, and other euphemisms, being an empathy was, quite the advantage. I passed that as well. Oh? Some officers have trouble with the telepathy resistance training. I knew the instructor. Thankfully it was not Librarian Evadne. Working with her on Samuth's exchange was bad enough. Though that did mean I was in deeper with Myra Hartwood. As terrifying as being around a telepath was, at least the experience was in the service of building up mental resistance. Even with that reassuring thought in mind, the paranoid part of me remained very concerned. Still, it all would have been a lot more difficult, if not for the tutoring Rainhild, my maid, had given me. I really need to give her a bonus for all that. Ah, Shadow Whisper smiled. That's her name. What? Oh nothing, she breezily assured. So, you'll get a squadron. You must be excited at filling out your roster. It has passed my mind, I stated in full honesty. It was more of an idle abstract consideration, as I did not know who would be made available to me. Tribune Quirinus should be able to help, if all goes to plan. Shadow Whisper gave a light chuckle at that. The fleet and the legions tried to organize and plan for contingencies. This was especially true for officers with my irritatingly exalted reputation. A reputation I had neither sought out nor tired to build, but had earned entirely through unforeseen consequences to unfortunately necessary actions. If all goes to plan, I continued, I'll command the multi-role squadron in her demi-wing. Hopefully she can help me find some experienced Polyxo pilots. Oh, not planning on taking in some of your students? Shadow Whisper asked with all seeming sincerity. Tail still, I stared at her. It depends. They're not rated for Polyxos yet, but in theory. If they have the talent. That would require accelerating their qualifications and having them test out of flight school, though, I tried to state without sounding too evasive, or horrified at the idea. Oh, Dark Star forbid. I'm not being serious. The Tribune laughed. They do have potential, I admitted. And I wish them well on their military careers. Well put. Shadow Whisper glanced at her pocket watch. Although. Yes. I would never suggest filling out an entire squadron with green pilots, but there may be some political aspects you should take into consideration. Ones that may require considering your applicants with care. I sighed. You are not entirely wrong there. It's the risk of being in one of the more glamorous specialties, she said with sympathy. Logistics is vital, ma'am. What you do does more to win battles than anything I do, I assured her. Flatterer. Shadow Whisper studied me. No, you truly believe that. It's the truth. She smiled. Perhaps, but not many young Imperial heroine ace of aces would say that. Ah, your wingwoman is here. Tribune. Primus Centurion, Visha greeted us, saluting by baring her neck as she entered the lecture hall. At ease, Shadow Whisper said, returning the salute. Giving a respectful nod, Visha then went to my side and started helping organize my papers. I'm not too late? I asked, my tail slowing. There's plenty of time, Visha assured me with a broad smile. Oh, I said, turning off the projector. Busy day? Shadow Whisper asked. I have to meet up with Violet Blood for some tutoring, I admitted. Her tail swished. Well, have fun, she purred. Opening my valise, I tried not to flush. And make sure they stay out of trouble, Victorious, the Tribune added. I'll do my best, Visha smiled as she helped put away the various slides, notes, and copies of my thesis, but there's only so much I can do. This tutoring is for just the Countess and the Baroness. Ah. Shadow Whisper bowed her horns. Still, do what you can for them. I will, Visha assured. You don't need to worry about me. I very much did not pout as I did up the clasps on my leather valise, turning to glare at Visha once that task was accomplished. Visha gave me a very patient smile before turning to the Tribune. Thank you for helping her with her thesis, ma'am. Oh, it's nothing. I'm happy to help a studious young centurion with her work in the War College. And how are your classes going? Very good, Visha assured. I think she'll make the grade for Primus without any difficulty, I said agreeing. The cadet squadron was a pain, but they were showing great progress, and they gave ample opportunity for Visha and Violet Blood to get practice in the role of flight leader. Grey Dawn too for that matter, but she was not in the Primus Centurion track. Yes, that is good for you, Shadow Whisper said as the three of us started to walk out of the unused lecture hall. I don't want to disappoint, Visha said eagerly. Which, given all she had done for me in this life and the last, was quite a redundant sentiment. She had more than earned a nice easy life as a reward, but I knew she was too good, too loyal of a person to not help. The Tribune smiled at us and, carrying her own purple valise, gave a slight bow of her horns before going down the hallway. That sounds very promising, Visha cheered as we went the other way towards a set of stairs. I suppose it is, I allowed as we went down to the ground level. Oh, what's wrong? Nothing, just all the pressure from the projects, I stated. We were out in the crisp early winter air of the War College's new quad. The name was a bit of a misnomer as the quadrangle was delineated by the extension of the library extension, extra lecture halls, and a dormitory the youngest of which had been constructed 3 centuries ago. While that might not be too old, at least by Sylvan standards, the new quad was not the newest of the open spaces on campus, making the misnomer even more notable. The two of us were soon passing through the Fountain Quad, which was only half a century old. And thus the actual new quad. And yes, the new quad could have been renamed, but by then the name was fixed in the collective consciousness of the War College. I looked at the drained-out fountain with the onyx obelisk in the center. It was another memorial to Darkstar. As far as monuments on that theme went, I quite liked it. I preferred the more subdued, abstract design, as opposed to the statuary with her looking mournful or wounded. I did bow to the silver symbols on the surfaces and felt a bit of warmth at the familiar ritual of obeisance. Visha gave me a smile, her question unstated. The companionable silence continued as we walked out through the War College's gates and down to the funicular station. The wait was minimal and soon we were in a car trundling down slope to our transfer station and then we were on our way home. We didn't quite head straight back to the townhouse, making a few brief detours to a butcher's shop and a bakery to pick up some odds and ends. Lily, the head maid, had mentioned that a few of the ingredients for tonight's dinner had run perilously low in the larder, and I had volunteered to pick up the regular orders on my way back home. Somewhere along the way, though the quiet between us ceased to be companionable and had grown oppressive, made more so by the subdued chattering from the other passengers as we rode a second funicular away from the stretch of shops where the bakery stood. I took Visha's hand in mine as I conceded our little game, my will finally cracking. Fine. I may have a bit of anxiety about our future. Ours. My second's tone was coy, but there was a bit of genuine concern there as well. No, not that. I squeezed her hand. Not personal, I mean professional. Her tail snaked around behind me and over my hip, pulling me closer. You're worried about Quirinus's new demi-wing being like, the 203RD. She lowered her voice at the last of it. For a start, I moved my hand from her hand and put it around her shoulder. I trust Quirinus, I'd be happy staying one of her subordinates, as long as I can. Oh good. Visha's cheer re-emerged as she returned the hug. I thought you were worried about today's lessons with Love Blood. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 plus 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 plus. Visha was right. Curse her smooth assurances. Crossing my arms, I huffed at my reflection. My lady, could you please lessen your squirming? Reinhild Sunshower gently asked. I am not squirming, I airily stated. You're flopping like a landed fish, Violet Blood smirked from where she leaned against the wall, clearly amused at my discomfort. Do you want her to mess up your curls? She wore a shiny confection of lace trim, poofy shoulders, pleated skirting, stockings, and bows. The outfit bore a passing resemblance to a legionary dress uniform, though a version heavily prettied up for the stage and screen. It was certainly gaudy enough for the latter. I don't want curls, period, I muttered. My reflection showed I was similarly dressed. Though somehow with even more gewgaws and fripperies. The hairpins and ribbons were oversized but at least were regulation proper awards, and the dark star icons hung from my tail were proper if not quite my style. I honestly preferred my relic earrings and my locket, but I had gotten used to wearing my religion, or at least the one I was raised, practiced and had a cultural affinity for, on my sleeve. You like mine well enough, Violet Blood smugly stated as she presented the tubular curls that framed her face. It was impossible to decide whether I disliked my teased curls more or less than I despised tonight's outfit. I looked between my maid and my baroness. Despite the fact that I was shorter than the haughty noble, Violet Blood had more of her legs covered by than I did. As far as skirts went, this one is wholly unsatisfactory, and yet at some point my opinion had seemingly ceased to matter. I suspected trickery on the part of the kitsune, but I had learned to not challenge the people who had access to your food. Well, they look good on you, and I don't want to copy your style, I stated, attempting duplicity. You need not be concerned, my lady, Reinhild assured with a vulpine grin. Your curls will fall elegantly behind you between your wings, assuming, that is if you stop squirming, and allow me to finish. She hissed the last word out and held the wand of her hair curler in a way that was nearly insubordinate. You wanted to look your best, did you not? Violet Blood teased. If I wanted to look my best, I wouldn't be wearing this parody of a Legion dress uniform, I sighed, letting Reinhild shape my hair. Ah, but these are regulation uniforms, Violet Blood sniffed, triumph gleaming in her eyes. I glared at her. She was not wrong. Only on a technicality. And petitioning by Edile Felizia, Violet Blood said as if that settled things. Which it did. One of the Imperatrix's daughters, Felizia was, along with Censor Cloudfire, one of the chief advocates for Black Skyvian culture. As an Edile, Felizia was responsible for the maintenance of public buildings, the regulation of public festivals, and various elements of household rites and ceremonies. If she wanted the Imperial legions to have a uniform with a frilly skirt, stockings, and lace cuffs, then she would get that. Even if the uniform was a vestigial technicality that was almost never worn. And was worn by fewer legionaries than the most extreme dress uniform, the one with extra brocade, plumes and gold braid. And Felizia just happens to be the patron of the Mima Lumina Academy, Violet Blood smirked. It was times like this that I was reminded that my Baroness could be a bit insufferable. I think you're ready, Rainhild said, giving my hair a final brush as she adjusted my various bows, ornaments, and other gewgaws. Think positive thoughts. Our previous lesson tested our deportment, dancing and carousing, after all, Violet Blood purred, levering herself up from the wall. I sort of preferred those gowns. They were more honest, I admitted, giving my reflection one last sour look before I forced my painted features into a warm and pleasant smile. Based on my kitsune's and my Baroness's reactions, I toned my expression down a bit. Given this was the midpoint of our curriculum, I was a bit surprised we were wearing something so casual. I'll keep that in mind, Violet Blood said as she gallantly held out her arm. I took it and with a sigh let her take me out of the room. Visha and Grey Dawn looked up from the card table in the common room. Skilled gamblers both, their poker faces remained immaculately straight at the sight of us, betraying no sign of any reaction to our get-ups. Don't laugh, I said through gritted teeth, my tone almost saccharine enough to conceal the growl. Never crossed my mind, ma'am, Grey Dawn assured me dutifully. It's a shame your crown isn't ready, Visha noted, unapologetically cheerful. My tail flicked. My Duchess's patience had run out, and after assisting with the Samoth thing had taken me to a very unassuming and sober shop on the plaza across from the bridge that served as the palace's main entrance. The goldsmiths and enchanters inside had not been the longest in the service of Imperatrix, nor had they made the most ostentatious pieces, such as various imperial crowns, scepters, ceremonial, and ritualistic weapons. Most of those grand pieces were made in-house, as it were, by Black Sky's personal crafters. On the other wing, the firm of Hohenstoss and Sapphire Filigree had made all of the above, often for the imperial family and other household organizations. I tried to object to my mother about how much she was spending to commission my tiara from people who made wedding regalia for Black Sky's daughters, refurbished the fittings of the highest of relics, and formed many of the Imperatrix's everyday ornaments. It was an exemption entirely out of proportion to my lowly rank, preserver crown be damned. It is, Violet Blood agreed, it would look so perfect with these uniforms. I stared at my VS. Love Blood was not wrong. We had seen the conceptual drawings and the polished white metal and glass proof of concept. As things went, it would be a, by preserver crown standards, rather elegant and understated piece. I fear that's the intention. Shrugging, Grey Dawn started absently shuffling a deck. A wise move for an NCO to get out of her officer's way. You'll do great. Visha cheered as something off to my side flashed with a bright light. Looking a bit guilty, Rainhild lowered the brass-fitted camera. I am sorry, Countess, but your mother was insistent. Despite her apologetic tones, my aide's tails were swishing merrily. I'm sure it's a lovely photo, Visha said, her own tail moving about. Violet Blood gave a triumphant smile and then, politely, pulled me out of the common room, down the hall, and down the grand staircase. Passively, I let myself be taken across the city. This time it was a straightforward route, down one funicular to a bottom hub station and up another that rose as it crossed the Phlegethon River. I tried to make small talk with Love Blood, but even she noticed that I was distant. It's not that bad. You should cheer up, she declared as we went up the stone stairs that were connected to the station by a curved path. I stared at her once we reached the top. I'm not sure it works that way. I'm just applying your lessons on how to motivate subordinates, she confidently stated as she looked around. This park always left her a bit speechless. The glen was middling in size and, like most open spaces in this city, had the expected trees. Most of their branches were bare, but a few still bore orange and red leaves. That gave the statuary a more stark impression against branches and grey sky. In warmer months, this park, just outside the academy, was a verdant place. It was full of bronze statuary, most of it life-sized and case in a variety of poses that ranged from stately to jingoistic to seductive, all with names, awards, and titles carved into the plinths. They were the daughters of Black Sky. House Legate Ashrain was on guard, sheathed sword in hand, sober, dignified, but with a restrained aggression. Censor Cloudfire was lasciviously playful as if she had temptations aplenty. First Citizen Redstorm was captured mid-stride, confident and strong in the heraldry as the ruler of her own great house. Praetor Dawnstrike, ever the diplomat, beckoned friends with one hand but cautioned enemies with the other. Edile Felizia stood proud in the superiority of our culture and society. And these were just a fraction of the statues. And yet half a dozen of the plinths stood empty, their honors and ranks chiseled off, leaving just truncated names. Most of these belonged to the traitors from the eponymous revolt of the daughters. Though a few had come many centuries later. It was sobering. The statues and honors were gone, but the names remained. It was a public admission that the imperial family, the imperatrix, was not perfect. I guess it's a good thing we're early, Violet Blood said, taking my arm and pulling me towards a statue that stood separately and apart from the others. This one was carved of pale marble and set on a black plinth surrounded by a small reflecting pool. Votive candles flickered in niches on the pool's edge. My eyes met the forgiving but haunted visage rendered in the white marble. Her hair was done in a scarlet stone that was carved into tumbling curls. As I bowed my head, I looked for a seam or something to show that these were two pieces of stone fitted to each other. But like every other visit, I was left with the impression that this was carved from a single piece of two-tone marble that happened to be exactly what the sculptor required. I fell into prayer with a lifetime's experience, or at least that of my most recent. This time I did request for mental clarity and serenity. It was meditative, reminded me of my mother, and I started to feel calmer. I still preferred the more abstract memorials. I knew that would cheer you up, Violet Blood said, her tone self-congratulatory even as she took my hand again and gave it a gentle squeeze. How considerate of you. I hesitated, noting her cocky expression. I'm happy that you're happy, Violet Blood sounded sincere, but she clearly had an ulterior motive. Frowning, I wondered if it had to do with the negotiations that would formalize our relationship. I was not engaged in any great rush which my Duchess seemed fine with, for now. Or it could be Violet Blood wanted to make sure she would make flight leaders. How can someone so pious be so paranoid? Violet Blood snorted as she pulled me out of the park and towards the Academy's gates. I did not dignify that with a response. The grounds of Mima Lumina Academy were immaculate. Even with winter imminent, there were a few cold friendly plants that lent a splash of color to the gardens and the trees looked lovely as well. The buildings had a charming, if slightly pompous, formality to them, all pillars and gables. In a way it stood as a reflection of the War College across the river on the other side of the city. Both were grand institutions of the house and expressions of imperial power. The War College's role was obvious, but I had gotten some appreciation for Mima Lumina's capability in polishing and training the various courtiers, diplomats, guilders, and even artificers. For the latter the Academy did have an impressive curriculum in the arcane sciences. The difference was simply that I was comfortable with the instructors and students of the Imperial War College. Part of it was that it was as simple as wearing the proper uniform and fitting in. More broadly, they represented a world and mindset that I understood entirely. Every time I stepped onto Mima Lumina Academy, on the other hand, I immediately felt self-conscious. I was not one of the students in their lacy blue blouses, frilly skirts and matching fluffy bows, and I certainly did not have the effortless elegance of the instructors. Aggressively and haughtily, Love Blood strode in as if she owned the place. Many of the students did stop to watch us with something approaching awe. A few sneered and tried to make snide comments, but my Baroness practically pointed me at anyone who dared to speak up. My reputation was helpful here. Anyone who saw me as a bloody-handed jumped-up provincial orphan knew I was dangerous because of that. I hated any time the propaganda served a purpose. After dealing with spoiled noble brats who could at the very least fight, these were almost too easy. This is why we need that crown of yours to be finished, Violet Blood smugly said as she gave a smirk to a small clique of almost ethereally alluring girls all in matching gold and sapphire leotards and little skirts who sniffed dismissively at us as one. Shouldering bladed skates, they left showing impressive synchronization. Don't take it personally, my lady, a student with plaited ebony hair in a ballerina outfit apologized. She and her cohorts wore dark blue bodysuits that were more practical for practice as opposed to an eye-catching display for stage. I did not. Offense was not given. And I am not so petty as to demand an apology out of those girls, I said and then inclined my horns. Pardon, you have me at an advantage. I am Lady Laura Bloodfrost, of the Emina Bloodfrosts. Charmed, I heard it's lovely this time of year. Emina was a large island about 1,000 miles due south of here. Oh, I'm used to sylvan winters by now, but if you're ever in the area my family would love to have you, and you're betrothed, Laura amended. Violet Blood gave me a far too self-satisfied look. Regretfully, I must clarify, we are soon to be betrothed, she apologized to the ballerina while the rest of the troupe tittered. Does the figure skating club have a grievance or have their studies put them under pressure? I remarked carefully and with precise diction, because that was proper and not because I had to take measure of my words before I said them. Laura gave a sly look with her friends. Ah, no. The poor ice girls are jealous. I curled my tail and gave an inquisitive look. They've always had a rivalry with Mima Lumina's ballet troupe, and now both of you are here. There aren't many imperial heroes who were also figure skaters, one of the ballerinas giggled. We would love to watch you practice, but we have our lessons, Violet Blood apologized. Maybe another time. Lady Laura ogled, giving me a smile. There was something eager and odd about the ballerina. Despite being the same age as me, she probably had a far more sheltered life, and thus had no context for the reality of being a Legion flyer. Of course, Violet Blood promised before I could reply. Waving, bowing, and farewells commenced, and the ballerinas gave coy giggles when they saw Violet Blood openly taking me by the hand, and then curled her tail around mine, as we left. I may have let out a surprised noise. Oh, don't complain, you've been hitting me with your tail for years, Countess, Violet Blood purred. That's different. And I don't do that anymore. Violet Blood gave an exaggerated pout. And we're here for etiquette lessons. I tried to free my tail. The Baroness shrugged. Good news is we found another islander girl for you. And this one's a ballerina and nobility, if barely. I eyed her. I'm not replacing Visha. She snorted. Of course not. Victorious is a capable pilot. I sighed. She has many other talents. Violet Blood protested. I'm happy to have her. Really, Love Blood? The Lady Bloodfrost is interested. And if she's a spare daughter or a minor cadet branch of a minor province, then her mothers would be thrilled to have her be a mistress for a countess such as you. I exhaled and let my tail relax. In her way, it was thoughtful, and I'm sure my Duchess would approve of Love Blood being so considerate towards my preferences. Your political supposition is not incorrect. Though I think her flirting was just being polite. And a bit of hero worship. Violet Blood teased as we approached a granite-dressed building. Oh, certainly that. I'm not hearing you object to us taking Lady Frostblood's offer to watch her troop practice. I gave her an amenable shrug. The architecture was an interesting blend of sweeping curves and stolid construction. It was one of the Academy's lecture hall buildings, and had a collection of circular amphitheaters of varying sizes as well as a handful of literal ballrooms. That its eclectic collection of curved rooms did not look like a disorganized mess showed a considerable design elegance, not to mention skill with acoustic layout. However, it did render a building that, while the main rooms were all intuitively easy to find, had a veritable warren of smaller chambers of all sorts of shapes. They must have an impressive cleaning staff here, Violet Blood noted as our heels clicked on the inlaid floors as we entered the building. The students do it, I stated. Violet Blood tittered. Really? That's something I expect from the legions and not these pampered whelps. It's about learning how to run an estate. It's similar to how a lot of the cooking and serving in their cafeteria is done, I said as we went through the main hallway as it curved slightly to one side. Smiling, Violet Blood spotted a couple maids in blue livery cleaning a chandelier and inspecting its gas lamps. For the latter, a woman in a jumpsuit watched them. Her suit was tailored to fit her, with periwinkle accents and little ruffles, but it was at its heart a practical uniform. That, and she had a toolbox to one side. And I suppose taking turns as the supervisor and as the menials is supposed to teach them character. What do you think? You just had a gaggle of fleet cadets cleaning the hangar and maintenance bays at your beck and call. Violet Blood's green eyes gave a wicked gleam. You haven't been too mean to them? I asked. Dark Star forbid, Violet Blood smoothly assured. Slipping free, my tail flicked with disbelief. She pouted as we entered the lecture hall. It was one of the smaller ones in the building and was less a classroom and more of a stylish salon. For any other course of study, it would be odd to be taught in what amounted to a refined lounge full of tasteful art pieces and refined furniture. Even by the standards of Mima Lumina Academy, this particular lecture hall was rather sumptuous. There were a handful of lacquered tables that served as desks, each with a couple of overstuffed leather chairs. There were 2 large sideboards under the windows at the front of the lecture hall. I frowned. Normally they would have the various props and lecture materials for the day's lesson, but now they were empty. My curiosity at what today's lesson would be lingered as I looked at the rest of the room. 4 other students were already sitting down. Half were in frilly Legion blacks like Violet Blood and myself, the other half in ostentatious fleet whites. The other noble young officers ranged up to late teens while I was the youngest by far, though one of the fleet nobles who entered behind us was about Violet Blood's age. It was a bit hard to tell because, while slender with long glossy ash blonde hair, the Telem prefect Centurion had strong features and was male-presenting in form. I gave a little bit of jealousy as the prefect Landgrave Camillus managed to avoid wearing a skirt. On the other wing, his uniform exchanged frills for brocade and ostentatiously laced cuffs. The look was good on Camillus, but perhaps a bit more effeminate for my tastes even if it did come with pants. Following my eye, Violet Blood made a thoughtful murmur and pulled us over to the dashing young officer. Large dark purple tail swishing, the Torpedo Squadron commander bowed to us as we approached. How can I help our graceful Ace Legion flyers? Landgrave Camillus's countertenor came out in a smooth purr. My Primus was admiring your uniform, Violet Blood said without any shame. Why, her gaze was kept on everything below the sash and above your boots. Camillus chuckled. You are shameless, Baroness. Violet Blood gave a toothy smile. Any further commentary was cut off by an increase in the pressure on all of our horns. Baroness Violet Blood, you have been flagrantly indecorous, Dame Preceptrix Lilith Severitas Graceful Gold stated, sashaying into the room as she spoke. From her curled emerald coiffure to the rubies that hung from her ears, neck, horns, and wings, to the shimmering silk gown that managed to be understated accenting whilst simultaneously over-indulgently opulent. The Preceptrix managed to wear a hideously expensive gown with an effortlessness that put my Duchess's manners to shame. Despite her bearing, she was no princess. However, she was distantly related to the imperial family. Violet Blood wilted under the stern, but oh so perfect, gaze of our instructor. Is this a recent discourtesy of mine, Dame Preceptrix? Unless you've made a habit of entwining tales in front of the student body, yes I am talking about recent events. Graceful Gold's eyes went to me and her forest green lips curled up. Though, to your credit, you did respond to the action in question with commendable serenity and did not worsen the transgression to making a scene, Countess. Violet Blood pouted while Camillus gave a polite laugh. And you have little grounds to be amused at the indelicacies of your peers, my handsome Landgrave. Preceptrix Graceful Gold gave the room a study. Well, at least none of you are tardy. Class, if you'll take your seats. I had to help the bristling Violet Blood to our table. Two fleet sisters with blue trim on their fleet whites in the next table over were all mocking smiles at us. They were both countesses with industrial holdings in Vordurium. Giving them a measured glare, I absently adjusted my left glove, loosening each finger as if I were about to pull it off. The Marcellus twins stopped cold, tails still, their grey eyes focusing on me. I then straightened my glove back onto my hand and bowed my horns before turning back to our instructor. Tail swishing, Violet Blood gave me a supportive, and a bit vindictive, pulse. I did not like throwing my weight around, and implying that I would threaten to duel a pair of haughty submarine communications and scrying officers. Dueling was a wasteful tail measuring contest, besides Albina and Valeria were, in their way, extremely deadly officers. Their bond allowed them to give excellent, secure, and quiet communications between two submarines, not to mention their affinity with sonar and scrying systems. Even for a pair with such unique skills, doing both roles was taxing, and their commanders had to prioritize such things. Of everyone in the room, the twins had the most confirmed enemy kills, even if it was as part of ship's crew. Preceptrix Graceful Gold, oh so delicately, cleared her throat, and our attention was naturally drawn to her. Not quite an elder demoness, she still had great personal power and magnetism. I wish to congratulate you, she said from the polished lectern at the front of the room. I understand you would rather spend your time in the capital training or studying war. Your diligence to the house is commendable. The other students preened a bit, I was on guard. However, you have responsibilities that come with your stations. Hence these lessons. Even nobles of the sword, even imperial heroines can use some polish. Which you have been commendable at. She gave a disarming smile that showed just a glimpse of her fangs. That is why I want to congratulate you for reaching the halfway point of your tutoring here, and to give you a reward. My tail stilled. I had spent more than enough time in military organizations to know that rewards could be quite dubious. I had been on the giving and receiving ends frequently enough. Graceful Gold's laughter was honeyed. Do not fret. I asked you to come in uniform to reflect your commitments to our house. And these specific uniforms as a favor. Glancing to Violet Blood, I tilted my horns. She was as perplexed as I frowning. I expected our instructor to have said these uniforms were a reflection of the duality of the peerage and the sword or some other claptrap. Then I felt a presence of such power that it was an almost elemental pressure front blowing in. My horns tingled uncomfortably as if the air was pregnant with the tension of an incipient thunderstorm. I froze, briefly terrified at the idea that the Imperatrix herself was coming. The Preceptrix's smile was now all teeth. I did not want to burden you with the formal gowns or uniforms that would otherwise be required for such an exalted guest. She held out a hand and pulled with a single finger, swinging the wooden doors to the room open. A force of nature in demonic form strode in. I had a moment of relief, she was not Imperatrix Black Sky. That emotion was quickly crushed as it was obvious who was visiting, one of her daughters. The statue had captured Felizia's face and elegant proportions, but did little to cover the sheer awesome deluge or her presence. Shorter than many of her sisters, she had tumbling blonde hair and wore a shimmering dress that went from midnight blue at the floor-length hem to indigo at the long swinging sleeves to cobalt at the décolletage. Diamonds twinkled as sequin trim and accents to her dress and as ornaments and jewelry. Crystalline perfection emanated from her as she inexorably approached with sublime poise. Much of her sparkled, from her powder blue horns, with the veil draped over them, to her necklace and the fins of her tail. Bright, luminous cerulean eyes studied us as platinum lips greeted us with a warm smile. I suppose Graceful Gold's training was effective. Despite the existential dread and the feeling of being a bug in a bell jar being inspected by some inscrutable being, all of us did get up and gave proper curtsies, or bow in Kalimus's case. It was a bit ridiculous given how short our skirts were, but being polite to someone who was a literal strategic asset was only sensible. Felizaya smiled and inclined her horns to us. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Please treat this as an informal event. My great-grandniece has said much about you and I wanted to meet you without too much pomp and ceremony. I managed not to stare. I suppose by the standards of the imperial family her gown, and our uniforms counted. While frilly, they were not the highest level of ceremonial formality. I did not even own the confection of gold and black silk that was the Imperial Legion's most formal dress. That was a garment that required a polished plumed helmet or, in my case, a crown. More than our sartorial state, my suspicions were raised. This had to be some type of midterm exam, there was no way one of the Imperatrix's daughters would just drop in. And to make things more at ease, Felizaya gave an absent, effortless wave of her hand and the room filled with the scents of fresh sweet pastries, savory stews, ripe fruits, steaks, and other cuts of meat. The sidebars at the front of the room were suddenly filled with refreshments and a whole table with various carafes and bottles. Violet Blood made a hungry murmur, and not just at the repast before us. Either Felizaya had the foodstuffs here ahead of time and had kept them under a veil that covered both sight and smell, or she had simply teleported them in from some staging location elsewhere in the academy. Both options were disquieting as she had used that level of control as a mere parlor trick. Felizaya smiled at us all standing in place. She then turned to our instructor. Lilith, perhaps you trained them to be a bit too diffident. Graceful Gold bowed her horns. I suppose we were all on guard, though this did not seem to be an exam. Perhaps, I should act as if it were not part of the class. Besides, this was an excellent networking opportunity. I took Violet Blood's hand and went straight for Felizaya. Oh, how bold, the Baroness whispered as the rest of the small class watched us. Your Highness, Edile Felizaya, daughter of Black Sky, it is a pleasure to meet you, I said giving another curtsy. May I have the privilege of introducing myself and my soon-to-be betrothed? I asked as Love Blood purred. The pressure was intense at this range, only an arm's length away from the daughter. It was like being enveloped in the Imperial's presence, an experience that should have been smothering, and if she was displeased with me, likely would be. Oh, Primus Volantes Centurion Countess Toria Magnus Diamond Dust, the pleasure is mine. You are known to the family. You and your fierce companion, Volantes Centurion Baroness Violet Blood, Felizaya assured, those luminous blue eyes boring into us. Of course she would use our full names and titles. Ah, that is fortunate, I demurred after recovering my bearings. I serve the house as best I can. Quite. My younger sister Ashrain has been watching you with interest. Felizaya smiled as she reached out and for a brief moment took my hands in hers. I stilled. The most shocking part was that her skin felt warm. Despite there being no shock, my horns were all pins and needles and I tried to get my tail under control. Somehow I felt more, shimmering. We shall talk shortly, Felizaya continued, as if there was no pause. But first I must make introductions with your compatriots. Please, get some refreshments. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 +++++. It was for the best that there were about half a dozen of us. Spending too much time with the daughter of the Imperatrix was a bit like too much time in the sauna. It was pleasant, even relaxing, but it could turn oppressive, and even a brief respite was gloriously refreshing. Nibbling at something savory, Violet Blood sat next to me with a very contented and only somewhat smug smile. And you objected to these lessons, she whispered. I shrugged my wings. You seem less tense. I could use a bath, a cold bath, I clarified. My Duchess's residence did have a full set of baths. Violet Blood's grin grew. Maybe we could wash up when we get back. That's not a bad idea, I agreed. We were cadets together, in the same ballet troupe, and served in the same jungle fob and other dark star-forsaken places, we both knew the value of simple luxuries like a good shower. Violet Blood's tail went limp. You don't have to make everything so practical. A proper bath isn't that practical. You don't need to have the hot and cold soaks. The Baroness huffed and turned her head away from me. Albina, the longer-haired of the Marcellus twins, looked to her sister before giving me a sympathetic look. Don't take it too hard. This is stressful for all of us, she quietly confided. This is a great opportunity and she is extending every courtesy, I replied. There was no doubt that Felizaya could hear every word we were saying. I would be surprised if she could not follow every conversation in the room at once, but she maintained the polite fiction that we had measure of privacy. It was similar to the polite fiction that she did not possess the power to dominate and enthrall or simply subvert and distort. Just look at poor Camillus, Valeria stated. The tall fleet officer appeared to be having an engaging conversation with Felizaya. But Camillus's body language was just brittle enough to hint at his self-conscious anxiety. Diodemons taking a male aspect was fairly uncommon, and, exceptional centurion or not, Camillus was talking with perhaps the staunchest cultural traditionalist in the imperial family. Don't be so worried about him, Violet Blood sniffed. Camillus is being proper. Remember who requested these uniforms. After sipping my coffee, I bowed my horns to the Baroness. Almost all of our uniforms were unisex, though tailoring could make up for a lot. However, the one set of uniforms that had skirts also had a variant with pants. Clever. She's sending a lot of messages. What could have been seen as a heterodox deviancy was co-opted and pulled into Black Skyvian culture. Imperial heroes, ones with status, rank, and honor were given quite the latitude, as long as certain forms and proprieties were maintained. It's not just our military and arcane technology that needs to adapt and advance, Valeria piously said. And who better to make sure our culture grows in a proper and beneficial direction than Edile Felizaya? Albina asked. My first instinct was to point out Sensor Cloudfire's remit covered much of the same areas, that the Imperatrix herself had considerable sway, or that the height of hubris required to presume that one person, ancient demon or no, would be able to control an entire society's development was taller than the Imperial Palace. Instead, I simply inclined my horns in a polite, if vague, agreement. Political peril aside, I did not have the time or inclination to get into an argument. Bringing politics into the workplace, which this salon most assuredly was risky at the best of time. Felizaya had finished talking with Camillus and, to my mild dread, was beckoning Violet Blood and myself over. The second time talking with a daughter went a bit better. There was a bit less shock of surprise, but there was more comprehension of the magnitude of the situation. That her presence felt pleasant only heightened my internal anxiety. Imagine you are a small bat, like an eastern leaf-nosed bat or a red-winged Venus bat. Some creature that, despite being small and fluffy, is, for her size, an agile flyer and capable predator. And then a vast being of titanic power picks you up. The being is roughly in your shape. She has hair and wings and a tail, but the proportions are wrong, and she holds you in a cage of claws that are larger than your body. She could kill you with a thought, but does not. And instead of a benign, indifferent observation, this being smiles. She finds you charming and fascinating, and wants to learn all about you. And Felizaya was not one of the older daughters, nor was she one of the more martial ones. She was more of a proponent of soft power, social controls, and cultural means, which was, in its way, worse. I managed to keep up a pleasant facade through the introductory small talk. Felizaya smiled at us. But I did want to congratulate you. On what, Your Highness? I asked. My Zephyr seemed curious but calm, as if the daughter's power while intriguing was no threat. Briefly studying me, her platinum lips curled into a smile. My younger sister might have wanted the honor, or that gallant new tribune Quirinus, and they'll get the chance to do it, officially. I just gave a nod. The praise felt good, but I suspected what it would be a poisoned chalice. And heroes such as you present yourself and as you truly are, deserve reward. Congratulations, soon-to-be Prefect Centurion. Felizaya bowed her horns to me deeply. She offered drinks, more of the brandy she was drinking for Violet Blood and coffee for me. I returned the gesture. This was not surprising. I knew this was coming since I had started at the War College, but it was one thing to know it, it was another to have a member of the Imperial family confirm it. Informally of course, but when someone from the Imperial family says that about one's future promotion, it will happen. Violet Blood smiled at me and took my arm. And congratulations to you for qualifying for Primus as well, Felizaya told Violet Blood. Give Miss Shadow the same accolades, and an experienced centurion like Miss Grey Dawn more than deserves her pending Sine Fe rank. Also I must congratulate you on a masterful instruction to your cadets. As love blood gushed, I patted her hand, but I was still pondering. I had 8 pilot slots to fill. At least I had 2 flight leaders, which meant I only needed 1 more Primus Centurion. Though between Quirinus, my Duchess, the other Legion officers I was on good terms with, and the Imperial family, I had more than enough of a network to get my pick of qualified Polyxo pilots. I could take some comfort that I was less of a cosmic plaything, but I was still unmistakably the plaything of beings far more powerful than me. Felizaya sipped her drink. If you will allow an indulgence. I am not an active officer and no expert on the ways of the Imperial legions, but if you will allow me some advice. Of course, Your Highness, I assured, trying to keep my tail from freezing in horror. Your cadets. You have done much with them, especially considering they, unreasonable expectations some of them initially set, Felizaya delicately said. I took a drink of the quite excellent coffee. That at least obscured much of my face. Ah, I think I understand. I don't mean all of them, Felizaya assured, that would be impractical, but accepting a handful for an active assignment. That would allay the concerns of some powerful figures, and it would allow you to keep a close eye on some young pilots. Those of great potential and skill, but lacking in experience. I believe your mentor Quirinus did much the same with you and your Baroness. Somehow, my tail did not twitch, though it may have curled up a bit. That is true, I allowed. Of course I could not be free of politics. Still, having only a few of those noble brats under me, instead of an entire reinforced squadron would be an improvement. I have some ideas on who you can pick, Violet Blood said with a wicked smile, because of course she had thought about this. Excellent. Felizia took a dainty sip. And I would think having both fresh pilots and experienced ones would help the cadets learn that much faster. I gave her a nod and a note of agreement. She was correct. That could help the novice pilots get up to speed, but at the cost of having the overall squadron take longer to grow into a cohesive unit. I suppose the other squadrons under Quirinus could use time to work up, not to mention all four learning to operate as part of a demi-wing. Felizia gave an airy shrug. Not to indicate she was dismissive of such military concerns, but that they were not her sphere of interest. I suppose Graceful Gold's lessons had some value. Presuming there is not any great unpleasantness, it will not be immediate. Why, your tutoring here is only halfway done. And I know an industrious lady such as yourself will certainly make the best use of her time. Ah, that was why she was telling me early. I thank you for this notice. I will make sure to go about my selections both for my squadron and cadet placement recommendations for my cadets with the least acrimony. Felizia's blue eyes locked onto me and for a moment wondered if she had peeled through my mind. While I appreciate delicacy in such actions, I would suggest you keep the Legion's interests in mind. Naturally, I bowed my horns. That was flexible. The Imperial Legions, as an institution, was rather pragmatic and goal-focused. Part of that came from being the smaller, less glamorous, junior service. Still that meant that Legion brasshorns were more than willing to play political games if that was what was required. The Imperatrix's daughter studied me for a moment. Perhaps I should clarify. Make your choices with the Legion's practical interests in mind. Seek out the help of your Duchess, your Tribune, and other sources. Make your selections using your best judgment, Countess. And if you feel that some of the mothers of your cadets will be angry that their daughters were not among the ones you selected, please do not hesitate to contact my office, Felizia smoothly said as an ebony card with gilt edges appeared in her hand. It was warm to the touch and, at a glance, was more than done in gilt leaf. The thick card felt like it was inlaid with gold and other precious metals, not to mention the blue twinkling jewels that were set in the corners. More than being precious metals, I could feel the enchantments laid into them and the card itself. The contact information shimmered and changed with subtle illusion magic and some sort of thaumaturgical link. I was certain that this was a calling card in a very literal sense. Smelling faintly of sandalwood and rosewater, the hideously expensive artifact slipped it into one of the hidden pockets of my uniform. At least this frilly confection of a garment had that much going for it. Thank you, I hope I will not need such assistance, but I shall take it if it proves necessary, I gracefully said. That was the deal then. As long as I took some number of cadets, the Imperial family would smooth over any acrimony from the families of those who were placed in a less glamorous flight school or scouting branch posting. I suppose I could still reject the deal, but that would be snubbing an offer of assistance from a daughter. That is most generous, Violet Blood effusively stated before going to me. There, now you don't have to worry about offending the wrong noble matron. Felizia smiled beatifically at us. It is a pleasure to meet with the flower of Black Skyvian youth. To see those who protect us. The daughter studied my earrings. It is fitting. Your Highness. Oh, just rumors, Felizia drank some brandy. Mother misses her so. And she never lost hope. I nodded. It was a key tenet of the Church that Darkstar would return to us. I was skeptical, although not because I thought that reincarnation was impossible. Indeed, I knew for a fact that was very much a real thing, as did Visha, and besides the phenomena was hardly undocumented on Daiu. However, the wait for her return had now stretched over entire millennia of waiting. As such, there had been more than a few false dark stars, and the prospect that the real article would return seemed like a mirage, always receding further and further away. We all pray that she will return to us, I stated, with all sincerity, bowing my head. Did you know her? Violet Blood asked, to my quiet horror. Felizia gave a sad laugh. Alas, my bloody Baroness, her loss was before my time. However, my older sisters were around then and Dawnstrike remembers her fondly. More than my own desire to meet Darkstar, I hope to be there to see when Dawn and Mother reunite with her. The ancient Demoness face flickered with melancholy but was soon banished. But that is enough of the past, let us talk about the future, your future. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 ++++. I will freely admit that after our lessons I had let my mind wander and may have put too much trust in Loveblood's judgment and guidance. I know it was just my mind, but the card from Dial Felizia felt warm in my tunic pocket. It felt like a reminder, a tangible memory proving that the evening in the salon had, in fact, happened, and that the daughter had apparently been observing my instruction of the cadets. I spent the funicular ride home mulling over the time I had left at the War College. I would have to accelerate my lesson plan. A lucky number of the cadets under me would not have the luxury of the usual route through flight school followed by a low-tempo initial posting. Instead, they would be coming with me. Thus, for their survivability and mine, I would have to make sure they would be qualified. It was with those thoughts in mind that I hardly noticed as we went down the steep valley of the city, made the transfer to another line, and then that we had gotten off the ascending funicular well before our normal station. The schmoozing and networking with the daughter of the Imperatrix had taken a fair bit of time. Graceful Gold wanted to be sure that all of us got some time with Felizia, and our instructor had gotten in a couple lessons and refinements as to the proper ways to interact with the imperial family. "Where are we going?" I asked when we waited at an intersection. Glancing about, I could see the spire of the palace and was able to estimate our distance and elevation. Not too far down slope of the Imperial War College, we were in a bit rowdier part of the city, or at least the part that the various journeymen and apprentices of the guild halls considered rowdy. The really exciting parts of the city were to the east in the dockyards, freight yards, and stockyards. "I wanted to take you someplace to help you recover from all the tension of our meeting," Violet Blood assured in a tone that was only slightly sinister. "Without us changing first." I felt a bit self-conscious. Our clothes did not stand out with the early evening crowds, except inasmuch that few military uniforms were this frilly. I felt more like my brief time working for Luddy's Cafe. "Oh, these uniforms are fine." The Baroness waved my concerns away as we crossed the street and came to a winding street that was just full of entertainments. Bright signs made out of fluorescing tubes started to buzz on as we were led to an area full of beer gardens, coffee houses, bath houses, wine bars, massage cloisters and dance halls. "And where are we going?" Pouting, Violet Blood sighed and gestured to one of the humbler wine bars. Like the other places, there was outdoor street-side seating and a whole terraced garden. There were a few squat fire pots set up with fragrant smoke puffing out their chimneys. Unlike the neon signage of its neighbors, this place had a simple carved wooden sign. However, above the sign was a giant garishly painted wooden lemon. The Oily Lemon. I stopped by the open entrance gate. Caved below the wine bar's name was the establishment's slogan, "Come down and have a squeeze. You'll have fun." "Where did you hear of this place?" I stepped aside to let a couple in fleet uniforms with 2 auxilia companions enter. My tail stilled as they looked us over. The Oily Lemon was vaguely familiar. "Oh, around. Don't worry about it." Somehow, Violet Blood's base reassurance failed to soothe my curiosity. In fact, all it did was give me cause to wonder if I should be worried. "We just came from a function with full refreshments," I said, speaking slowly in case I had missed something, "and you want us to go to a bar." Violet Blood shook her head at me. "We're not here for that, but we did just come from a rather stressful lesson." "Ah," I said, understanding dawning, "you want us to unwind." "Something like that," my Baroness said, pulling me into the Oily Lemon. Despite the rather short yellow uniforms of the waitstaff, the wine bar was fairly cozy. There were awnings over most of the tables that helped keep out the chill, and the central room had a small band tuning their string instruments. Imperious as ever, Violet Blood chatted up the hostess and then went straight to one of the back patios. It was an intimate nook with several low couches surrounding a pair of tables that looked over a small garden. Several nearby nooks were also angled to give the same view. The tables were already occupied. I stopped when Violet Blood pulled back the curtain. The surprise was muted, but the cadets, my cadets, froze. Ah, this must be the wine bar my cadets frequented. By the count of bottles, at least they were not drinking to excess. And there were only a couple meerschaum pipes and a small amber dropper bottle of Pixie. "Primus Centurion. It's a pleasure to see you." Pulavia stammered while Lavish pulled herself up and adjusted her blouse. Skyspare and some of the other cadets chuckled, though I noticed a pair in the back also scooted apart so that they were no longer leaning on each other, and the cadet closest to the table scooped the accoutrement off the table and into her bag. Politely, I looked to one side. Violet Blood smiled at the cadet's actions and gave an almost approving murmur at the labels on the various bottles. The girls were off duty, and nothing they were using was proscribed for legionaries. And for the amorous behavior, I had no place to talk, and the legions were generous with the fraternization rules. Besides, some minor public displays of affection were extremely tame by our standards. Violet Blood gave me an eager look. "At ease, girls." I waved off. "We were just coming here after a meeting to unwind." Evaluating our uniforms, Lavish gave me a calculating look. She suspected it had to be a rather high-status meeting, to warrant such fripperies. The Baroness's tail swished as her green eyes sparkled. Realization hit and I shot her a glare and was even about to wave my hand to cut her off. "And we have some excellent news." "Has your promotion gone through, ma'am?" Skyspare asked. Violet Blood simply gave me a smug look. "Maybe I should get some more appetizers?" she asked, stepping back into the hallway to flag down a waitress. I sighed. "Yes. It's unofficial, but it will come through. Don't worry, this should be after your training has completed. I won't be leaving you in a lurch, I promised." "That's not the best part," Violet Blood smiled, back after placing a rather generous order. "And that is?" Lavish Rose Talon inquired, having quickly regained her decorum. I looked around the girls, about half of my cadet squadron was here. There will be some slots in my squadron. Of course, but why? Pulavi's eyes widened. That's right. Violet Blood's smile was all teeth. What will the squadron's composition be? One of the erstwhile cuddlers in the back asked. Violet Blood sniffed as if that answered it. We're not Pollux so qualified, Skyspare noted. The bar will be set high, and your training tempo will increase, I stated, tone adamantine. And that's why I figured we can all relax tonight. Violet Blood cheered. Chapter 21, Officers and Obeisance. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Daiyu Demon's verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil Fic. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlos N., Shinobu Shin Atsuki and Nutco, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 21, Officers and Obeisance. Mersum was House Black Sky's largest colony. Located on a dimensional crossroads that made further travel easier, similar but lesser than that of the home plane of Daiyu itself, Mersum was a central location that served as a logistical, commercial, and military hub for most of House Black Sky's other colonies. I was not a member of the Cartographers Guild, let alone the Transcendental Survey Branch, but I could read a map. Mersum was a key holding and thus needed considerable defense for itself and nearby colonies, especially since a direct transit from Daiyu to Mersum had been charted about 40 years ago, around the same time as the Third Great House War. A full coitus malleus of 20 legions, including Corpus Incurgio Tenacity, was held here with enough rererii, first-line reserves, to form at least 10 more legions. I was not sure how many second-line reserves there were in Mersum, but this colony was a favorite place for legionaries to retire to. The Emurian 5th Landing Fleet was stationed here to transport Tenacity to any location on Mersum or any other colony and, if needed, could ferry another half-dozen legions in a second wave. The colonial Domitianus 4th Fleet was not quite as powerful as the home fleets, but the 4th had about 20 capital ships, half of them stationed on Mersum, including the Celestial-class Empyrean Zenith. Of more relevance to the task of defending colonial holdings was the larger number of smaller combat airships also attached to the 4th Fleet. Of course, the large contingent of assorted supply ships was the most vital component of the 4th by far, and the key element to projecting Black Sky's legions across the House's far-flung colonies. This mission was further advanced by a whole constellation of smaller bases and outposts standing watch over the secondary colonies. Positioned over a natural harbor where the grassy steppes met the ocean, the colonial capital Mursa Victrix was a sprawling city of broad horizons. After spending about a year in Sylvana, I had felt a twinge of agoraphobia when I was first exposed to the vast vistas, seas of grass or brine stretching endlessly in all directions around the city. Though, after a period of acclimation, I had grown familiar with the starkly beautiful landscape, it reminded me of Bovitar, the city I had grown up in, one orphan among many. I stood on the balcony of the offices my squadron had been assigned while we trained with the rest of Quirinus's demi-wing. Today, the westerly breezes had obligingly brought the cool sea air directly to the balcony, cutting the edge off the alchemical stink of the industrial yards and mechanical stench rising from the massive base known as Colonia Mersum Castra Magnus. I had gone from spring in Daiyu to early fall in Mersum, which was only part of dealing with a slightly shorter year, a longer day, and other differences that gave a lingering feeling of unbalance and disquiet. Accepted wisdom held that it took a month to acclimate to life on a new dimensional plane. I turned away from studying the sky. As always, the burning cloudless blue was busy with the expected aircraft. If one wanted to return to Daiyu or to travel even further along the dimensional spine, then the only realistic options were a teleport rune-equipped airship or access to a proper gateway. Sipping from my mug, I stepped back through the privacy wards and into my squadron's offices. I took my time to enjoy the brew, it was the only cup I would allow myself for the day. Getting good coffee out here was far more expensive, hence the local popularity tea enjoyed. Putting aside fears of another house war, of deals with archangels, and the sundry other concerns I labored under, I allowed myself a moment of pride. The 3rd Squadron of the 78th Infantry Legion's Epsilon Demi-Wing was mine. Granted, I was still just over halfway filled on pilots, but that would be fixed soon. Passing Flight 2's pilots, I looked over their shoulders and was gratified to see they were going over reports. Without any reminders necessary, would wonders never cease? Before I could congratulate them on their diligence, I felt a pressure at the base of my horns. The sensation was familiar and I was surprised at the sudden chorus of feelings that welled up with me at that nostalgic touch. My senior pilot, Volante's signifier Grey Dawn opened the door to admit our visitor. The willowy centurion who stepped in looked more mature and grown up than I remembered her, but quite a bit of water had passed under the bridge since we'd parted. Octavia was a dark purple-skinned woman with glossy black hair and amber eyes. Even her wings, which I remembered as seeming vaguely oversized, now fit her slender frame perfectly. Not much older than Loveblood, she walked with more confidence than the green pilot I had first met over 2 years ago. "Pri Prefect Centurion Diamond Dust," she said, correcting herself as she saluted, exposing her neck and flicking her claws. Returning the salute, I smiled, pleasantly surprised at our reunion, that is, I was surprised that Octavia had arrived today. "Centurion Octavia, it's good to see you, please come in." "Thank you, ma'am. You can be at ease," I chuckled, before continuing in a louder voice so the rest of my squadron could hear. "Anyone who helped get the crew of a Downspathia out of Orthoff while the city burned and suffered alongside me in Fob Emerald Inferno in the Croc Alley jungles has earned a bit of leeway." "Thank you, ma'am," Octavia agreed while Grey Dawn chuckled. My 2 flight leaders ambled over. Visha and Violet Blood also knew Octavia, of course. Though my wingwoman had missed out on all the fun of Orthoff and Minor House Vualaya. "Welcome to 3rd Squadron," Violet Blood said, sizing her up. "Congratulations on getting married," the Baroness added, her gaze upon me weighty. "Thank you for sending us such lovely gifts, all of you." Octavia smiled and bowed her horns to us. "And congratulations on your engagement, to all 3 of you." Violet Blood gave a smugly confident smile while I stammered an appreciative response. "Thanks. It's great to have you again." Visha handed her a cup of coffee. "You'll be in Flight 1, that's with the Countess, Grey Dawn, and myself." "We'll be wingwomen again," Grey Dawn said with a toothy grin. Octavia steeled herself. Being in a squadron's first flight was an honor, first flight considered of, the squadron commander, her second, and the flight leader, and, in this case, the squadron's senior pilot. "I wouldn't have it any other way," she said with more assertiveness than I expected. The new pilots of Flight 2 looked up from their work, seeming to finally notice the new arrival, although in all likelihood they had simply been tactful enough to give our reunion the illusion of privacy. "How much do you know of the assignment?" I asked. Octavia's usual cockiness faded slightly. "Junior Tribune Artemis Quirinus has 4 squadrons. 1st Squadron, commanded by her wingwoman, Prefect Centurion Cenas, consists of Harmonia air superiority models. 2nd and 4th are Sarpedona ground attack models. Which leaves 3rd Squadron, which is equipped with Polyxo." "Ah, I see someone's read the briefing," I said, giving a bit of levity. "I am Legion, I had help with the bigger words," Octavia smoothly replied. "But if you want me to elaborate." I shook my head. "It's pretty basic. Nearly 50 Legion flyers, my guess is Demi-Wing Epsilon is intended to provide extra support to legionary formations. Which, out in the colonies, has some implications. We'll be the swing squadron. Our role will change depending on what Quirinus needs." "It sounds like a good fit for someone of your skill," Octavia acknowledged. I chuckled, from a stranger that could come off sycophantic, but Octavia knew my command style and had been trained under my wing. "You already know Flight 1. Loveblood, care to introduce Flight 2? "It'd be my pleasure." Violet Blood clapped her hands and snapped a summons at the trio of former cadets. I allowed myself to fade into the background, free to enjoy my coffee as the newly minted pilots made their introductions. Those 3 had fought, suffered, and demanded exactly this. After Felizia had recommended I take some cadets into my squadron, I had spent the months after increasing the tempo of my training. The rest of my squadron had helped. We all knew that whoever would be picked would have to be reliable, capable, and able to learn. Beyond passing the examinations to proxy for flight school, the 3 winners had undergone personal evaluations conducted by Quirinus. I was grateful my commander had invested the time to put them through their paces, coming to her own conclusions about their fitness to serve. Conclusions that would be independent of my history with my former students, and the mixed feelings I had still harbored once Quirinus had confirmed that they passed muster. The other cadets had gone on to flight school with my letters of recommendation in hand, and were by and large taking the more conventional path of study, training, and waiting until the proper age before trying for a combat slot. I had done my duty and had provided the Imperatrix with a baker's dozen of Legion flyers. And yet, none of that was my concern now, thankfully. I had done all that had been asked of me as an educator, and now I was no longer forced to ride herd on a flight of ungrateful whelps and pampered daughters. It was a drop in the bucket, as the Black Skyvian war machine went. Every year the Imperial Legions graduated about 700 Legion flyers. The larger household fleet needed well over 3,000 fleet pilots annually, and that was just for ritual plate, VTOL, airship, and other aircrew were a whole other personnel pipeline. It has been my burden to command my fellow nobility and mentor them in what it takes to be a Legion flyer, Violet Blood said, stepping next to her fellow Baroness. This is my wingwoman, Centurion Skyspear. As the most capable and willing to put aside foolish ideas of being a duelist mistress of the air, it has not been entirely unpleasant flying with her. With her side-shaved and braided silver hair, curled horns, and finely aristocratic periwinkle features, Baroness Skyspear almost looked like she would be better off in fleet whites than Legion blacks, but she had proven that she could step out of her mother's shadow. "Ma'am." Skyspear nodded to Violet Blood before turning to Octavia. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've read a lot about your missions. Octavia bowed her head, presenting her horns. And these two I've put together in the hopes they'll keep each other out of trouble, but the Countess decided to give Centurion's Pulavia Vibrant Fang and Lavish Rose Talon a chance. Amazingly, neither has broken their new Polyxo suits yet. Behind my coffee mug, I somehow managed to not grit my teeth. That those two had stuck with my program and managed to rise to the top was not entirely unexpected or displeasing. Lavish had a dogged stubbornness that was almost admirable. Things got easier for her when she realized I was not someone she could bully past using her force of personality or the weight of her senatorial mother's reputation. Pulavia, the closest thing to a friend Lavish seemed to have, was rather studious and, despite a meekness out of the suit that seemed at odds with being the daughter of a duchess, third in line or not, she was decisive in the air. I just had to look past the two spoiled, pampered girls who thought they could crash a meeting with the manufacturer of our suits. Which, admittedly, had been a very large ask. Pulavia seemed a bit nervous and almost in awe of Octavia. You were with the Countess at the start. That was me, Violet Blood haughtily interjected, as keenly defensive of her claims as always. Isn't that right, Countess? I keenly felt the conversational gravity drawing me back in, just as surely as if the Baroness had stooped to looping her arm around mine and pulling me back in by main force. Fortunately, she'd retained a small measure of discretion. But Octavia does go back very far. Lavish gave a respectful bow to the both of us. It was odd to see her in a proper Legion uniform and not one with a cadet's green trim. It will be good to fly with you. I gave a sharp smile. Quite so, now your flight doesn't have a numbers advantage. Violet Blood gave a small huff. You do realize how unfair it is. Your flight is full of aces with years of experience, while, aside from my own brilliance, I merely have cadets, she whined theatrically. Then you'll have to use your brilliance to close the gap, I said with a shrug equally theatric in its nonchalance, capping off my studied disregard with a long sip from my now lukewarm coffee. Violet Blood went from an exaggerated huff to a more sinister mien. I'll just have to work them harder then, she crowed and cackled with malicious glee, and pilots' tails went limp. Did your ritualista transfer too? Visha asked, diverting attention away from Violet Blood's minor power trip. They came with me on the same supply ship from Sylvana. Octavia nodded and gave a smile. I also may have brought a few goods from home. My subordinates looked at my mug. Among other things, Octavia assured. I did manage to get you a few things as well, ma'am. I gave the legionary flyer a wary look. Ma'am. The prefect is just weary after writing thank you notes for all going away presents she got before leaving Sylvana, Visha explained, her tone placating and infuriatingly tolerant. I don't see why. Hohenstoss and sapphire filigree did wonderful work on her crown, and the coat of arms the Duchess presented her was lovely, and long overdue. Not to mention getting you a proper sword, Violet Blood huffed, taking a moment away from harassing her pilots to shoot me a frustrated look as if I were to blame for such delays, which was only partially true. You have a coat of arms. Oh yes, Violet Blood chirped, turning to smile at Octavia. A lovely design of azure over sable. A constellation of 9 crimson stars mount the black lower half while a pair of white wings rise up over them to the blue field feathers up protecting a golden star of our hallowed lady. To my mild amazement, Violet Blood's tail was swishing enthusiastically, as if she were flaunting her own honors instead of dealing my own frippery. I'd show you, but the Countess doesn't want to put her coat of arms up in her office, let alone the common room. I gave my betrothed a withering look. I appreciated the effort put into such gifts, but I was never one for crowns, and my coat of arms was rather blatant in its symbolism. I was fortunate the design had been publicly entered into the registry after my business with Samoth had concluded. The Xioxan mercenary could have easily taken offense at the clear references to her sister's death on my arms, and surely would have taken the opportunity to claim insult if only to claim another bargain chip during our negotiations. Still, the crown, sword, and coat of arms did suit the legend of Countess Diamond Dust and would be useful when I was compelled to leverage that reputation. I suppose that was the real meaning of the gifts my sisters and mother gave me. It would complement your crown wonderfully. Violet Blood's sober tone belied how petulant she was being. I don't keep that here either. At least your sword is in the office. This time Violet Blood didn't bother to conceal her pout behind any measure of decorum. It was her elder sister's, Visha said, trying to be conciliatory. Thankfully she was not speaking of my late elder sister. Even I would have found that to be an ill-omened artifact. Still, Argent Shroud had honored me with a gift of one of her blades. She also had good humor and hoped that I, like her, would never need to use it in combat. I can show you that if you wish, I said in a tone that indicated it would be best if Octavia wished for no such thing. No need, she said, full of assurance. And I think you'll be happy with the items I procured. Signifier Grey Dawn gave me a list. Unlike the rest of you, I've been off-world before, Grey Dawn put in. Things are better than they were back then, but there's always a few items that are hard to get out here. Good, and we'll go over our stockpile and see if there's anything we need to restock before we get posted further out. I turned back to Octavia. Have your ritualista contact Centurion Gibbs for their slotting and Miss Sunshower, my aide, for any personal issues. I made sure my suit never left my ritualista's sight. They're offloading it right now. Octavia stated with justifiable pride, getting your suit lost due to a bureaucratic mix-up would be embarrassing and frustrating. Your aide. The prefect's Kitsune maid, Grey Dawn clarified, a spark of humor dancing around her eyes. Ah. Octavia politely nodded, her face a study of bland disinterest. She's great at being both aide and maid. Violet Blood insisted, although her point was decidedly undermined by the lingering petulance in her voice. She has been an excellent find, ma'am, Grey Dawn agreed with a face just straight enough that I couldn't chide her for the almost audible laughter at my expense. I put my mug down on the table in the center of the room, deciding that it would be best for my dignity to simply ignore the entirety of the digression. Octavia, I want your suit's records submitted to Centurion Gibbs. It took her long enough to accept the promotion, she might as well have something interesting to look at. First, is there anything you need fixed, anything you want? We might as well get your Pollux refreshed when we're still at the biggest depot in the colonies. It was refitted to Mark 15 last year, overall it's good. But the stabilizers could use recalibrating, the survival kit is getting a bit old, it could do with a standard seal replacement, and the ballista projectors are reaching the end of their lifespan, oh, and my comms need syncing. Understandable, all standard, I said quickly drafting a memo as I listened. The survival kit, a set of relevant supplies stored on the inner suit layer, was easy to overlook. Fortunately, nothing was too time sensitive, though fresh batteries, supplies, and munitions were beneficial. Getting her comms systems aligned with the rest of her flight, squadron, and wing was, of course, the highest priority on the list. Bad communications may kill, but no communications was scarcely better. Visha gave me a look and quietly took the pen from my hand and finished writing out the memo. Ah, this was her flight, and as such standard suit issues were more her responsibility than mine. Do you have a Gorgon rig? Visha asked her new pilot as I took a step back, trying not to look too obviously chastised. Unfortunately, no. Octavia seemed a bit bashful about that. My scrying systems have been updated but not to that level. We'll make sure you're consistently equipped. I won't have one of my flight being the odd girl out, Visha said, disarmingly charming as always. I simply strongly suggested to my pilots that they purchase that option when they bought their own Pollux suits, Violet Blood said, giving her flight a predatory smirk. I eyed my least experienced pilots without much sympathy. That was one advantage of dealing with spoiled nobles, they were able to buy their way up to PAR. It's a shame that equipping Flight 3 with Gorgon rigs won't be that easy. Who will be in Flight 3? Octavia asked. I've got a flight transferring from the Primus Anchorage, I answered, pleased with the announcement. It would be nice to have another experienced flight attached to my squadron. Hopefully, we would be able to have the luxury of familiarization training to get all three of my flights to work together as well as acquainting my squadron with Quirinus's other three squadrons. We're getting some moon succubi? Lavish asked, blunt as always. Violet Blood and I gave her arch looks. Pulavia winced by proxy at the somewhat crass slang. Sorry, that was too informal of me, Lavish said, trying to sound contrite and mostly failing. The green pilot had the sense to not point out Violet Blood's nickname for Visha, nor the Baroness's own nickname. Are they natives of Lancia? Did they grow up on the Anchorage? Violet Blood asked, thankfully moving the conversation past Lavish's faux pas. Although, judging by her enthusiasm, she might be inquiring from genuine curiosity about her new comrades. If so, I could easily understand her curiosity. Lancia had a different culture, more reserved, than Daidu proper. It was also the heartland of House Andromache. The Lancian Primus Anchorage was the home port of Primus' Third Fleet, the Emuria 8th Landing Fleet, and had a large legion presence. All that meant a large population of support staff and dependents. On first blush, the Primus Anchorage seemed like a safe rear position. In some ways, the 3rd and 8th gave better service as fleets in being unlikely to ever leave their berths in earnest. The possibility of having about 10 capital ships, with full escort and fleet support, and Corpus Incurgio vigilance appear anywhere on Daidu within a couple hours was a considerable threat to any opposition, leaving the anchorage as a quiet but prestigious post. That impression, while not entirely untrue, was also exaggeration. It took time to collect, load, and stow the legions on their troopships, not to mention charge their teleport runes. If it ever came time for the 3rd and 8th to deploy in earnest, any enemy intelligence would surely see them coming and take immediate countermeasures. Still, when it came to rapid deployment of significant troop capacity, House Blacksky had invested considerably in that capability and it would be very through countermeasures indeed to even impede the massive lunar deployment. Even knowing an attack by the 3rd and 8th was imminent, an enemy would be unable to concentrate their defenses unless they knew where the assault was to fall. Both as a first strike capability or as a rapid reinforcement to either first or second home fleet, these formations were a figurative Damocles sword suspended over Diu. It was the latter aspect, with even faster assistance if beacons were used, that was what Third Fleet and its supporting legionary assets were more frequently deployed as. I had enough experience to know that a posting on Lancia would be far from calm and sedate. Their flight leader is a veteran and did grow up in the garrison, I explained, moving on from considerations of Lancia. The relative value of that posting was academic in my case. While it was theoretically possible for me to acquire a slot based on the Primus anchorage, I could only do that if I ceased to be Quirinus's subordinate. Oh? Why is she having her flight transfer out here? Grey Dawn asked, just managing to keep the suspicion out of her voice. A trained Polyxo flight was a valuable commodity in the legions, and a transfer of an entire flight was entirely worthy of comment. Was she floored by the opportunity of serving under you? Violet Blood's haughty tone had undercurrents both gushing and snide. I gave her a level look to indicate she was being just a bit too familiar in front of the legionaries. Tail curling, Violet Blood gave a small nod. Looking at the clock, I ran a few numbers. Your suit's being offloaded? I asked Octavia. She nodded. My ritualista should be moving it to join the rest of the squadron. We're in Hangar 38, the one just down the hall and on the ground floor. Good, good. And have you had lunch yet? I asked, giving the suddenly worried pilot a sharp smile. Octavia shook her head warily, eyes fixed on mine. I'm still getting used to the new time. Acclimation period and all that. Well, how about we all have a quick meal? Despite my cheerful tone, my pilots were skeptical and worried. I'll talk to Gibbs and see if all our suits are flight ready. Do you want me to get clearance from flight ops? Visha diffidently asked. Yes, let's see what slots they have available, worst case we might have to get some simulator time, I said, giving my pilots a reassuring smile. Half of the cowards openly flinched away. Don't worry, this is just some familiarization training. It's not like even I can get a live fire exercise approved on this short notice. For some reason the 7 other Legion flyers did not seem terribly reassured by my words. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Some things never change. When your commanding officer requests your presence at your convenience or invites you to dine with her, those are just polite formalities. You will find your convenience coming very shortly, and even if you just stood up from a meal you will abruptly find room to be peckish, or at least you will if you desire to have a future in the military. Volantes Tribune Artemis Magnus Quirinus, commander of the 78th Infantry Legion's Epsilon Demi-Wing, was no martinet. Still, she expected all her squadron commanders to attend when she issued her summons, polite wording or not. The location she had chosen for today's meal was rife with hints about the true nature of this impromptu get-together. This was not a formal dinner that required mess dress uniforms, nor one recurring the reservation of one of the Colonia Mersum Castra Magnus officers' dining rooms. Instead, the invitation was to an upscale restaurant just outside of downtown Victrix. Stepping inside, I gave a short bow to the hostess, resplendent in her silk dress with intricate sash. A bouquet of both familiar and novel spices filled my nose. A further good sign, if only for my palate, was that the restaurant served Paimonish cuisine. The western peninsula of Mersum had a rather large, if legally informal, colony from that minor house. Over the generations, and adapting to local differences in food and climate, the Mersum Paimonish had started to diverge from their Diu cousins. I was led to a private room that with a good view of the bay. 3 people were already waiting at the broad table, Quirinus, Prefect Centurion Cenis, her second and commander of 1st Squadron, and a third Prefect Centurion I didn't recognize. On the shorter side but muscular and broad of shoulder, with short blue hair, and a rather demure set of grey horns, the new woman's wings were iridescent with blue-grey feathers. She gave me a calculating look. Putting her wine glass down, she bowed her horns to me. Ah, this must be the commander of 4th Squadron. She looked younger than I expected, but still quite aggressive. I gave her a quick but respectful nod, before bracing and saluting Quirinus. Wonderful that you could make it, the Tribune said by way of greeting, returning my salute. Please, sit. I nodded and took one of the 2 empty seats. Countess, have you met Prefect Centurion Fabia Firmitas Harrowfang? I have not had the pleasure, I said, giving the newly named Harrowfang a smile. The Legion flyer certainly looked tenacious, and pugnacious, enough to have earned the honor name Firmitas, even at her young age. You've got one of our Sarpedana squadrons? I asked, out of politeness sake. Cold silver eyes twinkled. Aye, and we've got something in common, diamond dust. Oh? I've been out in a capital posting and been away from the real fight. Fabia snorted. Please. You're one of Artemis's girls. And she may be flying a prissy Harmonia suit, but she still makes sure her protégés all know how to get down in the mud. Ah, I glanced over and saw that Quirinus did not object to the familiarity. There may have been some popular embellishments to my. Not that, Fabia cut me off. I don't care about the crap and pap the capital and the brass horns will serve up to try to get more tails and suits. I'm done dancing that dance. That said, we do have other things in common. She smirked as she sipped her wine, clearly enjoying dragging out the mystery. Though my brats aren't quite as spoiled and noisome as yours. Cenis shook her head. Now, the Countess only has to deal with one flight of green pilots. My sympathies, I said sincerely, bowing my horns to Fabia in solidarity. You have an entire cotter, I take it. Yeah, Fabia said, idly flipping the menu open. My flight leaders are solid, and the girls are good, but it's still a green formation. You could have commanded 2nd Squadron, Quirinus said with a bit of resignation, clearly rehashing an old argument. Fabia shook her head. Nah, Julia is a good commander, but she still needs time to grow to her position. She's 10 years older than you and has 2 more years' time in grade, Quirinus replied. I stand by my statement. Experience isn't just measured in time. Not everyone is as blessed by the martyred lady as our Countess. Or you. Fabia shrugged. Evidently I still needed more practice. I'm still quite new to all this, I said as the waitress came in and gave me some water. I managed to slip in an order for some amber tea before the uniformed server withdrew. The Ground Attack Legion flyer eyed me. You're not the only one who got in early as a cadet. I just didn't make quite the same splash, fortunately. My actions weren't quite as evocative, you see, no saving my noble mother, no making ace in a day. As a result, the stories and plays with my so-called heroism died off within a year. And, thankfully, since I only saved hoofsloggers, I never earned that cursed crown. I tried to conceal my jealousy. Fabia laughed, her sardonic humor spiced with sympathy. Ah, so you have some sense after all. Wonderful. I managed to avoid having a preserver crown made for me for 2.5 years, I stated obscurely pleased as I sipped my water. How old were you? Fabia took a drink. 13. I'm Mersum, born and raised. Had a guild mistress, a cousin of my mother, who patronized my training, got me a cadet slot early. You know how it goes. I nodded. And there was an exercise on Vikram, it was a wave the banner show off to try and up recruitment on that little secondary colony. Trosier tried to raid us. There wasn't much there but local colonial auxilia. Fabia's face clouded but her expression twisted into a nasty fanged smile. Unfortunately for them, we were doing a live-fire exercise and after the first combat losses, well, there was plenty of ammunition for those of us who were left. Ah, I guess I should not be shocked that something like that has happened before, I said as tactfully as I could. Border raids and brush fire wars were a constant if underreported facet of Black Sky life, especially on the off-world colonies. Notice of villages burned and civilians kidnapped did little to sell broadsheets and nothing to raise general morale, and generally slipped out of the awareness of any not directly involved. Fabia played with her glass. With an empire of our size, the emergence of a young imperial heroine is a matter of statistics. I tapped the table and thought. The evolution of a heroine could be calculated, I thought, based on the number of cadets, the frequency of those cadets being exposed to safe missions, the fraction of said missions that turned out not to be safe after all, and other factors including how often the cadet lives and the odds they had a particularly noteworthy life story. Given a bit of effort and access to enough data, it would be easy to calculate the window of probability in which the powers that be could expect a new heroine to emerge from the faceless morass of mission statements and loss reports. And once the emergence of such a meteor-ripe darling could be calculated, then it could be included as a factor for any propaganda campaign, any recruitment push. Cenis snickered. You don't have to try to work out the odds, Toria. Tail stiff, I gave an embarrassed nod to the head of 1st Squadron and pulled my head back out of the clouds. Such a model was a foolish idea anyway, pinning any major policy on such an unpredictable factor was individual heroism was absurd. But given the right timing, and perhaps by ridding the deck in advance. Glory and fame are fleeting, Quirinus noted. That's a small mercy, a fifth voice drawled as a new figure was ushered into our room by the hostess. She had braided black hair, silver hooves and with her skinny horns and a pair of slightly too big wings for her voluptuous frame, she looked more than a bit too young to be a squadron commander. There was also something off, about her accent. It was familiar somehow, but not in a way I could easily place. Despite her youthful appearance, she was clearly at least 10 years older than I was. Upon further inspection the impression of youth came at least somewhat from her deliberate, yet peculiarly weightless, almost floating, gait. When one wore a ritual plate one either had to deal with carrying a very heavy suit that weighed down your torso and limbs or, when the suit's zephyr were active, with controlling a suit with its mass buoyed by air spirits but that still possessed its full inertia. In neither case did ritual plate use lend itself towards such an airy step. Apologies, I got held up straightening out a supply issue with my ritualista, the woman said in a slightly odd cadence, bowing her glossy green horns to Quirinus. It was then that I placed it, she had the smoother, more rounded vowels of a Luxon accent. It was not quite the flowing Otic I was exposed to in Bovitar, a border province butting up to House Luxon. No, this accent was slower than the accents around Great Bazela Lake in eastern Luxon, instead she had a bit more of the speech of someone from Yomi, Luxon's second city, in the central part of that house. Interesting. I wondered if she was a refugee or had begged asylum. Perhaps her parents had been the immigrants. Even more interestingly, the woman walked as if she was still getting used to a set of flight armor, not as if she were an experienced pilot. I wondered if it was a deliberate affectation. Even my cadets had rather quickly abandoned any effort to exaggerate their strides. No worries, we haven't ordered yet, Quirinus said, gesturing to the open seat. Everyone, this is Prefect Centurion Lady Julia Jade Talon, 2nd Squadron. Julia, these are your fellow squadron commanders, Cenis, my second in command, in charge of 1st Squadron, Countess Toria Diamond Dust with 3rd Squadron, and Fabia Harrowfang with 4th, the other Sarpedana, Squadron. Charmed, Julia nodded to each of us. Her eyes did linger on me for a moment, perhaps surprised by my age. We had time for a bit more small talk before the waitress came and took our orders. I decided to go with a savory and spicy shrimp soup, especially since Violet Blood had seemed eager to try the seafood here, which was a welcome break from her normally dismissive attitude to non-Dai cuisine. What was the supply issue? Cenis asked Julia. Julia paused to roll her shoulders back. Oh, just some cartridges for the portable etching and engraving systems for when ritualists work in the field. There was a mix-up when we came out here. Fortunately, I have solid flight leaders and the issue was found quickly, they just needed someone with a bit more shoulder braid to push on supply. You're still down a couple pilots? Quirinus asked, leaning into the conversation. Julia put down her own mug of fragrant narrow-leaf tea. A spicier blend that was popular in Kemi, Luxon's capital, but also everywhere else on the coast of the Great Bazela Lake, which included much of eastern province. I cursed my overactive paranoia. Quirinus did know and trust her. Yes. I am supposed to get a pair from here, but... Julia trailed off. The Countess is in a similar position, she's got a flight coming all the way from Lancia. I'm hoping they at least managed to get off the moon by now and are waiting for transit on Diu. That way they don't have as much distance to catch up, I said, doing my best to contribute to the conversation. I was still immensely thankful for the pull Quirinus seemed to have as a new minted tribune. Her reputation, as deserved as it was, must have helped her get some status for her requisitions and personnel needs. As a consequence, transit orders and supply requisitions were being met with unusual speed. Especially if, or when, we get sent to some other colony and the distance increases. Fabia dryly asked. At least they're not green, purportedly. Her tail swished with amusement. Julia nodded. I'm lucky. I got assigned to a squadron that had only 3 gaps due to Legionnaires' terms ending. Granted, one was their previous squadron commander, and Demeter left some big boots to fill, but I have all my flight leaders. I made polite noises of agreement. I could see why Fabia was assigned the Sarpedana squadron of rookies and Julia had the experienced ground attack unit. Tribune Quirinus was trying to strike a good balance with her pilots and officers' relative levels of experience. The real upside of all that was that we had a surplus of experienced ritualista and our new maintenance personnel were learning from them at a good rate. Amid more small talk and, thankfully informal, icebreakers, our food came and we got a bit more comfortable as we settled down to eat our meals. Fabia did have a knack as a raconteur and was able to tell some rather colorful stories, and, despite her relative inexperience, Julia had a good eye for detail. Far from the worst comrades to serve beside, I decided. So far, my fellow officers seemed like a professional bunch, yet still willing and able to relax in non-professional settings. Compared to some of the professional pains in the ass back in the Imperial Army, they're practically the souls of easy comedy. As our meals started to wind down, Quirinus tapped her glass and our private room fell silent. Now, I still haven't heard official word on where we will deploy, but I have been given assurances that we will have time to work up our squadrons, muster a full headcount, and have time to train as a wing. We all gave light chuckles at the value of assurances. Our tribune gave a slight smile. Quite. While I don't have an official word on our next action, I would recommend those of you new to the colonies look into the history of Harp's world. I concealed a sigh. There were certainly worse places we could be sent, but Harp's world was a morass, and not even one of our colonies. I also pushed down the flash of guilt that I would have to take her advice as my knowledge of that place was cursory at best. I cursed myself for doing insufficient research and trying to focus on what colonies I presumed we would have to protect. Let that be a lesson, I told myself sternly. Always expect an out-of-context assignment when things are running too smoothly. We're going to Xiox's Folly? Fabia asked. Julia seemed a bit perplexed. I thought it was called the Great Electon Write-Off. And the Trozic Scrap Harbor. Cenis picked at her meal. It has a lot of names. I've been focusing on familiarizing myself with our colonies, worlds that are one jump from our colonies, and critical enemy holdings. Was a new route to Harp's world discovered recently? I asked, trying to figure out why we would be sent so far afield. One of the main tasks of the cartographers was to find routes between various worlds, as discovering a shortcut could bypass defenses, early warning systems, or simply shorten routes. If a new route had been discovered, our assignment as part of a new element sent to secure that route would make sense. No, there was no route change. So, hypothetically, if we were to go there, it would be by indirect means, via Vikram to Electo's rather sparse colony of Forlorn Prospect and the Electon hub world of New Batavia. Ziox's only significant off-world colony isn't a critical enemy holding? Fabia asked, giving me a teasing look. You're the one who called it Ziox's folly, I replied, not at all waspishly. Why is that? What happened there? I know Electo sunk a lot into it, and I presume made even more money out of it. Why did Ziox let them in? Were they that desperate? Julia asked. In short, yes. It's the consequence of repeated efforts to keep a failing colony operational, Quirinus said before chewing a dumpling. Harp's world was full of potential, good mining assays, with various minerals, metals, and some rare arcane prospects, middling landmass, but what was there had great potential for cropland, and good climate. Overall, ideal for colonization, save that they didn't have a direct route there from Dayu and still haven't found one. Ziox had it all to themselves for a long time. That's where the problem started. It's the typical story, colonists and settlers wanted to get out from under the bickering great houses, only to realize that the dictatrix's agents were right behind them and wanted to ensure that their new world's economy would profit Ziox, Fabia said before eating more of her curry and battered fish. And of course, in the time-honored tradition, the people most interested in xenocolonization are the ones least invested in supporting their former home. There was a resistance movement? Julia asked, digging into the spicy bed of shrimp fried rice and mixed vegetables with a beef broth. A completely organic one, yes. It's not like the household fleet has been seen operating on Harp's world beyond the occasional show the flag visit, Cenis assured in a pointedly dry tone while forking a piece of her steak-like cut of fish. We all knew that the Office of Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance was more than willing to meddle in the affairs of other houses, and we all knew that the household fleet had a small selection of, discreet and small, airships at the beck and call of august organizations like CSR, or the Palace Librarians. That said, it certainly sounds like our spooks shave no shortage of martial to work with already waiting for them on Harp's world. Ziox was quite new to the off-world colony game when they settled Harp's world, I commented, taking a guess based on what little I had read about the disputed colony in question, and I'm sure that certain great houses on their border would not want a stronger house Ziox. Fabia smiled. Quite so. Ziox was soon faced with a choice, abandon the colony or go bankrupt trying to keep it under control while also building up infrastructure. Paying for the same refinery over and over again gets rather costly, and shipping in food for your occupation forces is not a good long-term prospect. But they picked a third option. Julia ventured, her confidence growing. That's when they opened settlement on Harp's world up to other houses, but not Electo. Fabia laughed. Correct, although that was sort of recognition of the pre-exiting state of affairs more than a real change in policy. Electon rates on investing in an area under open revolt were too much for Ziox at the time. House Trosier on the other hand, made efforts that were only desultory at best, and generally kept to their own enclaves, Quirinus added. The Armada had narrow ambitions but was willing to take advantage and help a dear ally. But that got the ball rolling, right? Ziox got more funds out of their concessions and I paused to recall. They started granting local autonomy to the settlers, didn't they? They had to. After the last Great House War scuttled their dreams of sweeping over central Dayu, Ziox was left in a bad enough position, at least in the near term. They had to do something to stop hemorrhaging money, material, and lives, and Xeno-world colonies are edge-budget items to divest when the cuts come calling. Pacifying Harp's world became utterly untenable when the post-war austerity hit. Fabia gave a slight chuckle. Though their pride was loath to admit to it, Ziox did relent. That much red ink has a way of making even stubborn necks bend. No wonder Samoth focused on mercenary work for Dayu minor houses. Harp's world probably had plenty of opportunity for work, but the locals likely had no love for their erstwhile masters, which greatly increased the risk with no commensurate increase in profit. Anathema to a mercenary. Placating the locals was only part of it, Fabia continued. They needed more investment, more people, more resources, more than they could scrape up from within Ziox. House Ziox is not exactly long on friends, Lady Julia noted with a smugness that was rather typical of our kind, although I did note she seemed to hold a special animosity for House Ziox. If her origins were as I thought, I could easily understand why. Especially with Trosier being miserly, only transporting the minimal number of rust buckets to secure their enclaves, and Urkula focused on their own imperial colonies, Fabia agreed, taking an unmistakable glee in Trosier's woes. Julia's violet eyes lit up. That's how Electo got involved. Harp's world stabilized enough to be worth their while. Not just them, Elena got involved too, right? I ventured testing my recollections and cursing my insufficient diligence as I heard my own hesitancy. Though not as much, mostly to secure access to choice pharmacological and alchemical extractions. Correct, both of you. Quirinus gave a nod of approval. Things progressed from there, autonomy became independence over time. Territories fractured and fought, but by that point there was enough great house investment to put a lid on local affairs, vehemently. And thus Harp's world became home to two colonial minor houses. House Duha with House Xiox and, to a lesser extent, House Trosier as patrons, and House Amic with Electo and, to a lesser extent, House Elena as patrons, Fabia explained whilst finishing up her plate. And all the involved great houses also maintain territorial enclaves. Not to mention the various fragmenting free cities. And we might be going to this snake pit? Julia asked with exasperation. Welcome to the off-world colonies, Fabia announced grandly with a broad smirk. I didn't hear anything about House Black Sky's involvement in this mess, Julia pointed out, with the air of someone probing a contracts article in search for a way out. I am greatly reassured that even without the pressures of Dayu itself, our people's standards of diplomacy and harmony continue, I replied with false levity to ritual amusement around the table. Even with the potential of vast territory already under our talons, our houses would squabble, bicker, and bleed, spending more and more into a colony that would almost certainly never generate sufficient provides to balance the sheet in the next century. Sunk cost upon sunk cost, all reason blinded by pride and ego and a need to always contest every scrap of territory over which another banner flew. What kind of resources, that is, military assets, do houses Duha and Umik have? Julia asked, eyes serious as she scanned the faces of the senior commanders present. And also mine. I don't have the exact numbers memorized, but by minor house standards they're populous and fairly coherent, so good in infantry but lacking in heavier equipment. No off-world capability, air assets aren't bad, mostly fixed-wing, but not much in the way of carriers or large ships of any kind, Fabia shrugged. Generally short-ranged projection if they extend outside of their enclaves at all. Duha is larger but worse off, as their patrons don't have as much to sell and are less inclined to make them stronger. Xiox likely still dreams of reunification and doesn't feel like nurturing any impediments to that end, Quirinus said, with a wry smile as she dug into her salad. The Tribune had a habit of eating her greens last, just before dessert. Meanwhile Omic is smaller and Electo will be happy to sell them whatever they want, either for hard currency, trade, or leasing mineral rights. Fabia shook her head. What would be our role there? If any great house were to play peacemaker on Harp's world it would be Elena, she said before her tail flicked, understanding blossoming in her eyes. Oh. That is speculative, Quirinus sternly stated. Though it is known that the great houses who patronize Harp's world do keep reasonable garrisons. Can we speculate as to our, theoretical of course, role? Epsilon Wing has considerable air-to-ground capability. If this was just an air action, or a large target, why not fleet assets? I asked, sipped my tea contemplatively and pointedly, not meeting anybody else's eyes. Picking up her wine glass, Fabia nodded along. Yes, the girls in their spiffy white uniforms are good as long as the enemy is large and slow or small and fast. Anything in between or on the ground is why the Imperatrix has us legionaries. Julia idly toyed with her own cup, lost in thought. 4 squadrons is a fair bit to move, that'll take at least a Melina medium carrier. Or maybe a Damocles light and a Colibri patrol carrier. And that's not even taking whatever ground assets we'd be supporting into consideration, Cenis added in a tone so pointedly mild I wondered what she knew that we did not. I don't know if we will be sent there, Quirinus said, giving us all measured looks. But I want us to be operating as a cohesive unit, one that can provide significant, precise, powerful ground support on demand while also defending ourselves from aerial counterattack. I spooned up some more of my soup as I turned the matter over in my head, savoring the savory and salty broth. That little nugget all but confirmed we would be supporting some type of ground operation, which was admittedly the general remit of a legionary flyer and thus not a significant surprise. Do we have a timeline? Even a vague one? Julia asked with the air of a woman already making plans in her head. It would be good to know how much training time I have with my girls. That was a very good question. It would make a big difference if we were shipping out tomorrow, next week, or next month. Quirinus smiled indulgently as she looked over us, clearly enjoying the finger of brandy left in her crystal flute. I can't give you a firm answer, but we should get at least a month before embarkation. As I am sure you have all surmised, we won't be the only assets tapped for this role. I kept in a tiny frown. Unless the mission were very short and we'd quickly make it back home, I was likely to spend my birthday and even the Feast of Dark Star out on Harp's world. Though it would take a lot for a tear to be worse than my 13th birthday, spent out in the Croc Ellie jungles, let alone all the birthdays of my previous life spent out in the Rhine front or other muddy hellholes. And they'll need training too? Fabia asked. Another new unit? Or a specialized mission? Quirinus gave a thin smile. It would be rather risky to have all freshly founded units sent out on a mission. That caused a generally pensive reaction from us. Black Skyvian doctrine, developed over centuries, frequently made for complicated ground missions. Of all the mission types that doctrine accounted for, there were few operations more fraught and intricate than a contested landing. Indeed, the Imperial legions specialized in the sort of air assault often paired with those landings, that is, deploying anything from a century to cohort to legion to corpus incursio to assist the hoofsloggers in their efforts to bite and hold. And now our tribune was implying that we might be going to Harp's world to support something above that already high bar. With only 4 squadrons involved, the ground component had to be a few cohorts at most, also called a vexillatio, in size. Unless other RP assets would be attached at a further date, of course. The number of legionaries involved would be even smaller than that scant handful if our squadrons were tasked with providing heavy fire support in lieu of armored vehicles, as was often done in raids where mobility and a quick egress were of primary importance. What about an opportunity to train and coordinate with these hypothetical other units? I asked, keeping the concern out of my voice. I was not sure what our mission would be, but based on our numbers I suspected we would not be part of a conventional invasion. And while it was reassuring that my house was likely not going to jump into a pit with half a dozen other factions as part of some grandiose imperial land grab, I had a personal and acute worry about the kind of operations my house would conduct with a small number of RP squadrons. A demi-wing could facilitate a lot of Black Skyvian skullduggery. I am trying to get that arranged, sooner rather than later, Quirinus assured, seemingly taking in my concerns. If scheduling does not allow for this we will have to lean on our standard training and the expectation legionaries have for their legion flyers, Cenis said piously. Julia and Fabia both gave her minutely aggrieved gazes as their tails flicked. There was nothing insubordinate in their brief glares, but I could understand why the Sarpedona pilots would feel they were more familiar with supporting the poor hoofslogger than some Harmonia fly girl. I was not so perturbed, in part because I knew Cenis was not trying to be patronizing, but also because I knew her personally. I had fought beside the prefect Centurion and I knew she had experience giving precise fire support and had been eager to learn and apply my training improvements during our time back at FOB Emerald Inferno. There are a few methods we can apply to help with our training, even if we can't work with the forces we'll be supporting before the fact. Yes, I have tried some of the methods you developed last year. It's a good refinement, ideal for small units that have dedicated support, Fabia confirmed, nodding as she telegraphed support in front of the 2 other commanders present. Quirinus gave me a sharp smile. Ah, then perhaps I can give a lecture on the subject or... I glanced around the table. Set up a training scenario based around it after you've had time to instruct your squadrons. I offered, adjusting my schedule on the fly. That would be excellent, Julia said, nodding along with an appreciative smile. Clearly, she grasped the conclusion our tribune had led us to reach. I had my suspicions why she was unable, or unwilling, to tell us exactly where we were going or what kind of forces we would be supporting, and they were not pleasant. If you'll forgive me, I may have been threatening my rookies with your reputation, Countess, both facing your squadron and your training exercises. Fabia's smile turned icy. Please tell me you won't disappoint and your fancy girls will be set up in ground attack configuration for such an exercise. I returned with a toothy grin. I wouldn't have it any other way. Quirinus sipped some of her plum brandy, a sly smile dancing on her wet lips. Fabulous. I thought the 4 of you would get along. I am sure we shall accomplish great things together. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. A gaggle of broodlings watched me, wide-eyed. Attention rapt, their tails swished as they sat around me in a loose semicircle. I held a folded paper figure in each hand and used them to simulate the position of myself and my wing woman. Overhead, my Zephyr blew around 4 more bits of folded paper. And then what? A too adorable orphan with brown hair and pigtails asked. She killed them all, dummy. A younger broodling with long amethyst hair said waspishly. Purple fire, language. Snapped the stern sister standing behind them. I held up a hand, idly twisting the folded shape that represented myself. It's possible that my war stories might be overstimulating them, I admitted as overeager air spirits decided to spin the enemy flight up into a curving climb and down into a strafing run over the broodlings, much to their amusement. You have been telling, cleaned up tales. The sister sniffed, though she smiled fondly at the display. And I suppose that keeps them more engaged than if you had come to quote scripture at them. Still, I think we're getting close to lunchtime. I bowed my horns and with a slip of concentration some of the paper figures began to glide down to the grass. My wings ruffled and all the figures began to rise up again on renewed currents. That I was at the orphanage in my capacity as a legionary flyer meant I could thankfully wear my uniform instead of my novitiate sister habit. There were many reasons I had no interest in proselytizing to these girls. But how did you defeat the nasty Diluvians? Purple Fire whined, eager to hear the end of my story. Okay, I'll finish it up, I said, waving my hand in a placating gesture, simultaneously tossing out a handful more figures to be caught by my Zephyr. Made of scrap paper, the figures were folded much like a paper airplane and could similarly glide like quite nicely, but in a concession to my story were vaguely demon-shaped. Resuming my story, I started to pace. The colorful paper clouds swirled around me, and as I regaled the children with stories of ardent glory, I could reflect that Company Captain Samuth Rodswar had a point. Here I was, telling stories of Black Skyvian aggression and might to entice young war orphans to one day sign up for the service, to quest after honor and renown in the same uniforms their parents might once have worn. After all, was I not an example of how an orphan raised by our hallowed lady could go on to achieve great things? And didn't the martial glory I exemplified in their young eyes give a meaning to a life robbed of relations and family, left to the church to raise and one day advance the cause of the house onwards? The bloodthirsty little terrors cheered when my story reached its brutal crescendo and they mobbed over the figures that represented each fallen enemy flyer to claim their prizes. The tatters of shredded papers rose where those prizes fell into dispute, each combatant striving to seize that which was rent asunder by their efforts. The petty savagery of greedy little demons aside, it was nice to use this skill for something entertaining. Using my Zephyr for this style of minute control was something I had figured out towards the tail end of my rotation as a cadet instructor. It was an amusing turn that I would use it first to awe broodling before I use it to overawe my house's foes. Glancing up at the orphanage's clock tower, Sister Dignitas at last clapped her hands. Girls, time to wash up for lunch. Thank the prefect Centurion Countess for her time. The broodlings, thankfully all younger than myself, bowed their horns before scrambling back up to their feet. Picking up my case, I handed out the remainder of the paper figures I had made to ensure that each got at least one intact poppet. I also handed out some small gift sets of chocolates, crayons, chew sticks, and a couple dark star coloring books. Practical gifts like socks would be given later. We were in a partially enclosed courtyard that overlooked some undulating fields to the south of Mersum Victrix. Looks like rain, I conversationally said as the sister watched her charges make their way back inside the stone building. Remarkably solid, it dated to not far past the colony's founding. Tail flicking, Dignitas glanced up at the sky. Perhaps, you would know, she said, her tone a bit tight. She was a tall, austere woman with just a tinge of violet to her features. The sister's duty was a challenging one, given the biological and developmental dependencies broodlings had. I am sorry for imposing and distracting the girls. Oh, it's not that, she said as we followed the orphans inside. Entering the plain foyer, I frowned. Perhaps she was worried about the negative influence of my presence. Countess, a moment. A merry voice asked respectfully. Of course, Reinhild, I said, giving a slight bow of my horns to the kitsune. I put the now empty wooden crate by her feet among the others. I trust your aid's work has concluded. The sister asked me. But, were all of those forms really necessary? I don't think I've ever seen their like before. The paperwork is all in order, the maid assured her while giving me a tiny nod. She carried a briefcase for papers and several large cases for later on. Only one contained socks and other sartorial sundries. Well, that was one less matter to worry about. I do apologize, sister, I explained, turning to the nun. But given my age, a tithe at such a level has to get the approval of my seneschal and my duchess. I even had to go through the same process to become a patron of the orphanage that raised me. Ah, I suppose that does make sense. The sister seemed mollified with my excuse. It helped that it was the truth, technically. While Duchess Silverflight and Seneschal Alexei Frugi would have to approve the funding, when it came to supporting a church-sponsored orphanage I doubted they would do anything but rubber stamp my request. However, I wanted to make sure the sisters were not scheming funds, abusing the system, or engaged in any other malfeasance. Hence, setting a fox into their fiscal henhouse under the guise of due diligence. Well, let us go in and have some lunch, it is simple fare but... Dignitas caught herself. You would know, I suppose. Honest and filling, I agreed and put on a smile. Besides, some of the rations in the legions made me quite homesick. I sat with the sisters and it was less awkward than I feared. It helped that the stew was good and the bread was fresh and the broodlings were getting plenty. One upside of going to church functions with my mother Clementia as a novitiate was that I learned how to make ecclesiastical small talk. You've really brightened up the girls' day, a sister sitting across from Dignitas said. I'm happy to have given some small measure of help, you have been wonderful hosts, I said, dabbing my napkin to my lips. Being here reminds me of home. I took a moment to realize that was true. What is the city of trees like? Sylvana is bustling, it has some lovely cathedrals and history, but it can be very busy, almost overwhelming, I admitted, worried about how open I was being with the sisters. I concentrated on my lunch, hoping the conversation would return to dormancy. The chapel won't be used for a couple hours. Sister Dignitas offered, seemingly misreading my apprehension. If you would like some private worship, we can make it available. That. I would be honored for such an opportunity, I said with a smile. Some quiet time alone would be a good way to wrap up this visit. I would avoid having to tell more impressionable young broodlings about the legions and ritual plate. As the meal concluded, I tried to help clean up and police the dishes. However, Rainhild practically shoved me out of the kitchen, seizing the load of bowls from my hands as she escorted me out of the way, and I soon found myself in the orphanage's modest chapel, bereft of any task I could assist with. Built from the same cut stone as the rest of the complex, the chapel was a humble affair, which was a reassuring statement on fiscal priorities. Though I found I could not begrudge the sisters for having spent a bit extra on comfortable pews. The chapel had a hushed presence, and light shone in through the stained glass windows. Plaques on the bottom of the ones on either side of the nave proudly listed the notables of Mersum who had donated generously to the orphanage over the years. I brushed past those and went to the altar and knelt in the light of the four-pointed star in the center of the large window over the altar. Simple, almost abstract statuary made up much of the altar's accoutrements, along with a rather modest reliquary to one side. Moving by familiar road, I lit candles for my late adoptive sister, my birth parents, and made the requisite donations befitting my station and the social obligation of charity. With a bit of wool, I lit the candles and put them with the other offerings. The flames burned purple-red and flickered for a moment before steadying. Aged wood beams supported the roof far above my head. Hanging from the seasoned wood were endless banners bearing the names of all of the orphans who had passed through this institution. The banners rustled in a slight breeze that I couldn't feel so far below them as I knelt in front of the altar again and let the peacefulness of the place overtake me. The chapel had much of the same comfortable, timeless serenity as the rest of the orphanage. My wings twitched as my hands clasped tighter. In quiet moments like this, I truly felt my age, both physical and mental. Familiar words mechanically crossed my lips as I beseeched the long-gone dark star for wisdom, tenacity, and grace. In truth, I wondered what the real dark star, the demon instead of the venerated goddess, would have thought of the worshipful cult that had sprung up around her memory. If she returned, for the dogma, what would her reaction be to the religion which had grown around her and all the things done in her name? Religion had been a key part of the cultural bonding and civic rituals common across all three of my lives. While my participation in the rituals of my first life had been entirely performative, my relationship with religion in my second life had been much more contentious. Adversarial even, being X had demanded I comply with its wishes or die. No contract made under such duress could be considered binding, and like in my first life not a hint of sincerity entered my rituals. Suddenly, my mind sprang from meditative calm to sharp-eyed clarity as a tiny bit of warmth radiated from my earrings as they filled with just a bit more energy. Above me, the name-dripping banners whipped a bit in a phantom wind and my tail stilled as I felt a presence drawing close. For a horrified movement I thought the archangel might appear, disturbing this moment. Instead, the door at the far end of the nave opened, revealing a woman waiting at the threshold. She was not one of the sisters nor anyone else I had met today. I finished my obeisance, stood back up, and turned around and tried not to give her a gimlet stare. Given that the woman looked away, clearly I had failed. "Ma'am." She saluted. "I apologize for disturbing you." Striding across the nave as the candles flickered anew, I studied the woman. She was quite tall, willowy without being gaunt. She had long glossy hair with somewhat messy bangs. Her legs were long enough that, despite my decided lack of vanity, even I felt a pang of jealousy. She must have been just under the maximum height limit for the sizes ritual plate components were produced in. I could sympathize given I was towards the other end, but not as close as I had been before I had started to grow taller in my teen years. Alas, my VS had also continued to grow, which was not entirely a negative, even if they still towered over me. Sharp-featured to almost patrician levels, my visitor had a narrow chin and calculating amethyst eyes. Her tail fins, horns, and hooves were gold, and she looked down before she met my gaze with a flash of hauteur that I found rather familiar, perhaps from long experience with troublesome aristocrats. But that quickly passed as she took in the chapel. It was still but for the flickering candles and rusting banners. Based on some sort of internal calculation, she opted to give me a gracious smile that was only slightly tinged with apprehension, which was also rather familiar. "Ah, I did know her. Primus Centurion Lucia Hood?" I asked, returning the salute with a tilt of my head and flick of my wrist. "Yes, ma'am," she replied eagerly, glancing over to the tiered rack of votive candles with their purple flames as she did so. Odd, was she unfamiliar with the symbolism? This was the head of my new third flight. I had been told to expect her in 2 days, which would have been a week after the squadron commander dinner where Quirinus had hinted at our deployment. Stranger and stranger, as Lucia was Black Skyvian and stationed on the moon of Lancia, so she should have some familiarity with the Church of Darkstar. My eyes narrowed at the towering demon before me, all sharp edges and darting eyes. "You're impressively early. Do you have your routing orders?" I asked, affecting a casual tone. It might have been paranoia, but I wanted a measure of assurance that I was not talking to someone who had merely taken the form of my subordinate and purloined a legionary uniform with the markings of Primus Centurion with the Volante's specialty. Looking to the altar, she quickly made the 4 points of Darkstar's eponymous star over her chest. It was not a gesture that the Order of the Hallowed Lady, the faith I was raised in, used for everyday ceremonies, but others, such as the Order of the Martyred Lady, did use it as a part of their routine obeisance. Sorry. Lucia opened her slim messenger case and pulled out a missive. I took it and read. The orders were valid and an idle trace of my finger elicited the correct magical responses from the various seals. More reassuring was that a memo slip was added to the order stack. With the heading 3rd Squadron, Epsilon Wing, 78th Legion, it was one of the lot Reinhild had ordered for my command. I paused. When had I become the type of officer to bring her own servant to a combat posting? Stationery and staffing aside, the memo was signed by Visha, who said she had started integrating Flight 3's personnel and equipment. The suspicious part of me noted that someone could still have waylaid the real Centurion Hood and taken both the documentation and her form. My second told you where to find me? I asked, folding the orders up and offering them back. Yes, Primus Shadow was quite helpful, but no, please keep them, Lucia said with her tail idly swishing. After I gave her the status reports and maintenance logs for my flight and made our introductions, I asked if I could meet with you. She somehow made the routine request sound like it was some dearly held wish on her part. And she sent you out here? I asked, keeping my tone level as I slipped the communique and orders into a hidden pocket on my uniform blouse. I might have to give Visha a quiet word about boundaries. I'm not surprised that you're at an orphanage. Myself and my younger sister had conflicts with our mothers, but... Lucia trailed off awkwardly, clearly aware that she had made a blunder and equally unclear about how to extract her hoof from that hole. After a moment, she opted for blunt sincerity. And I am sorry to disturb you at prayers. No need. I waved it off and pondered on her fidgeting disquiet. If you're not comfortable here, we can step outside. House Black Sky is pluralistic and I have members of many faiths in my squadron. Lucia gave a graceful, but practiced, smile. Oh no, ma'am, I'm a member. I'm not that pious but... Her admission came with an unconscious step back. But I did do some joint missions with an Andromachian pilot who was also a chaplain, so I am used to those of a fervent belief. I laughed, understanding just what she meant. Well, you don't need to worry, I'm not that religious either. I'm clearly not one for proselytizing. I slowed as I remembered my recent encounter with the broodlings, and amended my statement with, for the church. Looking around at the nave and altar again, Lucia gave an obliging nod. I am a tiny bit surprised to see you being so deeply engaged in a chapel like this and not a grand cathedral. Oh, I've been to the cathedrals in the City of Trees. They are nice, but overstated. I prefer the small honest chapels like this one, it reminds me of my childhood, I said, my tone reassuring. I did not want my new subordinate to think I was someone obsessed with pomp and ritual. Lucia nodded dutifully. How did your flight get in so early? I idly asked. I managed to get us a slot on a teleport gateway, she replied with deserved pride. Providing a direct point-to-point transit, gateways were always in high demand and their considerable throughput would be used for critical assets in spite of their limitations. Weighing over 100 tons and very expensive, gateways had to be built in twinned pairs which could only teleport items between each other. Requiring considerable shipboard power or a dedicated power plant, they also had to be retuned whenever one of the pair was moved. The least restrictive part was the size of the teleportation chamber which objects had to fit fully within. Just about everything in the Imperial Legion's inventory could fit. From artillery pieces to trucks, from tanks to Umbra VTOLs, almost every piece of gear could be maneuvered to fit into the chamber. The household fleet was less lucky. Regardless, a gateway pair was an excellent line of communication that allowed for the transit over 4,000 tons per day one way or half that if items and people were being shipped in both directions. And how did you manage that? I asked. Did you get a direct transfer from Lancia to here? The gateways linking the Colonia Mersum Castra Magnus back to major bases on Diu were very busy. As were the gateways linking the Primus Anchorage to Diu, but maybe the links between Lancia and Mersum weren't as busy. It was a bit of lucky timing and cashing out some favors with the girls in the embarkation facility. Lucia's smile faded. It's not like they'll do me any good out here. I tell you, I've done plenty of teleporting but going via gateway feels more intense and focused, you know. I haven't had the experience, this is my first time off Diu, I admitted, affecting a casual tone. The charging and cool down times to go from Lancia to Diu and Diu to Mersum would add up to about a full day. Another day could easily be added in time, waiting at the anchorage, then unloading at a base in Diu, waiting to board an outgoing airship, and unloading in Mersum. But glad to hear you were able to save time, that'll give us a leg up on training. Lucia seemed surprised at my lack of colonial experience, but she hid it politely enough. Yes ma'am, I promise my flight shall not slow you down. We are poised and prepared, she promised eagerly with a reassuring, almost courtly, diction. I gave an encouraging smile. Primus Centurion Hood was experienced and her file brimmed with glowing recommendations, but I made a mental note to make sure her exuberance did not lead her into trouble. I had enough trouble as it was, worrying about love blood, who I was certain would be trying to prove her flight of greenhorns were worthy in short order. Do you mind if we talk outside? Guilt flashed over Lucia's face as she studied the altar. I'd like to, Tail flicking, her eyes went to the votive candles merrily burning. Have a moment to say some prayers first. Of course, I'm so sorry for being presumptive, I assured. Please, take all the time you need. Thank you, ma'am. Lucia gave a tiny laugh. And don't worry, I never thought you, of all people, would get in the way of obeisance. Perish the thought. If you'll excuse me, I said before making my way down the aisle to the back doors to the chapel. Reinhild was waiting there for me, tails swishing. The Kitsune watched the centurion make her way to the front row of pews over my shoulder as she asked, a new subordinate. It looks that way. I passed Reinhild the routing orders and Vish's message. Do you have it? After inspecting the paperwork, the maid's more vulpine than usual grin turned somber as she lifted up the large cases she carried, one in each hand, by the rope handles stapled to their lids. Good, I said, exiting the chapel and letting the door ghost shut behind Reinhild, we have time for a little trip. Reinhild nodded thoughtfully. Are you concerned about this new centurion? Should I be? I quietly asked. We were thankfully alone in this part of the orphanage. I can't say, ma'am, but if this isn't one of the memo sheets I ordered for you then it is an exquisite forgery, as are the orders and Vish's handwriting. Still. Tail flicking I gave Lucia a final look before stepping into the corridor beyond the chapel. She looks like my third flight leader and has the uniform and paperwork. Reinhild Sunshower shrugged. I'm just being cautious. When we get back to base, I can confirm she is who she is, I explained as we walked a bit further down the hallway and looked out a set of windows onto the grounds. The sky had turned overcast but it did not feel like rain just yet. Good. Prudent, my maid remarked, her voice diffident without a hint of reproach. I sighed. She is promising, and it will be nice to have my squadron up to strength. But? Reinhild asked. She's not a rookie, thank Darkstar, but Primus Hood is still young and keen. And you prefer cynical subordinates tempered by experience, Reinhild said in the overly proper tone servants cultivated to deniably imply impertinence. We shall see. Maybe she's intimidated by finally meeting an imperial hero and is trying to puff herself up. She's a foot and a half taller than me. All the more reason to paint herself as sufficiently hard-charging to someone she sees as a young, pious, and aggressive leader. My tail curled as I saw the logic. Fear of not impressing the boss could cause all sorts of cascading problems in an organization. Perhaps, I allowed. Patting me on the shoulder in a gesture that was not a hug, the Kitsune smiled and stepped back. Turning, I walked back to the chapel and found that Lucia had lit a votive candle and was crossing the nave towards the door, where Reinhild and I stood. She looked oddly serene as the banners fluttered above her and a gust of wind went past her to circle around me before turning quiescent. Purple eyes widened slightly, she saluted again, baring her neck and motioning with her fingers. Thank you for your patience, ma'am. I returned the gesture. Come, let's have a walk outside before it starts to rain. As you say. Her eyes went to Reinhild. This is Miss Sunshower, a Rareri Auxilia scout and my aide. I tried to sound offhand. Seemingly transfixed by the waving fluffy tails, the tall legionary flyer nodded and quietly followed us down the hall, out a set of doors, and down some steps. Thank Darkstar someone on my staff, other than Loveblood, was accepting of having a maid around. What got you to agree to a transfer to a colonial position? I asked as we walked down the pathway that skirted past the orphanage's vegetable gardens and meandered out roughly towards the orchards. Reinhild had slipped behind us and with a subtle enough nudge got the dark-haired pilot walking next to me instead of dogging my footsteps. Have you ever been to Lancia? She winced. Sorry, you said this is your first time off Daiu. No apologies, I said soothingly with a warm smile. I was ambiguous. Some do think of Lancia and Emuria as part of Daiu, that is if the colloquial definition of Daiu as our home plane instead of Daiu as the continent is used. I looked up into the mostly cloudy sky. I'm still getting used to looking up and seeing only one small moon. I was told that not seeing Daiu above us could be disconcerting. That's part of why I wanted the transfer. Ah, join the legions and see the worlds. I chuckled. Getting a broader experience base does help in many ways. Lucia's hair billowed behind her like a banner as she nodded enthusiastically. Such as for promotions? I asked, keeping my tone open. She nodded. And my sister wants me to describe to her all the places I'll go. My tail swished. Well, someone who wanted a more exciting posting to help her career was less risky than someone who wanted more excitement for glory's sake. Tell me about your pilots. Beyond their dossiers and their Polyxos maintenance logs, I presume. Just so. Lucia nodded. Charity's my wing woman, solid, experienced flyer. She has a wife and twins, cute girls that just hit their teens. Lucia trailed off as her gaze went down to survey me. It's all right, I reassured her, long since familiar with this particular song and dance, I've had years in the legions to get used to people noting my age. It's not that, the Primus Centurion coughed awkwardly into her hand. Not exactly. I think Charity's going to ask for maternity leave. Not until, What season is it here? Seasons are different up on Lancia, but... I laughed. Early fall. And don't worry. I still feel like it should be spring. Yes, we've got a year before it should be an issue, she said as we walked uphill and reached the orchards. The bare trees rustled. I gave a shrug. Getting maternity leave was a complex process in the legions. The main part was time and grade, but your commander's recommendations could really put a talent on the scale. Will she be bringing her dependents here? She already put in for on-base housing for them, Lucia said, before breathing in with sudden appreciation. Oh, that's a lovely view. For a moment the three of us silently looked out over the ocean in the distance. The view was part of why I wanted to go on this little walk. Primus, I don't want to ask this, but do you think Centurion Charity Breezeflower is at risk of getting pregnant without leave? The wide-eyed, horrified reaction Lucia gave was exceptionally open and aghast. Of course not. She'd never do a thing like that. I was just warning you that she does plan to have more children and her term will be up in a couple years, so if she doesn't get maternity leave. Ah, I understand. That was a relief. Soldiers were not perfect and things could happen, but there were many very good reasons no one made ritual plate maternity suits. Honestly, if after 20 years, she thinks she's done enough for the Imperatrix, I can't blame her. One term and out was my plan too. Giving a smile, Lucia nodded. That's very gracious of you to say. But I think Charity does want to give more time. Pilots like her are the backbone of the Legionary Flyer Corps. Very true. What of the other two in your flight? Any minor vices like gambling or drink? I asked as we started to follow the path down the other side of the hill, closer to the water. Lucia shook her head. Nothing. Nothing. I gave a sharp smile. Primus, so far I'm the only teetotaler in my squadron. Wait, no, Octavia, in first flight, also doesn't drink. I shook my head ruefully, mildly embarrassed at having forgotten that. I could blame it on her being newly under my command after roughly a year of being apart, but that was a poor excuse. Well, they enjoy a tipple now, and then but Iron Talon and Adriana are dependable and depend on each other, Lucia stated, her voice still obediently diffident, but I could hear a core of firmness under the subordinate fluff. No need to be circumspect. Their relationship is documented in their files. I assured her as my tail swished. Naturally, I put that there, Lucia said. It's understandable. Many of our pilots are in that prime age, especially the new ones, and are leaving from home for the first time to head straight into a high-stress environment full of death and uncertainty. I shrugged. It was a situation that was universal as far as I could tell, no matter the war, no matter the soldiers, no matter the species. Lucia gave me an opaque look as she, for just a moment, seemed to calibrate her response. And Legion Command and the Imperatrix are very accommodating, given our natures. Naturally. It would be the height of hypocrisy on my part to come down on fraternization in the ranks. Thankfully, Rainhild kept her poker face. As for the drinking, Signifier Grey Dawn maintains the squadron liquor stock, she also is a deft hand when it comes to cards and other wagers. Between her and Primus Shadow I think any minor concerns can be addressed. My new subordinate nodded. It doesn't hurt their flying, and they're competitive with each other. Lucia gave me a calculating look. Something, you may understand quite well, if rumor is to be believed, ma'am. Yes, I nodded before clarifying. I am engaged to both Primus Shadow and Primus Violet Blood. As the odd Primus out, am I expected to? Well. If not. Lucia dithered nervously until she rallied and recomposed herself. I understand. No, it's not like that. I replied immediately, eager to nip this clear misunderstanding in the bud. I'm informing you of the relationships already existing in the unit so you understand the dynamic. Lucia gave a slow, thoughtful nod. I'll just have to carry my weight. Unless the dynamic were to change. This time Rainhild gave an ever so subtle smile. The damned fox. That won't be necessary. I rubbed my forehead as we walked down the surprisingly well-maintained path. But if Love Blood propositions you, please tell me and I'll take care of her. Is that a concern? Lucia asked, frowning when she saw where we were. It shouldn't be. I motioned for Rainhild and she came up and opened the cases, revealing a handful of wreaths and numerous individual bouquets of white lilies. The kitsune pulled a list out of the case and handed it to me. Rituals were important, as much for the dead as for those they left behind. For all that I was doing for the living orphans, I could spare a small gesture for those who came back here, for those who had no family plots to go to. Lucia looked over the small cemetery with its modest headstones. Can I help? I bowed to her. Of course. We have wreaths for those who were in the legions, fleet, auxilia, and other services, but everyone can get something.